This man is completely broke, forgot, and going nowhere. He has no skills, no cash, and no future ahead of him. But at least one thing is about to work in his favor, because all of that is about to be turned upside down. His name is Hee Kim Enos, Hee Junsu Enos, and he is hopelessly hooked on a mobile game called Hee Atkin Enos, Hee Sol Enos. He poured 10,000 hours into a pay-to-win game while spending absolutely nothing. Then, after finally obtaining the game's rarest character, he made the most logical decision possible. He used every Warrior Kim in his collection as sacrifice material. Warrior Kim was only the tutorial unit, the weakest character. He Jise Enos, he Hut Enos, he Kalar Enos, he Behatat Enos, he Unat Enos, he Milte Enos, he Enos, he Peik Enos, he Data Enos, he Ha Enos. Junsu never expected that disposable character to become his new identity. Then a hit and run changed everything. When he opened his eyes, he was lying in a hospital bed. Just like that, our unlucky gamer found himself inside the very game he played, trapped in the body of the character he had sacrificed. He had no innate power or talent, only an unaffordable hospital bill, a wrecked body, and a world where God had abandoned mankind and monsters ruled the streets. But Junsu possessed something that no one else in this world could claim. He understood every hidden mechanic running beneath the game's surface. Thousands of grinding hours had filled his head with every useful trade, secret requirement, and overpowered combo. While everyone else fought without a clue, Junsu already had his next move planned before taking the first step. That was how the game's most throwaway tutorial unit began transforming into an existence this world couldn't understand. To see how this happened, we need to return to the very start. So let's rewind to the beginning. After being nearly destroyed in the accident, the MC woke up in a hospital, confused about what had happened and why he was there. His head pulsed with pain, and then the missing memories suddenly came rushing back. He remembered the truck charging straight at him, his desperate attempt to turn, and the devastating collision. That was when it hit him. He had been run over by a truck. A nurse entered and asked whether Warrior Kim was finally awake, then said she would bring the doctor. The young man stared in confusion, unable to understand why she was calling him Warrior Kim. He grabbed his medical chart and checked the details written on it. The chart identified him as Warrior Kim, a 22-year-old man hospitalized with dislocated and bruised limbs after an accident. A cold shiver ran through Junsu, making him feel as though the universe was punishing him for sacrificing characters to strengthen the celestial demon. Somehow, he had now become one of those sacrificed characters himself. The moment he lowered his foot toward the floor, unbearable pain tore through his body and ripped a scream from him. The nurse hurried to stop him, but Junsu could only scream that the pain was unbearable. The doctor explained that Junsu had been struck by a truck and knocked unconscious, so he would need several examinations, including an He Amatai, Inus, and a magic X-ray. Still bewildered, Junsu asked what they meant by Warrior Kim and this so-called magic. Later, a receptionist added up the cost of all his hospital procedures. The emergency treatment, hospital stay, magic X-ray, MRI, and remaining tests brought the final bill to 22 million won. Junsu nearly lost his mind, asking how 4 days in a hospital could possibly cost that much. The receptionist calmly explained that without insurance, he had to pay the entire amount himself. Junsu argued that every Korean had national health insurance, but the receptionist looked completely lost. She even asked him what he meant by a national government. She said he had neither a Legion plan nor Magic Tower insurance, leaving Junsu even more baffled by this world's vocabulary. Then those strange names suddenly triggered a memory. After searching his memories, Junsu recognized them as Legion, the megacorporations, the Divine Tower, and the Divine Order, the 4 major factions in the game's world of Soul. He had somehow been sent to a world where God had left humanity behind. Arcane science had taken humanity's place as the force shaping civilization. Monsters had overrun the world, forcing humans to alter their own bodies just to stay alive. In other words, it was a nightmare of a world, and Junsu had landed right in its center. Only moments earlier, he had been celebrating the celestial demon, but now he was stuck as a tutorial character, possibly as punishment from above. His room was smaller than a student dorm, making Junsu question how a Warrior Kim could be living in such poverty. With a shattered body and an empty wallet, Junsu had no idea how to move forward. If this truly was Arcane Soul, then nuclear wars, dimensional rifts, and resurrected ancient gods would soon turn the world into a living nightmare. He had no explanation for how he arrived, but one fact was undeniable. If he did nothing, death would find him sooner rather than later. That realization led him to notice something unusual and come up with a way to test his theory. Junsu picked up a pen and aimed it at his hand, ready to verify his suspicion before wasting another second. Without flinching, he stabbed through his skin and made it bleed. But the wound instantly shone green before closing perfectly, leaving no trace behind. Junsu simply smiled. He had been certain this would happen. He had gained the wound regeneration trait, the very reason he had sacrificed so many warrior Kims in the game. Tutorial characters had no fixed base ability, but they could unlock and swap traits however they wanted. For a strategist like Junsu, that flexibility was far more valuable than a single rare skill. Now that he occupied a warrior Kim's body, he could collect any trait he desired, beginning with the regeneration already repairing him. In Arcane Soul, weakness and poverty were practically invitations to die. He might have survived by running away, but escape was never going to be his solution. Junsu made up his mind. He would neither flee nor allow himself to die. He would survive using the knowledge earned from 10,000 hours as a free-to-play player who had climbed to 9th place overall. Armed with that advantage, Junsu prepared to begin his new life as Warrior Kim. Following his plan, he headed to an office known as Player Personnel. A bearded employee there asked whether this was Junsu's first visit to such an office. Junsu said yes, and explained that he wanted to work in mana purification. He desperately needed money, and since life's lottery had handed him nothing but a Warrior Kim body, this was the only job he could use to earn some. The bearded man leaned back with his feet on the desk, and sarcastically said that calling it mana purification was one way to describe the job. The player staffing director, Sanso Enos, asked whether Junsu truly understood what dungeons were like. Junsu said he did, but the director pointed to his empty resume and noted that it showed 0 dungeon experience. Junsu knew exactly how brutal the work was. The true danger came from contaminated mana, the energy responsible for letting monsters overrun Arcane Soul. Dungeon cleaners had to remove the filth that released massive amounts of this deadly energy. Long exposure could kill a person, or worse, torture them until their body mutated into a demon. Sciensu told him he would contact him once enough workers had been assembled, and Junsu thanked him. The director kept questioning him, warning that many rookies like Kim had chased quick money only to return with nothing. Junsu calmly told his boss not to worry and promised he would outperform those rookies, surprising Sciensu. After all, hard work was the one thing Warrior Kim had mastered. Junsu had already logged 10,000 hours in the game. When he met the team, its leader Deer immediately demanded to know why a rookie wanted to join them. Junsu honestly admitted that he had no idea. He had simply reported for duty, and this was the place he had been assigned to. Irritated, Deer seized Junsu by the shirt and asked whether he thought Deer was a liar, then demanded to see some determination in his eyes. He warned Junsu that if mutation began, he should not expect rescue. Deer would kill him immediately. Junsu said he would remember that, recognizing the threat as the usual tactic for frightening rookies away, a routine he knew from real life. He was also surprised to see an R-rank character here, since that was how they looked before awakening, while they were still ordinary humans. Another worker stepped in and asked Deer to ease up on the newcomer, reminding him that the team was already understaffed. With 5 years of dungeon cleaning experience, the man tried to diffuse the tension. Deer doubted that the man was much help at all, and wondered how someone who had worked so long had avoided mutation. Before anyone could respond, Deer walked off and announced that they had exactly 4 days to clean the contaminated area. As they followed him, Junsu decided that the real-life Deer was somehow even more irritating than his game version. The experienced man tapped Junsu's shoulder and explained that Deer was rough around the edges, but fundamentally a decent person. Junsu simply nodded to show that he understood. A little later, they reached a huge gate coated in revolting slime, and several members admitted the sight still made them uncomfortable. Deer shouted that the gate was about to open and ordered everyone to prepare themselves. He hit the access button, and the moment the gate opened, the team entered the contaminated mana zone. The leader instantly ordered everyone to take their assigned positions. Streams of contaminated mana spread across the basement, leaking from weak creatures called contaminated slimes. Junsu knew these creatures were the core focus of the entire purification operation. They were weak fighters, but one particular ability made them extremely troublesome to kill. A shovel strike would only divide them into 2 pieces, sending both halves flying away. The only reliable way to finish one was to strike its mana core. Any other attack would leave their health completely untouched. The team warned one another to locate the cores fast, because a prolonged battle increased their risk of contamination. Out of nowhere, Kim rushed a slime and yelled at his teammate to move away. He raised his shovel and warned everyone that any collateral damage would not be his problem. With perfect accuracy, he drove the shovel straight into the slime and pierced the golden core hidden inside. The monster immediately started melting away. The other workers shouted in shock, while Kim smirked and declared that everything had gone perfectly. Kim announced that the real warm-up was beginning, then sprinted into action. He tore through every slime ahead of him, cutting each one apart to expose its mana core. He kept repeating the same technique until the entire area was completely clear. One team member stared in disbelief, unable to understand how Kim was killing every slime in one hit. While his teammates struggled to process what he was seeing, Kim walked toward the giant slime, knowing exactly why it was possible. The reason went back to something that had happened 2 days before. Back then, Kim had been crawling around on the ground, looking for an item he was certain existed there. He suddenly spotted something unusual, picked it up, and discovered that it was a coin. That discovery finally unlocked the treasure hunter trait for him. Kim celebrated wildly, insisting that treasure hunter was the most valuable trait warrior Kim could possess. He got ridiculously excited after finding number 501, making everyone in the square stare at him like he had lost his mind. So before even stepping into a dungeon, Kim had already discovered valuable mechanics and collected new traits. On another day, he vomited into a trash can while screaming as every impurity was forced out of his body. The disgusting ordeal was painful, but it rewarded him with the contamination resistance trait. Kim admitted that the process was brutal, but it still followed the exact rules of the game. All he needed to do was satisfy the required conditions, and the new skill would be his. Afterward, Kim proudly looked over the traits he had earned through sheer effort. He could equip 6 traits at once and replace them whenever the situation demanded. Treasure Hunter, for instance, revealed an opponent's weak points, which was why locating the slime's monocores came so naturally to him. Returning to the present, Kim used that ability on the giant slime, causing it to melt into a skull-shaped mass. Deer yelled at everyone to avoid the filthy spray flying everywhere. Moments later, covered from head to toe in contaminated sludge, Kim happily announced that the hard work had paid off. Warrior Kim's resistance to contaminated mana was simply unbelievable. Later, while riding through the city on a bus, Kim admitted that a full day of work was exhausting even with his traits. Hedgehog came over and said that thanks to Warrior Kim, the entire team was getting off work early. He called Kim's performance incredible and asked whether Kim, like Deer, was waiting to undergo awakening. Kim brushed it off, saying he only handled the shovel well because he had served in the army. His colleagues still insisted that Kim was impressive regardless. Kim noticed Hedgehog's mutation, symptoms worsening, a clear sign that he had absorbed too much contaminated mana. Kim advised him to take the next day off, but Hedgehog said becoming a mutant was preferable to drowning in debt. Kim couldn't really argue with that logic. After all, people didn't choose this kind of job for many reasons beyond money, and Kim drove his shovel into the ground. 4 days later, the contract ended at last, and Kim breathed out in relief as he saw how drained everyone was. Then someone suddenly vomited onto the floor. It was Hedgehog, who dropped to his knees and complained that his head was pounding. Kim could only think that he had already warned Hedgehog not to overdo it. Deer walked over and said Hedgehog appeared ready for the next phase, adding that this often happened to beginners. Deer congratulated Kim for completing the job, admitting that he had never expected the rookie to last through the contract. Kim jokingly gave Deer the credit, though he knew the real reason was the cleaner traits he had collected, which made the entire job ridiculously easy. Kim noticed how familiar Deer seemed with the situation and wondered whether he truly belonged to their rank, while Deer muttered about being exhausted. A scream suddenly rang out, making Kim spin around. Contaminated energy was swallowing Hedgehog, while his terrified friends asked if he was all right and pointed at spikes growing from his body. Deer stepped closer and demanded to know what was happening, while Kim stared in disbelief. The leader urged Hedgehog to hold on and promised they would escape together, but the transformation had already gone too far. Hedgehog fully mutated and triggered a massive blast across the contaminated zone, leaving Kim frozen in disbelief. Hedgehog's altered body became a gigantic monster that towered over the warrior. The transformation had robbed him of his reason, and Kim understood that fighting him could get the entire team killed. Worse still, the traits he had collected for dungeon cleaning seemed useless in a battle like this. Every strategy he considered led to the same conclusion: victory was impossible. The mutant suddenly prepared to strike and launched Kim across the area with terrifying strength. Kim crashed onto his back and immediately understood that the gap in power was enormous. At this rate, he would not survive another exchange. At that exact moment, the resistance trait unlocked for him. Kim realized this was the missing piece he needed. Giving up was still not an option. He began arranging his abilities into a setup designed to survive the monster. Strength would boost his attacks, while Mana Heart would give him better control over his energy. Resistance would lessen incoming damage. Mana absorption would restore his energy, and deep breathing would accelerate his recovery. The last part of his setup was corruption resistance. With that combination, Kim finally had the basic tools needed to fight back. Hedgehog rushed him once more, but Kim was prepared for the attack this time. Kim coated his shovel in green energy and used strength to multiply its force 10 times over. One powerful blow sent the creature flying, convincing Kim that his strategy was working and victory was possible. But as the monster dropped toward the wall, its body suddenly curled into a spinning ball of spikes, catching Kim off guard. It then spun toward him at incredible speed, kicking off a rock to launch itself into the air and aim straight for Kim's head. Kim barely had a moment to process what was happening before the attack smashed into him. The creature retreated a step, its claws scraping the earth while it angrily bared its teeth at him. Kim sprang back to his feet and cursed, because even with his resistance active, that hit had hurt like crazy. He understood that pausing now meant death, leaving him with only one option: keep attacking. At that moment, one of Hindi, he hainus Hindi, he hainus Hindi, he jainus Hindi, he hainus Hindi, he hainus Hindi, he gainus, tick-ass spikes folded backward and shot straight toward Kim's face, with several more following behind it. Wounded, the warrior crashed down, yet he kept telling himself to survive for just a little more time. He needed only a single opening to bury his fist in the creature. The spines ripped through Kim once more, sending fresh blood pouring from his wounds. Driven into an even greater frenzy, the creature launched another spike that tore through the warrior's fingers. He lay sprawled on the ground, screaming as the pain overwhelmed him. That pain reminded him of the time he played he Aktken Enos as he Junsu Enos, while enemies surrounded him from every direction. Back then, he would confidently challenge them all, convinced that his warrior Kim could beat anyone who came along. In the game, none of it had ever felt difficult. A single click was enough to send him hunting monsters, and he had never considered what his character actually suffered during those brutal training sessions. Now he finally understood from personal experience how much pain was required to obtain even an average trait. Fueled by that realization, Kim drove his fist into the hedgehog with enough force to send it flying. Kim had awakened mutant muscle, the one ability capable of turning this battle in his favor. He now understood that his reckless assault had been meant to exhaust the limits of his other traits, mana, heart, and strength, until this new power awakened. Every move had been leading toward this exact moment. The hedgehog landed on its back, then immediately forced itself upright again. Kim raised his mutated arm to stop the next strike, claiming he could no longer feel pain and daring the monster to try again. The creature answered by wrapping its fist in spikes and driving it straight into Kim's abdomen. As a strange corruption began taking shape inside his stomach, Kim wondered whether the hedgehog was still holding back. Then the mutant body trait activated, making Kim's entire frame expand until he became enormous. Kim actually thanked the monster, since its attack had pushed him to an even higher level of strength. Now evenly matched in size and power, the two monsters collided with explosive force. Far away, a man named Steg Inus heard the tremendous crash and turned to find out what was going on. When he spotted Kim exchanging punches evenly with the hedgehog, he was stunned and began wondering whether the warrior was a superhuman capable of battling a mutant head-on. Their brutal clash sent both fighters flying backward, and they hit the ground hard on their backs. Kim realized that matching the monster's size was not enough. If the battle continued like this, he would eventually fall behind. The creature rose again with a roar, clearly prepared to keep fighting. With no alternatives left, Kim placed his faith in himself, activated contamination resistance, and mentally ordered his body to break through its limits. S stared in disbelief as Kim's hand twisted out of shape, and his face started taking on a monstrous form. In seconds, Kim had transformed into a mutant monster, prepared for the final showdown. Just then, a strange magic circle appeared above him. A spell struck the mutant and slowly tore the hedgehog apart, smashing its body into a nearby structure. Deer could only stare at the scene, questioning what he had witnessed, and whether Kim was a monster too, since he had become a mutant to fight one. He desperately wanted an explanation for how Kim could acquire and use a mutant trait right in front of him. Unable to make sense of anything, Deer decided that escaping immediately was the safest choice. Before he could move, Kim's massive shadow swallowed his view, and the warrior reached a hand toward him. Trapped with no escape, Deer shut his eyes and waited, only to realize a moment later that nothing had happened. Kim let out a tired sigh, and much to Deer's shock, changed back into a human. The warrior collapsed, struggling to breathe as he realized that his plan had worked. Since he had taken on mutant muscles and disabled corruption resistance, everyone believed that returning to his human form should have been impossible. Kim had trusted his own theory. If he could stay rational for even one brief moment, he could switch out the mutant trait. That brief moment of clarity let him survive the change and replace the mutant trait with corruption resistance once more. The stadium around them had been reduced to ruins, while Kim staggered through the dizziness left by the battle. It felt as though every bone and muscle inside him had been rearranged, and Kim never wanted to endure that sensation again. Even after all that, Kim forced himself upright. Kim noticed a purple sphere inside the hedgehog's mouth and reached in to collect it. It was a level 1 mana core, and Kim decided that the brutal effort had paid off. The warrior was thrilled to obtain something so valuable, and concluded that this cleanup assignment had been incredibly profitable. Deer came over to check on Kim and immediately asked what had happened when he transformed into a mutant. Worried that rumors would become a nuisance, Kim claimed he had simply taken a gamble and gotten lucky enough to return to normal. Deer was not convinced, and the explanation only made the whole incident seem stranger. To steer the conversation elsewhere, Kim handed him several monocores and suggested they return, adding that he needed some fresh air. The group thanked them for the level 0 cores, and Kim figured that saving their lives and sharing the loot would probably convince them to keep quiet. Deer said nothing and continued studying Kim in silence. Later at the Sciensu Force office, the chief thanked Kim for completing the assignment and acknowledged the terrible ordeal he must have endured. Kim admitted that the job had been brutal, though he wondered why the chief was praising him so excessively. Sciensu said Kim should have mentioned his superhuman status earlier, since he could have assigned him something more important than ordinary cleanup work. Kim realized the chief had mistaken him for a superhuman. In Arcane Soul, that title belongs to anyone who awakens an ability and gains powerful mana. In a society ruled by strength, superhumans hold the same status as nobles. Sciensu's assumption was understandable, because defeating mutants of that level should require a superhuman. Kim knew his victory had come from his traits rather than true superhuman power, but he chose not to correct the misunderstanding. When Sciensu offered to pay him for the cleanup, Kim accepted, deciding it was better to let the chief keep believing he was a superhuman. The agency leader explained that Kim's team had cleared 5 regions, earning 50 million won in total, with a 20% fee deducted and 5 million going to each group member. However, Sciensu announced that he planned to handle the payment differently this time. Sciensu reduced the fee to 5% and added a bonus, allowing Kim to walk away with 12 million won. The boss said he had enjoyed working with Kim, and Kim privately admitted that being mistaken for a superhuman had its perks. While leaving and already planning his spending spree, Kim bumped into a bald man. The man noticed Kim's cheerful mood and guessed that he must have received a generous payment. Kim said the job had gone smoothly and recognized the man as someone from his previous team. The man then explained that he had come to Kim because he needed to ask him for a favor. He claimed that his wife was ill and asked to borrow some money, apologizing for asking someone he had only worked with once. Kim hesitated, reminding himself that trusting people here was dangerous. Anyone could betray him, and surviving was already difficult enough. Still unable to ignore the man's desperation, Kim placed a few level 0 monocores in his hand and told him to use them, even if they were not much. Later, in a shadowy alley, the same man laughed at Kim for being foolish enough to believe his fake sob story. His accomplice Stag asked whether Kim was new to this world, and the scammer joked that inventing a sick son would have earned him even more. Annoyed that the fake superhuman Kim had earned more than everyone else, the scammer complained, while Stag suggested teaching him a lesson since he was not a real superhuman. When asked for a plan, Stag smiled viciously and pointed out that Kim must possess some strange ability despite lacking superhuman status. He declared that they already knew Kim's secret and would show him how terrifying this world could be, crushing the level 0 cores in his hand. Meanwhile, Kim relaxed in a luxurious building, enjoying a massage and thinking that life in the game was better than reality. That pleasant mood vanished when the masseuse pressed his arm and sent a sharp pain through it. Even after spending 3 full days resting at the hotel, Kim's body was still aching, convincing him to reconsider using his mutant powers so casually. He realized that switching traits was far from simple. His body changed with each one, and stronger transformations brought harsher side effects. His biggest challenge now was surviving, without relying too heavily on his own power. A glance through the window revealed members of the Iron Fist gang, still strutting around as arrogantly as ever. Kim reflected that local gangs, not the law-controlled Arcane Soul, a predictable outcome in a monster-filled world where ordinary people relied on superhumans for safety. Kim had survived the first stage, but he knew depending only on his traits in such a dangerous world would be reckless. A smile appeared on Kim's face as he found the answer to his problems: items. Putting his plan into action, Kim visited an item shop in Seoul. The clerk asked whether he had come to sell something, and Kim replied that he had some monster byproducts. The woman awkwardly explained that the shop did not purchase level 0 cores, but Kim assured her that he already knew and had something else to offer. Kim placed another item before her, instantly catching her off guard. She asked whether it was a level 2 monocore, and Kim confirmed it before requesting an appraisal. While the clerk examined it, Kim felt that the exhausting process of fusing everything he owned at the hotel had been completely worthwhile. Since monocore prices rose with their level, combining them this way was the smartest route to maximize his earnings. After finishing the appraisal, the girl offered $4,770,001, and Kim thanked her. Kim then asked whether the shop stocked weapons and armor as well. The woman confirmed it and led him toward the stockroom, with Kim following behind. Kim surveyed the shelves with a grin, realizing that even though the shop carried everything, it was still just the basic equipment he had used in the game. The attendant allowed him to look around, so Kim took full advantage and loaded his backpack with different weapons. Once he stepped outside, Kim finally felt as though he was genuinely living inside Arcane Soul. At that moment, a woman called to him and asked whether he was a mercenary, saying she needed assistance. Kim denied being one and told her to find somebody else, but she refused to give up. She offered payment, explaining that she was visiting for business, but had been frightened by the Iron Fist gang. She asked Kim to escort her safely to her apartment. The 500,000 won reward sounded exactly like a daily quest to Kim, so he accepted the job. Kim placed a hand on her shoulder, declared that he could not abandon a woman in danger, and pointed ahead as he asked if they should leave. They entered an alley near the outskirts, where the girl assured him that they were almost at their destination. Kim immediately found the area suspicious because it was completely deserted. Not a person, or even an ant, was in sight. His doubts deepened when the woman led him into an even darker street and casually said they needed to go this way. Remaining alert, Kim looked back and saw her standing in the shadows, once again insisting that they were nearly there. Kim remarked that the darkness was too thick for him to see clearly. Unexpectedly, the night vision trait activated, revealing a gun hidden in the darkness. The girl aimed at him, noting that this supposed mercenary was more cautious than she had anticipated. Kim immediately questioned why she was armed and whether the entire escort request had been a setup. Before Kim could escape, Stag stepped into his path and asked where his junior thought he was going, adding that it was nice to meet again under such circumstances. Confused by the ambush, Kim asked what he had done to earn this treatment. Stag admitted Kim had done nothing wrong. He was simply foolish enough to be targeted. Kim turned and sprinted the other way, but the gang leader complained that he could not begin a conversation and then simply run away. Stag immediately ordered the woman to fire. The bullet struck Kim in the back and sent him rolling down to the bottom of the stairs. Stag angrily pointed out that she should have aimed for Kim's legs instead of his back. The girl defended her decision, saying this was preferable to allowing Kim to get away. The leader presumed Kim was dead and remarked that, after reverting from a mutant, his corpse would probably fetch a good price from some mage. When one companion volunteered to collect Kim's bag and equipment, Stag agreed that they should secure the loot first. But when they checked the spot, Kim's body had vanished, leaving the group wondering where he could have gone. Suddenly, a ceiling window exploded, and the falling shards pierced one of Stag's men's neck from behind. The group stared in confusion, while Stag shouted to find out whether Kim was still alive. Kim answered from the darkness, telling him he could bet his life on it. Kim declared that he would never let someone who repaid kindness with betrayal take his life. Kim had wisely left the shop wearing a bulletproof vest, and surviving the shot granted him the exact trait he needed: play dead. Stag shouted angrily that Kim had destroyed the streetlight and left them unable to see anything. He had no idea that Kim was already standing behind him, calmly asking whether the leader had been searching for him. With a threatening calmness, Kim told Stag that since Stag had saved his life, Kim would now be taking Stag's. Kim's fist crashed into Stag's face and dropped him instantly. Stag struggled upright, barely reaching a seated position before throwing a kick that Kim effortlessly avoided. Kim reminded him that he should have been grateful to the person who saved him, not tried to murder his own savior. With that, Kim drove another brutal punch into Stag's face. Kim raised his foot to crush Stag's head, but the girl fired at him and shouted to check whether their leader was all right. Kim glanced at the wound in his arm and realized he had let his guard down. He finally understood that the true horrors of Arcane Soul were not its monsters or mutants, but the humans living among them. Kim accepted that he had been naive to trust people so readily, and promised himself never to repeat that mistake. He got back up. Kim pulled out a gun and shot the girl's hand, knocking her weapon away and sending it into another gang member's shoulder. He warned the group that the fight was finished and fired one more bullet into the wall for emphasis. Kim decided that killing Stag would be the safest precaution, but the injured man still attempted another kick. The unexpected attack caught Kim off guard. Although he barely avoided it, his weapon slipped from his hand. At that precise moment, Stag's legs completed their transformation. Stag had successfully awakened as a superhuman. Kim could not help thinking that the game's developers had handled this system terribly. Every playable character could eventually awaken as a superhuman, making it one of the game's most basic progression systems. By Arcane Soul's rules, even a level 1 superhuman was powerful enough to pose a serious threat to a civilian carrying a rifle. Basically, Kim was now facing a superhuman who relied solely on his physical abilities. Without warning, Steganos disappeared from Kim's view. Kim immediately started searching for him. The newly awakened fighter had activated his abilities: stereoscopic movement and kick. This skill let its user exploit the extreme flexibility of his legs and move around with incredible freedom. Kim soon spotted Stag climbing the building by using that very ability. Perched above him, Stag promised to send the warrior straight to hell before diving down to strike. Kim threw himself aside and narrowly avoided the attack. Shocked that Kim had escaped, the awakened fighter launched himself forward again, shouting that there would be no escape this time. Kim only smirked and said dodging was never part of his plan. He snapped open his expandable baton, stopped Stag's kick, and called him a wild animal. While holding back the strike, Kim congratulated himself for buying the baton. A few hours earlier, back at the armory, Kim had been facing a very different decision. He had been debating whether purchasing a firearm would actually be worthwhile. Since he belonged to the warrior class, Kim realized that his skill with firearms would remain limited, no matter how powerful he became. So, as backup, he chose a weapon designed for his class and bought the baton instead. Returning to the present, Kim remembered that every character performed best with the weapons and traits suited to their class. Beating Stag meant combining a close-range weapon with warrior-specific traits. With the plan clear, Kim extended the baton and swung upward with a vertical strike. His strike crashed into Deer's shoulder, rewarding Kim with his first warrior-class trait, attack. He instantly followed up with a brutal combo, an overhead slash, an upward strike, a piercing thrust, and a wide horizontal sweep. Deer barely avoided the sequence and answered with a high kick aimed at Kim's head. Kim noticed the opening, yet stopping was no longer an option after pushing the fight this far. Willing to sacrifice a bone if necessary, Kim abandoned defense and smashed his staff into Deer's thigh. Deer's kick struck Kim's forearm, but Kim's staff had already torn into the awakened fighter's thigh as well. Another aura wrapped around Kim's weapon, confirming that he had unlocked the combo trait. This skill was one of the strongest options for an early-game warrior, so Kim chained attack and combo together to overwhelm Deer. The awakened man begged for mercy, but Kim ignored him and drove one final strike into his stomach, knocking Deer unconscious. When rain started pouring down, Kim finally allowed himself to feel relieved about defeating the awakened fighter. His hand had turned slightly red, and an unfamiliar sensation left him confused. Despite the pain spreading through his body, Kim sensed an unknown power overflowing within him. Then, a nearby explosion violently shattered the moment. That day, Kim learned the brutal reality of Arcane's soul and awakened as a superhuman. Kim, the level 1 warrior. An aura gathered around Kim's open hand before he clenched it, slowly accepting that he had truly become a superhuman. The realization of his new status drew an excited shout from him. After all, superhuman status meant lucrative mercenary contracts and access to low-interest loans. His little celebration ended when a cigar-smoking man asked whether he had finally gotten what he came for. Kim turned around and found a massive man standing directly in his path. Kim recognized him as Iron Fist Kim, Arcane Soul's second basic character after Warrior Kim. He was an enhanced soldier with a prosthetic arm, trained in firearms and deadly precision shooting. Unfortunately, there was one major complication. He also led the Iron Fist gang. Kim suddenly understood that his battle had taken place on gang territory, which counted as a serious provocation. The soldier demanded to know whether Kim even understood whose territory he had disturbed. Kim explained that he had been attacked and could hardly stand there waiting to be killed. The gang leader readied his gun and asked whether Kim's attackers were truly more frightening than Iron Fist. Kim realized that prolonging this confrontation would only get him killed without achieving anything. The soldier dismissed Kim's excuses, pressed the barrel against his chest, and vowed to teach him the price of trespassing on his turf. Kim met his gaze defiantly and asked if he was certain, pointing out that the soldier had overlooked one detail. Kim seized the gun, declared that he was not someone who died so easily, and pulled the trigger with his own hand. The soldier froze in disbelief. The kid had literally shot himself. Kim stood back up, puzzled that the bullet had felt no worse than a tiny itch. Then he realized that the regeneration trait was rapidly repairing his body. Watching him recover, the soldier sarcastically remarked that Kim possessed a rather fascinating ability. Kim examined his new regeneration ability and recognized it as an evolved form of wound recovery, obtainable only after awakening as a superhuman. Kim chose to bluff, knowing the fight would end the instant the soldier misjudged him. Projecting confidence, Kim said luck was not what had kept him alive and warned anyone who challenged him to face the consequences. The soldier repeated Kim's name, admitting that he respected the young man's nerve. He would let Kim leave this time, but made sure to remind him that a debt now stood between them. Patting Kim's shoulder, the soldier told him to think carefully about what that debt meant. Kim promised to remember, all while wondering whether the gang leader knew him from somewhere. Iron Fist then extended his hand and suggested that they cooperate in the future. Kim knew Iron Fist was not known for betrayal, making an alliance with him seem like a smart move. Kim accepted, shook his hand, and told him they would meet again soon. Later, Kim arrived at Jamsil Superhuman Tower and was stunned by the sight before him. He had visited the tower in the game, but seeing it in reality was breathtaking and nothing like his own city. A girl walked over, welcomed him to the tower, and asked whether he needed assistance. Kim thought she was stunning and briefly wondered whether she might be an NPC. Seeing how inexperienced he looked, the receptionist guessed he had come for certification and directed him to the nearby machine for a mana and trait circuit test. Kim thanked her, realizing she had helped him without being asked. a clear sign of how much of a beginner he appeared to be. Kim decided that his true life would finally start once the certificate was in his hands. Then, an unusual disturbance drew his attention. Everyone nearby folded their hands and announced the arrival of the saint. A lone airship hovered above while a rune appeared on the floor, and Kim recognized the markings as those of the Order of the Old Father. Kim was baffled. Why would a stage boss appear now, when the story was still in the tutorial period? Although she carried the title of saint, Kim remembered that the Order was really a disguised cult that would eventually attack civilians without distinction. People whispered that the saint had come to measure her mana, most likely to update her level. A tremendous aura surrounded the woman as she smiled toward the sky, making Kim think this was the loudest mana test imaginable. The machine circuits shifted to yellow, and the massive aura soon started fading. The saint continued smiling as the frightened citizens prayed around her. Finally, the result appeared on the display. She belonged to the priest class, possessing level 8 mana and a 6-layer circuit. The crowd began whispering about her 6 abilities, but Kim knew he had no time to stand around admiring them. Kim knew that a level 8 superhuman rivaled an entire carrier strike group, a walking national weapon capable of destroying souls in the future. If Kim revealed that truth now, everyone would call him insane, so he planned to measure his own mana while displaying only 3 of his 6 abilities to avoid attention. Without warning, the saint turned and fixed her eyes on Kim. When her subordinates asked what was wrong, she simply said that Kim was different. She approached Kim and remarked that his ability was particularly fascinating. Kim recoiled in shock, wondering what the stage boss had just discovered. He understood that she had detected the precise instant he changed his equipped abilities. A soldier questioned her interest in an apparently normal human, but she ignored him and took Kim's hand. The saint asked his name, and Kim introduced himself as Warrior Kim, already having a good idea why she had targeted him. She confirmed that she had come to baptize him on behalf of the Old Father, whose Lord of the Black Gold Throne constantly sought rare powers like Kim's. She then urged Kim to submit and seek peace within this hellish world. The crowd envied Kim for receiving a personal baptism from the Old Father's first daughter, while Kim silently cursed his terrible luck. Kim knew that accepting the baptism trait would bind him to the Order as a paladin. The real issue was that this order was fated to lose its future war against South Korea. Certain of his decision, Kim broke free from her grip and openly refused the baptism, leaving the saint speechless. The saint assumed she had been misunderstood, but Kim firmly repeated that his refusal was genuine. She told him the choice was his, yet warned that the Old Father had already taken an interest in him. Clutching Kim's shoulder, she warned that a sacred seed had taken root within him, and unless he overcame it, his supposed free will would mean nothing. Kim's body suddenly burst into unbearable heat, dropping him to his knees. The townspeople stared in shock, pitying the novice who had dared to reject baptism. Kim had been afflicted with divine fever, a punishment that caused endless burning agony. He had believed himself ready, but feeling his body burn alive was far more horrifying than expected. Divine fever ranked among Arcane Soul's most devastating debuffs, making normal life impossible, with baptism as its sole cure. Kim had rejected baptism for the sake of the future, but at that moment, it genuinely felt like he would die. Right before blacking out, Kim felt a splash of water hit his face. The helpful girl from earlier had returned and was asking whether he was all right. Kim felt grateful, because people normally avoided divine fever victims, afraid the curse's negativity might spread to them. Her support gave Kim enough resolve to hold on a little longer. At that exact moment, Kim unlocked the divine resistance trait. The flames inside him weakened, confirming that his refusal had never been reckless. He had prepared for this possibility. The first requirement had been acquiring this resistance. Now he had to collect more mana. After equipping the new trait, Kim sensed an aura spreading through his inner vision. The girl continued splashing him with water that felt like life itself, while Kim concentrated on the clash between fire and water inside his core. By using the burning pain and his rational mind to guide his mana, Kim finally smothered the flames, releasing the divine fever's energy as a violent gust that sent the guide flying. That achievement granted Kim the mana barrier trait, a vital ability for any defensive warrior. The guide came over to check on him, and Kim assured her he was fine, crediting her for helping him survive. As the locals marveled at his survival without baptism, Kim knew his solution was merely temporary. The mana barrier was only containing the condition, but it had removed the burning pain, and Kim found the black flames strangely fascinating. With the immediate crisis handled, Kim moved on to measuring his mana. Once the measurement bar filled completely, the results appeared. The panel revealed that Warrior Kim possessed level 1 mana and a 6-layer circuit. The surrounding people called him an extraordinary rookie and guessed that his unusual stats had attracted the saintess. Kim, however, felt he had already attracted far too much attention when his plan was to grow stronger unnoticed. The guide congratulated Kim on the result. She said she had never seen a beginner start with 6 layers, then suggested they proceed with his superhuman license. At the superhuman tower, the guide handed Kim his license and congratulated him on officially joining the ranks of certified superhumans. For a moment, Kim thought about the exhausting effort that had brought him to this point. The guide offered to explain the benefits of level 1, but Kim declined, saying he already knew them all. He already knew about reduced taxes, weapon-carrying rights, future tax exemptions, immunity from arrest, and unrestricted access to transportation and public benefits. Impressed by his knowledge, the guide praised him, and Kim jokingly claimed to be a doctor of superhumanology. Kim did not want to waste time, so he asked whether there was a discreet exit to avoid the crowd waiting outside. The girl immediately agreed and revealed that she had already arranged a way out, surprising Kim with her initiative. She reassured him and told him to simply follow. Kim thanked her for everything, especially the stealth cloak and the hidden passage she had provided. The guide brushed it off, saying helping people was nothing difficult. Equipping the cloak granted Kim the stealth characteristic, and he realized he had obtained a skill without paying anything. The guide pointed toward the exit and explained that regulations prevented her from going any farther. Kim thanked her again, saying she had already done far more than enough for him. As Kim left, he realized he had never met anyone so kind in Arcane Soul. She was not only helpful, but beautiful too, so Kim promised to repay her once he became stronger. Only then did Kim wonder about her name, remembering that he still had her business card. Kim nearly lost his mind when he read the name on the card, Beck Soren. She was one of the game's 3 strongest characters, a berserker infamous for her terrifying looks. Kim finally understood why her face had seemed familiar, though her intimidating in-game appearance had made the connection impossible to recognize. The idea that Beck Soren could be this gentle completely confused Kim, leaving him to wonder what had caused such a massive change in her. Later, after cutting down the final slime in his quest, Kim wondered why becoming a superhuman felt so miserable. He had spent an entire week clearing the same monster cave and was utterly drained. Sitting down, Kim celebrated finishing the job, but complained that his efficiency was awful if one cave had exhausted him this badly. The issue was that every one of his characteristics had to remain focused on sustaining the mana barrier. With stats customized for cave clearing, he would have finished hours earlier, but that cursed debuff prevented him from accepting other work. The only way to permanently remove Divine Fever was to obtain a potion called Nectar. Unfortunately, Nectar cost so much that this cleaning job would not even pay for a tiny portion of it. A sudden vibration from Kim's pocket interrupted his thoughts. Kim wondered how many more calls Director Choi planned to make, considered it incredibly annoying, and nearly ignored the phone. But just before rejecting the call, Kim came up with an excellent idea. Not long afterward, Kim showed up at the Seonsu agency. The director welcomed him excitedly, calling it an honor to meet the man who survived Divine Fever without baptism and awakened with a 6-layer circuit. Kim simply nodded and said that was just how things had turned out. Kim then asked whether Director Choi had located the job he requested. Choi complained that the assignment was extremely difficult because Nectar could only be acquired through requests from level 5 or higher superhumans. Kim threatened to walk out if Choi failed, but the director stopped him and promised to find a solution because their contract was on the line. Privately, Kim had been expecting exactly this outcome. Knowing the director could arrange a mission that paid in Nectar, Kim just asked what the assignment involved. The director set a tablet down and asked Kim whether number 1 security sounded familiar. Kim admitted he had never heard of the company and assumed it was nothing more than a regular security firm. Choi corrected him, explaining that number 1 was actually one of the industry's biggest private military companies, run by a married president and vice president who both came from prestigious martial arts families. Kim couldn't understand why a family that powerful would need help so urgently, until Choi revealed that their son was the real issue. The director went on to say that the boy was over 20 years old, yet he still hadn't awakened as a Hindi. He sa enus Hindi, he hu enus Hindi, he pa enus Hindi, he ta enus human. Kim was baffled, wondering how that could happen when both of the boy's parents came from martial arts bloodlines. Choi explained that the boy had already built up level 8 mana, but awakening still hadn't happened. Their only requirement was a warrior-type superhuman of level 1 or above, making Kim an ideal candidate. A grin immediately appeared on Kim's face, and he agreed to meet the family himself. Not long afterward, the two arrived at a gorgeous, brightly lit mansion, where Director Choi nervously bounced his leg. He remarked that the president and vice president were extremely busy, but they normally weren't the type to keep people waiting. Kim, meanwhile, was focused on one thing, guessing how ridiculously expensive the mansion had to be. At that moment, a woman walked over and apologized for the delay. She was one of the clients, Lee Miri, accompanied by Seo Youngju. Director Choi bowed politely, assured them it was fine, and thanked them for meeting him. Kim followed suit, secretly estimating that both of them had to be at least level 6 superhumans, judging by the enormous mana they carried. The husband, Yongju, immediately scoffed that anyone could see Kim was weak with just one glance. Miri reprimanded him for being rude and suggested that he return to his room instead. Still muttering under his breath, Yongju took a seat, while Miri invited Kim and Choi to sit too, assuming they wouldn't have come this far without considering the offer. Kim said he would first need to examine their son and find out whether some unusual condition was blocking his awakening. Annoyed by the question, Yongju struck the table and demanded to know whether Kim seriously expected them to reveal such a secret to a rookie. Miri stepped in and told her husband to relax, explaining that the subject of their son had made him unusually tense. She admitted they couldn't disclose the matter to an outsider, but promised that if Kim accepted the job, they would bring their son in and tell him everything, since she was certain he urgently needed nectar. Kim quietly weighed everything he had just heard. Their son clearly had a secret condition, and his parents already knew the precise thing that could help him. The pieces were falling into place, and Kim finally declared that he accepted the request and that they could bring their son over. Right then, the living room door opened, and a young man introduced himself as Seo Woojin. Kim rose to greet him, but immediately noticed that the young man's body gave off no detectable mana at all. Then Kim spotted the unusual glove on Woojin's hand and complimented its design. Woojin agreed, saying the glove was far more than he deserved and that he wore it gratefully. Kim said that made sense, because suppressing that much power would require an exceptionally strong mana seal, leaving the family stunned. Smiling confidently, Kim explained that the glove had confirmed his suspicion the moment he saw it. He had realized that despite the situation being extremely serious for such an influential family, they had deliberately asked for a level 1 warrior-type superhuman. The nectar was merely bait, designed to bring Kim to their doorstep. Kim then laid the truth bare. He addressed Woojin directly. Woojin, too, had been baptized by the old priest's order. His awakening had failed because he rejected that baptism. To escape the divine fever, Woojin sealed his own mana and endured the pain quietly, since revealing the truth publicly wasn't an option. Kim figured the family had heard rumors about a level 1 superhuman who survived the divine fever, which explained why they had tracked him down. Woojin was blown away by Kim's deduction, saying it was unbelievable and that Kim had figured out everything like some television detective. Kim brushed it off as simple observation, privately thinking that knowing the future made situations like this completely predictable. He had pieced the entire mystery together as soon as he saw the photograph. The reason was simple. In the future, Seo Woojin would rise as the old priest's order's vanguard paladin. He resisted at first, but after his parents lost their abilities, he finally gave in to the baptism and entered the order. Watching Kim expose everything, Yongju approached respectfully and asked whether there was a way to save his son from the baptism. Kim couldn't help noticing how quickly the arrogant man had changed his attitude, but he still confirmed that a solution existed. After 10,000 hours in Arcane Soul, Kim obviously knew the exact trick for getting out of this mess. Kim placed a reassuring hand on Woojin's shoulder and told him he understood that pain because he had endured it himself, then asked the boy to trust him because he would free him from this nightmare. Overwhelmed by the promise, Woojin burst into tears and called Kim sir. Kim didn't care whether that woman was a saintess or not. She had tried to drag his future subordinate into a vile cult, and now Woojin had firmly chosen Kim's side. Kim eventually pulled away from the hug, and still smiling, announced that he wanted to attach one condition before beginning the treatment. The parents looked confused and questioned him, but Miri soon said she understood what he meant. She recognized that Kim wasn't trying to trigger an awakening anymore. He was aiming to cure the divine fever itself. Kim added his real demand. He wanted to be taught the mountain-shattering swordsmanship. Kim continued smiling, but Director Choi visibly began to panic. Miri stepped closer and asked Kim whether he was fully aware of the demand he had just made. Her aura instantly startled Kim, who could feel a terrifying killing intent rolling off her. At that moment, the vice president was far more frightening than her husband. Kim immediately realized that his request had touched a nerve. After all, the mountain-shattering swordsmanship was no ordinary technique. It was a closely guarded treasure. Some people might find swordsmanship outdated in the 21st century, but in this world, raw power still decides who holds authority. A superhuman swordsman could slice through an entire tank, while elite martial artists were practically worth a trillion-1 fighter jet squadron by themselves. A level 1 superhuman, who mastered and constantly practiced this swordsmanship, could climb to level 4 with ease. Basically a built-in cheat code. Kim knew only the most elite people were allowed to learn it, so he started wondering whether he had demanded too much. Woojin called for his mother, and that alone was enough to make her murderous aura disappear. In the end, Miri agreed to the bargain and said she would allow it. She promised Kim both the nectar and a memory chip containing the swordsmanship if he succeeded, leaving him utterly speechless. Kim thanked her, secretly amazed that the woman who had looked ready to kill him moments earlier had just handed him the swordsmanship too. Miri then added a warning. Failure would leave both her and her husband extremely disappointed and furious. Kim confidently promised that failure wasn't going to happen and suggested they begin immediately. They moved to a room equipped with a mana focus circle and 200 intermediate-grade mana potions. Miri explained that every item Kim had requested was ready. Kim decided the supplies were sufficient and asked to remain alone with Woo Jin during the procedure. Miri then apologized for her earlier behavior. She explained that Woo Jin had been forcibly baptized before he even entered school, robbing him not only of friendships, but also of simple family outings. Instead, the boy had been left to suffer. He couldn't even leave his room, no matter what happened. Miri admitted that the ordeal had made the entire family overly defensive, and from then on, she would place Woo Jin completely in Kim's care. Kim realized that the Saintess's scheme had ultimately forced the whole family to endure this misery. Woo Jin thanked his mother and assured her that he was all right. Kim couldn't help thinking that in the game, he would one day stand against this family, while Woo Jin himself would grow into a cold-hearted man. Feeling sympathy for them, Kim reassured Miri that he would complete the treatment, whatever it took. Once they were alone, Kim announced the beginning of the treatment, and Woo Jin asked what was expected of him. Kim noticed Woo Jin trembling and told him to relax, but the boy thought the process would involve terrifying injections and electric shocks to force his power away. Kim next asked what treatments Woo Jin had already undergone. Woo Jin explained that the standard cure was to drink nectar after awakening, but the enormous amount of mana in his body had made his fever far more dangerous. Kim knelt in front of him and told him not to worry, though everything he witnessed during the treatment had to remain confidential. Woo Jin gave him his word. With the promise made, the procedure finally began. Kim's first step was stretching his mana barrier as far as possible, even though doing so would leave it more fragile. The unbearable heat hit him almost immediately, and Kim started complaining about it. Ignoring Woo Jin's voice, Kim popped open the potions and gulped them down in rapid succession, casually throwing each empty vial behind him. He opened 2 additional bottles and continued drinking, all while cursing their disgusting taste in his head. Once several vials were gone, Kim activated his potion addiction skill. The skill increased the damage he received and the mana he consumed, but it also boosted the potion's effects to an abnormal level. With complete concentration, Kim activated Area of Darkness and formed a shield at a precise location. After wiping his mouth, Kim announced that he had forced the divine fever entirely beyond the barrier. Woo Jin reacted with amazement, but Kim warned him not to celebrate yet. Kim explained that Woo Jin now had to remove the mana-sealing glove and extend his hand beyond the barrier so Kim could grab it. Woo Jin warned him that combining their 2 divine fevers would trigger a resonance reaction. Kim moved outside the marked zone and explained that his own fever would remain manageable because he was protected inside the barrier. He told the boy to stop asking questions and simply do exactly as instructed. Realizing he had never removed the glove before, Woo Jin cautiously pulled it off, and the resonance started at once. As violent energy poured out, Kim could only wonder how much mana Woo Jin's body was actually storing. The sheer pressure was horrifying. Kim was terrified, but he knew there was no avoiding the next step. He had to seize Woo Jin's hand. The instant their hands met, agony tore through Kim, far worse than the pain he had felt during the saint's baptism. It felt as though every bone in his body were cracking apart, forcing Kim to concentrate with everything he had just to remain standing. Kim gritted his teeth, ignored the divine fever raging through him, and launched himself toward the barrier, crashing down on Woo Jin. Barely able to breathe, Kim held Woo Jin's fist firmly and declared that the plan had worked. That success granted Kim the damage absorption skill, letting him take another person's damage into himself. Woo Jin remarked that even without the glove, the sensation was surprisingly bearable. Kim smiled and explained that making the sensation tolerable was exactly why they had performed the entire procedure. Standing outside the barrier, Kim activated damage absorption and drew part of Woo Jin's divine fever into himself, weakening the boy's condition. At last, Kim drew his sword and announced that they had reached the final phase. He ordered Woo Jin to keep attacking without pause until the awakening occurred. Woo Jin agreed, saying this was the moment to unleash the swordsmanship he had trained in since childhood. He settled into a combat stance and immediately targeted Kim's arms. Woo Jin slipped behind Kim, leaving the warrior stunned by the boy's strength. The boy had smashed an iron gauntlet using nothing but a wooden sword, earning Kim the protect trait in the process. Even with that trait, Kim knew a direct strike could leave him critically injured, ridiculous, considering Woo Jin still hadn't awakened. As Woo Jin's blade kept closing in, Kim struggled to evade it and wondered what terrifying style the boy had mastered. Kim failed to avoid the next strike and dropped to his knees, but that moment rewarded him with the evasion trait. Kim could tell Woo Jin's awakening was imminent, so he needed to move quickly. Mana surged around the boy, and Kim noticed that Woo Jin's body and sword had begun shining in an identical hue. Woo Jin had awakened an SSR rank trait known as one with the sword. Kim understood that Woo Jin had entered the state where sword and wielder become one, an ability absurdly powerful for someone in the warrior class. Even stranger, the boy appeared to have slipped into a complete trance. Kim knew that taking that attack head-on would cost him his life. His only chance was to stack every defensive trait he had and concentrate the barriers around both arms. Using the room's mana focus circle, Kim merged two skills together to withstand the incoming strike. The collision launched Kim backward with tremendous force, yet a shield appeared on the ground at the spot he had occupied. By merging mana barrier with protect, Kim had created and acquired the mana shield trait. Woo Jin's one with the sword attack had almost killed Kim, yet the boy merely let out a faint groan from the exertion. To Kim's surprise, Woo Jin's eyes returned to normal seconds later, and he casually collapsed onto the floor. Irritated, Kim walked over and demanded to know how Woo Jin could sleep so peacefully after nearly murdering him. But seeing that the boy was practically asleep, Kim concluded that Woo Jin had simply lost control immediately after awakening. Kim paused to consider the consequences of what had just happened. In the original game, Seo Woo Jin was already a powerful SSR character, but awakening as a warrior instead of a paladin had changed his starting trait into one with the sword. Kim feared that altering Woo Jin's fate had accidentally created a monster, and he had no idea how badly this would derail the future story. Still, Woo Jin was wealthy, immensely powerful, and now indebted to Kim, so the new situation had its advantages too. Not long later, Miri celebrated with relief after learning that her son had finally beaten the divine fever. Both parents showered Kim with heartfelt thanks. Kim brushed off their gratitude, saying success had been expected, while Choi eagerly used the moment to praise his master. Woo Jin remained asleep, and his mother said it had been years since she had seen him rest so peacefully. She added that she had no idea how the family could ever repay Kim for this. Standing beside his wife, Jongju smiled and promised Kim an extra success payment on top of the agreed nectar and swordsmanship memory chip. Kim attempted to decline politely, but the couple insisted on giving him 1 billion won, calling it a tiny price for saving their son. Not wanting to offend them, Kim eventually accepted the generous payment. Later, inside the car, Choi joked that Kim had practically hit the jackpot. Kim agreed, admitting that Woo Jin's parents were genuinely kind people. While driving, Choi asked whether Kim intended to consume the nectar immediately. Kim said yes, and explained that he planned to stay away from dungeons for some time. Choi understood the choice, assuming his master wanted to avoid drawing the old priest order toward him. The director warned that other people might target Kim's rewards, but he still regretted the decision, because refining the nectar first would have massively increased Kim's mana. Kim agreed internally, thinking the nectar would be far more valuable if he used it to increase his superhuman level rather than merely cure the fever. When they reached a hotel, Choi said goodbye and promised to collect the equipment for refining the nectar, advising Kim to consume it afterward. Kim smiled and thanked him, but the moment he was left alone, he pulled the cork from the vial. He had already decided to drink the nectar immediately. The choice came from one thing: Kim didn't trust anyone enough to wait. The incident with the stag had shown Kim how ruthless Arcane Soul's world could become, and he couldn't risk assuming the director would remain loyal. Besides, with medicine addiction, mana absorption, and potion dependency already at his disposal, Kim could maximize the nectar's effect without anyone else's help. The moment Kim swallowed the nectar, he hurled the empty vial aside, and agonizing pain instantly consumed his entire body. It felt like every muscle fiber in his body was being ripped apart and rebuilt as an enormous amount of mana gathered within him. After enduring the potion's brutal effects, Kim suddenly opened his eyes, releasing a flash that lit up the whole building. At last, he had advanced to a level 2 superhuman warrior. The nectar cured his divine fever and rewarded him with Black Flame, one of the game's most powerful abilities. Both the new technique and mountain-shattering swordsmanship appeared on his skill list. Feeling relieved, Kim planned to train his new abilities, but his phone suddenly began buzzing. That seemed unusual, since Kim couldn't imagine why Director Choi would suddenly message him. He initially chose to ignore everything and continue training, yet the notifications refused to stop. When Kim checked them, he found bizarre messages urging him to grow stronger and ignore what people said. Kim dismissed them as pointless rambling, because Choi was never the type to text him. Then he spotted certain words and capital letters scattered through the texts, revealing a secret request to escape the gang. Kim understood that the Dagger Gang, rivals of the Iron Fist Gang, had taken the director hostage. Kim figured that a betrayal would have involved a phone call designed to waste his time, not a coded message. So Choi must have been captured earlier, most likely while he was securing the equipment. Kim paused, unsure of what to do. For one brief moment, he considered pretending none of this was his problem. He already possessed the nectar he came for, and in Arcane Soul, Every person was expected to survive on their own. Just then, a scream echoed from a nearby alley and pulled his attention away. Inside a dark room, a man complained that Mr. Choi was unbelievably stubborn. Even after an entire night, he still refused to reveal the rookie superhuman's location. Choi answered that his contract came from trusting Kim, and no amount of torture would make him speak. The man claimed he had hoped to avoid this, but Choi's silence had forced his hand. He grabbed an axe and asked whether Choi preferred to lose his right arm or his left, adding that silence would cost him the right one. Right then, a massive blast shook the entire building. The man jumped in shock and demanded to know what had just happened. A wounded subordinate rushed inside, yelling that some bastard was attacking them from outside. Far away, Kim lined up the room through his scope, while sending grenades crashing into the building. Kim silently decided that the Dagger Gang had chosen the worst possible man to provoke. In Arcane Soul's ruthless world, Kim believed a person who honored his promises couldn't simply be left behind. That thought was enough to make his decision final. From this moment, the war was officially underway. He launched another grenade, tearing through the gang's territory in a violent explosion. Outside, the gang members panicked, shouting questions about the attack while ordering everyone to locate the culprit. Kim watched them spill from the building exactly as he expected, swarming out like startled cockroaches. It looked like an ordinary apartment complex, but Kim knew every secret inside because this was the Dagger Gang's dungeon, one he'd explored countless times in the game. The dungeon itself consisted of 6 separate buildings, making it fairly complicated. Still, because this was only a tutorial mission, Kim was confident he could clear it blindfolded. As he prepared to enter, Kim reminded himself that the veteran player was taking over from here. On the ground below, gang members searched frantically for the hidden attacker. One gangster wondered if Iron Fist was behind it, since only those lunatics would be crazy enough to launch an attack like this. He vowed to turn them into paste once he found them, but a strange sound interrupted the threat. He spun around, demanded to know what made the noise, and went to inspect the dumpster behind him. There was absolutely nothing there, until a hand suddenly seized his face and smashed him into the ground. Kim found it amusing that the gangster had failed to identify him, despite staring straight at him. He decided that pretending to be dead, while relying on stealth, was the perfect infiltration combo. With those idiots busy outside, he could slip into the main building through a hidden passage. Kim intended to avoid unnecessary fights, because the Dagger Gang normally held its hostages on the 5th floor beside the boss room. He still had plenty of ground to cover. Kim started sneaking forward, only for a blaring alarm to expose the infiltration and ruin his careful approach. Every member received orders to grab their weapons and assemble at the designated point. Annoyed that he'd been detected this quickly, Kim muttered under his breath and rushed toward a door. Several gangsters were preparing miniguns inside, but Kim shot first, knocking their weapons aside and pinning them down. They cursed and attempted to retaliate, only for Kim to casually throw a grenade above them. Another blast violently shook the floor. Kim decided that dragging this out wasn't his style, and one grenade clearly wouldn't finish the job. So he hurled every grenade he had left, triggering a devastating chain reaction. Wearing a mocking grin, Kim hoped the gang appreciated his special delivery. When the smoke faded, bodies lay scattered everywhere, and Kim checked whether anyone had survived. Kim stayed vigilant, knowing the fight was not over yet. His caution proved useful when a surviving gangster drew a gun, cursed him, and fired directly at his face. Kim effortlessly slipped past the bullet, thanks to the sensitive trait he had just unlocked. This dungeon-critical ability let Kim turn the threat around. The gangster was the one heading to hell. After knocking the man unconscious, Kim declared that the small fry were handled, and it was time to move higher. Kim carefully ascended the stairs, pleased that he had reached the 4th floor without serious trouble. But Kim knew the true danger started here, since the gang's elite fighters should be protecting the floor beneath the boss room. He cautiously looked around the corner and froze at the sight before him. The entire floor was deserted. Even the betting room contained not a single person. Sensing that something was seriously off, Kim activated his focus trait and sharpened his concentration. He was listening for movement upstairs when a hovering drone caught his eye instead. The drone released a flashbang, and the device erupted against the floor in a blinding flare. Kim swore as he recognized the tactic: blind the target first, then strike from nowhere. Sure enough, an assassin slipped behind him and aimed a blow at his shoulder. The attacker was the Dagger Gang's boss, who sneered that the little rat had finally been cornered. Kim raised his shield in time and mockingly asked the boss exactly whom he believed he had captured. The assassin retreated in disbelief, unable to understand why his dagger had failed to penetrate the shield. As the boss stepped back, Kim mocked him by asking which of them looked like a rat now. Kim had never expected the boss to appear on the 4th floor, and that deviation from the game made everything far more dangerous. Even with that surprise, Kim quickly recognized the enemy's attack patterns. The instant the flashbang detonated, Kim had already closed his eyes. He knew that a blinding flash usually began the boss room's standard chain attack. That prediction gave him enough time to equip both sensory and focus before the ambush arrived. Since the boss specialized as an assassin, Kim would have to rely on all 5 senses to detect each incoming strike. The gang leader grumbled that Kim had ruined his ambush, but Kim calmly told him there was no need to look so shocked. Kim pulled out his extendable staff and promised to make the assassin regret choosing him as a target. Kim rushed in with a horizontal slash, but the assassin laughed at his speed and hurled a dagger straight at him. The blade passed dangerously near him, yet Kim knocked it off course in time. As expected from an assassin, the enemy moved with terrifying speed, and Kim knew sensory and focus were the only reason he was still alive. The dagger carried poison magic, meaning even one shallow cut could put Kim in the grave. Every extra second of this battle worked against Kim. The assassin mocked Kim as lucky, and offered to spare him with just one lost arm if he surrendered. Kim dismissed the threat and challenged him to stop talking and attack. Laughing, the gang leader claimed Kim's awkward sword grip exposed him as a shooter. Kim realized the enemy had identified his reinforced soldier class simply by watching him use firearms. Full of confidence, the assassin rushed in and promised to rip Kim apart as painfully as he could. Kim spotted a single opening. The assassin had dropped his guard. Kim lifted his katana as the assassin mocked his speed again, then turned his face, inhaled deeply, redirected the blade, and unleashed a reverse slash. The assassin never expected a shooter to perform a combo, so he ducked and tried to intercept the strike with his dagger. Kim apologized silently because the moment he switched his skills, he had stopped being a shooter. At that instant, he was a pure warrior relying solely on the first style of mountain-shattering swordsmanship. Kim activated mountain shattering and carved a deep wound across the assassin's shoulder. The assassin screamed, coughed up blood, and crashed onto the floor. Kim remained on his feet, breathing hard. The assassin warned Kim that one careless moment would cost him the fight, then prepared another attack and insisted it was far from over. Kim wondered whether this was the assassin's last trick, but the assassin suddenly crumpled, spraying blood across the apartment window. Only afterward did Kim's own injury become visible. A blade was lodged deep in his abdomen. Kim admitted that he had relaxed at the finish, and with poison spreading through him, he knew his skills had to be changed immediately. He activated his regeneration abilities, sealing the wound in his abdomen. Once healed, Kim stood up and admitted that the pain was manageable, though still brutally painful. Just then, Kim overheard the gangsters being ordered upstairs to eliminate the intruder. With enemies closing in, Kim decided he had to escape the building immediately. Meanwhile, inside the Dagger Gang General's 5th-floor room, Director Choi fell from his chair while desperately searching for a way out. Suddenly, a figure appeared right in front of him. It was Kim, who jokingly asked how someone as tough as the director had ended up captured. Shocked, Choi asked whether Kim had actually come to rescue him. Kim said they could talk later because enemies were approaching, and Choi agreed that escaping came first. Choi attempted to stand, but his battered body barely responded. Seeing Choi's condition, Kim cursed the gangsters and ordered the director onto his back. Choi tried to object, but Kim insisted they had no time and needed to reach safety quickly. As he carried Choi, Kim realized that the director had stayed loyal despite enduring horrific treatment. Arcane Soul might be a living nightmare, but even here, acts of loyalty could still move and surprise him. They reached Seonsu's agency, and Kim immediately downed several healing potions. The potions worked instantly, granting Kim poison resistance and flushing every trace of poison from his body. Choi returned carrying more cans and told Kim to drink freely, but Kim refused, insisting he had already had plenty. The director apologized and explained that the nectar's details had leaked during preparation, admitting he had trusted the wrong employees. Kim casually said it was fine and revealed that he had consumed the nectar regardless, leaving Choi speechless. Kim explained that without drinking the nectar, he would never have had the power to rescue Choi. Choi mourned the waste of such a priceless nectar on his rescue. Kim knew none of this was Choi's fault, but chose not to correct his assumptions. At that moment, someone knocked on the agency's door. Choi panicked, fearing the Dagger Gang had tracked them down already, and asked what they should do. Kim calmly turned toward the entrance and said they should greet whoever had arrived. When the door opened, Kim was surprised to find the Iron Fist Gang waiting outside with their boss, who was also called Kim. The warrior greeted the visiting group. The Iron Fist boss said it was unbelievable that Kim had eliminated the Dagger Gang alone, though he had always known Kim was extraordinary, and then asked why he had been called. Kim privately decided that it was finally time to collect his reward for completing the difficult mission. He remembered that the Iron Fist and Dagger Gangs were rival factions fighting for control of Silim in the game. The tutorial even offered the player numerous rewards for helping Iron Fist defeat its rival. The gang leader asked whether Kim intended to establish an organization of his own. Kim denied having such plans and said he had summoned the boss to offer him the Dagger Gang's territory. Kim said he preferred working alone and had no desire to enter the underworld, making the territory the perfect way to repay what he owed. The Iron Fist boss noted that he would lose nothing from the deal, though the offer seemed excessive for merely repaying a debt. Kim simply joked that it was nice. They both understood the situation the same way. After taking control of Silim, the Iron Fist boss asked Kim to fulfill one request. Kim guessed that the request would be simple but valuable, a place he could call home. Kim explained that surviving alone in this brutal world had made him realize he needed a secure base, especially after the Dagger Gang had stabbed him in the stomach. The gang leader agreed at once, grateful that Kim had removed a rival, and admired how straightforward he was. He then asked what sort of home Kim wanted, offering choices like a luxury mansion or an apartment. Kim rejected both options and requested an isolated, soundproof house with top security and a basement training facility. The gang leader claimed he knew the perfect property with every one of those features, making Kim instantly happy. The house stood on Jeonnubang's peak at the edge of Silim, and Kim recognized it as the exact starter base awarded to players in Arcane Soul. Seated at his new desk, Kim enjoyed the unfamiliar comfort of finally owning a real home. The fresh air, stunning view, and magnificent design left Kim genuinely impressed. He remembered entering Arcane Soul with no idea how to survive, and a hospital bill worth roughly 20 million won hanging over him. Now he owned a palace-like house and had enough money from Security Chief Number 1 and Director Choi to cover a year's hospital stay without concern. But Kim knew Arcane Soul never allowed anyone to celebrate for long. Once the story advanced, villains such as the Saint of the Old Priest's Order would emerge and move to destroy the city. That was why Kim grabbed his pickaxe and went down to the underground training area. Now he could finally reveal the true reason he had chosen this house. After finding the right spot, Kim began striking the stone wall repeatedly with his pickaxe. To Kim's surprise, the wall broke apart almost effortlessly. Kim realized his skill was performing far better than expected, potentially making the excavation much faster. He dug straight down at full speed, grumbling that the game's treasure had never seemed this deeply buried when he played it. Even so, Kim refused to quit and stayed determined to finish the job quickly. Suddenly, liquid seeped through the stone, and Kim immediately started drinking it. The water's energy gradually began restoring his body. Kim loved the taste and could literally feel his injuries healing moment by moment. This was the Mana Spring, a source overflowing with extraordinary energy. Even characters at 0 health could recover rapidly after being soaked in the spring, while most harmful status effects vanished as well. The house on Jeonnubang was the one place where Kim could use this incredible spring without paying anything. Kim reflected on how much effort reaching this point had required. Unlike the game, where one click solved everything, the spring contained such overwhelming vitality that its effects were impossible to miss. Picking up one of his swords, Kim realized that the Mana Spring's properties made it ideal for training. Even if his stamina ran dry, his rapid healing would let him recover and continue almost immediately. At last, it was time for the ultimate training routine, designed for players who refused to spend money. With darkness settling over the mansion, Kim realized that 2 entire weeks had passed since he shut himself inside the training room. In those 14 days, he had mastered the black flame and could now sense mana circulating effortlessly around his blade. Kim lifted his sword and performed all 3 forms of the mountain-shattering swordsmanship, one after another. He started with Mountain Crusher, followed it with Mountain Splitter's lunge, and finished with Mountain Piercer's devastating thrust. Kim had fully adapted to combining his sword techniques with the black flame, while his training had also rewarded him with several valuable traits. His primary goal was done, but one crucial task still remained. He needed to acquire a mana cultivation technique. Had he purified the nectar before consuming it, reaching level 3 superhuman would have been possible. Since he was only level 2, a considerable amount of mana still remained trapped inside him. That technique was the key to absorbing the nectar's remaining energy and breaking through to level 3. Unfortunately, finding such a technique would be anything but simple. An artifact of that caliber was worth tens of billions. Luckily, Kim was likely the only one aware of a particular technique, concealed among Kim Chunbok's antiques. Carrying that plan with him, he made his way to Shinwon Market, where the antique shop stood. But the moment he arrived, something unusual about the shop's entrance caught Kim's attention. At first, he only wondered why the shop was shut, until he realized the truth was far more troubling. A mana seal had been placed over the doors, completely blocking entry. Xinhuan Market was famous throughout the region for its countless stores, and the fact that it sold practically everything. In the original game, the market never closed during operating hours, regardless of the circumstances. Then Kim noticed that nearly every other store was closed too, transforming the normally crowded market into a ghost town. For the first time, Kim questioned whether Arcane Soul's world was starting to diverge from the version he remembered. A man was crouched near one of the entrances, so Kim walked over to him. Kim asked whether the market had fallen on hard times, since even the owner of its sole open shop looked miserable. The old man snapped back, asking whether Kim needed an explanation when the answer was obvious all around him. Merchants couldn't run their businesses when gangsters were brawling in the streets every single day. When Kim pointed out that the market belonged to them, the shopkeeper immediately began abusing the Iron Fist gang. According to him, the smaller gangs had been battling nonstop for control ever since the Dagger Gang was destroyed. Kim silently repeated the key point: the gangs were fighting one another. In the original storyline, the Iron Fist Gang eliminated the Dagger Gang themselves and seized the territory, bringing Xinhuan Market under their rule. This time, though, Kim was the one responsible for wiping out the Dagger Gang. That single change had turned the market into a war zone, as rival gangs rushed in to claim the vacant power. Wondering how far the consequences of his actions had spread, Kim went to investigate the conflict himself. He soon discovered two gangs engaged in a brutal showdown. The attacking side was led by the Poison Gang's vice chief, the Steel Scorpion, who shouted that the territory belonged to her gang and ordered Iron Fist back home. An Iron Fist member cursed back, but another arrival interrupted him by demanding to know why everyone was causing trouble on his turf. A bunch of men suddenly showed up wearing nothing except their underwear. The Steel Scorpion irritably muttered that the perverts had finally joined the party. Their leader, the Exhibitionist, the Bear Gang's vice chief, also claimed the territory for himself. The Steel Scorpion told him to stop talking nonsense and leave, but the Exhibitionist calmly asked whether they planned to keep committing such sacrilege. One terrified Iron Fist member decided that escaping immediately was probably his best survival strategy. That was when Kim arrived, casually commenting on the chaos before everyone recognized him as the man who had destroyed the Dagger Gang. Instead of letting him run, Kim ordered the gang member to stand up and perform his duty. He also commanded the remaining thugs to end the brawl and come over to his side. Kim told the Iron Fist member to regain his composure and promised to help restore peace to the market. Furious, the Steel Scorpion demanded to know why Kim thought he could command her, while the Exhibitionist wondered whether Kim was proposing a deal. Kim believed he could win by using his full strength, but doing so might seriously endanger the merchants nearby. He chose a safer approach: demonstrate overwhelming power without losing control, then settled into a combat stance. The Scorpion immediately identified his techniques as mountain-crushing swordsmanship and divine fever. The Exhibitionist finally understood that Kim was the warrior who had single-handedly erased the Dagger Gang. Kim confirmed it and offered them a generous solution to the dispute: settle everything through a series of one-on-one matches. The Poison Gang's vice leader asked whether Kim seriously expected her to challenge a warrior in a direct battle. Kim assured her that the contest could use any specialty she preferred. For the opening match, Kim faced the Exhibitionist and asked whether mind control was his specialty, declaring that resisting it would earn him the win. But the Naked Gang's leader called it an honor and skipped the fight entirely, asking Kim to join his faith devoted to the primordial goddess. Kim wondered why he would join such a repulsive order when its religion was absent from both the 7 major faiths and the recognized second-tier religions. As far as Kim was concerned, it was nothing more than a random cult. Kim flatly refused to join a fake religion that was not even recognized by the Peace of Westphalia. Insulted, the Naked Gang leader called Kim a predictable non-believer and vowed to remake his mind through the goddess's love. He activated his power and commanded Kim to kneel so he could be granted an audience with the deity. Kim immediately felt the familiar pressure of priest class mind control taking hold. His gaze tightened as an overwhelming impulse tried to force him onto his knees. Kim broke the spell with a powerful punch to the Exhibitionist's face, sending him tumbling down with a painful groan. Kim reminded himself that even the Saintess had failed to manipulate his mind. With their leader beaten, the Naked Gang members chose to withdraw. Kim faced the Steel Scorpion next, and she begrudgingly admitted that he was stronger than expected. Still, she warned him that the Poison Gang was leagues above those idiots from the Naked Gang. Kim wasn't convinced and said the truth would become clear once their match began. Because poison creation was her specialty, Kim challenged her to make him drink her most potent toxin. She sarcastically replied that if Kim was volunteering to die, she would be happy to assist. The Iron Fist member warned him that swallowing poison was basically suicide, but Kim looked completely certain he would survive. The Steel Scorpion presented a cup of poison and declared that surviving it would count as Kim's victory. Kim identified it as Picnic Knockout, the most painfully potent poison in her entire arsenal. He complained about its disgusting smell and promised to punch her if he managed to live through it. The woman only laughed and told him not to come crawling for the antidote afterward. Kim emptied the cup in a single gulp and calmly said that would never happen. The poison attacked him instantly, and Kim collapsed onto the ground as it tore through his body. It felt like molten heat was surging through his veins. The girl asked whether the poison had kicked in, and said she might save him if he begged like a dying dog. Kim ignored her taunts and concentrated on the task at hand. He knew his ordinary poison resistance was useless because this toxin had been enhanced with a special medicine. His strategy was to let the healing trait withstand the damage while he searched for a way to control the toxin. The steel scorpion stared in disbelief as Kim concentrated the poison's entire energy inside one arm. At that critical moment, Kim unlocked medicine resistance and knew he had gained control. The new ability allowed him to manipulate the poison using his mana. He then sliced his palm slightly, forcing the entire supply of poison to drain onto the floor. The Iron Fist member realized that Kim had gathered every trace of poison in his hand before expelling it, while the steel scorpion could only stare in disbelief. Kim seized her hand, called the poison disgusting, and announced that it was finally his turn to respond. With that, he brutally snapped one of her fingers. She screamed and fell over, the impact knocking her prosthetic loose. She threatened Kim, demanding to know whether he truly believed he could escape punishment after attacking her. Kim dismissed her outrage, telling the sore loser to stop whining and leave. She withdrew while vowing not to forget this humiliation. As the Iron Fist members celebrated Kim the warrior's victory, Kim himself was already focused on what came next. Winning had never been in doubt for Kim. The real question was how he would use the aftermath. Nearby, the merchants quietly celebrated the gang's win, while worrying about the trouble their new protectors might cause. After receiving the merchants' thanks, Kim approached one of the gang members and made a major announcement to the entire market. He announced that the new protection fee would be only 50% of the amount once demanded by the Dagger Gang. A gang member protested that such a low fee would leave them with no profit, but Kim coldly asked whether he was questioning the order. The man instantly backed down and claimed that his boss would surely approve of Kim's decision. The merchants immediately praised Kim as Xinhuan Market's savior and thanked him enthusiastically. Kim modestly claimed he had only done it for better discounts, privately thinking that Xinhuan Market truly sold everything. The merchants immediately promised him at least 80% off whenever he visited, causing his NPC favorability to rise. Once the matter was resolved, Kim returned to Kim Chun Bok's antique shop and received a warm welcome. The shop owner said everyone had been talking about Kim, the hero who rescued Xinhuan Market. Kim attempted to downplay his actions, but the merchant explained just how much trouble the gangsters had caused. The old man revealed that he had even shut the store after being pulled into a fight and breaking his arm. He explained that an excellent Qigong therapist had treated him. Without that healer, he would still be hospitalized. That immediately caught Kim's attention, and he asked whether Silim had a Qigong therapist. The old man offered to arrange an introduction, but Kim said he wanted to purchase something before that. The merchant told him to look around as much as he liked, but Kim went straight to the point and requested access to the items below. Surprised, the owner asked how Kim knew about the collection. Kim simply said he had his methods, privately reminding himself that no one should underestimate a player with more than 10,000 hours in the game. Chunbak took Kim to a restricted door, saying he would make a special exception, and unveiled his private stock of magical items. Kim already knew Chunbak had collected numerous one-of-a-kind items during his time as a player. Most importantly, Chunbak owned the Horn of the Elder God, a tremendously powerful artifact containing a sealed cultivation technique. After securing his main target, Kim started selecting every useful item and arranging them on the table. The merchant complimented Kim on his remarkable ability to spot valuable details. His haul consisted of 5 colored diamonds, magical goggles, a magic glove, and the Horn of the Elder God, all exceptionally rare items. The bill came to 2 billion won, leaving Kim genuinely surprised. Chunbak explained that 2 billion was the outsider's price, but as the market's guardian angel, Kim could have everything for a much fairer 500 million. Kim joked that the original price had nearly given him a heart attack, then paid up while appreciating the benefits of an 80% NPC favorite discount. The only thing left was finding a priest-class superhuman capable of breaking the Horn's sacred seal. Fortunately, he already knew where someone like that could be found. Kim asked Chunbak for the address of the Qigong therapist the old merchant had mentioned. That evening, Kim reached the crowded building district and knocked on the door he had been given. When no one responded, Kim leaned closer to the door and wondered whether the therapist had stepped outside. The door suddenly opened, and a voice asked what Kim wanted at such an early hour. Kim noticed the man's white hair and pale complexion, and immediately knew he had found the right person. Kim jokingly pointed out that it was actually evening already. The young man ignored the comment and simply repeated his question. Kim explained that he had heard the man's treatments were exceptionally effective. The young man's expression brightened instantly. Realizing Kim was a customer rather than a gangster, he quickly asked where the injury was. Kim silently noted that the man was reacting exactly as he had anticipated. The therapist told Kim to lie on the bed, but Kim redirected the conversation and clarified that he had not come for treatment. Kim then revealed his real objective. He wanted the young man to remove a seal from an artifact. Confused, the man repeated Kim's request and explained that he was only a therapist. Sacred seals had to be handled at a temple. Kim rejected that option, saying the temples would demand a ridiculous fee. Rather than argue, Kim made him a straightforward offer. Kim promised priest Kim 100 million won if he could break the seal. The priest could hardly believe the offer, and then asked in surprise how Kim knew his name. Kim knew because Priest Kim was the third character introduced in Arcane Souls tutorial. He served a forgotten faith devoted to a god who had died 3,000 years earlier, and was astonishingly one of the game's few genuinely innocent people. Since Arcane Soul was filled with corrupt and troublesome priests, finding a kind-hearted one was extremely rare and incredibly valuable. Still wary, the priest asked how Kim knew he was more than an ordinary therapist. Kim only smiled and said he would keep that knowledge confidential. Priest Kim warned that the process would be difficult, after which both men knelt on the floor. Looking slightly nervous, the priest began siphoning energy from Kim's artifact. Before long, the runes started peeling away from the sealing band, proving to Kim that the ritual was working. Using nothing but his aura, the priest removed the band entirely and released the horn of the ancient god. This was the artifact containing the Einherjar cultivation technique. Priest Kim was stunned that the ritual had succeeded, while Kim celebrated and called the result perfect. The curious priest asked whether it was a mana technique, but Kim merely thanked him instead of answering. Kim then blew into the horn, releasing a tremendous aura throughout the room. The unfamiliar energy began reshaping Kim's body from within. Kim realized that the mana previously left unused inside him was now being absorbed at incredible speed. He steadied himself and felt the technique's astonishing influence, as though the silent depths of the northern European Sea had settled inside his body. Kim estimated that he would absorb all the remaining mana and reach level 3 superhuman in roughly 2 weeks. Impressed by the sight, the priest applauded and said he had never witnessed a warrior-class superhuman use cultivation before. Kim explained that such a combination was extremely uncommon. Noticing how exhausted Kim was, the priest offered him the bed so he could recover. Kim agreed, saying his mind was overwhelmed by all the new information and that he would remain under the priest's care for some time. The priest joked that after paying such a huge amount, Kim could rest as long as he wished. While lying down, Kim reflected that Priest Kim was just as kind as he had been in the game, and having such a trustworthy clergyman around would be incredibly useful later. Some time afterward, Kim suddenly woke up to a strange noise and saw the priest pouring gasoline over the backpack filled with money. When Kim asked what he was doing, the priest pulled out a lighter and began praying to his forgotten god, asking the deity to accept the offering so he could finally be resurrected. Just before he dropped the lighter onto the bag, Kim reacted instantly and forced the priest's hand downward. Unable to process the bizarre sight in front of him, he asked the priest what had gotten into him. The priest explained that his god demanded money as an offering, claiming that burning cash was the only path to divine power. Kim could hardly believe the priest still followed this ritual, especially since his god had been dead for 3,000 years. Kim knew that even in the game, this religion was practically powerless until he personally brought it back to life. It was shocking that the priest himself had no idea how to properly worship his own god. Kim cut him off and informed him that his entire method was mistaken. Money was useless for the ritual. What needed to be burned and vaporized was gold. The priest immediately became wary and accused Kim's explanation of sounding heretical. Kim asked whether he had ever tested the gold method, and the priest confessed that his order had followed the money-burning ritual for generations without trying anything else. Kim told him that this outdated ritual was exactly why his god had failed to revive. Because melting gold on the spot would be inconvenient, the warrior offered another solution, instantly catching the priest's interest. When the priest asked for details, Kim said he would guide him just as the priest had guided him with the mana technique. In front of them, a pot bubbled with a strange yellow liquid. The priest froze, clearly convinced that drinking it was a terrible idea. Kim urged him to trust the process and swallow the gold, promising that his divine power would skyrocket. Sensing a response from his god through Kim's words, the priest finally took the plunge and drank the liquid. A strange sensation rushed through his body at once. His neatly straight hair shot upward, while a bright glow surrounded him on his knees. Kim asked about the sensation, and the priest erupted with joy, declaring that this worked far better than burning millions of one. The warrior assured him that this new technique would make his growth speed up even further. Thankful for the priceless advice, the priest decided to offer Kim a reward. He recalled a valuable item in his possession and gave Kim a necklace. Kim recognized the necklace as a sacred artifact carrying the healing trait and gladly accepted it, realizing this deal was far more profitable than expected. He also remembered that this priestly order had a habit of handing out excellent quests. Kim then asked the priest to pray alongside him, pretending that he too wanted to compensate him for the service. Privately, though, Kim felt that the priest was now firmly under his control. 1 week later, the priest pleaded for a break, convinced that his whole body was slowly becoming gold. Kim refused to stop and reminded him that he still had more gold to consume. The priest worried that such rapid power growth would cause mana poisoning, but Kim dismissed the concern and ordered him to resume praying. Kim knew there was no real danger, because all 4 tutorial characters possessed special resources. Kim possessed the pure body, and the priest had a similar immunity, meaning mana poisoning could never hinder his rapid development. At last, Kim declared that the priest's training was complete. A massive surge of mana wrapped around the priest and flooded the area with light so bright that Kim had to shield his eyes. The priest was stunned to discover that he had reached level 3, high enough to create an apostle. The warrior remarked that, if this progress continued, the priest would soon become his god's apostle. The priest humbly claimed he still had a long journey ahead, but Kim insisted that his divine experience was already sufficient. Reaching level 3 meant he could now summon a regional assembly and seek official bishop status. The priest started thanking Kim for everything, but Kim waved it off and claimed he had only been trying to help. In reality, Kim wanted the priest to remember this debt forever and rise to archbishop quickly so he could acquire even more divine artifacts. Using the moment, the priest made a request of his own. He was preparing for the assembly, but did not want to attend by himself, so he asked Kim to serve as his bodyguard. Kim accepted without hesitation and told him to relax, secretly realizing that the priest's training had unlocked his own questline. The following day, several priests gathered in a church to congratulate Kim's priest companion on reaching level 3. He thanked them, but Kim noticed that the gathering was disappointingly small and that barely anyone would attend the assembly. Without warning, a man burst through the door and mocked the gathering as pathetic. The newcomer was the order's bishop, and his first question was who had authorized the priest to hold a regional assembly. The priest argued that every member of the order had that authority, but the bishop snapped that rule applied to ordinary priests, not apostates. The young priest challenged the accusation, so the bishop claimed that no one could gain so many levels in 3 months through ordinary methods. He then accused the priest of betraying his fellow believers in exchange for greater divine power. The priest tried to explain that he had simply discovered an incredible leveling method, but the bishop cut him off, called it another excuse, and commanded his men to arrest him. Kim stepped in and sarcastically asked whether all of them were really intimidated by one ordinary-looking boy. The soldiers stared at him in surprise and demanded to know his identity. The warrior calmly introduced himself as the priest's appointed bodyguard. The bishop lost his temper and insisted that this was an internal order matter where outsiders had no place. Kim fired back that a bodyguard could hardly be called a stranger, adding that the old man's reasoning was completely ridiculous. The priest explained that the purification only involved molten gold, yet the bishop condemned the ritual as blasphemous and wicked. The young man countered that it could not be profane when God himself had permitted the method. Enraged, the bishop branded Kim a heretic and started casting a spell, promising to purify him personally as an offering to God. He commanded Kim to repent in eternal fire before releasing the spell, which triggered a gigantic explosion. The cultists stood frozen, but Kim only complained that launching a surprise attack was itself blasphemous. The stunned bishop demanded to know why his magic had been stopped. Kim asked whether attacking a potential apostle was really a wise decision. Even angrier now, the old man scoffed at the idea that a heretic could ever become an apostle. The confused priest admitted that he had no idea what Kim meant by calling him a candidate. Kim told him to ignore the confusion, consume the gold, and continue praying. The bishop ordered Kim to keep away unless he wanted to burn too, but Kim warned that the bishop would be helpless if the priest truly became an apostle. At that instant, the priest began praying, and a blinding light spread throughout the hall. Unable to believe what he was witnessing, the bishop wondered whether this was truly an apostle's ascension. Kim finally understood that the bishop's lack of awareness was why he had delayed turning the priest into an apostle yesterday. The old man was not merely incompetent, he was also jealous, which meant Kim had to remove him without delay. The priest's awakening required him to swallow a golden artifact from another order, and the bishop's blasphemy accusation had created the perfect opportunity. He called out to his lord, leaving everyone present completely stunned. Kim aimed his sword at the bishop and announced that, with a new apostle standing before them, the heretics were about to be punished. He told the priest to ask God how to punish the jealous man who had murdered a fellow bishop and framed his own son as a heretic to condemn him to hell. The bishop stared in horror and demanded to know how Kim had learned everything. A divine message reached the priest, commanding him to execute the corrupt bishop. Kim rested his sword on the bishop's shoulder and said that refusing a divine command was not an option. With one quick swing, Kim brought the bishop down. The soldiers stood bewildered as the worshippers began whispering nervously among themselves. Kim figured he had eliminated the man before he could create even more problems. The priest pointed out that the dead man had still been an official bishop, but Kim remained cold and said the punishment was deserved. The bodyguard then asked what command God had given next. The priest said he had been instructed to travel to the Levant region, the birthplace of the First Order, and present gold there. Kim approved the choice of gold and encouraged the priest to expand his influence, privately treating the journey as repayment for everything he had done. The priest admitted he had no idea how to repay Kim, but promised to give him something from the storeroom before departing. Outside the church, Kim felt satisfied with his assistance, particularly because the rewards had been incredibly valuable. He had finally secured his first R-rank holy sword, an item valued at billions. On top of that, he obtained a divine statue capable of creating a sanctuary around his position. Sanctuary allows its owner to turn a chosen area into a protected safe zone. Any enemy entering that territory is either forced out or severely suppressed. Basically, Kim could now train without fearing a surprise attack. With his new loot secured, Kim decided to enjoy another training session in the Manhwa spring bathtub. After some time, Kim emerged from the water looking exhausted and noticeably thinner. Kim suspected he had pushed himself too hard, since even the Manhwa spring no longer healed him as effectively as it used to. Even so, he spent the session practicing Einar jar cultivation and mountain-shattering swordsmanship, noticing clear improvements in both mana and skill. Now came the moment to see what all that brutal training had achieved. Choi checked whether the superhuman was fine, and Kim said he was, adding that he desperately needed some movement. Kim then asked whether any mission needed his assistance. The director said they were dealing with a serious complication and asked Kim whether he remembered the original landfill. Kim confirmed that he remembered it, since that place was impossible to forget. That landfill was where Kim had first learned how frightening Arcane's soul truly was. The director revealed that a full cleanup team had entered the site and never returned. That meant the area contained at least 6 mutants. Kim asked about the Keepers Association, and Choi explained that government officials had secretly hired them to stop the situation from becoming public chaos. Kim remarked that several officials would lose their jobs if this leaked, then asked what reward came with the mission. Choi admitted the payment was disappointing. Rather than 100 million per mutant, they were offering an arcane rifle carrying a curse debuff. The warrior asked about the weapon's debuff, and the director said it was connected to Kim because the order had used that rifle. Kim considered it impossible to turn down, especially because the old priest's order weapon inflicted a black flame debuff. He accepted the mission on the spot and said he would head there immediately. When Kim reached the center of the arena carrying the fire rifle, black flames covered the entire place. He noted that a few days without cleaning had already contaminated the site, and the atmosphere felt deeply unnatural. With visibility blocked, Kim stayed alert for an ambush until a moving shape appeared within the smoke. Kim turned toward it, but the figure shifted elsewhere, while monster noises echoed from every direction and gave away nothing. Without warning, a purple beam struck him straight in the face. Kim turned toward the attack and found himself staring directly at a monstrous bat. He opened fire immediately, punching holes through the creature's chest, stomach, and leg. The monster took to the air, and although Kim kept firing, he wondered if bullets were useless because its wings appeared completely bulletproof. The creature rushed him once more and fired another beam, but the young man slipped out of its path. Kim realized that without switching to the evasion trait, that attack would have ripped him apart. A prolonged battle against a flying enemy with bulletproof wings would only put Kim at a disadvantage. Kim lowered the rifle, lined up the monster's head, and prepared to finish everything with one perfect shot. He squeezed the trigger, sending the bullet directly through the bat's head. The dead creature fell onto Kim, splattering his clothes with blood. Defeating it granted Kim the aim trait, and he celebrated unlocking a high-grade shooting skill. Then, noise began rising all around him. Kim realized his gunfire had attracted the other mutants, and fighting all of them simultaneously would be impossible. Then Kim smiled, reconsidering whether it might actually be possible. Kim slipped behind a pillar and activated stealth. He planned to let his traits help him assess the enemies first, but then he spotted a group of slimes moving closer. Seeing an entire army of jelly-like monsters, Kim grinned and welcomed the adorable little guests. He took out a grenade and waited for the slimes to cluster together so one blast could eliminate them all. The explosion was enormous, and while firing his rocket launcher, Kim smugly warned them that he had plenty of firepower left. Looking at the slime fragments, Kim decided that clever tactics like this deserved to be used more frequently. But then Kim noticed something unusual up ahead. He wondered how they had approached so silently, but soon realized the creatures were not mutants at all. they were necromancer-created specters, and there were several of them nearby. Suddenly, one of the radio-carrying monsters called out to Mr. Superhuman and asked to speak with him. A speaking specter seemed bizarre, but when the radio crackled, Kim realized another person was communicating through its speaker. The speaker, clearly the necromancer, demanded to know why Kim was making trouble in his territory. Kim found it ridiculous that anyone would claim a contaminated facility as their territory, but something suddenly clicked in his mind. He remembered the Caretakers Association, which appeared publicly to be a kind organization devoted to purifying contaminated mana. In truth, it was one of the most notorious villain groups in the game. Their mana cleaning work was merely a disguise for the countless crimes they committed to increase their influence. Kim realized the association had engineered this incident so the government would be forced to seek their help, giving them even more influence. They also intended to use the crisis as an excuse to remove officials who opposed them. The Spectre claimed there was no need for conflict and invited Kim to join the Caretakers Association because of his impressive abilities. Kim laughed at the offer and asked whether he was seriously being invited to join a terrorist group made up of mutants. The Spectre replied that someone with Kim's talent would immediately rise to the association's upper ranks. Kim told the necromancer to get lost, adding that the association's name was lame and not cool in the slightest. The Spectre laughed at Kim's arrogance and said that if he refused now, he could always join after becoming a corpse knight. Kim answered with a blast from his flame rifle, triggering a huge explosion. He mockingly agreed with their threat, only for the radio to glow red and the specters to materialize again. Kim grumbled as he remembered that ordinary firearms were useless against specters. That meant he would have to switch tactics. Kim drew his sword and pointed out that its holy attribute was especially effective against dark creatures. The specter was surprised by the holy sword and asked whether Kim was not supposed to be a shooter. Kim ordered the necromancer to be quiet and swore that he would track him down and rip him apart. The warrior surged ahead, cutting down every specter that crossed his path. The attribute advantage made the battle easy, but the seemingly endless monsters forced Kim to rethink his strategy once more. With his resistance-focused traits and the artifact's unique ability, Kim now had 9 active skills, more than enough firepower for this fight. He shouted that he was going in, then charged forward and launched sword projectiles at the monsters. Since the trick was working, Kim accelerated toward the army with his sword ready and drove one of the specters backward. Even through the dizziness, Kim understood that one final effort could finish the job. As he returned to his earlier position, power gathered in his legs. The new chat Inus trait had just activated. Excited by the skill, Kim surged ahead and smashed through every monster blocking him, declaring that a linked trait was about to appear. Right afterward, he launched himself into the air and unlocked the jump Inus trait too. With chat Inus and jump Inus working together, Kim saw that escaping the weaker monsters' formation would be simple. He tore through the entire group in one rush, hitting every monster, but immediately had to stop and catch his breath. Nearly all the specters were down, yet Kim had burned through almost every ounce of his strength. The necromancer's voice came through the radio, admitting that he never expected a paladin, and that discovery had made him desire Kim even more. Kim told the arrogant enemy to step out and face him, but the necromancer said he wasn't foolish enough to fight a warrior up close. Rather than appear himself, he offered Kim a little present and summoned a label Inus chuenus, monst direnos. While evading the minion's strike, Kim grumbled that he hadn't even been given enough time to recover. Out of nowhere, a cursed arrow shot in and buried itself in Kim's back. Kim questioned how the attacks had been coordinated, while the necromancer complimented the way he moved. He added that those movements would be perfect for a death knight. That comment reminded Kim of one of Arcane Soul's most important rules. Against a necromancer, the worst mistake is wasting your attention on the summoned minion. Kim swung at the monster, but the creature slipped neatly between his legs. Searching for the necromancer, Kim looked upward and spotted a light shining from the stadium's roof. The enemy's position was finally exposed, giving Kim a direct route to him. Kim propelled himself upward, branded the necromancer a pathetic coward, and shouted that his next stop was the enemy's face. The necromancer mocked him, claiming Kim had finally managed to think for once. In his mind, he proudly recited his identity. Karen, a B-rank necromancer, director of the Caretakers Association, and the landfill's final boss. Karen warned Kim that the situation was about to turn ugly. Then ghostly hands clamped onto his arms and pulled him downward. As a storm of arrows flew toward him, Karen yelled that Kim would never get close and could go straight to hell. The necromancer savored Kim's screams and told the warrior to remember where he belonged. Kim recognized the attack as Karen's ultimate technique, Black Fire, while the enemy announced that his story was over. But Kim tore himself out of the spectral grip and revealed that this was the opening he had been waiting on. Karen sneered and asked whether that pathetic little move was Kim's grand finale. Kim calmly answered that standing directly in front of Karen had never been necessary. He explained that necromancers reveal a funny weakness while preparing their strongest attack, then shifted 6 stat points into offense. Enraged, Karen activated the skill and ordered Kim to quit talking rubbish and die. Kim steadied his body against the incoming strike, certain that his moment had finally arrived. This was the instant when swordsmanship, magic, and physical power united perfectly, awakening a special trait in the shadow of certain destruction. This ultimate technique used the sword's aura to slice through both physical matter and things that normally could not be touched. Kim unleashed the ability and broke Karen's attack apart, leaving the dark mage screaming in shock. Known as He Plesh Inus, this trait represented the highest level of swordsmanship and belonged only to masters who had reached the blade's summit. Using Flash, Kim sliced the necromancer cleanly in half, triggering a huge blast across the area. Once the explosion faded, Kim dropped toward the ground and let out a tired sigh, realizing how narrowly he had escaped death. Even so, Kim had defeated Karen, the level 3 superhuman who served as the dungeon's boss. Kim remembered that the game required a full party to clear this dungeon at level 2, while even a level 3 player needed more than ordinary equipment to survive it alone. His victory came from more than 10,000 hours of gameplay, and Kim smiled as he decided it was finally reward collection time. Back at the agency, Choi showered Kim with praise, amazed that he had single-handedly cleared a landfill packed with mutants. Kim attempted to downplay it, though he immediately complained about his injured arm. The director apologized and reminded Kim to take better care of himself next time. The soldiers thanked Kim for the effort, still stunned that he had beaten every mutant alone, but he brushed it off as nothing more than his duty. Kim shifted the conversation, revealing that he had discovered something far more serious than a routine mission inside the landfill. He asked whether the soldiers could identify the speakers and cameras he had recovered. A soldier wondered if the device was the mana chip capable of creating specters, technology associated with Karen of the Custodians Association. Kim confirmed it and exposed the truth. The incident had been deliberately arranged, not caused by chance. The soldier angrily struck the table and cursed the association, prompting Kim to remark that their dislike for the custodians was pretty obvious. He explained that the association demanded absurd fees and had clashed with them before, but nobody had imagined they would involve innocent civilians. Kim knew the soldier was still unaware of the full truth, because the association's darker side only becomes clear after finishing the landfill quest. The soldier bowed and apologized for exposing Kim to such danger, but Kim accepted the apology, saying those villains had to be stopped. The man offered Kim a briefcase containing the promised payment, but Kim asked why 2 boxes had been prepared for him. The soldier explained that 1 box contained an arcane weapon, given as a bonus for taking on such a dangerous mission. Kim thanked him, secretly delighted that he had received an essential potion for free instead of purchasing it at the temple. Before they parted, the soldier urged Kim to stay alert, because they intended to prosecute the Custodians Association using his evidence. Kim finished the warning himself, pointing out that the association would retaliate against him for it. The soldier agreed, knowing the association would never ignore an incident this serious. Even with the danger looming, Kim assured them he would survive somehow. That night, as Choi drove through the city, he suggested that Kim keep a low profile for a while and stay away from the association's attention. Kim, however, believed hiding would only make things worse. He supported that decision with what he remembered from the game. Once the landfill mission ends, the player receives linked quests that inevitably bring them into conflict with the Custodians Association. That conflict made perfect sense. The player had disrupted their plans and, more importantly, killed their director, Karen. Kim knew the association questline branches into multiple paths, with the most disastrous option being to sit around and do nothing. If the player chooses that route, the association's president storms their home with dozens of superhumans. Fortunately, another route offers the lowest difficulty. Kim then asked Choi whether he had heard of a place called Gyeonyuba. Choi confirmed that it lay in the forbidden area south of Silim, where a massive poppy farm made the place dangerous for anyone entering it. Kim then dropped the real bombshell. The entire place belonged to the Custodians Association. Confused, Choi asked what the association could possibly want with a poppy farm. Kim clarified that the poppies were only a cover. The association was actually performing body modifications and kidnappings there, making it far worse than an ordinary criminal group. Choi was horrified and called them insane, while Kim agreed and explained that this was precisely why he wanted to strike that facility first. The revelation terrified Choi so badly that he began swerving across the road. Without leaving the car, Kim said he required several supplies and handed Choi a list of everything to arrange. Choi read the list and froze when he saw claymores and electromagnetic pulse bombs, serious wartime equipment. Choi worried that buying everything would cost a fortune, but Kim brushed off the concern, saying only amateurs stress over money. Kim displayed the loot collected from the landfill monsters and pointed out that selling it could finance the entire operation. Choi admitted the loot was valuable enough, but reminded Kim that even he could not take on the association by himself. He warned that the association was led by a level 4 superhuman, while every executive was level 3. Kim assured him that he would not be fighting alone, and told Choi to focus only on gathering the requested equipment for now. 2 days later at the Gyeongbang hideout, 2 guards stood watch until a spectral hand appeared behind one and violently broke his neck. His partner barely managed to ask who was there before a brutal strike to the chest launched him through the air. Kim then revealed himself by deactivating stealth, privately admitting that he never got tired of infiltrating enemy bases. With the outer guards dealt with, Kim decided it was time to inspect the underground facility. Suddenly, a punch came flying toward him. The attacker was Steel Fist, who thanked warrior Kim for opening the route and said securing the underground would now be easy. Kim agreed that these villains deserved to be crushed, especially after forcing body modifications on unwilling people. Kim asked whether Steel Fist had searched the entire facility, and his ally confirmed that it was a fully equipped modification workshop. Kim suggested that Steel Fist keep the workshop afterward, since its equipment could make his men stronger. Steel Fist questioned whether Kim could truly handle everyone, admitting that the situation looked dangerous. Kim answered with total confidence, asking whether Steel Fist had ever seen him make a move without being certain of victory. Kim found it surprising that the association's major source of income had such laughably poor security. He flicked open a lighter and declared that this hideout would be the perfect starting point for the association's collapse. The following morning, inside a massive building, a subordinate hurried into the president's office with an emergency report. He reported that the Gyeongbang hideout had come under attack. President Park Diop, a level 4 superhuman, demanded an explanation for how such an attack had occurred. The subordinate revealed that the attacker was the very same man who had killed Director Karen. Park smashed his gloved fist into the table, enraged that anyone would dare attack them so openly. The subordinate added that the intruder had sent them a photograph as well. After seeing Kim's mocking picture, Park asked whether he had also burned their farm to the ground. Park crushed the phone screen in fury, confirmed that the attacker was Warrior Kim, and swore to kill and dismember him. Later, a squad of soldiers arrived to inspect the Gyeongbang base. One soldier remarked that anyone who burned down the whole farm had to be completely insane. Their leader ordered everyone to capture Kim immediately, promising to show the president what the External Affairs Department could do. As they moved through the debris, the leader warned them to stay alert in case the enemy attacked from long range. One teammate agreed and confidently said he would grab Kim the moment he appeared. But then a soldier noticed a weapon positioned in one of the building's windows. The bald leader shot at it immediately and praised his subordinate for spotting the danger. The bullet shattered the window and knocked the weapon down. The leader proudly celebrated being right, while his teammate eagerly showered him with compliments. Without warning, the ground trembled and an explosion tore through several soldiers. The captain recognized the blast as a claymore, but before they could react, rocket launchers began firing at them and a subordinate cried out for orders. The captain could only stare in terror at the disaster unfolding around them. Watching through a camera, Kim laughed and decided that staying up all night to place the bombs and mines had been completely worth it. His special trait ensured that the enemies could never detect the traps before stepping into them. While the mines sent soldiers screaming, Kim explained that he wasn't stupid enough to challenge hundreds of enemies face-to-face. Instead, he planned to wipe them out remotely from the underground control room. More mines detonated, yet a mana shield rose through the chaos and protected the soldiers. One soldier admitted that the enemy had prepared carefully, which made sense for someone bold enough to challenge their organization publicly. At that moment, another man stepped forward, claiming he had already figured out the opponent's strategy and would take over. He identified himself as the Caretakers Association's vice president, an R-rank, level 3 superhuman cyborg. The president ordered the team to capture Kim alive, but make sure he suffered as much pain as possible first. Following the command, the soldiers tossed another grenade ahead to check for hidden traps. The cyborg guided the squad forward, declaring the path safe and instructing them to keep testing for traps with grenades while advancing carefully. A rocket suddenly streaked toward the squad, but the cyborg knocked it aside with one casual sweep of his hand. He demanded the shooter's location, and a soldier reported that the attack had come from the right side of the cover. The entire squad immediately concentrated its fire on that position. Their barrage managed to damage one of Kim's rocket launchers. The cyborgs celebrated the hit, believing it proved they were nearly inside the building where Kim was hiding. He vowed to demonstrate their true power, suggesting that Kim might already be shaking in fear. Kim watched the display and muttered to the camera that these cyborgs were every bit as inhuman as expected. A sudden alarm began screaming through the room and caught Kim off guard. He realized the enemies had reached him sooner than expected and admitted that the rookie assassin mission truly deserved its notorious reputation. A bullet smashed into the doorknob, and the door was forced open at once. Two level 3 superhumans, Ebony and Viper, entered and mocked Kim for hiding like a rat, inviting him to come out and play. There was no one inside the room. Viper concluded that Kim must have known they were on their way. Kim had actually remained in the room the entire time, hidden by invisibility. Kim believed he had already figured out exactly what they intended to do. The Caretakers Association created a battlefield-sized distraction at the front while sending its executives around the back. That was exactly why Kim tossed a flashbang at the pair and told them to enjoy the surprise. The blinding flash robbed both agents of their vision for a moment, making them shout that they had walked into a trap. Kim ran off while agreeing that it was indeed a trap, adding that he had no interest in dealing with them. Viper shouted after him, promising to kill him the instant she got her hands on him. Kim sprinted through the facility, knowing the assassins would catch him soon unless he moved fast. A bullet struck the wall beside him, convincing Kim that escaping would have to wait until he protected himself. Kim dropped into a crouch and formed a mana barrier to stop the assassins' barrage. While bullets hammered the barrier, Kim taunted them to keep firing since he could block every shot. Ebony then pulled out a revolver and challenged Kim to stop the bullets from that weapon. One bullet punched straight through the mana shield and shattered it on impact. Kim looked aside in surprise and attempted to escape, only to collapse onto the floor moments later. Ebony asked how he liked that, revealing that her ammunition carried explosive magic. Viper cursed him to enjoy his dessert, then hurled a dagger that buried itself in Kim's stomach. Kim groaned as pain tore through him. The assassin warned that this pain was insignificant compared with what she planned to do next. Kim scoffed and called them villains dressed in bargain bin latex, a remark that visibly enraged both women. Viper decided to correct his attitude with a kick that launched him into a wall clock. Viper seized Kim by the collar and asked whether he felt pain, explaining that the dagger carried a powerful artery-destroying venom. Ebony announced that they would deliver Kim to the president, but instead of panicking, he suddenly smiled. Kim welcomed them to their own destruction and asked whether they could hear the ominous ticking of a massive time bomb. He activated the charge stored in his feet and told the two women to remain there and rot. Kim knew both women were stronger than Karen, meaning a direct battle was one he could not win. He had deliberately hidden his true strength, pretending to be weak so they would approach the clock with their defenses lowered. The clock was packed with white phosphorus explosives, an investment that had cost him 1 billion won. Kim cheerfully wished the ladies good night, but before they could complain about another trap, a gigantic blast swallowed the entire area. Kim lay on the ground and let out a tired sigh. The executives were down, but Kim could not afford to rest because another wave of enemies was already approaching. What bothered him most was not knowing when that machine-like man would finally appear. Almost as though his thoughts had summoned them, Kim suddenly stood before the cyborg's entire army. Kim rose to his feet and muttered that talking about the devil had clearly brought him here. Gritting his teeth, he stared down the enormous force and demanded that its leader come forward. The cyborg wanted to know whether Kim had defeated Ebony and Viper, and Kim calmly promised that the same thing would happen to him soon. But the villain warned Kim not to expect such an easy death. He intended to modify Kim so brutally that Kim would eventually beg for death. Kim mocked the speech as a painfully bad villain monologue, but the vice president had no interest in continuing the conversation and lifted his weapon. At that moment, Kim asked whether the cyborg had any idea how much he enjoyed dealing with people who had gone completely overboard with body modifications. "Thanks, you morons," Kim said as he pressed a button. Electricity suddenly tore through the cyborg's brain, making him shout, "What is happening?" The shockwave struck at the same time. Kim immediately unleashed his guns, explaining that when machines were involved, billion-1 EMP bombs and shotguns were practically his favorite tools, and the attack swept across the entire army. To Kim's disbelief, the cyborg was still standing, glaring back at him with absolute fury. Kim wondered how much the cyborg had paid for that body, considering even his bombs had failed to do anything. The cyborg answered with action, rushing at Kim while promising to finish him on the spot. His first blow destroyed Kim's shotgun, and he immediately followed with another attack. He taunted Kim, asking whether the kid intended to keep dodging forever. Kim could already tell that his opponent possessed terrifying power. His only chance was to move faster. Kim landed a hit on the cyborg's hand and noticed that every part of its body was metal apart from the eyes. The sight was utterly bizarre. The cyborg barely reacted, dismissing Kim's sword as completely pathetic. A thruster ignited along the cyborg's shin, powering a kick as it complained that Kim's strike had not even tickled it. The kick hurled Kim into a building where he finally understood the problem. Mana coated the cyborg's body and rendered his blades useless. The cyborg planted a foot on Kim's chest and sneered at what anyone could expect from a body that weak. Kim branded him a filthy RoboCop and figured out that Mana was powering the mechanical body. The cyborg prepared its blade and threatened to remove Kim's arms, then replace them with umbrellas. After laughing at Kim's pistol and calling it adorable, the cyborg gave Kim the opening he needed. One look at that robotic body sparked an idea. The enemy asked whether Kim still had not realized that ordinary bullets were useless against him. Kim answered that this shot would be anything but ordinary, then fired while activating his black flame. The shot pierced the cyborg's thigh, and as flames spread through its body, it demanded to know what Kim had used. Kim explained that the machine operated on Mana, while the black flames consumed Mana, meaning the fire would keep burning once it entered the system. He added that the cyborg really should have known when to stop modifying its body. The burning soldier slowly dropped to his knees. Kim lifted his sword and gave the monster a final farewell. The cyborg shut its eyes, released a faint groan, and collapsed face first onto the ground. With the enemy beaten, Kim stood up and announced that only the last part of his plan was left. A rifle shot rang out outside, and Kim declared that it was time to wipe out the Caretakers Association, mocking them as cowards who fled once their executives were gone. The surviving soldiers ran for their lives, crying that everything was hopeless, but Kim said their terrified screams sounded wonderful to him. A sudden, piercing pain struck the young man's ears, followed by a terrifying battle cry. Kim wondered if the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Those tiger-like red eyes belonged to the Caretakers Association's president, who commanded Kim not to move. The president lowered his stance, launched himself upward, and landed on the rooftop beside Kim, fully prepared to battle. Kim was stunned. He could not understand how the man had jumped from street level straight onto a 5-story rooftop. The president said no one had ever humiliated him so severely, and he was more than happy to punish Kim for interfering with the Caretakers Association. The president rushed in with a punch. Kim reached for his sword, but the impact launched him straight off the building. While plummeting downward, Kim realized that defensive stats had barely saved his life, but he also understood that he could never win if the battle continued this way. Kim swung his sword with a powerful slash, yet the president casually avoided it and remarked that Kim's skills were interesting. Kim fired a round of black flame and asked how the president liked it, only for the attack to stop against a Mana shield. The president said he approved, leaving Kim speechless at how effortlessly the man had stopped both flash and the black flame. The president charged once more, battered Kim with a relentless barrage, and smashed him into the ground. Lying defeated, Kim admitted that his opponent was monstrously powerful and that this fight had been hopeless from the beginning. The president had basically been born as an SR character, whereas Kim was still nothing more than a low-level beginner. The gap between their abilities was simply absurd. As President Diop asked whether Kim had used his last attack, Kim instead asked if he knew how his subordinates had lost. Kim explained that White Phosphorus had defeated Ebony and Viper, while EMP bombs had handled the cyborgs. Chairman Diop could hardly believe Kim had prepared so thoroughly. Kim simply smiled and denied it, making the chairman even more suspicious and confused. Without warning, invisible strikes battered Kim's body and tore his clothes to shreds. Kim realized that a level 2 superhuman could only challenge a level 4 opponent by activating his mutant form. His limbs instantly twisted and enlarged, his whole body swelled with power, and even his face changed beyond recognition. Once the mutant warrior ability activated, Kim transformed into something that looked almost demonic. Watching the transformation, Diop asked Kim why he had willingly turned himself into a mutant. When another eye opened across his face, Kim felt as though his sanity might disappear at any second. Fortunately, Kim had already made preparations for exactly this kind of crisis. He possessed the Berserker's goggles, an item capable of granting its wearer the frenzy trait for a short duration. It was precisely the boost he needed right now. Kim crushed the goggles, gaining frenzy and shutting out every distraction so he could focus entirely on the fight and push his strength past its normal limits. With nothing left in his mind except violence and battle, Kim finally felt relaxed enough to surrender completely to the coming bloodbath. The demon-like Kim charged at the chairman and smashed into his robotic arm. Diop admitted he did not recognize the ability Kim had activated, but said the battle had suddenly become far more interesting and worth experimenting with. Both of them agreed that the fight would be entertaining, and Kim confirmed that this was precisely what he had been hoping for. They immediately launched into a furious exchange of heavy attacks. Diop said the attacks still were not enough, and Kim admitted that he felt the same way. Following a brutal back and forth, Kim finally struck the chairman in the side and sent him staggering backward. With super strength and iron armor active, the excitement flooded Kim's senses, and he roared that he could keep fighting like this all day. Diop admitted it had been years since he enjoyed a battle like this, but claimed his analysis of Kim was complete and the victory already belonged to him. Kim rushed in and told the chairman to quit bluffing, only to be caught off guard when he looked to the side. Diop pointed out that Kim was merely swinging wildly, without using any proper combat technique. When Kim launched a horizontal strike, the chairman slipped beneath it, dropped low, and prepared his counter. He mocked Kim's attacks as the clumsy swings of an amateur, then drove a devastating punch into the monster's chin. Kim hit the ground on the verge of unconsciousness and realized that the chairman completely dominated close-range combat. To make things worse, frenzy was already beginning to fade. Kim understood that he had to put every remaining ounce of strength into one last attack and abandon close combat entirely. Meanwhile, Diop approached to deliver the finishing blow, curious about whatever trick Kim was preparing. At the very last moment, Kim caught hold of the chairman's forearm. Kim admitted that Diop was superior at close-range fighting, but reminded him that Kim was not a brawler. He was a swordsman. Kim instantly reshaped his arm into a razor-sharp bone blade, stunning Diop and catching him completely unprepared. Using the blade's flash, Kim cut across the president's abdomen, drawing a scream of pain from him. Impressed by the move, Diop remarked that the kid could use the ability even without a weapon. Kim called it a good battle, while Diop labeled him a monster before collapsing in defeat. Kim realized he had pushed his body far beyond its limit, and the repeated transformations were causing serious damage. Suddenly, a red point appeared inside his eye and began moving, causing Kim to scream in agony. A yellow aura then enveloped him, restoring his face to its normal human form. Kim had finally advanced to level 3 superhuman. Relieved, Kim thanked his luck for helping him level up at exactly the right moment. Not long afterward, Kim collapsed unconscious, one of his hands still frozen in the shape of a blade. His allies carried him back to the mana spring and placed him beneath its healing water. Kim suddenly woke up and asked whether he was back home. Choi addressed him as Mr. Superhuman, then hugged him and asked whether he was all right. Confused, Kim asked what had happened to him. The director explained that he had feared Kim was dead after finding him on the floor among all the janitors. Choi noticed that Kim was still breathing, so he placed him in the mana spring, where Kim remained unconscious for an entire week. Kim noted that the healing water had repaired him quite a bit during that week. The director praised Kim for defeating all the janitors alone, and revealed that the office had been flooded with requests ever since. Kim agreed that he was somewhat special, though he tried to remain humble as Choi continued showering him with praise. The director said he had collected the battle loot for Kim to inspect later, but Kim replied that recovering came first. Kim then remembered that reaching level 3 meant there was somewhere important he needed to go. 1 week later, Kim arrived at the association building and walked up to the mana measurement machine. The machine confirmed his level 3 status, meaning Kim could finally receive his official certificate and its benefits. Soren congratulated him, saying she had never witnessed anyone level up so quickly, then jokingly asked whether Kim planned to create his own country next. Kim replied that he was not planning to take things quite that far. Kim asked whether he could receive the certificate, and Soren guided him to get it. She handed Kim the official document, and he thanked her. Then the girl admitted that she was jealous of Kim. When Kim asked why, Soren said there were several reasons, but the main one was that she wanted to become as strong as him. Kim found it strange to see her express such feelings, because the version of her in the game had never shown anything like this. Since he had nothing urgent to handle, Kim decided he might as well lend her a hand. He offered to turn her into a superhuman, and Soren accepted without hesitation. Kim asked whether she wanted to become his student, and assured her that he could awaken her as a superhuman. Soren asked how he could possibly do that, but Kim simply told her to trust him because he could see Miss Beck's hidden potential. Soren immediately brightened upon hearing that she possessed potential. Kim confirmed it, privately recognizing that she had the potential to become an SSR-ranked warrior. He then asked how she felt about his offer. Soren remained quiet for a few moments before accepting, saying that she felt she could trust Kim. Kim told her she had made the right choice, and thought that it was finally time for him to train an SSR-ranked warrior. He waived the tuition entirely, telling her she could repay him after becoming a superhuman. Soren agreed, but warned that awakening her would not be simple, because she had already failed once despite taking specialized classes. Kim told Soren to trust him, since he already understood everything about her awakening. Soren's unique trait, Heaven-Shattering Star, contained such overwhelming killing intent that it could supposedly drench the world in blood. The ability also grants her a massive 1000% bonus to combat experience. However, the ability carried a terrifying drawback. It could corrupt her mind and turn her into someone impossible to control. Soren's awakening was directly connected to this unique ability. Knowing how dangerous it was, Kim said he would need to prepare carefully. Soren immediately asked whether he needed money, but Kim refused, and explained that the only thing she needed was mental strength. A secretary interrupted them and informed Mr. Kim that someone had invited them to a meeting in the fifth-floor lobby. As the elevator carried them upward, Kim wondered about the mysterious invitation. Kim knew the Tower of Superhumans arranged its floors by level, so an invitation to the fifth floor meant the host had to be a level 5 superhuman. He searched his memory for possible names, but could not think of anyone. When they reached the floor, Woojin called out to his teacher, catching Kim completely off guard. Woojin said he had been waiting for Kim and congratulated him on obtaining his level 3 certificate. Kim said he was glad to see Woojin too, though he wondered how his student had climbed to level 5 so rapidly. Woojin handed Kim a box and explained that it was a gift to celebrate his achievement. Kim tried to decline, but Woojin insisted, explaining that the item possessed a monofocus attribute and was ideal for a warrior. Touching Kim's shoulder, Woojin asked how he could possibly reject a present from a friend. Woojin's expression turned serious as he revealed that the meeting had another purpose and that he needed Kim's help. He asked whether Kim would help some of his friends, who were suffering from divine fever as well. Kim asked whether they had received the same curse from the Elder Priest's order. Seo confirmed it and explained that his 4 friends had endured it since childhood. The mention of 4 victims made Kim wonder whether they were the characters he remembered from the game. If his guess was right, this could make his future plans much easier. Kim agreed, saying he could not turn away people who needed help, and Woojin thanked him repeatedly. Before beginning the treatment, Kim requested a meeting with them, and Seo immediately agreed to organize it. They traveled to the first security mansion, where Woojin introduced Kim to his 4 friends. Kim's suspicions were immediately confirmed. These were the side characters who once supported the paladin, Seo Woojin. All 4 came from wealthy families and had been held hostage by the Elder Priest's order. The group consisted of 2 boys and 2 girls, each one afflicted with divine fever. Kim skipped the small talk and asked directly whether they had all been baptized against their wishes. They confirmed it and nervously asked whether their condition could truly be cured. Kim warned that his treatment would hurt, but promised that anyone who endured it would awaken their powers just as Woojin had. He then asked whether they had the courage to go through with it. The 4 exchanged determined glances and said they would endure anything to escape the divine fever, begging Kim to help them. Kim smiled, announced that they would begin at once, and released his black flame. 1 week later, the 4 young people had successfully awakened their powers inside the same mansion. Kim reflected that their natural talents had allowed them to complete the process without any serious complications. The 4 youths tearfully thanked their teacher, while Kim did his best to downplay his accomplishment. The parents of the 4 youths then came forward to thank Kim for saving their children. They presented him with a table covered in gifts, calling it a small expression of their appreciation. Kim thanked them, but insisted the gifts were unnecessary, claiming that the youth's own talent was responsible for the success. Privately, though, Kim realized that focusing only on rich families could make him incredibly wealthy. It felt like winning the jackpot in a lottery he had paid to enter. His rewards include super speed boots, a detection helmet, a furious axe, an Acropolis shield, and 2 nectars. The parents reveal that they picked everything together and hope he enjoys the presents. Kim faces them and genuinely thanks them for such a generous reward. Kim already felt incredibly fortunate, but the presents were only the beginning. Now it was time to collect the reward he truly wanted. With that goal in mind, he went to meet the young man who had been waiting for him. The man came over and asked whether the professor had called him, and Kim confirmed it, saying he needed a favor from the Galaxy Mall representative. The representative immediately said he was willing to help with whatever Kim needed. Kim's request was simple but unexpected. He wanted permission to enter the underground gold mine beneath the Hanam branch. The representative denied that any mine existed, but Kim countered by naming its precise location, between areas A1 and A2 on the 8th underground floor. The man was stunned and insisted that even the professor could not be allowed inside. But Kim promised to keep everything he discovered there completely secret. The promise leaves the representative speechless, so Kim presses his advantage and asks for only a single day inside, with total secrecy guaranteed. Not long afterward, Kim and Baek So-rin stood in the parking garage at the spot between areas A2 and A1. They broke through the wall together and uncovered a hidden passage behind it. Baek So-rin could hardly believe that an entire secret area had been concealed there. Kim told her this was where her awakening would happen, explaining that he had gone through considerable trouble to secure entry. She asks whether this hidden location is where they will train, and Kim confirms it, cheerfully calling the idea fun. Kim explains that someone possessing her type of power cannot awaken through ordinary methods. They have to be pushed into situations where survival is genuinely on the line. Kim reveals that this was an undiscovered dungeon, the very location where Soren would eventually awaken. The girl notices the darkness and bizarre odor, admitting that the atmosphere is making her nervous. Without warning, a skeleton suddenly charged straight at her. Soren avoided the attack by dropping to the floor, then desperately called for the warrior to save her. Then she spots a katana lying right beside her. Kim calmly tells her that training has begun, leaving Soren completely bewildered. He commands her to kill the zombie and struggle for survival, because only a real life-or-death battle can unlock her abilities. With the zombie closing in, Soren could only wonder what sort of insane training this was supposed to be. Suddenly, she whirls around and removes the creature's head in one clean slash, while screaming at it to stay away. Kim is stunned by the result. Even that awkward swing carried overwhelming force, showing that Baek Soren's talent far exceeded anything he had imagined. Kim praises her performance, but Soren immediately starts yelling at him for being so cruel and throwing her into a fight without any warning. Kim ignores the complaint and simply repeats that she performed well. Soren was still trembling, but she reluctantly accepted it. Kim reflects that such a result makes sense coming from one of the game's 3 strongest warriors. She had not even awakened yet, but she was already battling like someone blessed with the Skybreaker star trait. Soren asks whether she is expected to fight by herself, and her professor confirms it while assuring her that he will not let her die. She points out that his reassurance is terrible, all while casually cutting another zombie's head off with her sword. Kim asks whether she has ever trained with a sword, but Soren insists that she has never done anything like this before. Kim feels irritated seeing her natural gift, especially since he had endured countless hardships just to acquire one skill. Soren asks how much farther they need to go, because the dungeon appears to stretch endlessly downward. Kim tells her that an exit lies ahead, though privately he knows they will not leave until her awakening is complete. All at once, another threat comes charging straight toward them. A zombie armed with a power drill swings at Soren, but she evades it at the last moment and wonders why the undead is carrying construction equipment. Kim remembers that these enemies were troublesome even in the game, and starts thinking about stepping in. But Soren moves before he gets the chance. She angrily declares that zombies should fight barehanded, then tears off its arm and cuts the creature cleanly in two. The zombie's remains crash down right at her feet. Kim applauds the effortless win, while Soren says her body seemed to move automatically without waiting for her command. Their conversation is interrupted by a sudden scream when the fallen zombie somehow bites Soren's leg. Kim kicks the grounded zombie away and curses it for being such an irritating pest. Panicking, Soren asks for instructions, and Kim says that, according to common sense, a zombie bite should transform her into a monster. Soren immediately begs Kim to kill her before the transformation begins. Kim calls out to calm her and promises that he has a solution, privately recalling that this world already possesses a cure for the virus. The two of them sit against the wall and take a moment to recover. Soren admits that becoming one of those creatures had genuinely frightened her, while Kim merely remarks that the world is complicated. She points out that everything about these zombies is odd, from their clothing to their gear, making them seem artificially manufactured, and Kim agrees. Kim then exposes the disturbing secret hidden beneath this location. Galaxy Mall was completed at unbelievable speed by employing massive numbers of workers, but the rushed construction caused countless accidents and deaths. Officially, however, the casualty count remained 0 because the companies buried the bodies at the site. After learning the truth, the mall representative sealed the entire area to protect the company's reputation. Soren is horrified and asks how Kim knows these details, but he quickly attempts to steer the conversation elsewhere. Kim privately remembers that the Order of the Elder Priest released the zombies across Seoul, and the dungeon that appeared that day was this very forbidden section beneath Galaxy Mall. Out loud, Kim only claims that he has a special ability, prompting Soren to joke that he seems to possess an entire collection of them. Kim knows this dungeon is perfect for Soren's awakening because, in the original timeline, she awakened here after being attacked. Even so, her awakening still refuses to appear. As Soren looks around, she mourns the fact that the construction workers continued to suffer even after dying. She decides that the least they can do is grant those victims peace, and Kim notices that she has discovered a fresh determination. Soren agrees and admits that an unfamiliar desire to continue fighting has taken hold of her. Kim approves of her new mindset and tells her to keep moving, realizing privately that the awakening process has finally begun. They continue farther into the dungeon and eventually arrive at a section resembling a gold mine. Soren suddenly notices the temperature plunging, and Kim agrees, warning her that the area feels ominous and they must stay alert. In the distance, they notice a shed entrance with a radio sitting on a nearby rock. The radio is playing a tale about 3 bears living in a house. There was the father bear, the mother bear, and their little cub. Soren already finds the fairy tale unsettling, but it becomes much worse when the radio glitches and shrieks the same words over and over into their ears. Amid the chaos, an ice spike suddenly forms from thin air and shoots toward them at terrifying speed. Kim responds without hesitation. He throws himself between Soren and the attack, taking the spike across his back while yelling at her to be careful. Soren checks on him, and Kim admits that even he did not anticipate an ambush of this kind. Their attacker is a level 3 mutant monster called the Twin Phantoms. Kim tells Soren to escape because the monster is far beyond her current strength, but she cannot bring herself to abandon him. The spirits launch another barrage of ice spikes, but Kim knocks them aside and jokes that he is not in the mood for ice cream. Then Kim senses an enormous mass of energy forming directly over his head. The monster charges up a devastating attack and fires it straight at Kim, blasting him in the chest and hurling him brutally into the wall. Soren cries out for him, but Kim, barely holding himself together, orders her to run while he keeps the monster occupied. Tears in her eyes, Soren refuses to leave him, yet Kim insists that one of them must survive at any cost. When Kim sees her wavering, he finally explains why he has been so certain about her. She possesses the legendary Skybreaker star. Confused and stunned, Soren insists that such a thing is impossible. Kim urges her to believe in her own strength, explaining that self-trust is the key that will unlock her awakening. He announces that her lessons are over just as another wave of ice spikes comes tearing toward them. The incoming spikes nearly reach them, but at the final moment, new spikes burst from the ground and impale them first. While wrestling with the decision to believe in herself, Soren takes the attacks and becomes completely frozen in ice. Despite being frozen, she tells Kim to leave everything else to her, declaring that she will trust both him and herself. At that instant, a golden aura surrounds Soren, and she tells the warrior not to lose hope. Kim smiles when he sees it, and the ice blocking his path breaks apart. Beak Sorin has awakened, becoming a level 1 SSR rank warrior. Soren stares at her newfound power in disbelief, amazed that she has truly awakened, while Kim advances with his sword drawn. Kim then says it is finally time to drop the axe. Confused by his words, Soren asks what exactly he means by pretending. Kim explains that a Skybreaker star can only awaken through a battle for survival, and the mental strength to overcome that ordeal. Soren realizes the truth and asks whether Kim deliberately risked his life to trigger her awakening. Kim confirms it, praises her success, and declares that the real battle can now begin, addressing her as Skybreaker Beak Soren. The ghost keeps attacking, launching another storm of ice spikes. Soren remarks that the creature appears furious, but Kim assures her they will be fine as long as she avoids each attack before it reaches her. Kim starts batting the spikes away with his sword, and casually jokes that the attacks are barely a challenge. Soren, however, remains stiff and motionless. Kim asks whether she is all right, reminding himself that awakening had only made her level 1, so she could not yet control everything flawlessly. Soren sneezes and says the attack struck her several times, though the pain was surprisingly manageable. Kim agrees and explains that every warrior receives an initial trait, with Soren S being indomitable. That trait gives her powerful resistance to every kind of abnormal status effect. Kim thinks the indomitable trait suits someone as powerful as Soren, especially since it is a grade 1 defensive ability. He also reveals that awakening several warriors granted him the insight skill, allowing him to view enemy traits, a power he considers ridiculously overpowered. Soren worries that she is not contributing much, but Kim tells her not to stress because this struggle is precisely how a Skybreaker star is trained. When another volley of spikes comes at them, Kim uses dash to reach Soren's side, only to be surprised when she activates the same skill herself. Kim is amazed by how quickly she adapts and notes that her growth rate is extraordinary. Soren says her body feels lighter, but then notices the creature launching a gigantic chunk of ice straight at them. Kim jumps clear and tells Soren to stay back while he handles the attack, but she calmly uses leap as well and follows his move. Both warriors land safely and ready themselves for the next exchange. Impressed by her progress, Kim praises her, while Soren jokes that using the skill feels almost like flying. Kim wonders whether Soren might overtake him as quickly as Seo Woo-jin did, but she is more interested in hearing her next instruction. Kim tells her to use her newly learned skills to keep the monster focused on her. Meanwhile, he will use his own abilities to deliver the finishing blow. Kim decides that she has learned everything necessary and that the battle should now be ended without delay. Soren confirms the plan, slams her foot down, and rushes the creature while weaving past its attacks. Watching her fight, Kim realizes she has already acquired additional traits, proving that her talent belongs in an entirely different league. Everything is unfolding exactly as planned. With the opening created, Kim prepares the attack that will finish the fight for good. Kim fires Flash at the monster, then follows with a decisive strike that hits dead on and breaks the creature apart. The impact triggers a massive explosion. Soren is amazed, while Kim pretends to be humble and says it was nothing special. At that moment, an object drops onto the ground before them. Kim picks it up and identifies the object as a cell phone, the monster's monocore. Soren cannot understand how a phone could serve as a core, so Kim explains that this is quite common among ghost-type monsters. Kim explains that the phone belonged to one of the workers who died at the site, a man whose final thoughts were focused more on his daughter than on his own fate. That man's lingering resentment possessed the phone, which still showed a video of his little girl talking about the three bears, turning it into the Manhwa core. Soren hopes the man can finally find peace, and Kim assures her that he now can. The warrior lets go of the phone, and it dissolves into golden energy that condenses into 2 stars in his palm. Kim identifies the item as a crystal and tells Soren to use it wisely for powerful equipment, privately recognizing what an amazing reward it is. Suddenly, a violent earthquake starts shaking the entire mall. Soren asks what is going on, and Kim explains that defeating the boss has triggered the collapse of the entire area. Even then, Kim asks whether she has adjusted to the movement traits she acquired, impressing Soren with how calmly he handles the crisis. With the dungeon collapsing around them, Kim tells her to run immediately unless she wants to be buried alive. They sprint forward together, pushing themselves desperately through the collapsing dungeon. Kim shouts that he is already moving at full speed and warns Soren that falling behind will cost her life. Soren fires back that she is already running as fast as her body allows. Kim notices that the teleportation portal is still frustratingly far away. Just as Soren prepares to exceed her limits, a falling boulder nearly crushes her. Her eyes glow red once more, and she reminds herself that she has come too far after awakening to die in this place now. She activates her new jumping trait and launches herself ahead. Seeing her surge forward, Kim realizes that the teleportation portal is now within reach. Kim knows he cannot interfere directly because Soren still has to obtain one vital trait herself. Soren's future status as one of the strongest units depended on 3 key powers. The Skybreaker star would boost her strength, Indomitable would protect her from side effects, and the final skill was, before Kim can finish thinking, a rock crashes into Soren's shoulder and drops her to her knees. Despite the injury, Soren declares that she will not surrender and will survive at any cost. Soren gathers every ounce of strength and forces herself onward, unlocking the runaway train skill in the process. Runaway train rapidly carries her toward the portal, while the ground breaks apart and rocks rain down around her. Kim briefly loses track of Soren and fears she did not make it, but she suddenly reappears beside him, grabs him tightly, and urges him toward the exit. The unexpected closeness turns Kim bright red, but the two manage to dive through the portal together. The moment they escape, the remaining rocks crash down and bury the entire area behind them. At the same instant, Kim obtains the narrow escape trait, an ability that offers a second chance when death is imminent. Outside the dungeon, Kim collapses onto the ground without letting go of Soren. As bystanders point out that the pair emerged from inside badly hurt, Kim privately congratulates himself for knowing Soren would succeed. Kim realizes that Soren has also acquired narrow escape, completing the trio of abilities essential to her future strength. Then Soren addresses him as Sir Warrior, reminding Kim that he is still holding her in his arms. Concerned, Kim asks whether she is all right and capable of standing on her own. Soren says she is fine, though Kim notices that her entire face has turned bright red. Embarrassed, Soren explains that she needs to remain in his arms a little longer so she can straighten her clothes. While covering herself, Soren thanks him, catching Kim completely off guard. Once the danger passes, Soren admits that they escaped by the narrowest possible margin. As Kim looks at her smiling face, he realizes that even after awakening, Soren is still completely different from the character he knew in the game. Perhaps that difference comes from the unusual way her awakening took place. He announced that they were finally done with that cursed mall and ordered Soren to take one of the crystal stars. She stared at him in disbelief and asked whether he was seriously giving her something worth several billion. Kim confirmed it and impatiently told her to stop hesitating and take the item. Still unsure, the girl admitted that the item was far too valuable for her to accept so easily. The warrior eased her concerns, saying she could simply repay him someday. Kim knew exactly why he had invested so many resources into awakening back Soren. In Arcane Soul, the Sword of Mars ranked among the 3 greatest weapons and could accelerate its user's growth dramatically. The catch was that only Soren could wield it, while its technique was locked inside a memory chip. After she thanked him once more, Kim brushed it off and reminded her not to forget the repayment. Of course, Kim's hidden motive was to learn her technique for himself. By the time he reached home, Kim wanted nothing more than to collapse and rest. That peaceful plan lasted about 2 seconds before Woojin appeared and told Kim he had to come along. Kim silently begged the world of Arcane Soul for one quiet moment, then climbed into the car and thanked Woojin for coming to get him. The boy cheerfully replied that helping his friends was no trouble at all. Kim went along with him, though privately he wished Woojin had picked literally any other time to appear. Woojin excitedly revealed that he had secured them an appointment with a master armorer. Considering who this craftsman was, Kim knew missing the meeting was not an option. In this world, powerful gear meant powerful skills, and anyone capable of making high-level equipment was booked constantly. Woojin added that their contact could forge armor all the way up to level 7. That instantly got Kim's attention, and he told Woojin to step on it. They soon reached a grand mansion, with several men waiting outside. Kim questioned whether they had come to the right place, while Woojin joked that a legendary craftsman deserved a legendary house. Kim suddenly asked which ideology the craftsman followed, leaving Woojin completely puzzled by the random question. Kim recognized that Woojin had no idea about any of this, which made sense after everything Kim had experienced. The mansion belonged to Jo Chul, a follower of the Order of the Old Priest who would eventually become one of its foremost war craftsmen. A soldier cut them off, demanded Kim's hand for identification, and then instructed him to reveal his black flame. Irritated, Kim demanded to know what the guard thought he was doing, then activated his magic and asked if that was enough. Confused by the situation, Woojin ordered the guard to release Kim and reminded him that they were scheduled clients. A man in a wheelchair suddenly arrived and commanded the guard to stand down. The newcomer was Jo Chul himself. He demanded to know who had authorized the soldier to mistreat his guests. The paladin bowed before his master, who pointed out that Kim had awakened the black flame despite refusing baptism, making him an extremely unusual case. Kim asked whether this was his idea of welcoming guests, prompting Jo Chul to apologize and call them the saintesses' chosen light and saviors. Kim could only stare, wondering what kind hikainos, hibakvasenos, hi-chulenos, hi-dahainos, hi-tainos. The craftsman ignored Kim's confusion and invited them inside to discuss his equipment requirements. Kim followed quietly, though he was beginning to feel uneasy. Inside the workshop, Jo Chul displayed his creations and explained that plate armor was his area of expertise. Because the request came from the saintess, he offered to craft the armor in whatever style Kim preferred. Kim glanced around as though checking for something, then announced that he had already made up his mind. What he wanted was a suit built around a bulletproof vest. Jo Chul double-checked the request, but Kim confirmed it without hesitation and said he liked that look. The craftsman objected, explaining that this design was awful for channeling magic and could never become sacred armor. Kim rejected the sacred version, saying he only cared about the giants and extreme enchantments. Jo Chul's expression told Kim that the craftsman already understood their entire plan. Sacred armor, or paladin armor, gave tanks phenomenal stats, but it came with one major weakness. Using it properly required a huge amount of divine power, and that power was available only to members of their religion. Kim saw through the act. They were disguising an attempt to bind him to their order as a generous offer. Keeping that thought to himself, Kim shook Jo Chul's hand and told him to deliver his finest work. As they left, Kim told Woojin he disliked the entire sacred armor arrangement, unaware that a paladin was observing him from afar. The paladin then asked Jo Chul whether he truly intended to make Kim's design, since that armor could hold only a handful of magical properties. The craftsman answered that he would never disobey the saintess, who had named Kim the order's light and savior. The soldier still did not trust the situation and resolved to verify the result personally. 1 week later, Kim was at Chun Bok's antique shop, downing 3 bottles of mandrake elixir in one go. The old man warned Kim not to keep gulping elixirs so recklessly, while Kim thanked him for the treat. When Chun Bok asked whether everything was fine, Kim said yes, privately celebrating that he had finally obtained the skill he needed. The shopkeeper said helping Kim was the least he could do after Kim rescued his market, which was now thriving and packed with customers. During their conversation, a gang member walked over and respectfully bowed to Kim. Kim recognized the man as a member of the Iron Fist gang and greeted him warmly. The subordinate asked how Kim had been and explained that his boss wanted a word with him urgently. When Kim asked for the reason, the man warned that too many people were listening and suggested they discuss it while moving. As they drove through the nighttime streets, the subordinate proudly showed off the high-performance armored car prepared for Kim and asked for his opinion. Kim admitted the vehicle was decent, but his instincts began screaming that something was wrong when they drove toward he made him. Kim wondered whether the Iron Fist gang had always operated from Mayoram, since he remembered the area as nothing more than a slum. The subordinate broke his train of thought by announcing that they were low on fuel and needed to stop at a gas station. As the station came into view, the unusual sign caught Kim's attention, and he recognized it as the Mayoram gas station. The man stepped outside and told Kim to wait while he reached into his pocket and pulled out a bottle. That was when Kim spotted the dynamite stacked in the back and realized the entire trip had been a trap. Kim asked whether the man took him for a fool and knew whose life he was playing with, but the subordinate pretended not to understand. Kim wasted no time. He kicked the door off its hinges and launched himself out of the vehicle. He told the traitor to enjoy eternity with his homemade explosives, then threw a grenade straight into the car. The vehicle erupted in a massive explosion, sending Kim racing away on the blast's momentum. The explosion was far too powerful for one grenade, confirming that the man had rigged the vehicle and truly betrayed him. Suddenly, the scattered clues began forming a clear picture in Kim's head. The expensive armored car, the route toward Mayorim, and that suspicious gas station stop all made sense now. Kim finally understood the source of the strange feeling that he had seen this before. Every detail matched the storyline in which Kim Iron Fist gets betrayed by his own subordinates. He still had no idea what the motive was, but someone inside the gang was clearly hunting him. Gunfire suddenly ripped through the area, while the attackers shouted that Kim matched the wanted sketch. With a 1 billion bounty on his head, Kim was valuable enough to make anyone reckless. Kim immediately understood that the car bomb had only been the opening move. Sure enough, the assassins continued pouring bullets at him, while he hid behind another vehicle. There were simply too many attackers, and his temporary cover was already being shredded. Realizing he had to move, Kim burst from cover with one priority: escape the area. His sudden move startled the shooters for a moment, but they quickly recovered and opened fire again. Annoyed, Kim brought up his mana shield, secretly impressed that these powerless ordinary men could respond so fast. One soldier commanded the others to concentrate their fire on the shield center and break it immediately. The focused barrage cracked the mana barrier directly through its center. Their unbelievable precision stunned Kim, so he decided retreating was the smartest option for the moment. Even so, a bullet slipped past the defense and tore through his arm. The injury made Kim realize that treating this battle casually would get him killed. Kim hated to waste a freshly purchased item, but with no alternatives left, he tossed smoke grenades toward the attackers. The gas spread instantly, leaving the mercenaries totally unprepared for the attack. They yelled that Kim could not be allowed to escape, because his death was the only way they would receive the antidote. Kim mocked their pathetic condition. These men were not even superhumans, and used the chaos to disappear. Later that night, Kim wandered through the enormous city while analyzing everything that had happened. The only explanation for ordinary assassins shooting with superhuman precision was that they had taken a battle drug. The drug temporarily enhanced their abilities, though the consequences were severe. Their talk of an antidote confirmed that Kim's theory was correct. The real problem was that only one person had the influence to organize an operation of this scale. One name immediately surfaced: the human hunter, a cowardly tactician known to operate in Mayorim. The man always followed the same deadly playbook. First, he used someone close to the target to set up a bomb. Second, he unleashed a group of assassins enhanced by battle drugs. Finally came the long-range sniper shot, the part he was best known for. The instant Kim reached that conclusion, a light blinked on a nearby building, and a bullet screamed toward him. Kim barely avoided the bullet with a last-second head movement, knowing even a fraction more hesitation would have killed him. That dangerous gamble paid off, though, because the muzzle flash had revealed the sniper's location. Kim spotted a burning house, charged toward it in fury, and yelled that he had finally found his target. Since the human hunter only dared to attack from afar, Kim knew the only way to beat such a coward was to charge directly into his position. The flames scorched his entire body, but Kim forced himself to keep going. The heavy smoke was the only thing preventing the sniper from lining up a perfect shot. When another bullet sliced past him, Kim reaffirmed the first rule of fighting a sniper: locate the shooter. His gaze fixed on a building crowned by a light, revealing exactly where the enemy was positioned. Meanwhile, the human hunter complained that the smoke had completely hidden his target. Kim smiled as a blue light suddenly appeared above him, placing him directly in the assassin's sights. Kim knew he had to shorten the gap and introduce something the sniper could not predict. The hunter wondered how Kim had made that impossible jump, but Kim was already pulling out his weapon. Irritated, the assassin mocked Kim for challenging a sniper to a shooting duel. Kim answered with silence, activating the black flame and hundreds of skills before charging as the enemy fired. The bullet struck Kim's shoulder, forcing him to acknowledge the sniper's incredible reaction speed. But Kim's countershot tore into the assassin's shoulder, allowing the black flame to crawl up his neck. As Kim approached the groaning assassin, he remarked that even a grazing hit from his bullets could be fatal. Kim declared victory, only for his foot to suddenly start sinking into the ground. Kim suspected trap magic, while the human hunter mocked him as a brat and told him to stop wasting time thinking. Kim quickly realized that the situation had turned serious, and he was completely stuck. The assassin threatened to riddle him with bullets, and Kim knew he would die if the man managed to douse the black flame with holy water first. The battle had now turned into a desperate race against the clock. His immediate goal was to slow the sinking and minimize the trap's magical damage. It was not an elegant solution, but staying alive mattered more than style. Kim pressed both hands into the ground, poured out his mana, and activated his purification trait to erase as much of the trap's energy as he could. That was when Kim realized something had changed. The hunter had already succeeded in extinguishing the black flame. The sniper admitted that resisting the magic was impressive, but said Kim had simply taken too long. Kim shouted in disbelief when he realized the flame was already gone. The hunter grabbed his weapon and proclaimed victory, convinced that killing Kim would secure his own future forever. He moved in for the final kill, only to discover that Kim had vanished. Before the stunned assassin could react, Kim's fist smashed straight into his face. Kim called it the excitement of a comeback and thanked him for giving him just enough time to unlock a new skill. He explained that his earth resistance trait had saved him. Kim reminded him that he was a sniper, and close-range combat was the last thing he should attempt. Kim told him to start talking and reveal who had hired him. The human hunter conceded and promised to explain everything, but requested one last cigar first. Kim allowed it and simply told him to start talking. The hunter pulled out a lighter and set his cigar alight. Kim watched the cigar burn and casually asked whether it tasted good. The man said he was enjoying it, calling the flavor the taste of sweet victory. At that exact moment, his body began mutating. He lunged at Kim, but a hole had already been blasted through his chest. Shocked, the hunter demanded to know how Kim had figured out his trick. Kim explained that anyone with 10,000 hours of gaming experience would instantly recognize a mutant-transforming cigar. The human hunter could only ask what the hell Kim was talking about before collapsing face-first onto the ground. Kim admitted that the enemy's final trick had caught him off guard. Kim knew the human hunter was cunning and normally surrendered when defeat approached, so choosing to fight this time meant there had to be a reason. Kim picked up a flash drive and said it did not matter, because they could now uncover the mastermind after reaching the Science Sioux agency. A television report stated that last night's gang shootout in Mirim and the gas station blast had claimed dozens of lives. Director Choi asked how Kim had survived, and Kim said the situation had been dangerous, which explained his battered appearance. When Choi asked who was responsible, Kim sighed and said the story was so long he had no idea where to begin. The office door suddenly flew open, and Iron Fist Kim entered by dropping a body onto the floor, leaving Choi speechless. Iron Fist apologized and admitted that he had failed to monitor his own men properly. Kim said it was good that Iron Fist understood the situation, while Director Choi grumbled about his ruined door. Choi asked whether Iron Fist's gang had attacked Kim, and the leader clarified that the culprit was only a low-ranking subordinate. However, after interrogating the person responsible, he had managed to extract some valuable information. Kim asked whether the attacker had done it because he was desperate for cash. Iron Fist confirmed bitterly that the man had gambled away everything and was buried under loans from loan sharks. Despite that explanation, Iron Fist still took the blame and apologized. Kim accepted the apology, saying he understood how difficult it was to control every single gang member. He also pointed out that without Kim's involvement, Iron Fist himself might have been the one betrayed. Hearing that, the gang leader resolved to accept complete responsibility for the entire incident. Kim stopped him by producing the flash drive and insisting that he already possessed enough evidence. When he, Choi Inus, asked about it, Kim revealed that the superhuman who had attempted to murder him was carrying the device. Kim next asked whether Choi could operate a computer, and the director proudly smiled, claiming he was licensed before attacking the keyboard at full speed. Choi soon uncovered that their target was a major figure who had already caused the deaths of at least 20 superhumans. Kim confirmed the man's codename was the Human Hunter and told Choi to pull up his latest assignment. The director located a request posted 3 days earlier, carrying an unbelievable $20 billion bounty. The moment they heard that figure, both Kims yelled in complete disbelief. The warrior wondered who could afford such a ridiculous payment, and Choi explained that the client came from the powerful Ascendant Group. A moment later, the director brought up the client's identity, and Kim was left speechless by what appeared on the screen. Kim recognized the paladin from He Jainus Hindi, He Jainus Hindi, He Huinus Hindi, He La Enus, Tik's household, the same man who had glared at him and asked if that bastard was behind everything. What had seemed like a simple assassination attempt had suddenly become far more complicated. Choi couldn't understand why a wealthy heir would target Kim, while Kim admitted he had a theory and requested the man's family lineage. Choi returned to the keyboard and promised to dig up the details. As the results appeared, Kim realized the situation was exactly what he had suspected. Ascendant Security operated as the Ascendant Group's private military branch and ranked among the 5 biggest companies in Arcane Soul. As the eldest son, He Lienos, He Jaenos, He Yalnus had originally stood first in line to inherit everything. But after joining the Old Father's order through baptism and becoming a paladin, his position in the succession dropped dramatically. That left him with only one way to secure his future, proving himself as a paladin. Kim then laid out his theory. The saint had become completely fixated on him. She called Kim her light and savior, so Lee Yeol was probably furious that Kim had survived the baptism and risen to prominence. That resentment was likely what drove him to hire the assassin. Choi felt Yeol deserved to be taught a lesson, but Iron Fist cautioned them not to make a mistake against someone backed by such an influential family. Choi still insisted that doing nothing was impossible, and Kim immediately supported his point. Kim suddenly claimed to have a plan, earning instant praise from Choi. Meanwhile, the news sent Woojin into a rage. He smashed his fist onto the table and cursed whoever had dared target his master. Kim told him to relax since he was still alive, privately thinking that no one was more dependable than the wealthy level 5 CO Woojin. Woojin refused to forgive the attack and proposed answering it by hiring an assassin of their own. Choi objected, pointing out that an assassin powerful enough for the job would cost far too much. Kim cut through the argument and assured them that his actual plan had nothing to do with hiring an assassin. He then revealed that he intended to challenge Lee Yeol to an official duel. Woojin immediately protested, calling the plan dangerously reckless. Kim argued that avoiding the fight would only make things worse, since Yeol would respond by sending even stronger assassins. Woojin guessed that Yeol would never enter the arena himself and would send a substitute instead. Kim agreed with that prediction, but noted that victory would still force a public apology and compensation, even in this unfair world. After hearing the reasoning, Iron Fist conceded that this was probably their most practical option. Once everyone agreed, Kim said the evidence in his possession gave him more than sufficient grounds to issue the challenge. Choi handled the formal challenge and reminded everyone that an authorized notary would also be required. Woojin volunteered at once, explaining that his parents knew a lawyer who had previously served as a Supreme Court judge. The warrior sincerely thanked everyone for standing behind him. Seeing their anxious expressions, Kim asked what they were looking at and reassured them that he had no intention of dying. Iron Fist challenged that confidence, reminding Kim that the enemy knew his abilities and would surely send someone at level 4 or higher. Kim admitted the battle would be difficult, especially because he believed his mutation was banned in official duels, making this tougher than his fight with the chairman. Even so, Kim insisted he already had a good idea who Yeol would send in his stead. Iron Fist was surprised that Kim seemed to know the opponent already, and Kim confirmed that he did. Kim explained that this was precisely why he needed preparation time, then asked Woojin to train with him. His friend agreed immediately and promised to give everything he had. Kim thanked him but requested some mercy, remembering that their last training session had nearly killed him. 3 days later, Woojin and Choi stood in the arena, loudly wishing the warrior victory. Kim thanked them while recalling the brutal training he had endured over those 3 days. His body was worn out, but all that effort had left him confident that he was fully prepared. Now he was ready to confront Dusik, captain of the Old Father's Paladins. When Dusik arrived, he remarked that quite some time had passed since his previous duel. Lee Yeol tried to object that the captain should not have come, but Dusik silenced him and declared that he had no authority to speak. The captain boldly announced that while he remained in command, none of his order's paladins would ever lose an official duel. Kim watched Yeol shrink before his captain and realized that the man who acted fearless around him was actually a spineless sheep. Dusik then faced Kim, politely introducing himself and offering to begin with an apology for the unfortunate incident. The paladin's unexpected courtesy caught Kim completely off guard. Dusik clarified that one individual alone was responsible, and that the revered saint had no involvement whatsoever. Kim then asked where the order officially stood on the entire affair. The paladin answered that the saint had declared Kim would become her light and salvation. Those words made Kim think of Jachol, who had said something similar, although Kim still had no idea what they truly meant. Dusik then introduced an additional condition for the duel. If Dusik emerged victorious, Kim would be forced to join the order. Kim repeated the condition in disbelief and questioned the saint's obsession, but Dusik merely said it was both her will and the will of their lord. Just then, the lawyer stepped forward and announced that the duel was ready to commence. With both sides present, he instructed them to verify the terms of the oath contract. The terms were straightforward. A paladin victory would mean Kim had to join the order of the Old Father. But if Kim won, Lee Jeol would be barred from harming him in any way and would owe him compensation as well. Once both sides accepted the conditions, the duel became legally binding. Kim remembered that in Arcane Soul, a duel's oath was no ordinary promise. It was a magical contract that could make a breaker's heart explode. Even in a lawless world like this, nobody would be foolish enough to violate an oath like that. The lawyer then reviewed the rules, which followed the international standards established by the superhuman federations. The fighters could use every superpower and personal weapon they possessed, but any consumable item had to be made during the duel. Dusik declared himself prepared, whereas Kim requested a little time to craft his consumables. The lawyer allowed 10 minutes for the creation of each item. Kim produced 3 potion vials and joked internally that he had practically become an alchemist, brewing elixirs tailored to counter paladins. The lawyer identified them as the He Steel Enos, He Body Enos, He Plesh Enos, and He Magic Enos, He'd taganenos, he elixid, enos. Kim announced that he would drink all three, firmly believing that doping was a necessary part of player versus player combat. Once Kim finished preparing, the lawyer officially began the duel. The arena's counter started at 10 as the two opponents squared off. Dusik called it a tremendous honor to welcome Kim into his order and urged him to surrender willingly before the fight began. Kim dismissed the speech and told him to stop wasting time. Seeing that persuasion would not work, the paladin pulled out his hammer. He promised not to kill Kim because the young warrior still had to join the order. Kim sensed Dusik's overwhelming mana and immediately understood that the paladin stood on a much higher level. All his preparation might not be enough. Defeating Dusik would mean putting his own life on the line. The instant the counter reached 0, Dusik rushed in at full power and unleashed a blast that tore apart a section of the arena. Yet when the dust settled, Kim hadn't suffered a scratch. He had not disappeared at all. He had simply triggered his dash ability at the last possible instant. Kim shouted that the warrior Kim would become a god, leaving Dusik staring at him in total disbelief. The explosion of black flames shocked the audience, while Woojin admitted that Kim was powerful enough to finish the match with one strike. Soren, observing from the sidelines, merely told everyone to keep their eyes on the fight. As the smoke faded, Kim emerged with his shield braced against Dusik's attack. Kim then demanded an explanation for the god story, dismissing it as utter nonsense. Dusik was left utterly speechless. Kim had anticipated the opening rush, recognizing it as a high-level ambush skill, so he had positioned himself to block it. Even so, Kim knew that a single use of that attack could break through his third-layer shield. Dusik said that seeing a level 3 warrior withstand his attack explained the Saintess's obsession. But Kim interrupted and demanded the truth behind the god prophecy. The paladin replied that the story was precisely what Kim had heard. According to Dusik, warrior Kim was the Order's hope, the person destined to rescue them from the apocalypse. Kim began piecing everything together and remembered that the god they worshipped was already dead. He remembered that later in the game's storyline, the Saintess performed a resurrection ritual that triggered a boss fight right in the center of Seoul. Growing suspicious, Kim asked whether being their savior meant becoming a vessel for their god. Dusik confirmed Kim's suspicion and called it a noble sacrifice and sacred offering. Kim exploded in outrage, realizing that these lunatics intended to sacrifice him. Dusik confidently declared that Kim's body and soul already belonged to the old father and his avatar, since Kim was destined to lose and join the order. Kim charged while telling Dusik to quit the nonsense, but the captain blocked him with his shield and staggered backward from the impact. Kim realized the force came from switching every stat to his offensive warrior build. He attacked again, crashing into Dusik's shield while preparing to overwhelm him with his remaining skills. Dusik admitted that the youngster's swordsmanship was proving surprisingly difficult to handle. Kim agreed internally, noticing that Dusik's defensive focus was creating openings in his guard. The moment an opening appeared, Kim pulled out an axe and changed his skill setup. Dusik raised his hammer to defend, but Kim's axe punched through his armor, prompting the paladin to say the battle was finally becoming enjoyable. Kim realized his strategy was paying off, and that those 3 days of preparation had not been wasted. Training with Seo Woojin had been about more than learning specific duel skills. Kim had practiced changing his entire combat style instinctively in under half a second. Kim knew that flexibility would be essential against superhumans who outranked him. So whenever defense was necessary, like after his shield broke, he switched to defensive skills, then instantly followed with a sword rush and an unexpected offensive counterattack. Kim constantly altered his approach, combining different warrior skills to strike Dusik's shield from several angles at once. Taking advantage of the opening, Kim activated Berserker and explained that a level 3 fighter could only challenge a level 4 opponent by constantly rotating his abilities. To Dusik, it felt as though 4 completely different warriors were attacking him at the same time, and he could not comprehend it. Kim's relentless assault became so fierce that it knocked the paladin's hammer out of his hands. The observing paladins stared in disbelief, convinced that what they were seeing could not be real. Dusik stood frozen, staring blankly at the wound he had received. Kim announced that the duel was his, and that he had no plans of becoming the Order's sacrificial offering. Dusik acknowledged that he had lost the exchange, but warned Kim that he would no longer hold back. He declared that the matter of sacrifice no longer concerned him. Dusik announced that he was going to kill Kim and ordered the young warrior to prepare himself. Dusik suddenly launched his shield straight at Kim, catching him with a brutal direct hit. The impact blasted Kim across the arena, and he immediately sensed that Dusik's power had risen sharply. Kim realized the paladin had been restraining himself the entire time. Dusik charged again, furious that Kim had insulted his order, and smashed him into the wall a second time. He demanded an apology and promised to accept Kim's surrender if he obeyed. Kim refused, rose to his feet, and declared that Dusik could not win unless he killed him. Kim rushed in with his sword and the two warriors exchanged attacks in a savage frenzy. Dusik crushed Kim's shoulder with his shield, yet Kim only smiled before cutting across the paladin's abdomen. Still consumed by rage, the paladin kicked Kim hard enough to send him crashing into the wall once more. Both fighters were breathing heavily. Dusik was exhausted by fury, while Kim was struggling through the pain. The paladin then shouted that this meaningless battle was about to end. Raising his shield toward the old father, Dusik summoned a colossal wave of darkness that swallowed the entire arena. Kim recognized Dusik's ultimate skill and understood, now that he was witnessing it firsthand, that it was absolute destruction. If that attack connected, Kim knew his defeat would be certain, because dodging it was impossible. Victory required Kim to cut straight through that enormous wave. Although fear gripped him, Kim chose to rely on every warrior skill he had developed, from his mountain-splitting swordsmanship to the style Seo Wujin had taught him. He would also depend on the Einherjar cultivation technique he had mastered through years of training, along with his mana heart. And finally, he had the desperate charge he had unlocked earlier and flash, the strike said to cut through anything in the universe. Kim resolved to pour every ounce of power into one final attack. With his sword extended for the final thrust, Kim drove through the darkness second by second, telling himself to trust his own strength. Spectators such as Jael and Choi could only stare, unable to understand what was happening inside the darkness. Once the strike connected, Kim came to a halt, coughing blood as agonizing pain tore through him. With Kim's blade having pierced straight through his back, Dusik still praised him and called it a magnificent duel. A moment later, the paladin collapsed, completely defeated. The lawyer lifted Kim's arm and announced his victory, sending his friends sprinting over to him. Kim could barely process the fact that he had beaten a high-level superhuman without relying on his mutant ability. Wujin embraced him and proudly declared that his master was the greatest. Soren joked that Kim's performance had been less than human, while Choi pretended he had always been certain of the victory. Even Iron Fist was struggling to believe the battle he had just witnessed. The celebration ended abruptly when Yeel insulted Kim and attacked him with his hammer. Wujin instantly shielded his master, unleashing an explosion that drove the paladin backward into his fellow knights. Wujin ordered the trash to know his place and asked whether he was trying to die by attacking his teacher. The lawyer stepped in as well, warning Yeel that reckless behavior would cause the oath-bound heart to explode. Yeel dropped to his knees and blamed Kim for the death of his captain. The other paladins cried out for revenge, swearing that the Order of the Old Father would never forget what had happened. Kim challenged the accusation, but Yeel insisted it was true because he had witnessed everything himself. The warrior dismissed his claims as nonsense and reminded him that Kim alone had defeated Dusik. Kim explained that despite being his opponent, Dusik had shown himself to be a true warrior. Kim refused to let a warrior die in an honorable duel because of some pathetic assassination scheme born from an inferiority complex. That was why Kim accepted the duel, to honor Dusik's dignity, and followed through on his promise. Jael screamed his captain's name in rage, but the other paladins urged him to leave immediately. As the order departed, Kim figured they would keep seeking revenge, but he still believed the outcome had been fair. Later that day at the Sciensu Agency, Choi proudly told someone over the phone that hiring warrior Kim had been the right call. He bragged that his client had beaten the captain of the Order of the Old Father. But when the caller seemed ready to ask for something, Choi apologized and said he would call back shortly. Kim admitted that he was concerned Jo Chul might fail to obtain the armor. Choi reassured him with praise, saying Kim had followed every instruction and used both the giant and extreme skills perfectly. Choi then presented him with a gift and told Kim to see what was inside. When Kim opened the box, he was immediately impressed by the outfit waiting inside. Choi explained that it was a premium training suit, capable of cleaning itself and regenerating mana. Kim complimented the director's taste and thanked him, after which Choi started buttering him up before asking whether he could make a request. Choi thanked Kim and said their brief partnership had made his business explode, despite the public still being skeptical. Kim admitted that the suspicion made sense, then used the opportunity to ask whether Choi had any worthwhile jobs available. Choi confirmed that he had already found the ideal assignment. The Sun Magic Tower wanted to examine Kim's black flame as part of its research. Kim paused to consider the offer. The Sun Magic Tower was one of Seoul's 4 legendary magic towers, and as far as Kim remembered, it was the best place for fire-based magic. To make the offer even more tempting, Choi added that the tower would give Kim a membership. Kim accepted on the spot, because he knew a certain character from that tower could provide incredible rewards. Once Kim reached the tower, its breathtaking fusion of science and magic left him amazed. A scientist soon walked up to him and introduced himself as researcher Park Hyungju. He asked Kim whether he was the superhuman warrior who had come to participate in the study. Kim confirmed it, while quietly noticing that the researcher looked far older than his real age. Youngju said they should not waste time and led Kim to a room where a basic measurement would be conducted. The moment Kim saw the equipment, he felt as though he had seen that machine before. The mage instructed Kim to enter the chamber and remain still in the middle while the door sealed shut. This was no ordinary scan. It was an ultra-precise measurement test. Kim suddenly recognized it as the same kind of machine games used to display every detail about a character. That meant every hidden ability and secret he possessed was seconds away from being revealed. Panicking, Kim hammered the glass and demanded to know what the hell was going on. He ordered them to shut the machine down immediately, insisting that he was not prepared for this. The doctor calmly answered from outside that the procedure was mandatory and clearly covered by the contract. Realizing nobody intended to let him out, Kim prepared himself for the worst. One powerful blow was enough to smash the glass right in front of the stunned doctor. Hyung-ju demanded an explanation, so Kim clarified that he had agreed only to demonstrate his black flame. That was the sole reason he had cooperated. Suddenly, another man appeared and demanded to know who Hyung-ju thought he was to mistreat a guest like that. The newcomer, Yu Myung-seok, immediately slapped Hyung-ju and berated him for messing up his project yet again. Hyung-ju tried to dismiss it as a misunderstanding, but his boss accused him of attempting to sell every detail about the warrior who possessed the black flame ability. Myung-seok then revealed that a camera had captured the entire incident. The researcher quickly apologized and confessed that a burst of greed had clouded his judgment. Myung-seok did not hesitate. He fired him on the spot and ordered him to leave. Kim could only stand there and watch, still trying to make sense of the chaos. Myung-seok cleared his throat, turned toward Kim, apologized for the incident, and introduced himself as the chief researcher. Kim noticed that the man looked sick, but said the situation was not their fault and asked what would happen from there. Myung-seok explained that the idiot had previously sold confidential data for money, and Elder Joe was the only reason he had not been expelled already. Kim complained that he had traveled all the way there for the director's request, only to nearly have his private information stolen. Yu Myung-seok apologized once more and offered to compensate Kim by upgrading his membership. Kim asked what the upgrade included, and the chief explained that it would let him use commercial potions and train with potions of his own. Kim found the deal worthwhile, especially because the tower possessed potions available only to mages. After everything was settled, the director suggested taking a short break before the research and offered Kim a tour of the tower. Not long afterward, Kim entered a chamber packed with glowing yellow orbs. Kim realized Arcane Soul had nearly fooled him again, but things had ultimately turned in his favor because this training could grant him amazing skills. All of a sudden, a radio broadcast announced that beginner-level electric magic training was starting. At that exact moment, the orbs began releasing a terrifying amount of electricity. A relentless barrage of electric attacks was unleashed against Warrior Kim. The current struck him hard, forcing a painful groan from the warrior. The pain felt as though it had reached his bones, but Kim knew that enduring it a little longer with his stats would make the suffering worthwhile. His gamble paid off, because moments later, he obtained the electricity resistance skill. Kim celebrated because he had finally completed the 6-attribute resistance set. He immediately ordered the system to stop, convinced that another minute would cook him alive. Instead, red warning lights flooded the chamber, as an alert announced that manual mode was active and the electrical intensity had been raised. Kim yelled that the training was over for him and demanded to know who was controlling things outside. When Kim looked toward the control panel, he saw Hyung-ju, who coldly warned him that he had picked the wrong enemy. Hyung-ju pushed the discharge to maximum voltage, sending a gigantic surge of energy straight into Kim. Kim writhed and refused to accept what was happening, while Hyung-ju watched calmly, hoping the warrior would finally die. Instead of falling, Kim endured the complete discharge, focusing only on surviving long enough to gain another skill. Park laughed and mocked Kim, saying this was the fate of people who valued their lives too much. Then something completely unexpected happened, wiping the smile from his face at once. Junsu endured the full electrical assault, determined to evolve through it. Opening his skill panel, he prepared to use Divine Resistance, which he had gained after surviving the baptism. He planned to combine it with the fire resistance earned while confronting the sacred Mana Fountain. He also had Darkness Resistance, obtained after his brutal fight with the Necromancer. Then there was Cold Resistance, earned by surviving the blizzard summoned by the Northern Ghosts. He could not leave out Earth Resistance either, which developed while he escaped a magical trap set by a human hunter. Finally, he had now secured the electricity resistance he had been chasing. With all 6 resistances working together, Warrior Kim was prepared to face any danger this new challenge could throw at him. The combined power of those skills reinforced his body and pushed his heart toward another level. At that instant, a surprising change occurred. Kim realized he had gained magic resistance. A green sphere started circling his body, showing that his natural magic had finally stabilized. Wrapped in electricity and shielded by a magical barrier, Kim remained standing firmly at the center of the testing chamber. The control panel detected a critical malfunction caused by reckless operation. The system began collapsing into chaos, triggering an alert about the danger that was about to unfold. As even more electric spheres were fired at him, Kim recognized the danger and came up with a new plan. Using his heightened perception, he slipped past every incoming attack. That maneuver earned him another skill, further expanding his combat abilities. Meanwhile, the panicking Hyung-ju desperately tried to fix the control panel, but the damage had already gone too far. The professor stormed into the laboratory and loudly blamed his assistant for acting carelessly and creating yet another disaster. Once again, the master was forced to clean up the mess created by his unfaithful student. After the training program was adjusted, the system finally returned to a stable state. The chief scientist turned on his subordinate in fury, demanding to know how he had dared injure Warrior Kim. Then Kim appeared in the doorway, completely alive. The researcher was left utterly speechless. The man had survived without even a visible injury. Kim casually joked that the whole experience had been quite electrifying. Nobody could understand how Warrior Kim had walked away, untouched, after absorbing that enormous electrical blast. Regardless, everyone agreed that the troublesome assistant had to be expelled from the laboratory immediately. Watching this unfold, Kim asked what would happen to the assistant after his expulsion. Kim was told that a magical mark would be placed on the man's brain, permanently preventing him from learning new spells. The scientist then handed Kim a box containing a special compensation gift. Inside were a rare elixir and a miraculous potion capable of massive healing. Kim was genuinely impressed by the contents. He immediately understood that this gift was practically an extra life. Still, Kim knew the scientist was only trying to keep the incident from becoming an even bigger disaster. Holding the box, Kim remarked that it was hardly enough compensation after being attacked 2 separate times. He then revealed that he had always wanted to test the tower's 4 greatest spells. For several obvious reasons, that request immediately made the scientist extremely nervous. Kim specifically asked to test the solar explosion spell. He wanted the solar lamp to unleash its energy straight onto his body. With complete confidence, Kim claimed he could survive the spell's full 15 seconds. When they questioned him for being only a level 3 superhuman, Kim made it clear that he was anything but ordinary. Observing him carefully, the scientist realized that Kim possessed a black flame powerful enough to consume even the mightiest foes. The scientist admitted that Kim's method was fascinating, but incredibly dangerous. The magical weapon was positioned, while Kim stood at the exact center and prepared to receive the blast. Kim knew that only 3 established methods existed for obtaining the solar explosion trait. The first option was becoming the Tower Master's direct disciple. The second required defeating the Master in a one-on-one battle. The problem was that both paths were restricted to people belonging to the mage class. The nervous scientist announced that the cannon was ready to fire. Knowing there was no backing out now, Kim looked up toward the weapon. He noticed several people watching the experiment from nearby. While considering a third option, approaching the Tower Master and unlocking a hidden quest, the cannon activated, sending the spell directly toward him. The spectacular blast raced across the platform, and Kim stood his ground, determined to prove himself. Solar explosion would strike with full force for exactly 15 seconds, and Kim knew he had to endure every brutal moment. There was only one way he could survive. He needed to activate the trait built into his equipment. That trait belonged to the magic armor he was already fully compatible with. As Kim resisted the spell, everyone watching stared in disbelief at his sheer determination. No one could believe that a level 3 superhuman was enduring an attack meant exclusively for level 6 warriors. At last, the timer reached the 15-second mark. The scientist shouted for the blast to be shut down immediately. The weapon began pouring out thick smoke, confirming that the spell had ended. Kim immediately grabbed his chest. To Kim, those 15 seconds felt longer than anything he had ever experienced. But the ordeal had paid off. He had obtained the trait he wanted. Even better, the feat had completely captured the Tower Master's attention. His performance was so astonishing that the mage invited him for tea and a private conversation. During their talk, the master praised Kim's clever use of the black flame to survive solar explosion. The master then hinted that Kim might be valuable for an extremely important tower project. Kim replied that he would be honored to help with it. Impressed by Kim's way with words, the mage decided to make a personal request. He called for his grandson, who entered through the door shyly and looked openly suspicious. Proudly, the mage introduced Kim as a level 3 superhuman with extraordinary potential. This was how Kim finally met the young magician, the mage-class character featured in the tutorial. The grandfather enthusiastically claimed that his grandson had what it took to become a high-level superhuman. The young man, however, seemed crushed by low self-esteem and kept staring at the floor. The mage got straight to the matter, saying he knew that Warrior Kim had healed Director Ko2's son. That was why he hoped Kim might also be able to awaken the hidden talent sleeping inside his grandson. Both of them looked toward Kim, waiting for his answer. Junsu agreed without hesitation and told them they could rely on him. Once again, Kim's kind attitude left an entire family sincerely grateful. And naturally, Kim wore a sly smile when he heard that he could ask for anything as payment. The Tower Master was completely unprepared for the request Kim made. With complete calmness, Warrior Kim repeated that he wanted the solar explosion spell. Although the request clearly bothered him, the Tower Master agreed to grant it and asked whether Kim could truly use the spell. Kim assured him that he could, since the tower would also provide the spell's teachings through a memory chip. The young mage apologized for interrupting Kim, then asked what his training would actually involve. Pointing at his grandson, the master explained that the boy's main problem was his low intellect. But Warrior Kim understood the young mage's real problem perfectly. The boy was actually intelligent, but he had abandoned mathematics entirely. Kim proposed teaching him a form of magic that would not rely on mathematical calculations. He guaranteed that this approach would let the boy use spirits and become a flame sorcerer. The grandfather panicked because he did not want his grandson to become merely a sorcerer. Kim argued that it was unfair to leave the boy suffering simply because he could not use conventional magic. The grandfather stared at his grandson, suddenly eager to witness the potential of a future flame sorcerer. He sat down again and asked Kim to explain the plan in detail. The method was simple. The spirit would handle the complicated work, while the boy only supplied mana. The Tower Master saw a problem, since his grandson had no experience dealing with spirits. Kim clarified that the boy did not need to form a contract with any spirit. Instead, he only had to inscribe one spell into his mana circuit. The circuit would manage the spell while he handled the mana. The Tower Master became visibly excited by the possibility. The theory was astonishing, and the grandfather could not understand how a warrior knew something so advanced. Kim stood silently, fully aware of how impressive the idea sounded, because he had borrowed it from the Tower Master's future invention. After playing for so long, Kim knew every shortcut, and with the spirit gate closed, spirit animals could be used instead. A phoenix would be ideal because it could handle the situation easily. The real challenge was finding such a legendary creature. Kim told the warrior to leave that part to him, since he already had a solution. With that plan in mind, the three of them traveled to a mountain region filled with countless flying phoenixes. Everything Warrior Kim did continued to impress the people around him and raise their expectations. Once the matter was settled, Kim asked about the promised solar flare and became excited when he learned the Tower Master would provide its memory chip. However, Kim still wanted to know how a warrior was supposed to use solar flare. Creating a tiny flame on his fingertips, Kim said he wanted to refine the spell and develop his own version. The Tower Master laughed, because he knew that would be an unbelievably difficult task. Kim explained that using the spell as a mage and using it as a warrior could produce different results. When he claimed his version might be superior, the master became interested and proposed a wager. They would compare the Magic Tower's version with Warrior Kim's version after 2 years of development. If Kim won, the Tower Master would grant him one wish. But if he lost, Kim would have to join the tower's security team. While the two continued talking, Kim noticed the young man casually climbing the stairs by himself. Afterward, they relocated to another luxurious area, where Warrior Kim waited for the results. The scientist arrived with the requested items and congratulated Kim for opening the road to sorcery. Kim considered the result acceptable, but said they should first wait and see whether the operation succeeded. The scientist also brought up the mage who had been kicked out. Kim considered the man a completely hopeless loser. The scientist said that a deeper investigation had revealed the truth. Man had accepted money from a certain group. The request came from the Kun Group, one of the world's 5 biggest conglomerates, infamous for its ruthless expansion tactics. What made it especially suspicious was that they wanted no details about the tower itself, only information on he, Vadiet Enos, he, Kim, Enos. The thought alone sent shivers through him, because he knew Warrior would never side with villains. Before their conversation could go any further, the surgeon emerged with his arms wide open and fantastic news. Overjoyed, he slapped the warrior on the back and credited the entire success to that superhuman. Then he met Inus. Kim Inus arrived, looking even more thrilled than everyone else. He practically glowed, as though he had truly fused with the Phoenix. Since he had begun directly at level 3, his strength had already caught up with Warrior Kim's. That was genetics showing its true power. The negativity and crippling self-doubt that once weighed him down had completely disappeared. Warrior Kim advised him to stick with fire attribute elixirs from that point onward. As everyone offered their respect and heartfelt gratitude, his reward was brought over. The warrior was almost unable to process what he was seeing. Among the many prizes he received was the exact item he needed, the solar flare chip. The thrilled master even slipped his allowance into the magically expanded bag. At that moment, he realized just how ridiculously useful good favorability could be. Once the mission ended, he returned to Director Choi's office, just as he always did. The moment he arrived, he collapsed onto the sofa and proudly displayed every prize to the director. While still at the facility, he told the director that he was ready for another dose of nectar. To minimize any possible side effects, he asked the director to refine it first. But Director Choi knew Warrior Kim well enough to have everything prepared in advance. Once again, the director managed to leave the warrior stunned and extremely pleased. He then displayed the required ingredients on his tablet, explaining that only the ordinary ones were currently available. Young Kim immediately realized that his shield already carried regeneration strength and steel armor, so he selected the horned tiger's heart as his next ingredient. The director's expression fell, however, because horned tigers were already an endangered species. The news seemed odd to the protagonist, but he had no intention of abandoning his plan. After making a fortune, he bought himself a vehicle that was both quick and comfortable. That meant he could personally take on the hunt. He drove through the open air, enjoying the breeze while heading out to hunt the beast himself. There was just one major issue. He still had to locate a horned tiger somewhere across this enormous stretch of land. He desperately wanted to avoid his last resort method, but eventually, he had to open the canned meat. The contents were absurdly concentrated. He drew in a deep breath and started following the smell. The experience was absolutely disgusting, but it rewarded him with a new skill. He had obtained the hound nose trait. He ventured deep into the forest, where his enhanced nose could separate countless different scents. A powerful slaughtered animal stench reached him, suggesting that a predator had to be close. His senses suddenly picked up another presence. His eyes widened in an instant. When he glanced behind him, he found a group of hunters chasing him while firing their weapons. They fired without mercy, clearly determined to drive him out of their territory. As he fled, he never expected to run into rival hunters this soon. Even after all that trouble, he kept his focus when he finally came face to face with his target. He was stunned by the enormous scar running across the beast. With 6 fully developed traits, the creature was deadly enough to kill him the moment he let his guard slip. A full-speed charge from that monster left almost no room to escape. Even with his trait activated, the warrior could only avoid a direct hit and still took a slash across the face. Watching the monster's movements, he realized his odds were getting worse by the second. This fight had to end with one perfectly placed shot. From here on, he could depend only on his senses and instincts. He answered by springing into the air. Drawing on his 6 core skills, he narrowed his attention down to a single thing: his aim. Using every ounce of strength, he shot upward and prepared to hit the monster head-on. But the creature slipped past the attack with effortless precision. The warrior loaded his legs with momentum, knowing the battle was far from finished. Once more, the Mountain King stood directly before him. Still, Kim trusted his marksmanship completely, even though his main class was warrior. This time, his shot appeared to connect. And this was no ordinary bullet. It had been infused with power. Yet he froze when he saw the beast continue forward without slowing, even after taking the shot head-on. If anything, the Mountain King simply fixed its gaze on him and charged with even greater brutality. His skill gave him just enough room to avoid the incoming blow. Looking into its blood-red eyes, he understood that even the black flames had failed to stop its movement. He needed a defensive backup plan in case the black flames proved insufficient. Otherwise, he would be forced into close combat with that red-eyed demon. The warrior was now up against the Mountain King's ultimate ability. Known as inverted charge, the technique turns the beast's massive, over 1-ton body into a speeding weapon. The solution was surprisingly simple: redirect the great tiger's own power back at itself. The giant beast's eyes opened wide in shock. With the creature unable to dodge, Warrior Kim finally had the opening he needed. Everything went according to plan, and the protagonist claimed victory over the Mountain King. A while later, he showed up at the monster exchange market. Holding up the box excitedly, he announced that it contained the king's heart. He was confident the extraction was flawless, having removed it personally with his unique traits. He told the crowd he would keep the heart and auction everything else to whoever wanted it. Hands quickly shot up, driving the bids from 1 billion to 2.5 billion. Then a woman in the crowd casually raised her hand and offered 5 billion. The entire crowd went silent, realizing nobody could possibly compete with that offer. The buyer wanted to know whether he had hunted the king without any help. When he dismissed it as luck, she countered that real hunting had no room for something called luck. Impressed by his ability, she gave him her card and invited him to consider joining the Hunter Association someday. She seemed familiar to him, but the mountain of money in front of him had completely stolen his attention. Soon, his bank balance skyrocketed thanks to the king's heart and an additional 5 billion. 2 days later, he stood staring at the refined nectar in his hand. Its color alone told him that the refining process had been flawless. That immediately reminded him how skilled Director Choi was. He trusted the director and knew side effects were unlikely, but anxiety still crept in. To stay safe, he configured his traits before drinking it. Once ready, he steeled himself and gulped down the entire dose. There were no side effects, but the liquid scorched his insides like molten lava. His body started evolving, triggering a major hormonal shift and sending his adrenaline soaring. His physical activation and efficiency increased, while his mana circuits were rebuilt from the ground up. At last, he reached level 4, and his stats surged dramatically. It felt like his soul had caught fire, raising both his level and his audacity trait. There was a clear reason he had hunted the beast and sold its drops himself. Those traits were the real weapons he used to win his battles. He began wondering what would happen if he copied traits from equipment, such as diamond. It was worth serious consideration, especially since traits like robust and giant were incredibly powerful. With every preparation complete, he stood before the skill panel. The panel detected severe damage, spreading through his muscle fibers. His entire skeletal structure began shifting into a new shape. Then his trait panel suddenly reset itself. It looked as though every trait was interacting with the others. Eventually, they merged into one powerful trait, Strength of the Giant. Seeing the mountain of muscle he had gained, he could barely contain his excitement. His experiment had finally worked. Strength of the Giant was a top-tier trait made for warriors. In front of the mirror, he decided to test just how much raw power he possessed. His body had grown to a size that looked almost mutant-like. The result was exactly what he had predicted. The mirror shattered from the shockwave before he even touched it. The strength was enormous, but the damage it inflicted on his body made it a terrible trade. Every part of his body was screaming in pain. That experience convinced him to think carefully before activating it again. As he suspected, only a diamond body could safely withstand that trait. The top-tier invincibility trait would boost his regeneration, but learning it required diamonds. Just like before, he could extract the trait directly from his equipment. Unfortunately, he did not have a single diamond left. Then his excitement returned when he remembered the exact place where diamonds could be found. The moment he reached the location, he was rendered speechless. He had been sure they would be in stock, but the place was completely empty. The shopkeeper informed him that new stock would not arrive until next month. The frustrated warrior immediately protested that waiting a month was impossible. Just then, the old man quietly offered to take him diamond mining if he wanted them that badly. He had no memory of this event from the game, but he accepted the offer without hesitation. Before long, the two men were sitting inside a car. The old man assured him that they would reach their destination quickly. As he drove, the man remarked that the warrior surely understood how many risks were necessary to obtain what he wanted. The warrior clearly disliked where this conversation was heading. Everything about the situation felt suspiciously mysterious. After passing a sign, the truth behind the trip finally began to click. The old man suggested that he inspect the place and leave if it did not suit him, but the warrior had neither the intention nor the reason to retreat. Soon, they arrived at an arena where superhumans battled for survival. Inside, the mood was fiercely competitive and utterly merciless. Every eye in the place was fixed on the ring. This was the capital's most prestigious combat arena. It was the notorious Colosseum, where the strongest fighters constantly proved themselves. The exterior was magnificent, so he expected the inside to be equally spectacular. The roaring crowd left Warrior Kim impressed the instant he entered. The whole arena radiated adrenaline, and he immediately wanted to join the action. As Kim studied the arena, the old man asked whether he had been there before. Kim skipped the small talk and asked whether the old man actually had connections to the club. The old man was revealed to be Kim Chunbok, one of the founders of the legendary Dichanwen market. He dealt in rare magical items with mysterious origins and occasionally sold incredibly valuable relics. Chunbok explained that fighting was the quickest route to earning diamonds there, though it came with one serious condition. The loser had to destroy their own magic circuit, which would then crystallize into a diamond. In other words, the process wiped out all of their experience points. This was far more than an ordinary match. Here, the fighters were gambling with their very souls. For Junsu, it was the ideal opportunity to begin collecting diamonds. Since Chunbok had brought him in, Junsu decided to make the old man his official ring sponsor. Their agreement was straightforward. The warrior would keep half the earnings, while the remainder covered taxes and other fees. That did not stop the warrior from charging straight into the competition. The moment he entered the arena, he already knew exactly how he wanted to proceed. Not long into the match, one fighter smashed a direct blow into Warrior Kim's skull. Kim did not even twitch after taking the hit, horrifying the opponent who had landed it. After activating Strength of the Giant, he used his new power to effortlessly knock out his fifth opponent. He lifted one hand proudly, celebrating another victory achieved with a single punch. With 5 consecutive wins, the referee declared the arrival of a spectacular new rookie. Satisfied with himself, Warrior Kim told his sponsor that he had already collected several precious stones. The curious old man asked how Kim planned to spend the money, but the answer left him completely stunned. When he asked whether Kim wanted to become stronger, the warrior answered yes without hesitation. Kim understood that surviving in Arcana required genuine strength. Otherwise, people would keep taking advantage of him. Chunbok glanced at his phone, smiled, and turned the notification toward Kim. Someone had just issued a challenge to the warrior. His challenger was the Destroyer King, a level 4 superhuman and the Colosseum's #1 fighter. The old man urged Kim to refuse because the match was too dangerous, but Kim answered only with a serious silence. Moments later, a beautiful blonde woman entered carrying the first round sign, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Everyone assumed the Destroyer King would walk away with another effortless win. That monster was the Destroyer King, a level 4 superhuman. The arrogant challenger pointed at Kim and taunted him, claiming he had expected the warrior to be too cowardly to show up. Kim immediately recognized that he was facing a terrifying opponent. Before him stood an SR-ranked fighter with the giant strength combat technique and 3 high-level skills. In the game, Kim had raised this character to level 5, yet even at level 4, he was still exceptionally dangerous. Kim gave a cold smile and began wondering whether diamonds were really enough payment for this fight. The Destroyer King made the opening move, but Kim slipped past it effortlessly, moving so quickly that afterimages filled the arena. The king promised to reduce Junsu to a pulp. Kim answered with a confident smile, promising to do precisely that to the king. Kim set up a counter and locked his opponent in a powerful grip. Exactly as Kim predicted, the enemy immediately targeted his joints. Thanks to his superior agility, the warrior maintained a firm hold on him. The experienced Destroyer King adapted quickly and started lifting Junsu into the air. He was setting up one decisive finishing strike. Hanging in midair, the protagonist simply smiled. He had already come up with several possible counters. He twisted through the air and opened his skill panel. Then he activated Giant Strength alongside Super Strength. At exactly the right instant, he triggered his counterattack trait. His positioning was absolutely perfect. That setup gave him the opening for an extremely precise strike. The blow visibly injured the Destroyer King. When Kim increased the pressure, the Destroyer King switched tactics. For a moment, he nearly managed to shut Kim down again. Kim broke loose once more, now intent on finishing the fight without wasting time. He seized the opponent by the collar. Then he slammed him into the ground with every ounce of strength he had. That move earned him a new trait, suppression. The Destroyer King demanded an explanation for how Kim had avoided his attack. Junsu told him the real battle was only beginning. Now that he possessed every basic combat trait, he could merge them into something entirely new. That evolution created the practical combat trait. With his new trait acquired, Kim eagerly prepared to return to the fight and test it out. His opponent had absolutely no clue what Kim was planning. Before the king could understand anything, Su threw a punch, but deliberately stopped short of making contact. Confused, the Destroyer King asked what Kim had done to transform the entire atmosphere around him. Kim silently admitted that the man was correct. When he first stepped into the ring, he truly had been nothing more than a rookie, but practical combat had transformed him into a fully rounded fighter. Once activated, it chained ordinary attacks into combos and added savage bonuses to every move. Furious after being overwhelmed by the barrage, the Destroyer King gathered every bit of power for one massive punch. The instant he attacked, Warrior Kim slipped aside effortlessly. Kim used the opening to seize his arm. He even considered combining more lesser traits to push his abilities to an even higher stage. He followed up with a strike that pinned the opponent's arm in place. With a cold stare, Kim warned him to surrender unless he wanted to leave with a broken arm. The threat worked. Terrified that his arm would snap, the Destroyer King finally gave up. The referee confirmed the result, making Warrior Kim the winner. To everyone's shock, he immediately climbed the rankings of the level 4 superhuman division. The crowd erupted once again. Despite having supported his opponent from the beginning, they gave him the nickname Warrior King, much to his intense embarrassment. Holding the arena core, the referee announced that the diamond creation process was about to begin. Kim could only watch quietly. The defeated fighter clenched his teeth, clearly unwilling to surrender all the power he had worked so hard to gain. Instead, the defeated Destroyer King requested a special contract. Even the referee was stunned by the request. He explained to Kim that under this contract, the organizers would provide the diamonds instead of the defeated fighter. That deal would only work with the winner's approval, so he asks whether the man is willing to agree. To settle things quickly, the Destroyer King puts 10 diamonds on the table. Warrior Kim turns the offer down instantly. His sudden refusal catches both the referee and his opponent completely off guard. Kim is not satisfied with 10 diamonds. He wants to raise the prize. His revised demand includes a rare accessory too, the legendary Steel Fist, an SR rank magical weapon. The Destroyer King visibly panics after discovering that Kim even knows the legendary Steel Fist exists. He desperately pretends to know nothing, but Kim has already seen through the act. Kim makes his position perfectly clear. He refuses to settle for anything below the promised reward. Cornered with no alternative, the Destroyer King finally agrees to give him the magical accessory. However, he demands that Kim fight him for the Steel Fists later in the Colosseum, and Kim has no issue with that condition. As soon as he puts on the magic fists, a powerful energy rushes through him. The item boosts his strength and resistance while cutting all incoming damage for 10 seconds. Looking over the table, He feels pleased because the diamonds he won can strengthen his traits. Next, he plans to use the healing trait from the magic necklace he earned from Priest Kim. The fusion immediately surrounds them in golden light, though something during the process clearly causes him pain. Soon afterward, the protagonist starts experiencing the result. He now possesses a giant's immense strength and immortality. Only one final trait remains before his Trinity Warrior build is complete, meaning every diamond now has to be guarded carefully. At that exact moment, an unexpected call comes through. The caller is the female hunter who purchased the Mountain King. She asks him to come over to her guild. The moment he reaches the guild, she welcomes him herself and offers to lead him to her master. The protagonist reasons that meeting a guild leader, who is an NPC, could lead to some serious rewards. Her master warmly says that meeting Warrior Kim is an honor. He introduces himself as Yoon Byung-jin, supposedly the Hunter Guild's leader. Jun-soo is stunned because this man is not really the guild leader. In reality, he commands the assassin organization. While shaking his hand and accepting the compliment, Jun-soo quietly wonders what brought him here. He has heard about trouble inside the Hunter Guild, though the complete story remains unknown to him. Their conversation is interrupted when Director Kang hurriedly arrives. He is excited to meet the hunter, who successfully conquered the Mountain King. He points out that the joint competition is scheduled for today, yet the entire situation feels suspicious to the protagonist. Rather than expose his suspicions, he plays along and talks as though everything makes sense. Compared with the guild leader, the director comes across as genuinely kind-hearted. The leader wastes no time with small talk. He wants to recruit Warrior Kim into his guild. The offer sounds attractive, though becoming closely involved with this guild leader feels dangerous. The leader reveals that his guild is working to establish a private hunting zone. At present, they need approval from both the Western and Eastern armies before hunting freely. Their aim is to create a territory that requires no such authorization, but they need a superhuman to make it happen. The explanation seems logical on the surface, yet Kim remains unconvinced. The director then clarifies that the plan goes beyond simply building a hunting area. Their true ambition is to gain recognition for the guild as its own independent army. The protagonist questions whether a plan this enormous can actually succeed. Kim quickly notices that the two men disagree completely about whether the plan is realistic. The leader promises that if Kim lends them his power, he may eventually pass his own position onto him. Kim can see the man's naked greed shining through his eyes. Meanwhile, the director remains calm and assures Kim that he will handle everything personally if Kim joins them. The young female hunter, however, insists that anything involving Warrior Kim should be handled by her. While the two sides argue, Kim keeps his sharp gaze fixed on the leader. Kim thinks it would be unfortunate if Director Kang met with an accident, especially since the man keeps offering such profitable missions. After all, Yoon Byung-jin is ruthless, and no one can predict what he might do next. Director Kang sweetens the deal by mentioning tax advantages and the chance to enjoy that day's hunting competition. Jun-soo decides that he will take part. Once he agrees to participate, Kim rides with Director Kang toward the reserved zone. Kang tells Kim that he now owes him one. He admits he feared the leader might recruit Kim first, while Kim can only wonder how the man manages to talk nonstop. Kim asks why Kang opposes the hunting territory, and Kang blames the Yunshin group. He explains that the group is made up of guild members loyal to the leader, though their real interest is politics. When Kim asks whether the guild leader is genuinely trying to recruit him, Kang confirms it. Kang says the leader has completely twisted the guild's values, because merit should matter most, not political nonsense. He adds that most of his supporters are currently away on missions, leaving his position dangerously unstable. Jun-soo realizes he had mistaken the director's easygoing attitude for shallowness, when the man actually thinks very carefully. Eventually, they reach the guild's hidden hunting ground. Every hunter gathered, there is a member of the Hunter Guild. One of the female hunters welcomes Kim and immediately asks about Director Kang's whereabouts. Kim casually tells her that the director went to the bathroom. Appearing concerned for him, she warns Kim to keep his distance from the director. Offended by the suggestion, Kim asks whether she seriously thinks he plans to side with the director. His response makes her realize that Kim already knows about the guild's internal factions. She claims the director is too focused on small issues to understand the larger picture. As Kim studies her face, he notices her yellow-tinted eyes and the huge scar crossing one of them. That detail triggers his memory. She belongs to the guild leader's mercenary organization. She further complains that the director is obsessing over small illegal incidents inside the hunting zone. Kim disagrees, saying he respects the director precisely because he is honest and does not gossip behind people's backs. After hearing that, her attitude toward Kim starts to change. She gives up arguing and tells him to make his own choice. Once he understands the situation, Kim decides it is time to begin his preparations. He covers his face with a generous amount of sunscreen. That simple act earns him another trait, sensitive skin. After obtaining the trait, he desperately washes off the cheap cream he used, especially once his face begins to sting. Still, the suffering pays off, because this trait gives him the final ingredient needed for a stronger combination. When he fuses them together, he unlocks the sixth sense trait. Kim understands that sixth sense will help him hunt and steer clear of dangerous situations. The trait now allows him to sense hostile intentions, and he immediately finds a practical use for it. A quick scan of the area reveals that everyone present secretly wishes harm on someone else. Kim never expected the entire group around him to be this wrought. As Kim studies the group, Director Kang comes back carrying soda and snacks. Two men regarded by Kang as his trusted right-hand assistants return with him. When they offer Kim something to drink, he declines and starts wondering about something. He cannot stop thinking about the odd smell coming from one of Kang's right-hand men. That scent is unmistakable, the toxic reek of betrayal. Kim watches them enjoy themselves while knowing a spy is sitting among them, and he has no idea how to react. He thinks about warning Kang, but doubts the director would trust someone who arrived yesterday over his longtime right-hand man. One of the right-hand men walks off, telling Kim to watch over the director while he is gone. Kang comes over and asks whether Kim is enjoying the gathering, prompting a weary Kim to say yes. Not long afterward, the right-hand man comes back carrying another round of drinks. He volunteers to mix a drink for Kang, who happily agrees and praises his signature blends. After preparing it, he hands Kang the glass and urges him to finish it in one gulp. Kim suddenly stops them, snatches the glass, and demands that the right-hand man taste it first. The man stares at him, completely confused, and asks what this is about. Kim challenges him to explain why he cannot drink it, realizing this is the perfect chance to expose the traitor. Unable to conceal his murderous intent, the man begins to panic. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Kim bluntly asks Kang's right-hand man whether he poisoned the drink. Kang starts demanding an explanation, but Kim interrupts him and tells the subordinate to take a sip if the accusation is false. Kim extends the glass toward him and orders him to drink immediately. The man loses his temper, knocks the glass aside, and snaps at Kim to move it away from him. The instant he does it, he realizes that outburst has given away the truth. Enraged, Director Kang demands to know whether he truly planned to poison him. The right-hand man insists Kang betrayed him by blocking his promotion, but Kang denies ever doing that. Kim wastes no time and sweeps the traitor's legs out from under him. He pins the man on his knees, with a blade pressed against his throat. Kim says that since the man's betrayal is confirmed, they should simply execute him. Then he asks Kang whether he wants to deliver the final blow personally. After briefly considering it, Kang picks up an axe lying nearby. One decisive swing is enough for Kang to execute the traitor. Kang says he recognized the man's greed from the start, but never imagined he would resort to murder to claim his position. Later, while speeding away in a car, Kim urges everyone to leave immediately, warning that the others will take savage revenge if they learn the spy was killed. Then they spot a truck beside them, and the hunter inside asks whether Kang took anything with him. She says she heard they discovered some kind of treasure. Kang denies finding anything, but she interrupts him and says she already knows the full story. With her weapon aimed at them, she accuses Kang of beheading manager Choi. Kim rapidly switches his traits, floors the accelerator, and shoots past every vehicle chasing them. The pursuing vehicles respond by opening fire on his car. As he aims his modified arm, Kang angrily complains that the Yeonchun group actually dares to fire at them. He unleashes the weapon, triggering several enormous blasts. Unfortunately, the attack barely takes out any of their enemies. Because his aim keeps missing, Kang asks Kim to reduce their speed slightly. Kim refuses to slow down, and instead offers to show Kang how real aiming is done. At that moment, every aiming trait and large-scale hunting skill in his arsenal activates at full power. With Director Kang behind the wheel, Kim finally gets to demonstrate what he can do. He locks several vehicles into his sights and chooses the order in which to eliminate them. Once he verifies the alignment, Kim calmly fires. Each shot strikes a tire, throwing the pursuing vehicles off balance. One precise bullet is enough to disrupt an entire convoy. Kang's remaining right-hand man is stunned by Kim's accuracy and asks whether he is wielding a divine weapon. There is no time for an answer, because the ruthless hunter is already lining up a collision. Kim activates crisis detection, senses the attack just in time, and jerks the car sideways. The enormous truck misses them by inches. That same truck is now headed straight into a devastating crash. Once the trucks collide violently, Kim smoothly drives through the chaos and escapes. The enraged hunter shouts at her men to continue the pursuit. A glance in the rearview mirror confirms that the pursuers have fallen too far behind. Immediately afterward, the system informs him that he has gained 2 new traits: driving and boarding. Back inside the car, Kim proudly brags about his own skills. After surviving the deadly chase, they reach a fortress, where Junsu introduces himself as a level 4 superhuman. The guard finds his claims suspicious and asks about the commotion outside. Several vehicles are speeding toward the gate, which explains the guard's concern. The scarred hunter climbs out of her truck and commands her men to keep their weapons inside. The fortress guard warns that any disturbance will be considered defiance of the central authority, and Kim agrees to remain peaceful. The guild leader objects, claiming they must be barred from entering because they killed someone. The guard calmly reminds him that events inside the hunting zone are outside their jurisdiction, something he should already understand. He then asks whether the guild leader is truly foolish enough to challenge the authority over the eastern branch. The same leader who was protesting moments ago can only gulp nervously. Kang hears the leader insult him as a fleeing rat, but refuses to be rattled and credits Hunter Kim for getting them out safely. Kang jokes that if he had a daughter, he would arrange her marriage to Kim. Junsu feels nauseous at the mere thought of becoming that man's son-in-law. The furious president says he never expected Kim to support someone as weak as Director Kang. Kang fires back that the leader should remember this territory does not belong to him. As they argue over a possible agreement, a frightening crash suddenly echoes through the area. The great gate swings open, revealing a highly notorious figure. The noise has drawn out Gu Yongwan, a level 7 warrior commander from the Eastern Army Division. Director Kang and the president immediately bow before the commander. Kim analyzes him and realizes that this is no ordinary commander. He is a level 7 superhuman. Neither faction dares oppose him, while he uses his overwhelming authority to scold them. Everyone is forced to stand quietly and hear him out. Trembling, he begins warning them about what will happen if he sees this again, but stops before finishing the sentence. Then he glances aside and notices Warrior Kim standing there. For several moments, the commander keeps his eyes locked on Kim. He announces that the Eastern Army will mediate this dispute, then silences both sides by making clear that this is not a discussion, but a heavenly order. Both men are left stunned and terrified by the declaration. The matter is settled on the spot. At noon the following day, each side must select a representative for a duel. The commander explains that only someone physically present can volunteer, all while staring directly at Kim. Kim cannot understand the meaning of that stare, until the commander reveals that the loser must surrender his head, and refusing the duel means execution. When the duel finally begins, everyone gathers to watch despite the heavy rain. As Kim warms up, Director Kang urges him not to take such a huge risk, even though Kim volunteered on his own. Kim, however, sees no issue with the situation. To him, this battle is simply another test. Kim knows a surprise duel of this scale must have been arranged by powerful figures. He soon suspects that the 8-star general is pulling the strings behind the commander. That general is a notorious superhuman who has reached the pinnacle of level 8 power. Rather than fear the opponent, Kim looks curious about what rewards a fight against him might bring. Now standing directly before his opponent, the protagonist grips his sword and shield. The president says it is unfortunate that Kim chose the opposing side and claims things would have gone better if he had joined him. Kim mocks him openly and says he has no intention of joining trash like him. The president merely smiles and says Kim has made his choice, so there is nothing more he can do. Power begins gathering around him as he prepares to launch the battle. The moment his transformation starts, everyone panics because they cannot tell whether he is becoming a vampire or some kind of demon. Kim, however, immediately recognizes the man's new appearance as a vampiric form. The others are understandably shocked, because vampires are believed to be almost extinct. But having played the game himself, the protagonist already knows that much. That knowledge is exactly why he spent the previous night preparing as thoroughly as he could. He searches several locations for clues, then works with director Hee Kag Inus to collect everything needed to evolve a new trait. Once he combines all those materials, he successfully unlocks the He Body Inus trait. With a victorious fist clench, he realizes that his He Tinity Inus, He Bill Inus is finally complete. Meanwhile, the duel resumes as his opponent gets ready to strike. Kim merely lifts his shield, yet that alone is enough to stop the incoming blow. The vampire cannot believe that someone at only level 4 blocked such a powerful attack without even struggling. The warrior may look worthless, but the vampire can tell that he is hiding a plan. Now Kim is ready to reveal what he is truly capable of. He wastes no time and launches a rapid attack before the vampire can react. As the pressure keeps mounting, the vampire starts wondering whether Kim lied about being level 4. The truth is, Kim has been completely honest. His new power is simply making him look far stronger than his level suggests. He is combining the effects of the game's 3 most powerful traits. Together, they let him release strength that is nowhere near ordinary level 4 power. Fully aware of his advantage, Kim presses forward with a relentless assault. The vampire is stunned when Kim's strike smashes his metal claws apart. At that moment, he realizes the fight has reached a dangerous turning point. With every other option gone, the vampire chooses to release the monster within him. His body starts convulsing violently as the transformation begins. His face stretches into a monstrous muzzle, while his fingers become vicious claws. Several additional arms suddenly tear their way out of his back. The so-called president's terrifying new appearance leaves everyone trembling. After the change is complete, He looks like a grotesque hybrid of a spider and a bat. This marks the Transformer's second awakening through the mutant trait. The ability may cost him his consciousness, but it also gives him enough power to wipe out a whole squad of level 5 players. Kim knows the beast has to go down immediately, so he fires a devastating blast of black flames. Yet the transformed enemy casually blocks the flames with his brand new claws. Kim cannot figure out how the beast endured the black flames, and warns that a complete transformation could push it all the way to level 7. While Kim is distracted by those thoughts, the monster suddenly sweeps its enormous claw toward him. The attack catches Kim directly and sends him reeling from its sheer destructive power. The president surrounds Junsu with attacks from every direction and mocks how pathetic the situation has become. He brings his claws crashing down from above, admitting that he never expected things to reach this point. He had never imagined being forced to personally kill someone with such remarkable talent. Then he delivers an even more savage blow, setting off a gigantic explosion. The blast covers everything in dense smoke, but once it clears, the president is stunned by the sight before him. Kim activates Steel Fist, an ability that completely negates damage for 10 seconds. The president cannot understand how Kim survived a strike that should have been fatal. Kim silently admits that the beast's statement is correct. Without the black flames slowing its evolution, this battle would have ended very differently. Once Kim notices the beast has stopped evolving, he knows exactly what must happen next. He launches his counterattack without wasting even a second. Then he releases enough force to completely erase the insect-like creature standing before him. In his monstrous form, the president is horrified by the overwhelming attack rushing toward him. A blinding golden radiance surges forward, powerful enough to destroy anything in its path. As the battle ends, the clouds finally part and the rain gives way to sunlight. During the recovery, Kang and his right-hand man praise Junsu, clearly delighted by the outcome. Meanwhile, the president's entire team is left completely lost. Jung Enos grits her teeth furiously as her companions plead with her for a response. Kim asks Kang what he plans to do about the association. Kang admits he has not decided yet, then asks whether Kim would become the next president. Kim refuses, explaining that Kang understands the association far better than he ever could. Privately, though, Kim knows the real reason is that he wants access to all the missions only Kang can offer. Suddenly, Hyugwon Enos calls out to get Kim's attention. He informs Kim that the unit commander wants a meeting, though Kim is hardly surprised. He already knew, had been observing him. Inside the enormous palace of the Tiger King, Kim gives a respectful bow and introduces himself. A quick sideways glance tells Kim that the man is more than a century old, though he looks nothing like it. Inus says he witnessed the battle and asks who taught Kim to fight. Kim answers that he has never had a master. The commander is intrigued and realizes that Kim taught himself everything. The elders claim they had already guessed it, since Kim's swordplay is rough and his combos are far from polished. Even after highlighting all those weaknesses, the elders offer Kim a chance to become the commander's disciple. Kim understands that accepting would give him major benefits and guarantee extremely rapid growth. He would even receive the unit commander's technique, but Kim bows once more and declines, insisting on creating his own path. The elders are outraged that Kim would reject their father's offer and question whether he has gone insane. Kim sees the offer as a source of too many restrictions, knowing that the most convenient route is not necessarily the correct one. Silently endures the elders' constant insults until their non-stop complaining becomes unbearable. Then he orders them to shut up while releasing his terrifying aura. The sheer pressure of his presence catches both Kim and the elders off guard, leaving them struggling to remain upright. Kim activates every defensive skill he has and braces himself to withstand the pressure at any cost. Is impressed by how stubbornly the young man holds on. He withdraws his aura and openly admits that Kim's endurance surprised him. The commander asks why Kim would reject him despite possessing so much talent, but Kim is still too breathless from the pressure to answer properly. Once he recovers, Kim explains that everything comes down to one goal: reaching level 9. The commander explains that a warrior needs advanced swordsmanship, mana cultivation, and above all, enlightenment to reach level 9. He warns that Kim's flawed habits may trap him at level 7, but Kim firmly says he will follow his own road even if it ends in failure. Kim refuses to change his decision because walking his own path is simply part of who he is, understands his choice, and respects the young man's courage. Then the commander reaches toward a sword resting nearby. He throws it toward Kim, who manages to catch it rather awkwardly. The elders freeze in complete disbelief at what they are witnessing. Kim stares at the weapon, struggling to believe what he is seeing. The sword is none other than the SSR rank Black Tiger sword. The disciples watch Kim in stunned silence, while the general gestures for him to come closer for another gift. Kim holds out his hands, wondering what unbelievable item is coming next. What he receives is the priceless Hu Wang sword technique. The technique grants mastery over speed, making it a perfect match for the sword he just received. The general hands it over because he believes Kim has the potential to master both gifts. Kim is grateful, but the sudden generosity makes him suspicious enough to ask about the real reason. The general says he offered the gift for one simple reason. He sensed genuine potential in Kim's spirit. Kim accepts, of course, but Arcadia Online has taught him not to trust anyone or anything too easily. The general's disciples, however, are absolutely furious about how things are unfolding. Their disbelief grows when they hear that the general may hand Kim the East Core if he reaches level 8 or 9. The commander's announcement leaves every disciple completely horrified. To them, the idea is ridiculous. The East Core is enormous and contains countless secrets. With the authority to choose his successor, the commander turns to Kim and declares that the East's power will be his in 10 years. Kim respectfully bows and says he will remember the offer. Then he boldly adds that he plans to accomplish all of it within only 5 years. Kim does not truly want the East Core, yet the possibility of having such a powerful option available brings a mischievous smile to his face. Back at the main building, Kim heads directly to Director Kang. Kang jokes that people should start calling Kim Lord Black Tiger from now on. Kim knows that mastering all 3 legendary sword styles will require him to stay independent instead of joining one faction. He can rely on the superhuman Bexorin as well. All he needs to do is wait for her to awaken the Mars Gladiator style. The only problem is that Janet and Kaylee are still out of his reach. President Kang is still determined to keep Kim working alongside him. After Kim rejects the presidency, Kang offers him the title of honorary director instead. Kim is flattered, especially when he learns that the job requires only a few quarterly meetings while still providing full benefits and profits. Kim says he will think it over. A box is placed on the table, instantly grabbing Kim's attention because something extraordinary must be hidden inside. What he sees leaves Kim speechless. He never imagined the gift could be this valuable. At this rate, Kim decides he would be foolish not to enjoy these benefits. President Kang lights up as soon as he notices the excitement in Kim's eyes. The treasure is none other than the Dasan weapon. An arcane scientist created it near the end of his life, and Kang gives Kim both of the only 2 weapons the association ever obtained. Kim recognizes them as weapons made by Chengyang Yang, the arcane engineer from the game. They are priceless artifacts, but after saving both their creator and the association, Kim feels he has earned them. Together, the artifacts belong to a collection made up of 5 pieces. The excited, chubby man explains that they spent years chasing the complete set, but the owners of the remaining pieces will not sell them. Still, perhaps Kim's convincing nature could help him collect all 5 relics. Naturally, Kim gets to keep these 2 artifacts only if he accepts the honorary director position. After seeing treasures like these, Kim's decision is practically obvious. Kim immediately agrees to remain under President Kang's protection. That decision locks in his reward, while keeping the possibility of receiving even more gifts alive. Once the short meeting ends, Kim heads back home. Flashes of lightning are bursting from the house, visible even from outside. Kim immediately resumes his brutal training routine. His current goal is to completely master the Black Tiger sword. The technique contains 4 major forms, yet even the opening form gives him serious trouble. Still, quitting is not an option for him. Eventually, Kim appears close to gaining the mana control and skill required to wield the blade properly. He sometimes thinks about easing off, but the moment he looks at the magnificent sword and sees its aura, his determination returns. That persistence allows him to master the Howling High Sky technique and unleash its overwhelming force. At last, the sword aura erupts into the open. Kim knows he still needs more practice before the technique is truly complete. Even now, its sheer destructive power is impossible to miss. Kim unlocks 2 abilities connected to this power, realizing that the Black Tiger sword is what allowed him to draw out such a massive aura. More abilities unlock as usual, bringing a huge grin to Kim's face. Among his new gains are powerful traits such as Moon Slash and Quick Draw. Kim spreads his arms, finally feeling the reward of all his hard work. He is now close to unlocking the sword specialist trait, and the thought makes him unusually happy. True to his usual style, Kim reacts with another hilariously exaggerated expression. Later, while enjoying tea outside, Kim notices something from his balcony. Just when he is ready to relax, he witnesses a scene that leaves him stunned. It appears that the Steel Fist warrior has been ambushed. The injured man struggles just to crawl out of his vehicle. From below, he desperately shouts for Kim to save his younger brother. Kim rushes down, sees Steel Fist in terrible condition, and immediately demands an explanation. Steel Fist is shattered in both body and mind. After hearing the grim details, Kim joins Steel Fist on a rooftop to plan their next step. Kim is stunned that Steel Fist's own subordinates turned against him simply because he opposed their activities. Steel Fist had uncovered an illegal project and punished its leaders, who responded by holding a vicious grudge against him. Kim suspects there is more to it, especially because the other abilities are being activated right now. Junsu remembers that this betrayal is part of the game's storyline, and his traits allow him to understand the entire situation. Luckily, Warrior Kim is an incredibly valuable ally. His enhanced vision, hearing, and long-range facial recognition make identifying people almost effortless. Kim is not surprised by Iron Fist's betrayal, because the same event occurs in the game. The people behind the betrayal are the Mad Bomber and the Demolition Expert. They are probably responsible for the attack that left Iron Fist so badly injured. Despite the complicated situation and Iron Fist's missing arm, Warrior Kim suggests an unexpected plan. Kim plans to walk in through the main entrance, shocking everyone while he looks for Iron Fist's brother. Iron Fist naturally refuses to let his friend put himself in danger, but Kim is completely confident in what he is about to do. Besides, he has both the weapons and the power to back up his plan. So Kim proudly strolls straight through the front entrance like he owns the place. Everyone panics, convinced that the warrior has completely lost his mind. The idiot just keeps walking forward, crushing their morale before the fight even begins. As soon as Kim identifies the traitor, he prepares to make him pay for what he did to Iron Fist. The traitor turns his attention toward Warrior Kim, showing absolutely no remorse. He claims that Iron Fist received precisely what he deserved. He then orders his subordinates to raise their barriers and help remove this irritating intruder. Kim could not be happier with how perfectly things are lining up. It is the ideal chance to test his new weapon while hunting these beasts down. Thrilled by the opportunity, Kim takes aim and opens fire with zero mercy. The unsuspecting men quickly learn how painful it is to raise a barrier against the wrong opponent. They showed Iron Fist no mercy, so Kim has no intention of sparing any of them. To be honest, mercy was never part of his plan. Give Kim a good enough reason, and he becomes even more eager to turn the battlefield into total destruction. The Hunter Association supplied his weapon, and every shot carries devastating force. Its additional trait grants it overwhelming power. Anything struck by its ammunition is violently pushed away. When the enemies attempt to counterattack, Kim raises a gigantic shield that blocks every incoming shot. His active attack and defense skill panel remains open as he fights. The extraordinary warrior Kim moves with incredible agility and precision. He rotates through all 6 abilities smoothly and controls the entire battle with ease. Kim is practically overwhelmed with happiness. At last, he completes the final missing component needed for the gunslinger trait. In the middle of the chaos, his skill panel finally becomes completely finished. Kim is no longer just an outstanding warrior. He can now officially call himself a professional gunslinger too. With that complete, he can finally pursue the people responsible for everything. Those ruthless cowards were willing to exploit someone else just to reach Kim. Kim knows his best option is to act completely insane and eliminate every moving target. That is why he fires without conserving a single round. Their light armor and shields make no difference. None of them can compete with Kim. Everything ends before they can even understand what is happening. When the dust settles, only the damned traitor is left standing. The coward crawls across the floor, looking up at Kim and pleading to be spared. But Kim still needs to force the truth out of him. A pathetic worm like him could not have created such a scheme alone, especially when he was incapable of carrying it out properly. So Kim lowers himself down beside the traitor. Staring directly into the traitor's eyes, Kim demands the name of the person behind everything. At this stage, the mastermind is the only thing that matters. Just then, Kim notices that a discarded phone on the floor is still connected to an active call. Unfortunately, Kim realizes too late that he may have walked straight into a trap. Through the phone, a mysterious voice tells Kim that a gift is waiting for him. Someone is definitely keeping an eye on him, so he needs to find out where that bastard is hiding. Whenever he pictures the possible gift, all that comes to mind is a sudden burst of light. That flash is the signal that a gigantic blast is seconds away from swallowing the entire area. The outcome is precisely what he predicted. That building is barely standing anymore. The force of the blast sends the entire structure crashing down. Fortunately, the hero is an experienced warrior, so he activates another trait and moves with enough agility to slip past the falling debris. He manages to do it just before it is too late. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, the collapsed building would have become a massive trap around him. Now that the situation is visible, he activates another trait to understand the battlefield. If his enemies are shameless enough to abandon every rule and bit of morality, then they are about to face the consequences. The trait reveals multiple red lines, each one guiding him toward a specific target. Using his skill, Warrior Kim circles the building while a crimson glow spreads from his body. As he keeps moving, Kim knows that the right combination of traits would let him locate these pests even with his eyes covered. While circling the building, the warrior suddenly notices a projectile flying toward him. His enemies appear to be studying his rhythm and timing their attacks to stay one step ahead. They clearly want to turn this into a battle of wits, and Kim happens to know a game that can entertain everyone. Still, Kim intends to put an absolute end to this cursed cycle right here. He opens his trait bar again and selects the most useful abilities for the situation. Everything is set, so Kim is ready to start the match. With the new traits active, Kim thoroughly enjoys the advantage they give him. To him, the whole battle feels like an oversized game of hide-and-seek. It hardly feels fair, though, because heat and motion sensors expose every hiding place and make the search effortless. If someone is offering a free game, Kim is never going to turn it down. From his advantageous position, he plans to make sure his little playmates do not escape without giving him some entertainment. He may not have started the fight, but he is certainly going to enjoy himself before walking away. At the moment, the enemies are convinced that their hiding spots are completely secure. But once his shots hit them and send them tumbling down, the game becomes slightly less exciting for Kim. That is odd, considering they deliberately chose the building as their hiding place. So how exactly did the enemy discover their location? Kim figures they should have hidden much better, because the rounds he is using can pass straight through walls. These special rounds pass through physical matter, so they can hit what normally cannot be touched. Kim calls them soul bullets. They are still alive, because these bullets damage the soul, rather than destroying the physical body outright. Kim considers that ideal, since his friend can handle everything that comes afterward. When Steel Fist Kim reaches the warehouse, the only thing waiting outside is the sight of those two scumbags tossed onto the ground. The giant man is startled by someone calling his name, but relief quickly replaces his shock when he sees his loyal men carrying his little brother. That game may be packed with betrayal and manipulation, but a handful of NPCs still know what loyalty means. Steel Fist is a fair leader, so his first concern is finding the other loyal members who were locked away. When his younger brother asks about the next step, Steel Fist promises to erase the mess and every trace left by the others. Those bastards committed terrible crimes under the Steel Fist Group's name, which means the leader has to answer for the damage. Thankfully, allies like the protagonist give Steel Fist the chance to deliver proper punishment to every traitor. After waiting at the agreed location for some time, the protagonist starts wondering why Iron Fist Kim has not arrived yet. Then someone suddenly calls his name, and when he turns around, he is stunned by something he never expected to see. A friend he deeply values is kneeling before him, practically bowing to the ground like a desperate beggar. The protagonist cannot believe his friend is in this state, so he immediately asks what happened. The man explains that he wants to become stronger so badly that he is prepared to beg for the opportunity. With his fist tightly clenched, he admits the incident taught him a painful lesson. He must grow stronger to protect his people. When his friend offers to become a slave, the protagonist is actually disappointed. He does not need such an extreme payment because a large sum of money would have been enough. The man is finally beginning to understand just how cruel and treacherous this hellish game truly is. Staring at his prosthetic arm, he decides that becoming an even more enhanced ultimate soldier is worth any price, and openly offers Kim a magic contract promising complete obedience. After witnessing what happened to Iron Fist, the warrior refuses to abandon him. He agrees to make him stronger, but warns him to be ready by morning for training that will feel like facing death. As they leave, Warrior Kim decides that if he is going through all this trouble, he might as well create a truly loyal subordinate. The people who betrayed Iron Fist are probably running the illegal operations hidden inside those ruins. Kim knows the traitors have seized the Caretakers Association's body modification facility and are using it for themselves. The thought enrages Iron Fist, especially because he was the one who allowed those bastards to use the warehouses. He had no idea what they were really planning, but now he wants to know whether that facility can push his body modification even further. Kim knows the facility is ideal for transforming a superhuman into an enhanced soldier. The procedure will combine biological mutation with prosthetic implantation, although many subjects lose control of their mana afterward. By now, they are standing in front of the laboratory's enormous entrance. The mutations should work properly as long as all the matching factors line up. Inside the facility, Warrior Kim puts Iron Fist into the fusion chamber and manages the entire procedure remotely from the computers. Even without all the proper equipment, Kim believes the operation is possible and plans to create a level 3 enhanced soldier. Locked inside the chamber, Iron Fist expects unimaginable pain, yet insists that he is prepared for it. The protagonist hears him, presses a button, and the modification procedure starts immediately. Bands of green light course through Iron Fist's body as the machine begins creating the enhanced warrior. Anyone willing to endure this kind of bodily reconstruction must possess an extraordinary level of determination. Just as Kim predicted, the procedure quickly becomes unbelievably painful, but quitting is no longer something Iron Fist is willing to consider. Once the process ends, he will be able to wield his prosthetic arm in close combat and at medium range. With a submachine gun added to his arsenal, he becomes an all-round attacker, while Kim chooses dexterity instead of specializing in only short or long-range combat, setting him on the path to becoming a transformed demon. Finally, Kim plans to implant a mana core as well, because this game contains not only traitors and monsters, but lunatics like him too. Injecting mana directly into the veins and consuming an entire core sounds insane, yet it somehow appears to reduce the pain slightly. At least, that is what the warrior believes for the moment. The instant the mana starts flowing through his veins, the pain suddenly multiplies 100-fold. The agony is almost unbearable, yet this torturous procedure is the price of reaching overwhelming power. Even Warrior Kim, monitoring everything from a distance, begins to question whether the experiment will succeed. Still, Kim would never abandon an experiment halfway through the transformation. For Kim, failure is not an option, only success will do. When Iron Fist finally exits the chamber, huge paws, claws, and monstrous fangs reveal the result before Kim even asks how he feels. Iron Fist now looks less like a man and more like a giant furry monster. The mana extraction used for the prosthetic allowed the werewolf mutagen serum to function flawlessly. Kim assures him that steady improvement will make his goals achievable, but Iron Fist wants to know what orders to give his gang. Kim orders them to spread their influence throughout Guanaco, believing he needs people who can keep the peace and monitor the rival gangs. Just then, several gang members rush in while calling out for their boss. They stare at the transformed figure and ask whether he is truly their boss, prompting Iron Fist to explain that he altered his body to gain strength. Once they confirm his identity, the gang members report finding the traitor's equipment along with biological experiments. But Iron Fist reminds them that he already ordered everything destroyed. The henchman explains that they failed because a young witch is firing lasers in every direction, and that detail instantly catches Kim's attention. Meanwhile, the experiment facility shakes violently as lasers continue blasting through every corner of the building. Every beam erupts from a cage located deep within the facility. Seeing the destruction, Iron Fist warns that the whole building will come down if they do not move quickly. The moment Kim witnesses that overwhelming power, he recognizes Jeanette without doubt, one of the game's 3 strongest SSR characters. Kim recalls that Baek Soren possesses heaven-destroying star, while Jeanette's ability is innate energy. He concludes that her mana is nearly depleted to the point of death, causing her instincts to unleash magic automatically for protection. There is no time for further analysis, so Kim keeps weaving through the non-stop laser barrage. Barely avoiding the beams himself, Iron Fist admits that they will never reach the cage at this pace. But immediately afterward, he spots Kim sprinting straight toward the cage. Iron Fist screams a warning when multiple beams target Kim, but the warrior keeps charging, and every laser strikes him. A face appears behind the bars as Kim activates every defensive trait at his disposal. When the beams fade, Kim steps out without a scratch and tears the cage bars apart with his bare hands. He admits the attack hurt more than anticipated, but then his eyes suddenly widen in shock. The girl begins charging another attack at point-blank distance, and Iron Fist panics when he sees Kim standing directly in its path. Once the explosion settles, Iron Fist looks into the smoke and asks whether Junsu is safe, only to be startled when a mana potion drops onto the floor. Warrior Kim emerges from the smoke, carrying the little girl who caused the entire disaster. Kim tells him to lower his voice, explaining that the potion managed to calm her. Steel Fist asks whether the girl should be taken to a hospital. Kim refuses, saying he will take her home and personally handle her recovery. Later, they arrive at Warrior Kim's house. Baek Soren calls out to her master and lets him know she has arrived. Kim congratulates her as soon as he sees that she has reached level 3, and she happily celebrates because she knew he would notice. She asks why he summoned her for training, but Kim admits that the reason is somewhat complicated. Kim explains that his second potential disciple is currently ill. Baek kneels beside the child and asks what happened to her. Kim says the girl has no control over her power, yet he plans to train her as his disciple. He asks Baek to look after the girl as her senior disciple, and she agrees instantly. Several days later, bright sunlight pours over the house. Down in the basement, however, the two are still battling fiercely against the girl's relentless lasers. Baek Soren complains about how much longer they must keep dodging, pointing out that they have already been doing this for an entire week. While searching for an answer, Kim avoids another projectile and unlocks the deflect trait. Seeing the empty mana potion pouch, Kim concludes that her mana should be stabilizing soon and that she will regain consciousness shortly. The good news is that the barrage finally comes to an end. When she wakes up, the young girl appears completely disoriented. Soren hurries over to help, clearly worried about the new girl. While holding the girl's hand, Soren voices her concern and hopes she recovers soon. Her first questions are about her location and the reason everyone brought her there. Once she understands what happened, she introduces herself and thanks them for saving her. She explains that her parents died while trying to escape the magic tower, while she herself was captured. The protagonist immediately recognizes this as the very same backstory from the game. Kneeling to meet her eyes, he offers to take her on as his disciple if she is willing. The anxious girl nervously replies that she has nothing with which to repay him. She listens carefully when he tells her that becoming strong in the future will be payment enough. Those words awaken a powerful determination in her, and she declares that she will become a superhuman to repay her savior. Kim gladly accepts her because he already knows she possesses extraordinary talent. In the future, she will teach him one of the 3 strongest sword techniques in the game. For now, though, her abilities remain unstable, and her excitement immediately triggers another attack. The girl realizes her mistake and repeatedly apologizes, but thankfully nobody is injured. After that, her master tells her that their first lesson will be controlling her mana. He explains that her ability is known as innate energy, and that it closely resembles heaven-destroying star. Regardless, her body must be trained to endure the overwhelming aura she controls. Staring at her tiny hands, she fears that she may never gain proper physical abilities. The protagonist, however, intends to use this chance to strengthen her transmission system. The diamond body trait strengthens both the user's physical form and mental state at the same time. After everything she has endured physically and mentally, that is precisely what Jeanette needs right now. Before any training begins, she needs to eat. She is extremely frail, so Kim makes sure she eats enough to survive the brutal training ahead. 2 weeks go by within the house. Throughout that time, the brutal physical training does not pause even once. Jeanette regularly uses every chance she gets to spar with Soren. Her strength and agility have improved noticeably, and her mana control is becoming remarkable. Despite their friendship, Soren refuses to go easy on Jeanette during practice. The protagonist proudly observes that both girls have reached level 2 in only 14 days. Their rapid progress comes from the swordsmanship traits they learned, and naturally, Kim joins the training as well. Now he wants Jeanette to begin working on her defensive blocks. Her task is to deflect the attack he is about to send straight at her. Jeanette may be pushing herself to the limit, but the master is about to make this exercise even more merciless. Kim gives the exercise everything he has, training like a lunatic, so his disciple can reach the top as quickly as possible. After all, he is shaping a warrior who's meant to rise all the way to SSR rank. By now, Kim can already sense a powerful presence in her movements, produced by the mana flowing through her innate energy. That result is hardly surprising. Her mana circuit is exceptional, and several abilities are already fitting together into a perfect combination. Keeping that potential in mind, Kim continues his merciless assault to accurately test the precision of her defense. The result unfolds exactly as Kim expected. She remains focused through the entire barrage, and blocks each strike with a far steadier stance. Kim smiles when he sees her wielding the new trait with flawless control. At this rate, she will soon be ready to take her place among the SSR-ranked warriors. The moment Soren sees Jeanette successfully use her powers, she becomes emotional and rushes over to embrace her. Kim congratulates Jeanette as well for successfully awakening her power. As Kim looks at Jeanette, he realizes that she belongs in a completely different class of SSR fighters. Even so, he never expected her awakening to push her straight to level 3. At last, his team is genuinely prepared for what comes next. He now commands the 3 strongest fighters available to him. Naturally, Soren will now have to devote herself fully to training. She refuses to let the younger disciple overtake her in strength. The protagonist feels exactly the same way. He has no intention of being outpaced by either of them. But Kim still has one important task remaining. Before starting his 2 disciples' personal quests, he must handle a few preparations. To do that, the group needs to board a flight to an entirely new destination. After all that travel, Kim finally feels as though he has genuinely arrived overseas. They have reached the city destined to host the Divine Annihilation War. Kim knows that an enormous structure is concealed beneath the city's hollow outer shell. That hidden location is an extra-dimensional realm called the Great Labyrinth. It is a chaotic realm where the spirits of forgotten gods attack without pause. Even with that danger waiting below, there is no reason to panic. The city is protected by humanity's most powerful organization, the Guardian League. Kim has a serious and specific reason for choosing Ashley as their destination. He has come here with one particular technique in mind, a skill he plans to inherit. The moment he enters, an elegant woman with massive horns welcomes him. She courteously offers him a drink of his choice, but he skips the small talk and makes it clear that drinking is not why he came. All he wants is a little information. When she asks for the details, he brings up a man called Hisi, he Muri, He even promises a generous payment for any useful clue. The horned woman immediately tells him that money cannot solve this problem. The man he seeks has a wife who is critically ill with a disease believed to be incurable. Her words bring back what he once read about this man's tragic loss. Still, he refuses to back down and repeats that this information is essential to him. He offers to examine the wife, hinting that he may actually be able to help her. Hearing that, the woman agrees to inform them that he has arrived. She does warn him that it may not go smoothly because he Henos, he Henos, he Sameanos, he Behedenos, he Najokenos, he Halatenos, he Maenos, he hainos. Moving carefully, she steps into the room at a slow pace. She tells him that a visitor has come, claiming to know about his wife's condition. But once he enters, he discovers that someone else has already started treating her. Two priests are gathered around the woman's bed. They claim they can cure her, and judging by the scene, this ritual has been going on for a while. In his trademark calm manner, he catches one archbishop by the arm and orders him to stop. He tells them that leaving the patient alone, for the moment, would be the wiser choice. The priest is furious that a stranger has interfered and stopped his treatment. One glance is enough for him to identify both men as members of the orders of Thor and Gaia. Their religious healing method is obvious, but it has produced nothing except failure so far. Without letting go of the old man's hand, he bluntly declares the entire procedure useless. That sacred light is not healing her. It is only making her injuries worse. The archbishop is left completely speechless. He cannot understand how a complete stranger knows exactly what their treatment is called. After hearing the exchange, Enos angrily demands to know why the intruder is making such claims. He challenges the warrior to name a real cure, insisting that an ordinary superhuman could not possibly understand medicine. As the argument grows louder, the horned woman intervenes to calm everyone down. She explains that the visitor has already offered to treat the woman, but while they continue arguing, Enos suddenly starts getting worse. Her body begins jerking uncontrollably, throwing her violently across the bed. The archbishop reacts by attempting to restart the treatment, but the protagonist refuses to let him continue. He points out that the fake cure is precisely what has pushed Enos into this critical state. Ignoring his firm warning, the priestess releases another wave of divine light. That decision sends the woman's condition completely out of control. Enos backbends violently while an unseen force launches her body into the air. Her eyes remain wide open, yet the priestess clearly has no control over her power anymore. Terrified, the husband turns on the archbishop and demands an explanation. He orders the priest to continue the treatment at once. The priestess finally understands that the warrior's warning was completely correct. They have already gone too far. Ordinary holy light can no longer stop the violent spasms. At that moment, the warrior reveals the horrifying truth behind her illness. He explains that the woman carries the stigma placed by the demon god of the dark chambers. The husband is stunned that this outsider understands their situation so perfectly. For the first time, hope for an actual cure begins to take root in him. The warrior calmly reminds them that every word he has spoken since entering has been true. The desperate husband immediately falls to his knees and pleads with him. He vows that if the warrior can save his wife, he will grant him anything he asks for. That promise is exactly what he wanted to hear. But now comes the part where he must deliver. He starts by changing his traits to prepare for the treatment. Then he fuses all of those traits together and begins the operation. A bright burst of light erupts from him and engulfs the woman. He declares that he will remove the disease on the spot. Once the job is done, the husband will be expected to keep his sacred promise. What only he understands is that this stigma sickness comes from the demons inside the labyrinth. It is a horrifying curse in which a dark divine force brands the victim's very soul. Once marked, the demon's soul slowly begins siphoning away the victim's life energy. When the warrior completes his treatment, the woman's violent spasms finally cease. He tells them that his mana has placed her in sleep, and waking her now would be a bad idea. After taking those precautions, the archbishop and priestess come back, carrying everything he requested. With everything ready, the ritual can finally begin. Candles burn around the sigil that has been drawn beneath the woman's bed. Nearly every part of the ritual is now prepared. As he grinds the herbs, the protagonist changes his active traits once again. The archbishop wonders whether this process can really bring the woman back to full health. But the immediate priority is not a perfect cure. It is simply keeping her alive through the ordeal. Studying the formula, he remembers that even in the game, this curse was notoriously difficult to remove. The reason is both simple and horrifying. Every bit of healing she receives actually strengthens the entity inside her. So in the end, she has to defeat the stigma through her own strength. His first step is to force the true source of the curse out into the open. Suddenly, the woman rises into the air, surrounded by thick black smoke. Demonic horns begin forcing their way out of her head. The husband can only stare in horror as Inus appears to transform into a demon before him. Naturally, he starts wondering whether the treatment is making things worse instead. Even with those doubts, he forces himself to stay patient and trust his wife's strength. Clutching an artifact, the warrior reassures the frightened man that his method will succeed. He patiently waits for the demon to reveal its complete form, horns and wings included. He knows the only way to win is to confront the creature directly and punish it himself. Using the precise activation words, he triggers the artifact, making the massive demon spread its wings as a blinding radiance floods the room. The blinding light tears the demon out of her body, ejecting it in a disgusting blast of black, toxic sludge. Once the demon is expelled, the woman crashes onto the bed, terrifying her husband and the others. A few minutes pass before the chaos finally dies down. The woman slowly wakes up. The moment she sees her husband and recognizes him, he breaks down in tears. Her first question is how long she has been asleep. Still crying, he tells her that she has spent the last 6 months in a coma. He confesses that without the warrior's help, she would certainly have died. The warrior turns toward the archbishop and priestess, telling them that completing the remaining treatment is now their responsibility. Once things calm down, the husband sits in another room and has tea with he Vadiet Enos. He Kim Enos. His first question is why he Vadiet Enos. He Kim Enos left his homeland and came all the way here. The reason is surprisingly straightforward. He came searching for he Si Enos because he wants to learn the cultivation technique that the man has kept hidden. The protagonist knows that Hindi, he Sa Enos Hindi, he Enos Hindi, he Nos Enos Hindi, he Ha Enos, Tik-S ancestor is the most legendary immortal hero in Norse mythology. For generations, this ultimate cultivation art has remained exclusively within their bloodline. It is considered an exceptionally powerful cultivation method. The moment he starts learning it, even the molecules in his body seem to respond. And that is only the beginning. His heartbeat seems to shift into a new rhythm, sending energy through his entire body from one central point. He gains the new trait almost immediately, boosting his total mana capacity by 30% or possibly even beyond that. With such a huge increase, he is confident that learning another sword technique will no longer be difficult. Right when the cultivation training ends, the archbishop and priestess come back carrying positive news. The entire treatment has finally been completed. They congratulate he Vadiet Enos, he Kim Enos, and praise his incredible skill at removing stigmas. Then, with hopeful eyes, they ask whether he can cure other demonic marks too, and he confidently says yes. The protagonist realizes this is a perfect chance to build closer ties with both orders. He even offers to treat members of both orders without asking for payment. They call him a saint sent to their age, while he quietly laughs to himself. Of course, nothing is truly free, and he plans to claim his payment because this is the beginning of a secret mission. For him, everything happening here is turning into one massive adventure. The three of them lift their glasses in a toast to he Miss Enos, he Kim Enos. Now that he is the village hero, the braided woman urges him to drink quickly and keep the cups coming. But the warrior would rather take his time with the drink. He claims that slowing down lets him enjoy the flavor properly. He recalls that only a week earlier, he had been on stage giving a seminar to a group of important people. He had informed the two orders that he discovered a method for overcoming stigmas. His demonstration went so perfectly that even the volunteer appears to have made a complete recovery. By doing this, he changed Hindi. He Ainos Hindi, he Ainos Hindi, he Hey Ainos Hindi, he Na Ainos. Tik-S destiny, so their decision to throw a huge festival makes perfect sense. Still, more than celebration, he desperately needs some proper rest. He is lost in thought, congratulating himself for barely escaping those festival-obsessed northerners. Then another admirer approaches, saying he searched everywhere for Kim because he wanted to thank him before leaving. The person standing before him is the Guardian League's director, who came to meet him after recovering from his condition. The director asks for another talk, but the warrior immediately turns him down. The man says that is unfortunate because the president himself is waiting to meet him. Still, he admits there is not much he can do when he Vadiet Enos. He Kim Enos is clearly exhausted. Then, as if a miracle has occurred, the protagonist suddenly feels refreshed and announces that his exhaustion is gone. There is no way he is passing up a chance to meet the youngest disciple of the heavenly demon. Before long, he finds himself standing face to face with the Blood King. The Guardian League's president, Blood King He Chain Enos, he Vei Enos, is clearly intrigued by him. The warrior acknowledges the man's commitment to protecting the labyrinth. However, the man's real interest lies in the stigma treatment knowledge the warrior has been sharing. The Guardian president boasts that nothing happening in their world escapes the League's information network. Then he gets straight to the point and asks whether the warrior has considered becoming his disciple. The question catches the protagonist completely off guard. He continues, explaining that the warrior's aura reminds him strongly of his own master. The heavenly demon is regarded as history's greatest warrior, whose martial power was said to reach the heavens. That legendary master trained only 3 disciples in total. Those 3 were the deity lord, the demon lord, and the blood king. Their greatness comes from the demon king martial art. This supreme art combines offense, defense, and mana cultivation into one complete system. To prove his point, he demonstrates the heavenly demonic blood divine fist and casually remarks that it is no ordinary technique. Kim recognizes it as a tier 1 combat technique, which is honestly a pretty decent deal. Even though he is tempted, the warrior decides to be honest and politely refuses. To avoid offending someone of this stature, he chooses to prove his position by showing the man something instead. He reveals that he has already turned down another master, then presents the black tiger sword as proof. The man excitedly declares that he has finally found a worthy disciple, only to complain that the old man beat him to it again. Still unwilling to surrender, he gives the warrior a token to show that the offer remains open. The moment Kim touches it, he recognizes the object as the heavenly demon's totem. Kim understands that the token is essentially an invitation to come back if he ever changes his mind. It carries the same message as the sword he received from the unit commander. Having two living legends take such an interest in him is impressive, but also more than a little frightening. He cannot even explain why his body suddenly begins shaking. After their short exchange, he thanks the Blood King, genuinely touched by the precious gift. Then a sly smile appears as he decides it is finally time to collect his secret mission reward. The scene changes, and he goes back to meet with several priests. Waiting before him, the two priests present an impressive reward for all his help. As usual, the warrior puts on an innocent act and insists he helped them without expecting anything. But the moment he opens the box, his fake modesty collapses. He pulls out a hammer from the Order of Thor, and his eyes light up instantly. Naturally, he recognizes it immediately as Mjolnir Enos, the legendary hammer of Thor. The Order of Gaia has also given him Athena's extraordinary shield. With the most innocent expression possible, he asks whether they truly intend to hand over treasures this valuable. When they reveal that the box contains even more, his excitement shoots through the roof. Inside are 10 nectars, 7 diamonds, and an angel's tear, but one particular item immediately steals his focus. It is a demon heart, specially prepared to let him consume the nectar. After a brief pause, he boldly asks whether they also happen to possess a fire dragon heart. The priestess explains that the heart is intended for mages who use the fire attribute, so he demonstrates that he can wield black flame as well. Noticing his interest, the elder steps in and offers him a gift out of gratitude, the exact heart he was hoping for. The protagonist is overjoyed, because secret missions are clearly his favorite way to get rewarded. He is delighted, but the priests seem even happier as they assure him that he will always be welcome in their orders. The protagonist knows that becoming stronger is absolutely necessary. He thanks them and accepts the honor of becoming an honorary paladin of both orders. He may eventually need the strength of both factions when the time comes to oppose the Order of the Old Father. Meanwhile, the festival on the island appears to be going on forever. As he moves through the crowd, the warrior is desperate to get away. That changes when a familiar voice, suddenly, appears to call his name. He turns around and spots a hooded figure, searching through the crowd for him. The frightened blonde boy in the white hood turns out to be Priest Kim. The moment the protagonist speaks his name, the boy urgently tells him to keep quiet. The reason is obvious. The Order of the Old Father is currently hunting him. They relocate to a safer spot, where he hopes they have managed to put some distance between themselves and their pursuers. His troubles began after finding a treasure. The golden items inside helped him reach level 5. That achievement immediately made him a target of the Order of the Old Father. After everything he has endured, the poor guy is barely thinking straight anymore. That is why he turns to his old friend and begs for help finishing the mission. He confesses that finding the warrior was precisely why he had been searching for him. With desperation in his voice, he asks his friend to escort him to the Great Labyrinth. The priest explains that his destination is the 10th floor of the Fortress of the Beginning. The warrior figures that the priest plans to hide inside the Great Labyrinth until he becomes strong enough. Although the young man appears calm, the warrior admits that this is actually a brilliant plan. However confident he sounds, 2 guards are waiting ahead, so entering will not be simple. The guards quickly notice the 2 men approaching without a care in the world. As they come closer, one guard asks their reason for entering, since everyone must declare their purpose inside the Great Labyrinth. The warrior gives the most straightforward response possible. They simply want to enter the Great Labyrinth. When the guard presses for their real motive, the protagonist quickly says they have personal business inside. The guard explains that fugitives and criminals often enter the Great Labyrinth to commit more crimes, while believing the place will shield them from justice. He registers the warrior as a level 4 superhuman and allows them through, while warning that their IDs will be inspected on the way out. Glancing at the priest, the warrior admits the guard is not completely mistaken. His companion really is a dangerous cult member. Once inside the Great Labyrinth at the Seal of the Fallen Gods, the priest asks whether the warrior is famous, since the guard did not recognize him at all. His reply comes out instantly, because being recognized would have put his friend in serious danger, something the priest had obviously failed to think about. After everything that happened earlier, the warrior reorganized his skills and can now detect things through his improved sense of smell. He informs the priest that a peculiar sulfur-like smell has begun drifting toward them. A pitch-black passage stretches ahead, and even the burning torches cannot drive away the darkness inside it. After moving deeper inside, they discover that the demons living there are practically desperate to tear into them. Seeing the perfect opportunity, the warrior tells the priest to place his blessing on their weapons. Since they possess magical weapons that can be activated at any time, the warrior is more than ready to try out his latest equipment. These are divine weapons, not toys or cheap equipment, and a savage thrill runs through him when his weapon begins shining with golden power. He does not waste even a moment before charging in, determined to cut down as many of those annoying monsters as he can. The hammer of Thor performs flawlessly, and the priest's blessing doubles its strength, sending the warrior's excitement through the roof. As they stand before the 9th floor entrance, the priest admits that the order of the Old Father genuinely frightens him. Although the priest feels reassured, the warrior still tells him not to lower his guard for even a second. Clearly, the situation is straying from his expectations, and naturally, those hellish soldiers begin materializing directly before them. At the head of the Old Father's order stands a pink-haired woman who appears completely unhinged. She tells the priest that his delay was disappointing, since waiting for him had been painfully boring. Watching the scene develop, the warrior realizes that someone must have been tracking them from the very beginning. He spots that the woman possesses the same traits he does, which explains how she was able to locate the priest. With a disturbingly excited grin, she declares that the savior has no option except becoming part of their order. Apparently, this woman expects him to pursue her regardless of the consequences. She promises that both his body and soul will belong to the Old Father, sounding as though she intends to consume Kim whole himself. Confronted with that ridiculous offer, he points out that she may be crazy, but he is perfectly sane and has no intention of following her. She calmly tells him not to worry, since everything needed for his little session will be arranged on the spot. Their intention is obvious: overwhelm him, imprison him, and sacrifice him right there. He sarcastically asks whether blindly doing whatever she wants might eventually leave her in trouble. She reminds him that they surely understand this is the Great Labyrinth, a place beyond the surface world's laws. With no rules holding anyone back, the warrior has somehow encountered a woman more insane than he is, a genuinely impressive achievement. The First Order claims to have come to purge the wicked follower, misleading people in the name of a false god. For that reason, she orders the warrior to surrender the priest without resistance. The warrior counters by reminding her that this place truly operates outside the surface world's rules. As Kim explains himself, the priest remains confused about the point he is trying to make. After sizing up the enemy, the priest becomes anxious. 2 fighters are double S rank, while nearly everyone else is rank 3 or above. That is exactly why Kim flashes a mocking smile. He has also brought magical grenades and immediately asks the priest for support. Kim instructs him to apply the golden blessing to everything they plan to use, even the magical grenade. With the blessing complete, the weapon moves toward the woman. Once the priest does as requested, the warrior launches the grenade at the paladins with absurd speed. The moment it reaches them, it erupts in a tremendous blast. The pink-haired woman dismisses the attack as pointless theatrics, insisting that it cannot hurt them. Still, the enemy has no idea what Kim is capable of, while he clearly has several surprises left. Kim modifies his skills for maximum weapon efficiency and happily unleashes attacks in every direction. The woman summons an enormous shield, mocks his efforts as a waste of time, then folds her hands and begs the Great Father to defend his children. The barrage keeps pounding against the barrier, while she proudly tells the savior that he is witnessing the Old Father's real power. Kim becomes more annoyed each time they refer to him as the savior. He calls the barrage nothing more than a warm-up, then alters his skills again and announces that the real attack begins now. The excitement brings out his trademark, savage grin and feral stare. That instinct takes complete control of him, and he can feel his blood heating up. With his mana climbing beyond its limits, his head feels like it is on fire. He refuses to lose even a second and surges ahead, intent on smashing everything in his way. His enhanced senses sharpen the entire world around him, making every enemy look like nothing more than a toy. Now, he is prepared to draw his sword. Like a swordsman consumed by madness, he cuts through every obstacle standing before him. The paladins desperately order one another to regroup, believing formation is their only chance of survival. Unfortunately for them, the battle shows no sign of going according to that plan. Every person present stares at the warrior and realizes the outcome is about to be disastrous. The murderous glare he sends toward the paladins makes that painfully obvious. They remain clueless until a gigantic tiger, formed entirely from raw power, appears before their eyes. Kim prepares to release the Tiger King power, and the moment it activates, stopping him becomes completely impossible. Every new display of power only makes the pink-haired woman desire him more intensely. She is now completely convinced that their savior must be captured and taken back with them. She orders her forces to use every possible method to seize Kim, because an opportunity this valuable cannot be allowed to slip away. A mob of paladins commanded by a lunatic woman is hardly enough to frighten Kim. The Great Tiger's power is already unleashed, and every paladin experiences its terrifying force firsthand. The woman's manic grin disappears, as she starts fearing that this mission may not end as successfully as she imagined. She therefore tells the paladins that their deaths will please the Old Father, urging them to embrace their fate with gratitude. She simply watches the slaughter continue, imagining that the dead paladins would serve as an excellent offering to the Old Father. Meanwhile, the warrior's power continues taking shape. The great sword's abilities only deepen his hunger for even greater strength. With the sword in his hands, Kim grows more brutal by the second. The woman can barely control her excitement and begins panting, while imagining how irresistible that man is. To her, the entire spectacle is wonderfully satisfying, and witnessing this true light feels like a sacred honor. Amused by her attitude, Kim asks whether she is finally prepared to bring out her strongest warriors. As the priest warned, 2 SS-rank paladins step forward, becoming Kim's next opponents. She sends them in, telling Kim to give the fight everything he has, but not to die before she gets to enjoy it. Kim ignores the mad woman's warning entirely and charges straight into the battle. The opponents attack as well, but when one rushes him, Kim stops the strike cold. The instant his blow collides with the shield, the attacker takes devastating internal injuries. With 2 fighters working together, the second one immediately strikes back, hoping Kim will be distracted by his partner's defeat. Unfortunately for him, this opponent is Kim, the young man who once dominated that very game after spending countless hours mastering it. A surprise attack from some adventurer was never going to rattle someone with Kim's experience. Kim answers with a savage counterattack. After crushing both SS-rank warriors with embarrassing ease, Kim looks down at one and says their best effort was not even enough to warm him up. With his face shield shattered and his body thrown aside, the man cannot understand why anyone would call Kim a savior when he looks far more like a demonic apostle. Convinced that this nuisance is actually a demon, he decides to kill him first and worry about the fallout afterward. What a fool! Those consequences arrive almost immediately, as Kim makes sure the man's head leaves his body even sooner. The pink-haired woman becomes even more obsessed, convinced that Kim is flawless and represents the real savior. As Kim changes his traits, she eagerly asks whether he still has more abilities hidden away for her to witness. Kim is completely serious now. As the priest reinforces him with a golden blessing, Kim tells the mad woman to choose her final words carefully. True to her madness, the woman responds in a frantic, ecstatic state, interlocking her fingers as she says she can only wait patiently for him to reach the divine land. Kim answers with such a devastating assault that the battlefield disappears behind the sheer force of it. A few moments later, the woman crashes down on the ground together with her paladins. His priest companion can only stare in complete amazement. He always knew Kim was fearless, but never imagined the warrior could defeat every one of them by himself. He points out how that woman continued spouting the same nonsense until the end, proving exactly why fanatics should never be taken lightly. He then grumbles that Kim used so much force he destroyed everything, leaving them with nothing valuable to collect. His thoughts return to the battle that ended only moments earlier. With the warrior's usual wild expressions on his face, he realizes that the fight provided the materials necessary to craft a high-tier trait. Once that small disappointment passes, the priest lifts his arms happily, celebrating their arrival on the Grand Labyrinth's 10th floor. The priest's expression as he stares at Kim is almost frightening. He is overwhelmed by excitement, satisfaction, and gratitude, knowing he could never have reached this point without his friend. Kim once again insists that their progress was possible only because of the priest's constant support. In response, the priest presents him with a necklace called the Heart of Abundance. Kim recognizes the artifact as an SSR rank item that boosts every attribute and trait connected to luck. The instant his hands touch the necklace, a brilliant glow surrounds him. Delighted with the gift, the hero pats the priest's head like a well-behaved dog. After that affectionate gesture, the priest asks Kim where he plans to go next. Kim reveals that his next destination is his homeland. He keeps the real reason to himself. He must return home to locate the last item needed to reach level 5. Some time passes, and Kim finally finds himself breathing the air of his homeland again. However, while searching through a forest, he is suddenly intercepted. A mysterious man in a cloak and hat presses a sharp object against Kim's shoulder and demands to know why he is there. Glancing at him from the corner of his eye, Kim wonders why the stranger is hiding every inch of himself. His traits reveal that he is the skeleton snake, a high-ranking character. Apparently, Kim has once again wandered into the mutant's hideout. The man presses him, demanding an explanation for why a suspicious outsider has entered their territory. Kim casually replies that he has some business to handle. The covered stranger warns him that the area is off-limits and orders him to leave immediately. At that exact moment, Kim smoothly gives the secret password. The password changes everything, and Kim casually asks whether this path leads to Hope Village. The mutant skeleton, who had just ordered him away, suddenly demands to know how Kim learned that name. He understands that anyone who knows that name may be worthy of entering the place where the monsters originated. That place is the monster settlement, now called Hope Village. Kim is pleased to discover that the guard on duty that day is the snake skeleton. Unlike most mutants, this particular one is surprisingly open-minded. The village is unusual, filled with mutants belonging to many different races. More importantly, the item Kim needs is somewhere inside this village. While Kim considers this, a massive deer arrives and questions the snake skeleton about bringing a human into the village. This mutant deer is an enormous creature. Because the deer oversees the village, the snake skeleton quickly explains that this human knows its true name. He adds that Kim has an important matter to discuss with the great deer. The enraged giant stares at the young man with eyes that look ready to devour him. Leaning closer, he growls and demands to know what business a complete stranger could possibly have with him. Kim now faces a serious obstacle, because mutants rejected by society naturally distrust and avoid humans. That makes things even harder, especially since Kim needs to request a favor from them. The moment Kim speaks, the monster's face hardens as he asks what sort of favor a human could want from him. Kim wastes no time and tells him that he needs a mutant core. Before Kim can even offer to purchase one, the monster flies into a rage and attacks him. Kim barely has time to dodge and activate his shield to reduce the impact. Even though Kim understands the source of that fury, he still has no choice but to keep pushing his request. He persists despite knowing that mutant cores are extracted from the corpses of the great deer's kind. Still furious, the monster asks whether Kim would sell a relative's corpse for a handful of gold coins. The bone-faced deer then reveals an aura blade. Even Kim is stunned, since he never expected to encounter technology or power so advanced in this era. Kim raises both hands and asks the great mutant to calm down, promising that he can set whatever price he wants. Kim assures him that he is willing to negotiate a deal fair to both sides. The mutant firmly replies that human currency means nothing to him. While pulling a shiny object from his coat, Kim reminds him that he never promised to pay with money. He reveals the glowing object, and its brightness is so intense that even the great mutant struggles to look at it. When the light finally fades, Kim is kneeling there with a large cup of ramen in his hands. He calmly says that this is his payment. The great mutant cannot decide whether Kim is insane or deliberately trying to provoke him even more. But Kim is not finished surprising him yet. He takes out a thermos, adds hot water to the ramen, and asks the mutant to stop being stubborn and try one sip. The beast glares at him and yells that he has no use for such a thing. He threatens to rip Kim apart unless the human leaves immediately. But the ramen's aroma starts working its magic, and the terrifying bear suddenly resembles a harmless little cub. He may be a horned mutant with a fearsome bear face, but even he cannot fight the temptation of that aroma. Finally calming down, the mutant sits beside Kim and admits he has never encountered such a smell. Kim then explains that a friend told him the villagers struggle to obtain decent food. He urges the mutant to taste it, promising that only one bite will reveal why humans love instant noodles. The bear responds with a deeply uncertain expression. He cannot decide whether to taste it or walk away, yet the tempting aroma keeps pulling him in. As the other mutants watch, the great bear introduces himself as the leader of Hope Village. As he samples the ramen, he insists that he is only studying human culture, not eating it because the smell is irresistible. The first taste makes the bear's eyes open wide in shock. With every bite, an unfamiliar sensation spreads through the great bear's entire body. For a moment, it looks as though the noodle god has taken control of him. The delicate noodles seem to wrap around his taste buds, while the rich broth finally fills the hunger inside him. By the time he finishes, a warm glow spreads through him, as though he has just discovered the ultimate taste. Once the meal is gone, he demands to know how anything could taste this good and whether the human has more of it. But our hero is far too clever to fall for that. He understands that impressing only the leader will not be enough. He has to win the trust of as many mutants as he can. So he casually reveals that this feast is only the beginning. He has plenty more treats ready. Since every mutant does not have senses as sharp as the bear's, he brings out sweet ice cream that anyone can enjoy. Within seconds, the village turns into a full-blown carnival, with everyone laughing at the ridiculous scene unfolding before them. The reason is simple. That gigantic bear swallows nearly every item in one bite. As the mutants feast and laugh together, the protagonist decides that once he has filled their stomachs, he can officially consider them friends. He has kept the rarest item for the finale, and that is exactly when the snake skeleton spots the jar containing powdered monocores. The moment he hears about it, the bear wants to know whether that can be added to his meal too. All the mutants who had been happily eating suddenly grow tense and careful. The protagonist understands their fear, since consuming raw mana could potentially drive them insane. Fortunately, he has already planned for this reaction, so he tells the bear to consult his guardian angel if he is still nervous. He is talking about the prophetic being revered as the monster village's godmother, the tree god herself. That ancient tree serves as the monster village's guardian angel. Her strength may fall below that of transcendent entities, but she is still genuinely divine. Every mutant respects the tree's judgment, which is why all major village decisions ultimately come from her. And this time is no exception, because they once again turn to her for an answer. The divine being clears everything up, explaining that the boy used level 0 mana core powder, which functions like purified holy water. She adds that this human has simply provided the unfortunate creatures with an enormous amount of food. With that answer, every mutant erupts in excitement and goes right back to enjoying the warrior's feast. The mutants throw their arms into the air, celebrating the tree god's wisdom, while the giant bear bows once more to thank their godmother for saving the day. Looking a little embarrassed, the snake skeleton admits that his doubts are gone and apologizes for creating such a fuss over the powdered cores. The protagonist tells him not to worry about it, then raises a platter of meat and spices while inviting everyone to enjoy a traditional barbecue from his homeland. Soon, a crowd forms around the grill, eager to destroy every juicy dish the young man has brought to the village. With all this going on, the hero somehow looks even more charming than normal. Of course, he is not doing this purely out of kindness. He needs something, and his prize is almost within reach. The great tree is pleased as well, because the Village of Hope has not felt this lively in a very long time. The bear is enjoying himself more than anyone else, especially after getting his hands on some human alcohol. After one taste, he finally understands why humans become so cheerful after drinking it. After listening to the bear talk for so long, the protagonist asks why he constantly calls him a human while never describing himself that way. It is a lengthy story, but the drunk bear is in no mood to keep anything to himself. He says everything began with a foreign invasion years earlier, after which the mutants became easy targets in the invaders' twisted hunting games. The protagonist immediately assures the giant bear that being hunted does not make them weak. They are all extraordinary, especially the bear who took command and ruled the mutants with an iron fist. The warrior also points out that these mutants helped drive the invaders out of the country, so they have earned the same rights as everyone else. Even though the villagers are powerful and fearless, they have avoided outsiders for years because humans are not people they trust. Still, the protagonist wins them over with a clever strategy. Delicious food, topped off by the legendary ramen, the undisputed deity of meals. That is exactly why the bear becomes unusually emotional. A peaceful day where the whole village can relax and smile together is precisely the future he has always wished for. Then the bear suddenly recalls that the protagonist once said he needed a mana core. Eager to return the human's kindness, the bear opens his palm and reveals 4 cores instead of 1, willingly handing them over to his honored guest. Although the warrior maintains a calm and grateful face, his mind is busy making the wildest victory expressions imaginable. Once he receives his reward, he gets ready to depart, but pauses at a particular spot before leaving. He heads off with his mana spheres, practically buzzing with excitement because level 5 is now within immediate reach. But the skull skeleton suddenly appears directly in his path. True to form, the skeleton remains mysterious, yet he has returned to apologize for the confusion he caused earlier. He also expresses his gratitude for the happiness the human brought to the village. Then he offers an even stranger gesture, saying that if the protagonist ever needs another manticore, he can take his own. As he says this, he presses a hand against his chest like someone volunteering to become a living sacrifice. The protagonist can only stare, because the whole exchange is exactly as bizarre as it sounds. He assures the snake skeleton that such a sacrifice is completely unnecessary. He would never consider tearing out another person's heart. Despite that reassurance, the mutant refuses to back down. He claims that the kindness and fleeting happiness he received are worth any price, and that destiny requires him to surrender part of his body to the one who would eventually come. The protagonist knows this kind of fate is genuinely part of the snake skeleton's path, but he never expected to claim one of his cores this soon, so he chooses to brush the entire offer off as a joke. He desperately hopes the snake skeleton is using a figure of speech rather than making a literal offer. That thought makes him switch topics at lightning speed. He bids the snake skeleton farewell, promising that he would gladly visit again if necessary, and perhaps they could even become friends. The moment Kim escapes that bizarre conversation, he finds himself standing before a mansion even bigger than his previous one. The sight fills him with delight, prompting him to pull out those bizarre expressions that only Kim can make. At last, he has reached the mansion he had wanted ever since the game began. The place is practically perfect, spanning 71,000 square meters and featuring a recreation area complete with a pool. And because the mansion is enormous, it even contains an elevator and a hidden training room that blocks every sound. That means he can finally train without having to worry about anyone noticing. Overwhelmed by his luck, he actually hugs himself in celebration. He is so lost in his happiness that he completely fails to notice director Choi arriving. When he finally spots the director, he gets slightly embarrassed but still thanks him, since this mansion is exactly what he wanted. Even then, he wants to know why the sudden upgrade happened. The reason is obvious. The warrior has disciples now, and the girls keep needing more room as time goes on. The director then reveals that he has arranged everything necessary to make the warrior's level 5 advancement as smooth as possible. To prove it, he unveils a truly unbelievable machine. It turns out to be a huge capsule containing a magical life form. Apparently, the warrior now comes with his very own butterfly assistant. The girl, half human and half butterfly, introduces herself as a magical spirit created to assist her master. She is eager to begin the preparations immediately. He says that he first needs to meditate with greater precision, secretly thinking how convenient it would be to have a spirit manage the entire process. Then she snaps her fingers. The machine immediately starts extracting Warrior Kim's abilities, along with the rest of his data. The information is reviewed piece by piece, but the early results look far from promising. Errors begin flashing across the system, and Warrior Kim starts getting nervous. The magical being explains that the first attempt failed because she had not prepared for such a massive combination of active and inactive skills. She therefore resets the process and recalculates everything around the warrior's enormous skill count. For a moment, she falls deep into thought. She realizes that an ordinary elixir may fail, because this warrior is anything but ordinary. The master will require an elixir mixed in exactly the right proportion. Still, Warrior Kim understands that power on this level comes with an equally enormous cost, so he entrusts every one of his abilities to the magical spirit. She instructs him to name each active and inactive skill individually. By the end of the process, she has recorded an astonishing 133 skills. With those calculations complete, the project is finalized using the elixir of the heavenly throne. At this point, the warrior is convinced that nothing can possibly go wrong. Every detail has been calculated with extreme precision, so reaching level 5 through the heavenly throne elixir should be effortless. Once the advancement is complete, the mansion finally settles down for a moment. That piece ends when the girls arrive with presents to celebrate his promotion to the 5th superhuman level. He appreciates the gifts, because who does not love free presents? But he still wants to know how they learned the news so quickly. Then he glances aside and discovers that the director has invited Iron Fist as well. Iron Fist is grinning just as widely as the director, and everyone is standing there excitedly clutching presents. The protagonist immediately asks how many other people the director has informed. That is when he spots a giant garland and fireworks exploding overhead. He instantly gets annoyed, realizing the secret is no longer a secret. His female apprentices, Iron Fist, his male apprentice, and even his family all know. When the director proudly reveals that he decorated the front door with an enormous flashy garland too, the warrior decides the man has completely lost his mind. He storms outside and starts stomping the ridiculous floral decoration into the ground. He had hoped to complete the transition quietly, but the director destroys that plan by announcing to the entire world that he is now a level 5 superhuman. As the furious hero continues his tantrum outside, a luxurious car arrives, and a violet-haired woman steps out with deliberate calm. The moment Kim sees her, his carefree mood disappears and he becomes alert. He eyes her suspiciously, wondering what she could possibly want, because apparently this day has no intention of ending. His suspicion proves correct. She already knows about his level 5 breakthrough and even offers her congratulations. He thanks her politely, then asks why she is really there, fully aware that a simple congratulation is not the reason for her visit. She introduces herself as a representative of the Kumo group and reveals that she is its 3rd daughter, a level 6 superhuman. Kim plants a hand on his hip and asks what she wants, wondering whether she has come to recruit him for the succession battle. His guess is not completely off, because she admits that she has come to ask him for a favor. Kim remembers that the succession battle is essentially a savage free-for-all, with everyone fighting like maniacs for the president's position. He is already prepared to turn her down, since he has no interest in joining a battle that offers him nothing useful. She gets straight to the point. They want the warrior to fight in 5 consecutive duels that will determine who inherits the champion title. Then she reveals the reward for joining her side, and Kim visibly trembles. She promises an outrageous payment, and the moment she shows him the weapon, he understands exactly why the offer is so generous. The hero practically starts drooling at the sight of the pistol, a Dasan weapon powerful enough to be called absolute destruction itself. An offer like that completely rewrites his plans. He snatches up a pen and demands to see the contract, ready to sign before anyone can change their mind. With a deal this tempting, Kim has no reason to refuse, so he follows the woman to the group headquarters to hear the full proposal. She explains that she chose this reward specifically because Kim already owns 2 weapons from that very series. That revelation only makes the warrior more curious. Since the starting reward is already enormous, he wants to know what additional payment awaits him after winning the duel. She answers that winning just one more duel will earn him another Dasen series weapon, the model capable of stopping its target. That promise sends the warrior into complete excitement. The deal sounds almost unreal, and suddenly the woman's proposal seems far more attractive than he first assumed. It becomes even better when she clarifies that one victory is all she needs from him. Looking around the enormous arena, the warrior realizes this is the perfect stage to display everything he can do. The moment they arrive, her brothers begin taunting her, mainly because they never expected her to appear in the first place. They act as if the tournament is merely a contest between the eldest and youngest sons, completely ignoring their little sister. From the way they treat her, the warrior can tell that her brothers see her as nothing more than a temporary ornament in the tournament. One brother quickly loses his patience. Apparently, the eldest brother survives on attention, especially the kind he earns by irritating everyone around him. But there is nothing extraordinary about him. Like his siblings, he is simply a level 6 superhuman. The youngest brother still tells him to pay attention, reminding him that every fighter in this match is a level 6 superhuman. Hearing that, the warrior asks the woman whether her brothers truly do not consider her a serious contender. She tells him to forget about her brothers for now and concentrate on studying the fighters. The cyborg looks like a serious obstacle, and at this moment, he is facing a superhuman who commands immense firepower. The warrior finds the cyborg's fire abilities suspicious and assumes the magic towers are behind them, never expecting them to reveal their hidden powers so openly. Since his task is to study the duel, he focuses on the arena and immediately notices the cyborg rushing forward with all its power. The flame-wielding man, however, looks completely unbothered. Even before the flaming man unleashes his full strength, the warrior has a strong suspicion about the identity of that lunatic, and the massive burst of power confirms it. Kim recognizes that energy immediately, having already suffered a direct blow from the same, or at least a very similar, power. The woman who hired Kim is left speechless when the cyborg goes down in one hit, looking completely outclassed. When the dust settles, the flame-obsessed maniac is the only fighter still standing in the arena. One brother had bet on the cyborg, and now he is so shocked that he looks ready to rip his own hair out. The eldest brother, on the other hand, is delighted because his expensive investment has paid off perfectly. After witnessing that display, the warrior has no uncertainty left. He knows exactly who this man is. There is only one person capable of using the solar eclipse debuff. That is why he volunteers for the next duel and tells the woman to keep taking care of the arrangements. She checks whether he is genuinely serious, but the warrior treats the challenge like it is nothing. He figures it could serve as a warm-up and a chance to wipe that smug look off the man's face. It is the perfect opportunity for payback, especially since he never got the chance to settle the score before. That lunatic had caused him no shortage of trouble, so now was the ideal moment to provoke him once more. Her brothers, however, consider her decision dangerously reckless. They mock her for sending her little pet into the fight so soon, certain he will be slaughtered just like the cyborg. According to them, nobody has even the slightest chance against the flame-crazed lunatic. The warrior tells them to keep their eyes on the arena and enjoy the unpleasant little match about to begin. They insist it will end almost instantly, because even the black tiger sword will be useless against that opponent. That would be unfortunate, since solar eclipse is an overwhelmingly powerful ability. It is far too devastating to be stopped by an ordinary sword, or by whatever technique that warrior happens to possess. Naturally, he has more than one surprise ready, and he wastes no time reminding the kid that he remembers him perfectly, and will not be letting him escape again. The flame maniac can only wonder whether this guy truly survived the Magic Tower's solar eclipse technique, because if he did, he needs to know that the power coming next will be far greater. After all, this is no small matter. On their way to the arena, Director Choi had already briefed Warrior Kim on everything important about this man. That preparation is exactly why the little flame maniac's antics cannot shake the warrior in the slightest. The kid can claim that the Magic Tower's leader knew everything and betrayed them for money, but none of that matters to Kim. He has no interest in the tower's internal drama. The warrior only cares about collecting skills, and as far as he is concerned, more skills are always better. He knows that standing against that attack a second time will be difficult, but he has already made up his mind to do it. If the man brings out his full strength immediately, Kim plans to answer with every bit of power at his disposal. Somehow, the opponent is convinced that victory will still be his. With that confidence, he fires his flame burst at maximum output. A blinding radiance immediately floods the entire battlefield. The spectacle is so overwhelming that even the director watches it in shock. At first, she assumes the blast may have struck Warrior Kim directly and ended the fight. That conclusion seems reasonable to her, considering the enemy is level 6, while Kim has only just stepped into level 5. But Kim simply raises his shield, neutralizing the attack completely. Once the danger passes, he admits that a few more seconds of that attack might genuinely have put him in trouble. Fortunately, that never happened. Having survived the assault, Kim decides that the next move belongs to him. He proves it in an instant by tightening his grip around Thor's hammer and showing exactly how determined he is. Across from him, the enemy is still visibly shaken. He cannot understand how this supposedly worthless warrior ignored his attack and stayed on his feet. And somehow, the guy is bold enough to launch a counterattack as well. But the enemy's expression changes the moment he sees the way Kim wields that hammer. Kim has already modified some of the hammer's traits, and now he is ready to turn the entire arena into a spectacle. Kim charges the small, flame-loving man, who may be comfortable with fire, but is in no condition to survive Thor's lightning. A crushing shockwave follows, and Thor's hammer completely wipes him out. Just like that, the same man who had troubled Kim before is finally taken out. The director is left staring with her jaw practically on the floor. To make matters worse, her brothers are absolutely livid. They refuse to accept that a mere level 5 superhuman rat could possibly be superior to them. Naturally, Kim is not about to settle for a single fight. He is already hungry for the next reward. After witnessing that incredible display, the president meets him with pure admiration on her face. To express her gratitude, she lays out several generous gifts for him. The hero can barely contain his excitement as yet another weapon lands in his hands. In his head, he is already counting how his collection could jump from 2 weapons to 4. For him, that is a massive upgrade. He is already pleased, even when the woman casually downplays one of the extra gifts. As far as Kim is concerned, those boots are absolutely amazing. Inside, he is celebrating like he just won the lottery. But on the outside, he forces himself to look like a calm and rational warrior Kim. And honestly, his performance has been remarkable. He secured 3 straight victories in the arena, and he still had plenty left in the tank. Still, he cannot reveal everything, while so many eyes are tracking his every move. Kim needs to keep a few tricks hidden for later fights, so nobody can surprise him again. Since the duels were connected to the succession battle, Kim asks whether her victories have secured her position. She explains that they have not, because the duels only allowed her to qualify as an official contender. Kim finds that a little unfair, considering they won the battles, but he has no intention of getting dragged into a family power struggle. Even so, he offers to help her again in the future, and before he can finish, she already has another favor to ask. After receiving such generous gifts, there is no chance the warrior will simply turn her down. At the very least, he has to hear her proposal. To explain everything, she takes off one of her earrings. The accessory appears to store a holographic message connected to her request. A raven projection emerges from the earring, and she begins laying out the situation. She tells him that the chip can establish contact and activate only when it detects that family's DNA. She needs it to secure a level 7 transformation and finally shift the advantage to her side. Kim understands that she is prepared to gamble with the dangerous mutant gene. Still, he asks her one more time whether she is certain about this. Once she confirms it, Kim agrees to help her with anything required. Besides, refusing an opportunity this valuable would be completely foolish. That is why he accepts immediately. He knows exactly where the chip is, so the mission should be effortless for him. All he has to do is bring the Raven chip back to her. If he succeeds, she promises to pay him twice that sum. She gestures toward the gold, valued at roughly 10 billion won. If she becomes president, Kim will also receive the Kumo helmet and belt currently owned by her brothers. Kim suddenly goes quiet for a moment. Noticing his unusual expression, she asks whether something is wrong. Kim apologizes, while privately realizing that the Kumo equipment belonging to all 3 brothers will eventually end up with the president. That means he will own a complete equipment set with power comparable to an He Ace Sat Inus tier item. As Kim struggles to hide his excitement, she warns him to keep everything secret from her brothers and contact her if he needs anything else. Kim then casually asks whether he can take a few diamonds as well. Later, from another location, Kim looks out and remarks that the whole city is visible from that height. As he casually throws a diamond upward, he reflects on how wonderful it is to have money. Around him are the detection helmet, schematic speed shoes, axe of fury, crisis detection ring, and several other artifacts. Kim tightens his fist with intense determination. He lifts both arms and announces that the time has come to absorb the traits from all those magical items. A tremendous surge of energy immediately pours into his body. One after another, the abilities of the items reveal themselves. A notification pops up confirming that Kim has gained a movement trait. With that, every preparation is finally finished. Thinking the operation can finally start, Kim leaps from the rooftop. He lands neatly on a bird statue, showing off perfect control and balance. Kim admits that, just as he expected, those boots are operating on an entirely different level. He pulls out his phone, calls Seong, and tells her that he has located the chip. When she asks for his location, Kim says he is standing before the raven statue in the hall. Kim then warns her that there is one small problem, prompting her to ask what happened. With the hammer already in hand, Kim explains that retrieving the chip will require a bit of destruction, so she will have to take responsibility for the upcoming mess. Without another word, Kim grips the hammer tightly and obliterates the statue in one strike. As the wreckage shifts, a golden bird flips over, revealing an object clasped in its claw. Kim snatches the object, confirms that he has the raven chip, and asks for his next destination. She orders him to reach the body modification center on the second floor, where she will join him, but warns that her brothers have probably discovered the breach already, so he must move quickly. As she approaches the door, she complains about being the eldest, then vows that she will not be defeated this time. The attendant is startled and asks what the president wants, but she simply orders them to activate the empty modification center at once. She immediately begins switching on every piece of equipment required for the procedure. The attendant asks about her plan, but she ignores the question after noticing that Kim has arrived at exactly the right moment. She announces that everything is prepared, and Kim confirms that the chip is ready as well. Now, the procedure can begin. Kim sets the chip onto the panel, leaving the attendant stunned that it is truly the legendary Raven chip. The woman climbs into the capsule and entrusts everything else to Warrior Kim. Kim assures her that she has nothing to fear. As the artifact starts glowing, Kim tells her that he will remain beside the machine. He promises to guard the procedure until it is complete and asks her to call out if anything goes wrong. A sudden sound makes both Kim and the attendant tense up and prepare for danger. Two men then step into the room. One brother demands to know how she dared make this move without telling them. The other remarks that he assumed she had already begun the procedure. Kim moves between them and the capsule, declaring that he will not allow them to take another step. One brother mocks the idea of an ordinary human interfering and demands to know whether Kim understands who he is facing. Kim says he knows him as the president of Kumo Electronics, or perhaps he should start calling him the former president. The other brother raises a hand, signaling him to stop talking. The long-haired man warns that regardless of Kim's strength, he has no chance against two level 6 superhumans. He promises Kim a reward if he simply moves out of their way. Rather than exchanging blows, he proposes that they settle things through a deal. One brother even offers him the job of vice director of security at Kumo. Kim strokes his chin as though he is seriously considering the offer. Then he makes his familiar unimpressed face and dismisses the proposal as complete garbage. He refuses to betray a client who is currently unable to defend herself. According to Kim, that kind of bribery is exactly how the older generation thinks. He jokes that perhaps double or triple the offer might have caught his attention, but trust matters more to him, so he would still have rejected it. Enraged, the man spits that anyone who supports trash becomes trash too. Hatred burns in his eyes as he tightens his hold on the sword. Kim quickly brings up his shield to absorb the incoming blow. The impact catches Kim off guard, and he admits it hurts far more than anticipated. He finally understands the terrifying physical strength of a level 6 superhuman and regrets provoking them so casually. Kim realizes their warning was accurate. Dealing with both brothers simultaneously may be beyond him. Suddenly, blood spills from the man's mouth as a brutal gash tears open across his stomach. Kim calmly points out that his attack only missed the vital spot by a hair. Their lack of real combat experience is a weakness Kim can exploit. The other brother loses his temper and demands to know how Kim managed that while carrying 2 weapons. He responds by firing wildly in Kim's direction. At that moment, another newly acquired trait activates. Kim notices that his shield has become far tougher, so the gunman can empty as many magazines as he likes. One brother signals to the other that the opening they need has appeared. Kim's eyes widen as their sudden move catches him completely by surprise. One brother lunges toward the machine, reaching for their sister inside. The long-haired brother freezes for a second, unable to understand the turn of events. The short-haired brother suddenly receives a devastating blow. Neither brother had anticipated the gun malfunctioning at the crucial moment. Cursing, the man demands to know where Kim found that weapon, only to freeze when he realizes the warrior has vanished. He quickly figures out that Kim used a jump enhanced by the aerial attack trait. Kim sees the tiny opening instantly and changed his active traits mid-fight. From above, he unleashes a savage storm of attacks that rains down like an airstrike. Holding a sharp weapon inches from the man's face, Kim asks whether he is already thinking about surrendering. The man only smiles, mocking Kim for believing such a small amount of power could ever defeat him. Then the atmosphere suddenly begins to change. Black and red smoke begins spreading through the entire room. The man declares that the phenomenon is the Raven of Total Darkness. A large group of guards storms in and points its weapons straight at Kim. The man vows to punish Kim for his arrogance once and for all. A guard steps forward and helps the long-haired brother stand up. Even Kim admits that he cannot guarantee a safe escape from this deadly situation. Suddenly, a golden light erupts, followed by a voice ordering everyone to freeze. While several people stare in surprise, Kim looks completely pleased. The two brothers, however, are absolutely terrified by what they see. The golden figure is none other than the third daughter of the Como group. Now transformed into a level 7 superhuman, she coolly tells the brothers that they arrived too late. She has successfully evolved into the Solar Raven. The guards tremble the moment they witness the Solar Raven's form. One brother tries to act fearless, asking whom she thinks she can intimidate and challenging her to fight. But someone appears behind him and warns that if the youngest president fights at full strength, the building will be destroyed in under a minute. The group's founding partner believed the previous confrontation had already decided the result. He then questions whether the young man intends to disregard the official procedures involving the shareholders. His hand tightens firmly around the young man's shoulder. The young man tries to clarify himself, but the older man refuses to let the matter go. He asks whether the young man is plotting something further after the president's death. He then congratulates the woman on finally achieving level 7. With a respectful bow, he tells her they will meet again at the shareholders' assembly, where the next president will be chosen. Several days later, in a lavish home, the woman explains that tradition forced her brothers to leave the business and relocate to the United States. Kim congratulates her on coming so close to becoming president of the Como group. She appreciates the kind words, but admits that she owes the achievement entirely to Kim. She then asks whether Kim received the items belonging to her brothers, as promised. Kim confirms it, secretly celebrating the fact that his Como set is finally complete. He tells her to contact him whenever she needs his help again. The woman responds by revealing that she has one final proposal to make. Kim smiles and asks what sort of favor she wants now. She reveals an SSR rank ring. Confused by the presentation, Kim asks why she is showing him a ring. Then she drops to one knee and proposes marriage to Kim. Kim raises a hand apologetically and rejects the proposal without hesitation. She asks why he said no when she sincerely wants him as her partner. Privately, Kim admits that her endless wealth and beauty make her a very tempting choice. Still, Kim's simple answer is that she just is not his type. She calls his reasoning ridiculous and wonders why such a minor detail should matter to people like them. Kim insists that it matters more than she realizes. He wants affection from an ordinary girl, not from someone who may simply be trying to make use of him. He is only 22, and he refuses to let anyone trample on his innocent heart. A little frustrated, the woman admits that Kim really is impossible to predict. Since marriage is off the table, she proposes a cooperative relationship in which they support each other whenever necessary. She asks whether Kim can agree to those terms. Kim smiles and happily accepts the arrangement. They clink glasses, and Kim adds that this kind of partnership is more than welcome. Elsewhere, Kim rides through the city in a car. He cannot help feeling bitter about casually throwing away a chance at a life of luxury. Since he is still in his 20s, Kim feels marriage may be too serious for now, although a relationship could work. Then Kim slaps himself for getting distracted by such thoughts, startling the driver in the process. Kim realizes that events are now deviating from the game's original storyline. His next priority is Elder Joe from the Magic Tower of the Sun. He recalls the moment when the Man of Fire mentioned his master. Something about their behavior feels deeply suspicious to him. His thoughts are interrupted when he notices an incoming call. Soon afterward, Kim arrives at Phoenix Village. He finds the name strange, since there is not a single phoenix anywhere in sight. The Tower Master says it has been some time since he last met Kim, the superhuman who wields the Black Tiger sword. Kim agrees that their last meeting was indeed quite a long time ago. The man observes that Kim is already warmed up and says he wants his grandson to join the conversation. The grandson immediately asks them to stop wasting time and get to the matter at hand. He believes Kim's magic has awakened and that his real nature is finally beginning to surface. The young man offers compensation, saying Kim probably expected as much, but explains that he summoned him to ask for a favor. Kim's first question is simple: why have all the phoenixes vanished? The young man admits the warrior is right, though he has no idea where the phoenixes disappeared to. His first guess is that some magical beast carried them all away. The warrior agrees that could happen, but raises another possibility: illegal poaching. The man dismisses that idea, claiming their security is practically flawless. The protagonist challenges him by asking what would happen if someone as powerful as a Magic Tower Elder were responsible. The grandson admits that theory makes sense, yet he cannot imagine who would actually attempt it. The enraged man insists that misusing a phoenix is an outright breach of the rules. Burning with anger, he asks whether the protagonist can track down whoever did this. As flames erupt around the man, the protagonist calmly confirms that he can locate the culprit. He promises to recover every phoenix and expose the person pulling the strings. There is just one catch: he plans to charge extra for this little investigation. Meanwhile, the young man asks his grandfather for his opinion on the red car. His grandfather calls the sports car absolutely outstanding. He points out that its steering is connected to a spirit and even works with autopilot. The young man explains that he considered offering the car as payment, since his grandfather treasured it so much that driving it had always seemed impossible. After all, they need something incredibly fast if they want to catch those creatures. A short while earlier, the young man had asked what the warrior intended to do next. The protagonist points at it and asks whether the young man knows what he is looking at. The young man identifies it as a phoenix. The young man immediately objects, saying it looks nothing like a phoenix. The protagonist tells him to hold the praise until later. He reflects that he must have acquired quite a few creation-related traits. Raising one hand, the protagonist asks the young man for a tiny favor. He then casually tells him that he needs a small amount of his blood. Back in the present, the young man admits he never expected a drop of his blood to become an artificial phoenix. The protagonist explains that the young man's blood carries phoenix essence, allowing them to exploit its natural instincts. That may be enough to lead them to the remaining phoenixes. The young man connects the dots and asks whether this is the place where they are being held. He quickly notices that they look extremely unhealthy. They should all have lifespans exceeding 20 years, yet every one of them looks utterly exhausted. The warrior instructs him to examine their mana. The young man follows the instruction without hesitation. That phoenix is crippled, swollen, aged, and barely able to remain standing. The young man discovers that someone drained its mana from the heart, all the way through its blood vessels. Nothing inside the creature has been left untouched. The warrior finally understands just how much potential the young man possesses. With these abilities, the young man can identify the culprit with complete accuracy. He sharpens his senses even further and discovers that the culprit belongs to the Eclipse School. Impressed by the boy's razor-sharp mind, the protagonist acknowledges his success. The warrior decides that contacting the Tower Master should be their next move. The culprit turns out to be none other than Elder Joe from the Eclipse School. A sinister aura explodes outward, while someone angrily brands the woman a completely insane witch. The voice belongs to the Tower Master himself. His grandson quickly urges him to take a breath and calm down. The Tower Master reveals that Elder Joe was caught attempting to claim every phoenix for herself. The protagonist asks whether that also means Elder Joe has disappeared from the tower. The Tower Master confirms it and says he immediately went to her office, but she had already fled by then, leaving nothing behind except a clone. The furious Tower Master shouts that the woman is deliberately making a fool of him. The protagonist asks what exactly this clone is. The grandson explains that it is a magical duplicate, designed to disappear once a certain amount of time passes. In other words, she only created it to stall them. The Como Group president died with his heart burned to ash, while the exiled mage returned as an enhanced soldier. The phoenixes were brutally harvested as an energy source, and Elder Joe is now retreating toward her hideout. The warrior turns to the Tower Master and asks whether he can recognize the truth staring him in the face. The man is stunned by the conclusion the protagonist is suggesting. He asks whether that elder has truly obtained the Eclipse School's forbidden ritual. The ritual works by releasing mana powerful enough to shut out the sunlight. The phenomenon materializes inside the polarization mansion of the Sun Magic Tower. The warrior suspects this may have happened because of his earlier dealings with Elder Joe's disciple. The young man asks them to explain what that implies. The man explains that she is twisting solar magic by channeling the phoenix's power through it, and the corruption is spreading across the sky, the land, and even the ocean. She is draining mana from every living creature in existence. The young man worries that the ritual might destroy the tower. The protagonist warns that they must find her before it is too late. Once she reaches level 8, nobody can predict the destruction she could unleash. He says he can sense an enormous mana signature, even from far away. Certain of her location, he orders them to follow because he knows exactly where she is concealed. A portal suddenly rips open before them. The protagonist concludes that she is hiding inside the portal's destination, while the ritual continues. The Tower Master agrees, though he points out that the labyrinth is extraordinarily durable. Destroying it outright is impossible because it was designed to survive a solar eruption. The man orders them to remain outside while he takes care of the situation himself. The young man reminds him that the elder probably prepared special countermeasures against the Tower Master. The warrior agrees that sending the Tower Master alone would be too risky and volunteers to enter instead. The man asks whether the warrior is genuinely prepared to take that risk. The warrior confirms it, explaining that an unfamiliar opponent has a better chance of surprising her. The man extends his hand, offering several items and telling the warrior to accept them. He gives him magical dice and a ring, explaining that the Ring of Great Escape can rescue him if the situation becomes impossible. The protagonist thanks him, recognizing that he has effectively received an extra life. With that backup in place, he can throw himself into danger without holding back. He also remembers that Elder Joe owns one of the Magic Tower's 8 legendary treasures. The scene cuts to a ruined wasteland covered in broken structures and rubble. When the protagonist sees the young man following him, he asks whether he came here hoping to die. The young man insists that this is not about seeking death. Dealing with the problem is the Magic Tower's duty. Holding more dice in his hand, the young man says having 2 people is safer than sending one. He adds that being attacked while installing them would be a complete disaster. The protagonist admits the boy has a valid point, then jokes about whether the Eclipse School deliberately prefers such gloomy surroundings. The boy confirms it, explaining that the Eclipse School has deep ties to black magic. At that moment, a monster springs at the young man, and the protagonist hurls his sword at it with brutal force. The protagonist warns that one more second of hesitation would have ended with the boy being eaten alive. He suspects the creatures have already picked up their presence. For the boy's protection, the protagonist orders him to remain behind his back. He changes his active traits yet again. The protagonist warns that dozens of monsters are about to rush them and tells the young man to prepare himself. His prediction comes true as a gigantic monster horde launches a vicious assault. As usual, the protagonist cuts through every monster blocking his way without showing the slightest mercy. He tightens his grip and pours every bit of his strength into the sword. That savage performance rewards him with another new trait. From now on, hitting an enemy's weak point will deal enormous bonus damage. The amplified damage triggers a gigantic explosion that tears across the battlefield. Staring in disbelief, the young man realizes that the entire monster horde has disappeared. A voice suddenly orders them to stop. An old woman appears and angrily demands to know who gave them permission to enter. She proclaims that interfering with her magnificent cause is a crime that demands punishment. While addressing the young man, the protagonist sees deadly voids opening around them in rapid succession. He privately admits that the elder is a troublesome enemy who knows how to exploit every opening. Still, he has no intention of dying because of a cheap trick like this. The warrior tells the young man to grab him firmly. He recognizes the pattern because he has endured this exact attack countless times in the game. That experience lets him see through the illusion immediately. He instantly dashes forward, with the young man slung over one shoulder. A chain of violent explosions erupts behind them. The surrounding landscape twists and changes again. The protagonist checks whether the young man escaped without injury. The boy says he is unharmed, then asks where they have ended up. The warrior explains that they have reached an area where mana is heavily concentrated. The protagonist orders him to set up the neutralizer immediately. The young man promises that he will finish it as fast as possible. The old woman suddenly reappears and mocks them as little rats. She vows that this very place will serve as their tomb. The protagonist immediately shouts at the young man to evade the incoming strike. The merciless attack tears toward them, forcing the boy to throw himself onto the ground. The protagonist recognizes the attack as precisely the kind of power a level 7 mage should possess. He knows a direct hit would have killed him on the spot. The warrior says he will keep the old woman busy and orders the boy to continue moving. The young man agrees at once, while the protagonist prepares to reveal his hidden trump card. The old woman turns toward the boy and demands to know where that little rat believes he is headed. Before she can pursue him, the protagonist loudly grabs her attention. He shouts across the battlefield, calling her a filthy old hag. He knows the only way to keep her attention is to provoke her relentlessly. The old woman shoots him an outraged glare, rewarding him with yet another provocation trait. He taunts her by asking whether the chairman magic circuit keeps her young, or whether old age has finally driven her insane. Already furious, the old woman reveals that she planned to acquire the solar crow through her disciple, but he destroyed the entire plan. She says it no longer matters, since the crow of deepest darkness will work just as well, then challenges him to keep evading the Eclipse School's power. The protagonist laughs at her and dismisses the Eclipse School as nothing but a third-rate academy. He then asks whether her eyesight is failing because she cannot hit him even once. The enraged old woman curses him and warns that he is taking his provocation too far. Meanwhile, the young man announces that the magic station has finally been finished. Multiple lights appear around them, and he confirms that the station is now active. The old woman stares in disbelief, asking whether he has already installed the neutralizer. The young boy calls toward his grandfather. He realizes they finally have an opening because the dimensional space is weakening with every passing second. The Tower Master declares that it is finally time to reveal a fraction of his real power. At once, deep cracks spread throughout the entire area. The young boy warns the warrior that the labyrinth is beginning to collapse. The protagonist agrees, recognizing that the Tower Master has successfully completed his task. Watching the collapse unfold, the old woman refuses to accept that this is real. She screams that both her magic and the world she created have been destroyed. The old woman collapses in despair, repeating over and over that everything is lost. She insists that her plan needed only a few more seconds and puts all the blame on Warrior Kim. Blaming them for everything, she releases another devastating surge of power. The warrior catches the brutal strike on his steel fists, stunned by the sheer weight behind it. The enraged old woman continues hammering him with one savage attack after another. Clutching his sword firmly, the protagonist refuses to let her surpass him in speed. The old woman angrily demands to know why every one of her attacks keeps missing. She screams for the protagonist to vanish and die already. Once the blast settles, she wonders whether the protagonist has finally been killed. Instead, the protagonist activates his skill for detecting critical weak points. He immediately detects the weak spot on her back and recognizes the perfect chance to strike. Showing neither mercy nor hesitation, he delivers everything he has in one devastating attack. The crushing blow sends the old woman flying across the battlefield. Desperate, she cries that everything cannot possibly end this way. With a trembling hand raised, she swears that she will at least kill him herself. She raises her hand as her eyes shine with a murderous red glow. The man restrains her and coldly informs the old woman that her time is finally up. Back at the magic tower, the master is deeply impressed by the warrior's natural talent. He becomes fascinated by these abilities. Although he once assumed the warrior depended on anti-magic, today's battle proves he is also a highly effective and lethal swordsman. The tower master says warriors with talent like his are probably known as celestial stars. Warrior Kim recalls the spirit, saying something similar when he reached level 5. Either way, the master wants to reward the warrior for everything he accomplished and offers him the eclipse ring. He explains that this, Inu's item is a treasure he discovered together with Elder Joe. The warrior is practically ecstatic. He instantly realizes that this is one of the Magic Tower's 8 treasures, and the Eclipse School's strongest item. Now he has both the flying car he won and a ring that counts as a priceless treasure, and he could not be happier. Some time later, he returns to his mansion. Time slips by unnoticed, and autumn has already arrived. Beak Corin practices her heaven-destroying star skill, while Jeanette continues refining her natural energy. The warrior is pleased because Soren is on the verge of reaching level 5. Once that happens, she will soon be ready to learn the Sword of Mars technique. After moving far beyond Iron Fist's 4th level, Kim continues spreading his influence throughout the country. Before long, Arcane reaches December 24th. It is an unexpected development, and the group is now gathered inside that country's embassy. Soren and Jeanette gaze at the falling snow, knowing that the honorary paladins are meeting inside. Then the warrior shows up to interrupt their peaceful moment and tells the 2 girls to enjoy the day while they can. Hearing that, Jeanette decides to go inside ahead of them. There is no doubt about it, it is December 24th. The day of divine annihilation marks the date when the Old Father was officially defeated. The same date is also used to commemorate the Westphalia Treaty. The warrior finally understands why people across the world celebrate this date like Christmas. In this world, Christmas is not a thing at all. Naturally, every young woman, including Beak Soren and Jeanette, stares in shock when Paladin Cha Dujun appears. The protagonist has been invited as an honorary paladin, representing both the Thor and Gaia orders. But joining their gathering is obviously not the warrior's real objective. From a distance, a man calls to him and asks whether he is the person who won the Great Black Tiger Sword. The man is Asim Kuret, India's ambassador. The warrior formally introduces himself as a level 5 superhuman warrior and thanks him for the invitation. The ambassador then introduces his wife and only daughter. His daughter is fascinated by the chance to meet the warrior in person. The hero recognizes Kali as the final member of the game's 3 strongest warrior units. She will eventually become an SSR warrior with outstanding stats and the future owner of Kalahari. Satisfied with this discovery, he plans to use his girls as an excuse to keep chatting with the young woman. He introduces the girls as his disciples, but a man behind them interrupts to ask whether he really owns the Black Tiger Sword. As soon as the others hear that question, the entire crowd becomes fascinated by Warrior Kim. Suddenly, everyone tries to talk to him all at once, but his only goal is to continue talking with Kaylee and become closer to her. With no alternative, he leaves the social chaos to his disciples. He can only hope they succeed in becoming friends with Lady Kali. He narrowly escapes before the crowd completely overwhelms him. His legs still shaking, he leans on a pillar and tries to recover his breath. Looking upward, he notices that several trees are already blanketed in snow. The sight gives him a warm, comforting feeling and makes the year's end seem real. While standing outside by himself, he hears someone calling his name. The person asks whether he would spare a moment for a short conversation. He immediately recognizes her as the holy maiden of the ancient Old Father order. But she looks completely different this time. Previously, a helmet had concealed her entire face from everyone. He asks her why she is standing outside. He figures she must be occupied, especially since today is the day of divine annihilation. But she corrects him, saying this is not the day of divine annihilation, it is the day of revival. She claims she knows he thinks she has already been unusually considerate, making him ask exactly what favor she is talking about. This time, she looks directly at him and asks whether he never thought the situation was suspicious. With a teasing smile, she asks how he could not find it strange that he survived after destroying one of the Inquisitors. The entire conversation feels completely absurd to him. Even the way she speaks sounds oddly unfamiliar. The strangest part is that every event she mentions took place inside the labyrinth. She reveals that without her interference, his miserable life would have been over before it truly started. Furious, he asks why she interfered when he had never requested her help in the first place. She leans close and whispers that she did it to make his great soul shine brightly enough to become the savior of their order. He had spent his life obeying orders, taking constant criticism, and accomplishing nothing. A complete failure in both romance and life. His eyes widen as he realizes she may actually be describing the version of him from the real world. That makes no sense to him, because back in reality, he is nothing more than one ordinary loser among countless others. He cannot understand why someone would go this far for a person like him. He starts wondering whether her words are connected to his personality-changing ability. While he is lost in thought, countless skills begin appearing around him. If she considers the sheer number of abilities he possesses, then perhaps she really does see him as having a great soul. Her goal is to make him stronger than ever and turn him into a vessel worthy of that magnificent soul. But then she speaks again and simply declares that today is the day. Things become even stranger when she starts moving her hands in mysterious gestures. She looks upward and announces that everything begins today, with the savior being largely responsible. Every new word leaves him even more stunned than before. She says that while he was busy creating trouble and spreading chaos, they had managed to accomplish a great deal. As he angrily demands an explanation for her nonsense, a magic circle appears under her feet. With a smile, she casts her spell and promises they will meet again soon, when he finally understands what she means. A moment later, she disappears above the very magic circle she summoned. That lunatic drops all those cryptic statements and then vanishes without another word. None of it makes even the slightest sense. Since she said everything would begin today, he can only wonder what kind of disaster she is preparing this time. He checks his phone and finds the date is December 24th, with the time just past 11:59 p.m. This is the exact day of divine annihilation, the same day on which episode 1 originally began. The coincidence feels unnatural, almost as though some higher power is pushing him out of the tutorial and into the real game. As the countdown reaches the game's official beginning, midnight arrives, and a gigantic blast suddenly erupts behind He Vadiet Enos. He Kim Enos. Inside the celebration hall, the crowd instantly erupts into panic and chaos. The warrior raises his eyes toward the disturbance. At this point, there can be only one explanation. Episode 1 is no longer just a memory. It is happening for real. The attacks, earthquakes, and every disaster from the episode are beginning right now. Hostile forces are attacking everywhere, and this is only the opening act of the chaos. On top of that, savage demonic beasts are being released across the city. The war has officially begun, and from here on, everyone must survive on their own. If a war is what they are asking for, then Warrior Kim is more than ready to answer. Once again, the man addresses Warrior Kim as the wielder of the Black Tiger Sword. The man joins him, and together they start cutting down the monsters. The warrior gives him a clear order: protect the side where the paladins are stationed. He promises to fight with everything he has, especially because people under his protection are still in danger. A swarm of snakes suddenly emerges. The girls immediately check whether the ambassador is safe. The assault on sends the entire city into shock. A monster appears directly behind Hindi. He ka enos Hindi, he ha enos Hindi, he la enos Hindi, he enos Tik s parents. The girls try to alert them, but the warning comes far too late. Overwhelmed by the pain of the moment, Kaylee reaches a turning point and chooses to become a superhuman. Only this time, the outcome is completely different. The monster that was about to devour her parents is brutally cut down instead. The girls are relieved to discover that the beast never got the chance to touch the young woman's parents. The one who brought the monster down is none other than the warrior. He declares that this tragedy will not be allowed to happen in his timeline. Kali stares wide-eyed at the brutal display unfolding before her. As the three warriors draw their swords and clear every monster ahead, someone jokes that he is certainly a busy man. Just then, a flying car arrives on the scene. The warrior receives a call and quickly picks it up. The caller is the commander. Warrior Kim apologizes, explaining that he is currently occupied with a terrorist attack in Seoul. Kim says they will have to talk later, but the commander insists that this conversation cannot wait. The terrorist assault is spreading across all of Seoul, yet every attack is focused on a single target. The commander warns him that the president's life is at risk. Kim doubts it, arguing that the Blue House is heavily protected, but the commander says it should be obvious where the president would spend the night of divine annihilation. The protagonist says he will transmit the location immediately. The location turns out to be the building owned by the president's secret lover. The car's system announces that they have reached the destination and are preparing to land on the roof. The protagonist immediately rejects the idea, saying there is no time to waste. He decides the only option is to bypass the security system and get inside at once. The car stays hovering above the building because it has not received permission to land. Meanwhile, the protagonist simply leaps down from the enormous height. He knows the specially reinforced glass is the only thing standing between him and the building. He crashes through the glass with all his strength, finding the president shielding his lover inside. The man asks whether he is the wielder of the black tiger sword. The protagonist checks whether the two of them are unharmed. Someone suddenly warns the protagonist to check what is behind him. He spins around, just in time to block the woman's incoming strike. Crimson smoke starts gathering around them. He immediately understands that the real threat has yet to reveal itself. This is the final boss connected to the soul attack. The woman reveals herself as the level 7 Empress of Annihilation. She repeats the question, asking whether he is the black tiger sword's owner. Suspicious of her intentions, the protagonist tightens his grip on the sword, ready for another attack. The woman threatens to slice him apart and hang what remains of him on the tiger's gate. According to her, the old man is going to enjoy that sight. He recognizes the Japanese sword as an especially vicious weapon. Every successful hit from it guarantees a random curse on the enemy. She says they will find out whether he is really as skilled as he thinks, then rushes him with a brutal assault that he barely blocks. The woman admits that his defense is better than expected. Then she challenges him to survive her next blow too. Her next attack sends the protagonist crashing across the room. He realizes the Empress has built her entire fighting style around overwhelming offense rather than defense. If he wants to survive another strike, he must get within close range. Simply defending against her blows will leave him with absolutely no chance of winning. The protagonist clamps both hands around his hammer, ready to hit with lethal force. The woman looks at his weapon and mocks him for being so adorable. She immediately follows that insult by ordering him to disappear from the face of the earth. In answer, the protagonist switches his characteristics. This time, he stops her strike and forces her backward. Fueled by rage, he raises the hammer with every ounce of strength as yellow energy begins glowing around it. The very next moment, he brings the hammer crashing down on the woman. As the enraged woman curses him, he realizes that close quarters combat is her only weakness, though one mistake there would mean instant death. He knows the risk is enormous, but he has no choice except to attack. At the same time, the president does everything he can to shield his lover. The fight becomes savage, with neither the woman nor the protagonist willing to surrender. He starts suspecting that the Empress's characteristic might be invincibility, since his attacks are no longer doing damage. The woman glares at him and calls him a pest, promising that his life will end right there. With that, she launches another devastating attack at him. She admits that he is surprisingly durable, then asks what his final words will be. Instead of answering, the protagonist orders the car to carry the president and his lover somewhere safe and far away. The car confirms the route, while the woman desperately attempts to catch up with it. But the car is far too fast for her and rockets away at ridiculous speed. The protagonist taunts her, asking what she plans to do now that her target has escaped. Consumed by rage, the woman accuses him of having planned this escape from the beginning. The protagonist recognizes that she is now activating the Empress's ultimate ability. That ability is known as annihilation of heaven and earth. His eyes widen when he realizes the curse has immobilized him, leaving him with absolutely nowhere to run. Then a thought strikes him, and he realizes the situation may not be hopeless yet. He recalls the Ring of the Great Escape, an item that can be activated once during a battle to escape the battlefield. He grabs the ring and silently thanks his lucky stars. He is especially grateful that the woman was foolish enough to give him this opening. Just before her finishing strike connects, the protagonist disappears from the arena. The woman is left behind, hurling every insult she can think of at him. Back at the protagonist's mansion, water suddenly spills over the edge of a bathtub. The protagonist is sitting inside the tub, realizing he escaped death by the narrowest possible margin. He admits that without the Ring of the Great Escape given to him by the Tower Master, he would most likely have died back there. He figures the commander has probably reached the scene by now. He wonders whether they can capture the Empress, though he doubts it because his forces are not particularly powerful. For now, he decides to heal himself before thinking about anything else. After that exhausting battle, the protagonist leans back against the tub and finally relaxes. He says that at last, he is getting a little peace and quiet. He casually answers the phone with a hello, still relaxing in the bathroom as if nothing happened. The girl asks why he ignored her calls for several days, and he simply says he was taking some rest. He suddenly stands up and repeats her last word in disbelief. Days. She confirms it and explains that she was worried after he vanished while leaving behind a bizarre message. She recalls that his message only said he had survived and wanted to rest for a while. The protagonist apologizes, claiming that he had been in a rush. She says it is okay, then asks whether he can guess where she is currently staying. He asks her to tell him her location. She says she is at the Blue House with Jeanette, and adds that the president has requested a meeting with him. He says he understands the situation and will be there soon. With his familiar smirk, he decides that it is finally time to claim his rewards. The scene changes, revealing Warrior Kim shaking hands with the president. The leader praises him for being extraordinary enough to risk his life and save the president. While continuing the handshake, the president asks whether the warrior has recovered somewhat. Kim says he has completely recovered, crediting the magic bath and elixir for making it possible. Suddenly, someone begins giving him friendly pats on the back. The man says he knew Kim would appear acting, as though the whole incident had never happened. Another man agrees, saying the elixir clearly did most of the work. Kim starts wondering why these old men have suddenly become so warm toward him. One man thanks him, as another approaches carrying a briefcase. The warrior smirks, realizing that this is precisely the reward he was hoping for. He accepts the gift and promises to make proper use of it. One man places a hand on his shoulder and reminds him that collecting the reward means it is time to start working. Another raises his hand and dramatically announces that they will work until their hands practically fall off. Someone else suggests that this would be a smart move if he truly wants to become a corporate commander. Later, he stands around a table with several other important figures. One man announces that their current objective is capturing the terrorist leader known as the Empress. Of course, this Empress is the same woman he battled earlier. The map looks familiar to him because he remembers seeing the mansion's layout in episode 1. If this were still the game, completing all these missions would be mandatory. He recognizes the Western Corporation's commander, a war hero just like the commander from the East. He also notices executives from other orders, along with members of the Superhuman Association's strike force. It becomes obvious to him that the government is deeply involved in the operation. He wonders whether this government involvement explains why the Old Father Order attempted to assassinate the president. He remembers the saint's warning that everything would begin from this exact moment. Amused by the situation, he wonders what the saint intends to do next. He gets the feeling that episode 1 will wrap up much sooner than he anticipated. When he checks his phone, he finds that news of warrior Kim saving the president is already spreading everywhere. The girls tell him that the whole internet is discussing him, and someone even recorded his fight at the Indian embassy. As he stops the car, he decides episode 1 should conclude without trouble, so he can focus on strengthening his character for a while. Jeanette notices someone approaching, looks over, and asks whether that is Kaylee's ambassador. That is when he realizes Kaylee had completely slipped his mind. The man places a hand over his chest and explains that they came to express their thanks. The protagonist immediately recognizes a valuable opportunity. Kaylee then steps out from the group. She boldly announces that she wants to become his student. When he asks what she means, she explains that surviving the incident made her determined to grow stronger. Her goal is to reach the same level as his other students. She bows deeply and formally asks him to take her on as his student. The man asks whether Kaylee is certain and suggests they can discuss the matter later. Kali's parents are concerned because her grandmother, once Kalaratri's protector, transformed into an otherworldly creature during the Rift expedition. In the ambassador's family, every woman awakens the destiny of the goddess Kali once she reaches adulthood. Rejecting that destiny means death, which leaves her with no real choice. He addresses Kali's father, knowing he cannot let this opportunity slip away now that one of the world's 3 finest warriors is right in front of him. The protagonist says he knows about their family's long-standing duty to protect humanity and the destiny inherited by every generation. Kali and her father are stunned that he knows these secrets, and her father demands to know how he learned them. The protagonist says Kali possesses another talent that could protect her, prompting the woman to ask whether that talent can free her from this suffering. He confirms that it is possible, but Kali will need to become a superhuman first. He promises that if they entrust Kali to him, he can save her, while privately knowing he cannot afford to miss this opportunity. The man objects that the child has never even held a sword, and suggests there may be another solution. The woman points out that Kali is running out of time, so they decide to place their trust in him. Her father asks whether she is certain, and Kali confidently replies that she is, and that she will succeed. Holding her shoulders, her father warns that the road will be difficult, but tells her to proceed if she is truly prepared. They remind her that she must defeat the destiny forced upon her and survive. The protagonist asks the girl one final time whether she is sure, and Kaylee answers yes. With his usual expression, the protagonist warns her that her hellish training will begin that very night. A little frightened, Kali says she is still looking forward to the training. A few days later, we find Kali training at another location. She is becoming Kalaratri, a woman who kills while she dances. As he watches her, he remembers that she unlocked stealth earlier, so the next trait she likely needs is dance. He believes she is only a short time away from unlocking it. She is so deeply focused that she does not even realize the protagonist is watching her. She slowly sweeps her hand from one side to the other. Yellow energy suddenly starts radiating from her body. After pushing herself to the limit, she finally unlocks 3 traits: Blood of the Goddess, Stealth, and Dancer. Watching her progress, the protagonist realizes that the girl possesses incredible talent. He believes she is now laying the foundation needed to challenge her fate. From here, she only needs to keep leveling up. The protagonist walks over and hands the girl a towel. He tells her to take a break because her stamina is still low, and pushing harder would be unwise. The girl insists that she is fine and says they can continue the lesson. She wants to grow as powerful as Jeanette and Soren. The protagonist figures Soren is already at level 5, while Jeanette has reached level 4. He realizes that her impatience is making her push herself too hard during training without even noticing. He assures Kaylee that she possesses natural talent, just like the other two. According to him, she only needs to train wisely at a comfortable pace, instead of rushing everything. He warns that exhausting herself might actually slow her growth, and she promises to keep that advice in mind. A call interrupts him, so he asks her to stay quiet briefly and get some rest. The caller turns out to be the white-haired old man. The protagonist remarks that it has been ages and asks why the man called. The old man tells him that another Colosseum challenge awaits and asks whether he still remembers the Destroyer King. Assuming the man wants his steel fists back, the protagonist confirms that he remembers him. This time, however, the proposed wager includes diamonds and a statue of Mars. The protagonist cannot believe the old man is seriously willing to put that statue on the line. That divine statue is exactly what he needs, especially with the Sword of Mars technique sealed within it. After pulling another dramatic expression, he realizes this challenge must be the mission that leads him to the Sword of Mars technique. The old man explains that the 4-on-4 match will take place in 2 weeks, then asks whether he is accepting the challenge. Once the call ends, he realizes that he has only 2 weeks to build his team. He expects the Destroyer King to come fully prepared, meaning he needs a squad capable of securing the win. A few powerful names come to mind, and he gets excited at the thought of testing this unused lineup in a real battle. He lowers the phone, confident that the pieces are finally in place. He already knows a group powerful enough to stand against these opponents. 2 weeks later, the team finds itself standing inside the Colosseum. The announcer declares that the pumped-up fighters are now stepping into the arena. The man smiles when the announcer introduces the leader of the Destroyer King squad. Standing beside him are the Wyvern King, the Dark Demon King, and the Angel King. One fighter insists that his age does not stop him from taking them on, while another shrugs that old or young makes no difference. He expected elite opponents, but not the very best veteran fighters at level 6. Still, he refuses to panic, as the announcer presents the leader of the Warrior Kim team across the arena. Iron Fist is part of his lineup and promises to make full use of the strength he has been given. The priest joins them too, boldly declaring that even the gods will respond when he calls. The Magic Tower Master's grandson completes the team, promising to fight in his grandfather's and the tower's honor. This is his favorite in-game lineup, commonly called the Kim family group. The warrior already has the perfect strategy for this lineup and practically counts the match as won. During their earlier meeting, the warrior thanks them for responding, but the young priest says he will always appear whenever called. The Magic Tower grandson sees it as a chance to repay superhuman Kim, while Iron Fist jokes that he would have sprinted over even in the middle of lunch. The lineup follows the classic warrior, enhanced soldier, mage, and healer formula he knows well, though it comes with one serious weakness. The protagonist points out their poor defense, but the priest tells him to relax because he possesses a support skill. The Magic Tower grandson takes the blame, but the protagonist assures him that nothing is wrong and he should stop blaming himself. He warns them that the Colosseum veterans will be extremely tough, prompting Iron Fist to ask for his strategy. The protagonist says they only have 2 simple rules to keep in mind. First, they must never stop moving forward. Second, they should abandon elegance, brawl like maniacs, and pull hair whenever necessary to keep the Kim family strategy simple. Their only job is to look utterly unhinged by biting, grabbing, and fighting like complete lunatics. The priest follows the instruction far too literally and starts yanking the old man's hair despite his desperate protests. The whole ridiculous routine is designed to throw the enemy team off its strengths. The man is outraged that they would resort to such a pathetic trick and demands the respect he deserves. Inside, the protagonist knows the plan is unfolding perfectly. The opponents underestimate them, their formation collapses, and the entire battlefield descends into madness. The man grins while concentrating an enormous reserve of energy. Although aerial attacks belong to the Wyvern King, he fires anyway, unaware that the protagonist has his own answer. A chain of enormous explosions tears across the arena. The man stares in disbelief and demands to know how he can fly. He is using the Tiger King's soaring paradise. The protagonist answers by slamming into him with savage, overwhelming force. The enemy instantly understands that there is nowhere left to run. A huge blast of energy expands outward, wrapped in dense yellow smoke. The old man whose hair is being yanked stares, wide-eyed, at what happened to his partner. The Destroyer King can only watch in disbelief, as they somehow manage to capture Uncle Wyvern. Iron Fist says looking away was a mistake, and mistakes deserve a devastating punch. After being smashed into the ground, the man admits that Iron Fist has monstrous strength and skill. With a pure attacker like Iron Fist on his side, Kim has no trouble handling an opponent like him. Elsewhere, one teammate tells him to act like a real mage, while another is visibly embarrassed by the chaos. He answers that his creator just sent word saying he could not be prouder. Watching the mayhem, the warrior calmly notes that everything is proceeding exactly as expected. During the planning session a few days earlier, the protagonist had banned the two fighters from using magic of any sort. The mage immediately asks how they are expected to battle under those rules. The protagonist orders them to stick close, trade blows, and keep brawling until an opening appears. The instant that opening appears, they are to unleash their magic. A dazzling yellow glow suddenly spreads over the battlefield. The priest lifts an arm to protect his eyes from the overwhelming brightness. The man announces that this will be their miserable final moment. A violent wave of red energy hurtles toward the two young fighters. Yet the brutal attack is stopped completely before it can reach them. The protagonist commands the priest to activate his blessing. The priest obeys instantly, while the enemy unleashes a merciless barrage of attacks. It turns out Benita has awakened a new skill called Shield Wall. Furious, the man asks whether they intend to block his attacks for the rest of their lives. The old man urges the Dark Demon King to hold back, sensing that something deeply sinister is coming. The mage asks whether he may end the fight now, and the warrior gives him the go-ahead. The warrior wraps both hands firmly around his massive hammer. As the mage gathers energy, the two announce that the battle is about to end. A flaming bird suddenly materializes. The protagonist and the fiery bird shoot directly toward the two opponents. The protagonist confidently declares the Kim family group has already secured victory. A colossal explosion erupts across the arena. When the blinding flash disappears, the announcer names Warrior King Kim the winner, even though he is still frozen in his attack pose. A system prompt announces another acquired trait, bringing a smile to Warrior Kim's face. As he looks over the defeated opponents, he realizes the requirement was to beat high-level Japanese fighters in succession. With that condition fulfilled, he is now qualified to take on another challenge. The Destroyer King accepts that he has been beat. The warrior praises the battle, then decides it is time to collect what he won. The old man presents the promised reward and gives it to him. He adds that the remaining contestants will deliver their rewards as well. At last, he has obtained the statue of Mars, the relic that can awaken Soren through its sword technique. The Destroyer King tells him he can demand a rematch whenever he wishes. Another man rests a hand on his shoulder and remarks that retirement is now only a matter of time. The man announces that their age is over and a new one has begun. Back at Warrior Kim's mansion, he takes time to recover from the brutal match, but Warrior Kim quickly returns to training alongside his disciple. The two launch into an intense sparring session. The protagonist tries to defend himself as his disciple attacks. The warrior acknowledges that she has truly become stronger. The disciple teasingly asks whether he is starting to feel tired. She says this while preparing another attack. She moves faster than sight itself, and the warrior recognizes the force of the heaven-destroying star. A few hours earlier, she had asked whether the object was meant for her. The warrior confirms that the relic belongs to her alone. The statue of Mars is valuable to him, but she is the only one it truly recognizes. She is the heaven-destroying star. The disciple finds the statue unsettling, but the protagonist assures her that nothing is wrong. He instructs her to stop resisting the relic's attraction. He tells her to allow her instincts to direct the flow of mana. The supreme sword techniques are not merely martial arts, they also cultivate mana. This relic is precisely why he never taught her a separate mana cultivation method. The disciple opens her eyes and pulls out her sword. She begins cutting through the empty air as thick red smoke floods the room. This is the genuine power of the heaven-destroying sword. It combines the raw might of Mars, the war god, with the power of the heaven-destroying star. At last, she unlocks Mars's sword technique, along with several powerful traits. With her eyes still shut, the young woman says the feeling is incredible, but disturbing visions continue pouring into her mind. The warrior tells her that this reaction is normal, and that it will make her stronger. She confesses that she has no clue how she could possibly repay him. The protagonist tells her she can repay him immediately. The warrior asks her to teach him the Sword of Mars technique. A furious exchange follows, with attack after attack being blocked. He recognizes her speed and strength, while noticing that her technique is restoring his health and mana too. She keeps hammering him with a brutal, non-stop assault. He realizes that this overwhelming offense is exactly what such a powerful sword technique should produce. Kali's dance is elegant and beautiful, but Soren's sword dance moves with the brutality of a savage warrior. The protagonist feels himself gradually sinking with its rhythm. His disciple stares in disbelief at what is happening. She spots a crimson aura beginning to form around him. The sparring turns serious as the protagonist finally gives his disciple everything he has. One savage move sends his disciple flying across the room. The impact is powerful enough to blast chunks of the wall into the air. Amidst the chaos, he gains another trait, the Sword of Mars technique. He understands that this power represents the destructive star of the heavens. Her complaint about the pain snaps him back to reality, and he quickly asks whether she is okay. Annoyed, the young woman sarcastically asks if she looks fine, making him apologize at once. Later, standing on the balcony, he reflects that level 6 is within reach, although a few requirements remain unfinished. He is nearly there, and believes a little more experience could finally push him over the threshold. He picks up his phone, confident that he knows exactly whom to contact. Elsewhere, the warrior finds himself trapped under a non-stop stream of praise. The compliments come from a man clasping his hands, while the warrior observes that the president has not changed at all. The protagonist says he has heard there is an important request waiting for him. The man explains that he oversees the commission and asks whether the protagonist knows about the terrorist federation's downfall. The protagonist responds with a simple nod. Earlier in the story, the terrorist federation had been operating under the old priest's influence. Unlike the game's version, this time a government strike force wiped them out completely. After that devastation, rebuilding their organization will be incredibly difficult. At present, the Empress of Annihilation, Ashim Yaren, and her followers are scattered everywhere. The man says the Hunter Association's tracking division is pursuing the terrorists, but one fugitive has chosen an unusual hiding spot. When the protagonist asks where, the man reveals it is Monster Village, because the fugitive is supposedly a mutant. The protagonist agrees that Monster Village accepts every mutant as family, but points out that a terrorist is still extremely dangerous. The problem is that the mutant bear keeps protecting all the other mutants. The man remarks that the warrior's connection to Monster Village seems almost destined. He cannot accept the level 6 request without thought, but openly standing against Monster Village is impossible too. Still, rejecting the request immediately would be impolite, so the man shows him a picture of the wanted criminal. The target is supposedly a mutant chameleon hiding inside Monster Village. One look at the picture makes it obvious that the target is a vicious terrorist. The protagonist questions whether it is truly a mutant and asks what the actual issue is. He suddenly realizes that the man is not a mutant whatsoever. The chameleon is actually a bioenhanced soldier. Realizing the chameleon has manipulated the bear, he refuses to let the deception continue and accepts the mission. The protagonist rushes away, believing the bear will cooperate once he learns the truth. He is unsure whether the bear will listen, but he has no choice except to convince him. Suddenly, he spots an explosion erupting inside Monster Village. He immediately figures that the chameleon has made its move. The entire area is engulfed in flames. The blast has left everyone on the ground, gasping for air. The bear desperately asks what has happened. The warrior arrives and identifies it as a magic bomb, making the bear question why the young man is there. The protagonist explains that the terrorist chameleon is hiding there by posing as a mutant. The bear refuses to believe him until someone reports that the skeleton snake has disappeared. The bear is stunned because the chameleon had been guarding the skeleton snake, but the protagonist warns that panic will get everyone killed in the flames. The warrior orders the bear to activate the barrier. Enraged by the betrayal, the bear agrees. The bear calls upon the godmother. He kneels before the tree and begs it to protect everyone. A yellow glow starts shining from the tree. The tree then releases a protective barrier. The mutants feel relieved when they realize they have survived. The warrior tells the bear to keep the barrier active while he hunts the lizard and skeleton snake, prompting the bear to ask if he truly plans to go alone. The protagonist changes his appearance once more. As he does, he promises to locate them quickly and come back. Purple smoke starts curling through the area. The protagonist concludes that the target must be nearby. When someone calls him professor, he turns around with widened eyes. His disciple is the one calling him, and he asks why she came here. She says she came after finding him because he needed her assistance. The protagonist pulls a doubtful expression, then admits that she is correct. Seeing his unusual appearance, his disciple asks whether he feels all right. He says he is fine, though he privately wonders why his body feels so odd. The girl tells him to rest while she continues searching, so he asks whether she can really manage alone. With a smile, she confidently assures him that she can handle it. She tells him to rest and leave everything else to her, all while gripping a sharp weapon. The next thing visible is red liquid, splattered across the entire area. The woman's eyes widen after realizing her attack missed, while the protagonist tells her not to make him laugh. The protagonist mocks the idea that anyone would fall for such an illusion, while the illusion questions whether the liquid was holy water. The liquid suddenly starts burning through the illusion. The illusion declares that he has arrived too late. The protagonist's eyes widen in stunned disbelief. He stares in shock when he sees the skeleton snake tied up nearby. Furious, he calls the enemy insane and asks whether he used a mutant's body to make the bomb. The enemy proudly replies that deceiving those mutants was effortless, making the terrorist attack a complete success. The chameleon then says that once the owner of the black tiger sword is eliminated, the Empress will be delighted. The protagonist asks whether that was really supposed to stop him, then decides it is the perfect moment to unleash the fighting spirit set he prepared for a devastating attack. He alters his appearance once more, confident that these sets will finally deliver the result he wants. Combining the Mars sword technique with fighting against 1,000, creates one spectacular set. The warrior immediately launches an attack. The lizard cannot make sense of what it is seeing. With the hammer in hand, the protagonist warns him that he chose the worst possible person to provoke. He springs forward, gripping the hammer in one hand and the sword in the other. Crimson smoke coils around the blade. The lizard recognizes the move and asks whether it is the Mars sword technique. The terrifying display of power leaves the lizard completely shaken. Later, the protagonist returns with the skeleton snake, leaving the bear utterly confused about what happened. He explains that prolonged exposure to mana has pushed the skeleton snake toward an uncontrollable collapse, so he tells the bear to seek the tree's help. The bear drops to his knees and desperately begs the tree to save his friend. But the tree says the situation has already gone too far and there is nothing she can do, while the bear refuses to accept that answer. At that moment, the snake weakly lifts a hand and calls out to the bear, who immediately shouts his name. The bear grips the skeletal hand and anxiously asks whether his friend is all right and starting to recover. The skeleton snake then asks the bear to put him out of his misery. Completely bewildered, the bear asks what he means and whether he is actually asking him to kill him. The protagonist considers it the safest choice, since an uncontrolled core could wipe out every monster in existence. Tears welling up, the bear says he could never do such a thing, even if refusing meant losing his own life. The protagonist suddenly says he may have a solution, making the bear ask if he is serious. The problem is that the plan has over a 90% failure rate, and if it goes wrong, he could end up in extreme danger. He recalls the skeleton snake once saying that he would offer part of his body when his savior appeared, a statement the protagonist had failed to understand back then. Because the skeleton snake has helped him so much, the protagonist decides the risk is worth taking, while the bear says he would accept even a 1% chance. He immediately orders them to bring a bathtub. They agree without hesitation and rush off to get one. Since the Hunter Association should already be waiting outside, he tells them to bring the people in. The men enter while calling out for the warrior. One of them confirms that everything requested has arrived and asks whether anything more is needed. The warrior declines and simply instructs him to remove the mana cores. The man asks how many cores are required. The protagonist tells him to bring all of them. Not a single drop can be left behind. That mixture is the skeleton snake's only chance of survival. What he truly needs is a human body. Basically, he is attempting to mutate someone who is already a mutant. He remembers this method from the nuclear war episode, but decides it is still worth attempting. The protagonist calls out to his godmother. The warrior asks the godmother to provide a little of her blood so the snake can be saved. He believes the ritual can work only if someone who has reached godhood makes the sacrifice. The bear is left speechless and repeats the request in disbelief, but the godmother agrees to help. The tree pours a portion of the liquid into a tiny jar. The skeleton only needs one sip, and the protagonist drinks some as well. The moment he drinks it, a new trait called Divine Power appears. He also unlocks a second trait, Sacred Light. On top of that, he obtains the Radiant trait. He quickly explains how divinity connects to these three traits. With the forest's permission, he enters the space carrying his shield and hammer. This is how the protagonist steps into his godmother's domain. The two entities she summoned are genuine deities. Compared to the two gods, the protagonist's existence is practically meaningless. Yet empowered by the three deities, his items begin reacting. He can now break through the probability system itself. He may even be capable of ascending to the heavens. A colossal vortex starts spinning around the tree. An enormous force starts pouring into the bathtub, holding the skeleton. The bear panics when lightning suddenly crashes into the skeleton snake. The man standing nearby is just as confused. He can only wonder what is going on. A blinding burst of light engulfs the bathtub. Moments later, smoke starts billowing out of it. The protagonist calls to the skeleton snake. He tells it that the time has come to wake up. A hand slowly rises out of the bathtub. A beautiful blonde woman then climbs out of the tub. The protagonist realizes the experiment worked. The skeleton snake has obtained a human body. The bear and the man behind the protagonist both turn red and ask whether such a transformation is actually possible. More accurately, she is an android. The woman carefully places one foot outside the tub. She gazes at the sky and is amazed by how beautiful it looks. The protagonist congratulates her on finally receiving a new body. She says everything feels like a dream because she has not smelled grass or felt the air's moisture in a very long time. She celebrates having a real body at last, but suddenly becomes nauseous, making the bear ask whether something failed. The protagonist remains certain that the process succeeded. She coughs harder and harder before suddenly spitting something out. The protagonist stares in disbelief. It is the SSR Prophet Ring, the reward for completing the personal snake quest, and the woman asks whether this is what the godmother was referring to. The bear is completely lost and has no clue what they mean. She puts the ring into the protagonist's hand, explaining that it belongs to the person who restored her flesh and blood. She was fated to give the protagonist a piece of herself, and in this case, that piece is the ring. And just like that, the prophet's ring ends up in his possession. As its name implies, the ring reveals game information before events actually happen. It can predict things like a treasure, chest's reward, or the layout of a randomly generated dungeon. And the ring is not his only reward, because he is offered a core as well. The warrior says that, although she is no longer a mutant, she still has a use for the core. She has no objection, especially since the tree already informed her that the warrior must reach level 6. The godmother tree specifically told her that the warrior requires her mana core. The godmother has also obtained a blueprint that can help him reach level 6. Curious, he decides to hear the rest of her explanation. She explains that the blueprint also requires him to use mana cores belonging to other mutants. Everyone agreed because he is the benefactor of the mutant village, so they had already set aside several cores for him. He is secretly thrilled to receive cores from people who mean so much to the village. He sincerely thanks everyone for showing him such friendship. After traveling for quite some time, a huge building finally appears ahead. Inside, his excited disciples are prepared to give everything they have alongside their master. This means they can now train with much stronger focus and resolve. His old friend, Director Choi, is the one who arranged everything. The director is perfect for the job because he genuinely enjoys taking charge. The girls immediately start craving delicious food, and even imagining it makes them drool. But the protagonist has a better suggestion. Everyone should head straight to the training room. In his opinion, life is most enjoyable when you are giving your all in serious training. His disciple Kali has already reached level 3, which makes him extremely proud. Little Joannette is keeping up too, having already reached level 4. They are all impressive, but Soren's level 5 progress puts everyone else to shame. There is no dialogue or narration here. This allows the protagonist to battle them without holding a clear advantage. Their hard work becomes obvious when each of them succeeds in raising their ability levels. The protagonist uses every trait available to push the girls toward their maximum potential. He does not give them special treatment simply because they are his disciples. If anything, he makes them work twice as hard. Even he is exhausted, since the entire routine is proceeding exactly according to his schedule. Whenever he gets the opportunity, he puts his attention back on training. The Ring of the Prophet helps him acquire the artifact required for reaching level 6. He also learns the Eastern Army's ultimate technique, Black Tiger Swordsmanship. With several traits now under his belt, the high-rank Swordmaster trait is finally within reach. Unfortunately, his current mana cultivation technique is insufficient for activating the Swordmaster traits. He is already struggling to control the Sword of Mars technique using it. It is time to visit that place, and thinking about it reminds him of the Great Hammer. To reach the god's domain, he travels to Stockholm Palace in Sweden. The moment he arrives, he spots an angelic being stationed at the reception desk. The angelic receptionist greets him, but warns that he may not be permitted to enter. He tries convincing her by pointing out that he is an honorary paladin of the place. The catch is that even honorary paladins must be at least level 6. She tells him to return after reaching level 7. The protagonist had already expected this response. That is why he produces a mystical artifact from Norse mythology to bypass the restriction. With the artifact presented, he appears to receive entry permission. Once again, he leaves everyone impressed. Making a strong impression wherever he goes is practically his specialty. With a huge grin, he announces that he can finally enter the home of the Master of Lightning. The doors swing open. He is now permitted to witness the most powerful lightning there is. Luckily, he had prepared everything beforehand. He recalls the trouble he faced earlier. Earlier, he had been wandering through the plaza while looking for his mission. Before he can find Thor, there is one thing he must arrange. He searches everywhere, convinced that he will locate it eventually. As he strolls along casually, trying to piece together the details, someone suddenly touches his shoulder. He is startled at first, but it turns out to be only Mr. Sigmund. As usual, the man is overflowing with excitement. Since they have not seen each other in a long time, his excitement is even greater. Glancing over, he sees that Sigmund has brought along his elegant wife. The couple explains that they have come to receive a blessing for their unborn child. He stops for a moment, noticing how thrilled the couple is about their coming baby. Then it hits him. This is sacred Norse land, and the deity who blesses newborns is exactly the one he has been searching for. So he asks whether they have come to receive Frigga's blessing. The prophecy says he must find the twilight-containing rune in the castle, floating in the sky, and the lowest place. He must carry the rune to an open field, board the airship, and restore order to the world. Only after that will the goddess be pleased. He interprets the floating castle as the Grand Palace, and concludes that the lowest place must be the plaza beneath it. The man reveals that he has already found the rune, and offers to show it to him. Naturally, the warrior eagerly agrees to see it. When he examines it, he realizes that runes can also represent secrets or knowledge. This goddess certainly has unusual tastes. She prefers blessing people who are truly innocent. The man notices the protagonist's expression while he studies the paper and starts to worry. He realizes that the prophecy concerns the birth of the purest and most radiant god. It is the story of Mistletine's birth. The distinguished people mentioned in the prophecy are the very couple he has met. To complete the mission, he must help the couple obtain the goddess's blessing. That is why he happily volunteers to accompany them. Soon enough, everyone is flying in the red car over an incredibly chaotic area. If this is the location from the prophecy, he thinks it clearly needs someone to step in and help. He then asks whether that enormous vessel is the legendary ship built by an ancient dwarf king. Skidbulnir is a portable fortress that becomes small enough to fit inside a pocket when folded. It can reduce itself to 1/500th of its normal size. In other words, it is a portable flying aircraft carrier. The man emphasizes how unbelievable it is to witness all of this firsthand. However, the prophecy requires them to carry the rune to an open field, board the aircraft, and restore order to the world. He decides that he should commandeer the vessel and take down the Titans. He appears to understand the task, though countless people have already failed while trying to conquer the ship. The protagonist, however, is not concerned with how difficult it might be. To him, it is nothing more than a piece of cake, and he flashes that unhinged expression again. A spectacular display of light and firepower is about to begin. The warrior intends to go all out. There is no doubt about it. At last, he gets the chance to reveal his true capabilities. Naturally, he plans to use his strongest traits. With the turbo engaged, he is about to make this adventure far more exciting. Going all out is practically second nature to him. Whenever he wants something, he simply takes it for himself. And today, he is carrying an absurd amount of equipment. His red car starts twisting and flipping through the air. He must perform at his absolute best if he wants to claim the valuable reward. He needs to stay alert because multiple projectiles are flying straight toward him. Since everything is going smoothly, he decides to accelerate and make the movements even more thrilling. Every command is carried out immediately. He still has to avoid crashing into anything. Meanwhile, the couple watches from below as their friend turns the journey into a full-blown adventure. Just when he thinks the performance is finished, the lights reveal that he is only getting started. He launches forward with even greater force. During the maneuver, he unlocks another trait and becomes completely synchronized with the vehicle. A huge grin spreads across his face. This upgrade could make the situation much more entertaining. He now has an important objective to complete. That is why he grips the hammer, ready to put it to use. With a perfectly timed leap, he launches himself out of the red vehicle. He must reach the vessel quickly and handle the people aboard it. The blinding flash makes everyone think a bomb has fallen, but the reality is completely different. That enormous glow is actually just the warrior rearranging everything exactly where he wants it. The man cannot understand why Thor's paladin is behaving so strangely. Holding the hammer, he declares that he does not believe in this god-related nonsense. As he gets ready to attack, he tells the man to stop pleading with his god. It is pointless anyway. When he wants something, he will do anything to obtain it, and that vessel is already his target. After that minor accident, all three end up aboard the vessel, leaving the couple amazed by the entire maneuver. The protagonist then starts figuring out how to get the enormous vessel airborne. His car suddenly draws his attention, as if it already knows the solution. The little red car assures him that it can control the vessel easily and tells him to trust it. Once the connection is made, power floods through the system, and the controls suddenly become much clearer. A map appears before the couple, who conclude that finding Fenrir is the key to receiving the goddess's blessing. Suddenly, they begin speaking the protagonist's language, and he gets excited because the task is now easy for him to handle. He pushes the vessel to maximum power. He also plans to bombard everything below until they find their target. The Titans below are powerless as a storm of explosives rains down on them. Soon, everyone below is knocked out, and the three look down from above believing the prophecy has been completed, while the grateful couple promises never to forget what they owe him. The instant the scroll is completed, a powerful light suddenly manifests. That radiant presence belongs to the goddess Frigga. The goddess gathers her power and prepares to grant her blessing. She is about to bless a being so pure and innocent that it has not even left its mother's womb. Once the ceremony ends, the three of them can only stand by and watch the goddess leave. The couple is overwhelmed with gratitude for the blessing she has given them. Our protagonist is thrilled as well, since the mission has finally been completed. Mistletoe has now atoned for his sins, rewarding him with the magical branch. He also obtains consumables with a ridiculously rare 1% drop rate, which gives him entry to the divine temple known as the Palace of Stockholm. The moment he enters and takes a step, electricity seems to tear through him from head to toe. Still, he understands that surviving in a place like this requires him to prove himself by enduring as much pain as possible. He simply needs to release the magical energy he obtained at exactly the right moment. Fortunately, he carried the magic god item, letting him resist a god's pressure despite not possessing the necessary class. At last, he comes face to face with Thor, the legendary god of thunder. He is stunned when the god in front of him reveals that he already knows who he truly is. Seeing the young man's confusion, Thor explains that his eyes are capable of looking through all things. He had suspected that the gods could recognize his real identity, but witnessing it firsthand feels completely different. Warrior Kim takes the opportunity to ask Thor several questions. First, he wants to know whether the gods are aware of who brought him into that world. Instead of the answer he hoped for, Thor gives him a blunt and disappointing response. He has no idea. He explains that the subject is simply too unimportant for him to care about. Kim then wonders whether the old father might be the one behind it. Thor dismisses the possibility, saying the dead old man likely no longer possesses enough power. Even then, the central mystery remains unsolved. If the old father is innocent, then who else could have brought him here? That makes him recall the conversation he once shared with the saint. She had told him that he needed to grow stronger than ever, becoming a vessel worthy of his extraordinary soul. Then she moved closer and insisted that this magnificent soul must become the light and savior of her order. Thor explains that the answer lies entirely in Kim's soul. His soul belongs to an exceptionally high class. That rank comes from his unique ability to alter his characteristics. According to Thor, only an omnipotent existence should be able to accomplish something like that. The deity adds that people in the East refer to such a being as a celestial star. Those words immediately bring back what the Magic Tower Master once told him. Kim then asks whether Thor has ever encountered someone with abilities like his. Thor says that he did meet one such being long ago. They were known as heavenly demons. The name instantly reminds Kim of the Blood King's claim that he looks remarkably similar to his master. Now he finally understands what the Blood King meant back then. Thor urges him to use every means available to escape the disgusting order that serves the old father. After learning that he belongs to an even higher category, a cold shiver travels down his back. The mystery is becoming far more serious by the second. Thor claims that even if that wretched bastard is resurrected, he does not expect any real trouble. In this universe, the supreme god has already died. During the divine annihilation war that claimed the old father's life, every defeated god was destroyed. The gods who won the war were not freed either. They were imprisoned instead. Looking at Thor, Kim figures the god must be itching for some excitement after all that confinement. Thor explains that ultimately, the treaty created after the divine annihilation was intended for humanity. Even so, Thor assures him that he will be supporting him. He understands that the warrior is searching for enough power to break free from the old father. Thor promises to bestow power without any limit. Naturally, receiving that power will come with a little discomfort. After all, it is only going to feel like 1,000,000 volts rushing through his entire body. That should be manageable for someone willing to pay any price for such overwhelming strength. Slowly, wild electricity engulfs every part of the warrior's body. Thor instructs Kim to use the newly granted power wisely. As a result, Kim acquires Thor's cultivation technique along with the lightning trait. Once the brutal process ends, Kim gradually attempts to regain his strength. When it is all over, the only thing left in his possession is a miniature Mjolnir. The warrior sincerely thanks the god of thunder. Thor then gives him permission to depart. The mighty god says goodbye to the omnipotent visitor from another world. Standing aboard his vessel, Kim gazes down at the city below. The breathtaking view shining before him captures his attention. The trip has been exhausting, but the rewards make every bit of it worthwhile. None of this was part of his original plan, yet he still obtains the sacred god-killing branch capable of stripping away invincibility traits. On top of that, he secures an enormous golden mark. With such gains in hand, Kim considers taking his disciples on a trip. But from the sky, a loud and unfamiliar sound reaches him, something that sounds suspiciously like sirens. The moment he turns toward the building, terror freezes him in place. The burning structure is his own building. His precious, beloved building is completely consumed by fire. The sight sends his anxiety skyrocketing. Kim immediately rushes to land so he can find out what happened. Outside the hospital, ambulances continue bringing in the victims of the disaster. Deeply worried, Kim races through the hospital corridors in search of his close friend. The instant he reaches the correct room, he yanks the curtain aside and searches for Director Shui. Inside, he discovers his friend lying on the bed, badly weakened by the attack. Iron Fist is standing beside him. Kim instantly demands an explanation and asks which bastard was responsible for the attack. Iron Fist says the investigation is already underway, and a confirmed report will arrive soon. No matter who carried out the attack, Kim makes one promise. Whoever did this will be forced to regret it with every breath. The injured man is not merely Kim's business partner. To Kim, he means far more than that. Amid Arcana's harsh and selfish society, he was the first person to treat Kim with genuine kindness. He is Kim's trusted right-hand man. Because of him, Warrior Kim can still hold onto his faith in humanity. In other words, he is absolutely irreplaceable. Naturally, an attack like this will not be forgiven. Anyone who harms Kim's friends is guaranteed to pay a brutal price. Kim tells his friend to focus on making a full recovery, joking that the whole mess is partly his own fault. After all, Kim should never have placed him in charge of the building. But Kim's eyes widen when he suddenly hears his friend call his name. The unexpected response catches him completely off guard. The director proves he is tougher than expected, already awake and assuring Kim that he is all right. With a vial clutched in his hand, he says he has something crucial to give Kim. Despite his shaking hands, he explains that he managed to save a small sample and wants Kim to take it. Kim asks why the vial is being handed to him. His friend reveals that he had implanted nanomachines in his blood earlier, and during the attack, he deliberately splashed that blood onto the bastards. Gripping Kim's hand, the director explains that the vial will allow him to locate the criminals. For the moment, Kim only wants to thank his friend for surviving. He promises to use every medical method at his disposal to restore him completely. This time, Kim intends to wipe out every fool reckless enough to stand against him. Meanwhile, events at Goro Fortress suggest that Kim's counterattack is already beginning. Iron Fist explains that he followed the director's nanomachines and has finally obtained a result. After tracking them for a while, they discover the target's hiding place. They waste no time and arrive right outside the location. The signal stops precisely here. Iron Fist asks whether he should simply level the entire building. Kim agrees that destroying it sounds like a perfectly good plan. Most of the residents are vicious criminals, so Iron Fist's gang could wipe the place out without much trouble. Kim is convinced that this time he can bring down the evil Federation's leader, the Empress of Slaughter. The Criminal Federation did not begin as an outright criminal organization. It was created to fight for the rights of the oppressed, but everything changed after it connected with the Order of the Old Father. Destroying the place thoughtlessly could give them the perfect excuse to appear righteous. That is why Iron Fist asks whether Kim has a better strategy. Iron Fist quietly listens to Kim's proposal. Kim then flashes a broad smile and declares that they should demolish the place and rebuild it. Everyone is stunned when Kim announces that he plans to remodel the entire neighborhood from this point onward. That unexpected idea is Kim's actual strategy. He says it so casually that rebuilding an entire district sounds effortless. Thanks to this approach, the redevelopment of that section of the city proceeds smoothly. This becomes possible because the president quickly approves the reconstruction, backed by investments from several influential figures. Eventually, Kim locates the criminal's primary base on the outskirts. With the base discovered and powerful allies at his side, carrying out the plan becomes straightforward. For this operation, he also counts on the assistance of his eldest disciple. The disciple quickly smashes through the chains blocking their path, then becomes visibly uncomfortable when praised. The young disciple admits that he is worried about his master facing the notorious Empress of Slaughter. Kim agrees that the mission will be dangerous and difficult, which is precisely why he recruited several people to help. He arrives with his complete team, supported by friends and trusted allies. Iron Fist, the mage, and the priest are all at level 5. The girls have varying levels, with Soren ranking as the strongest among them. Kim and his first disciple are both level 6 warriors. Given how gifted they are, every one of them has progressed far faster than normal. Kim assures his first disciple that the team is more than powerful enough for this place and has nothing to fear. The girls, naturally, are the ones most thrilled about the mission. For Woojir, the first disciple and the lone boy surrounded by all these wild girls, keeping up with them is a serious challenge. Meanwhile, Kim moves ahead and assumes command of the group. Soon enough, the cursed doors swing open. The instant they open, strange mana pours out and envelops the entire group. Beyond the entrance lies a bizarre subdimension. Everyone wonders whether Kim is truly confident that entering such a sinister place will end well. Kim points at himself and confidently declares that he has never made a wrong call, and this time he will personally defeat the Empress. From within the darkness, a sinister voice concludes that they have all walked straight into their own graves. Since they have come this far, she decides to help them find a proper place to be buried. Once they pass through the gates, the interior looks nothing like the dark exterior. Deep beneath the ground, they discover an astonishingly bright environment. The strange group tries to figure out the purpose of all those elaborate structures. Players know this location by the terrifying name Hellish Minigame. To proceed, they must clear 3 separate types of minigames. Removing the debuff from the Empress of Slaughter should be manageable because this challenge is just a 2D platformer. Even so, crossing this place appears far more difficult than expected. Fortunately, Kim brought his disciples specifically to handle a situation like this. He decides to divide everyone into 3 teams so they can clear the route more efficiently. His first disciple is appointed as the leader of one team. He will command the male group, while BX Soren takes charge of the girls. Kim, meanwhile, chooses to operate alone as a one-man team. After all, he is a seasoned professional whose name already sits on the leaderboards. Seo Woojin's group takes on the first minigame. Their objective is to smash the falling blocks and make it to the finish line. The challenge is manageable because their mage can detect the mana inside the blocks. After locating the targets, they can tear them apart with their steel fists. And their timid leader still proves that he was given command for a very good reason. Soren's team tackles the second minigame, searching for solid cloud platforms that can carry them across the sky. Once they cross the sky, they have to follow a particular rule to reach the finish line quickly. Luckily, they also have Kali, who is practically a board game genius. Kim remains by himself and tells the others not to be concerned. He warns them that even if they arrive first, they are not allowed to open the door until he catches up. Once the instructions are clear, the boys finish their challenge and reach the endpoint first. They owe their success largely to Mage Kim, who locates the blocks with impressive accuracy. The steel claws, mage, and priest work together so perfectly that the master's first disciple ends up feeling completely excluded. All he can do is watch their flawless communication from the sidelines. Before long, the girls' team arrives in its usual storm of noise and chaos. They are so loud that everyone can hear them from far away, and they arrive looking completely thrilled. Their teamwork is just as impressive and obvious. Watching them makes Seo Woojin feel like he is the only one who does not belong. He starts believing that his own abilities are falling short. More than anything, he wants to prove to his master how far he has come. He decides that he cannot remain stuck in this situation. After all, he is the only level 6 warrior present. Driven by frustration, he makes a reckless decision. Unfortunately, that decision goes directly against the instructions he was given. Soren's celebration abruptly ends when she notices what her teammate is preparing to do. By the time she attempts to intervene, the damage is already done. Seo Woojin has already pulled the doors open. He is not trying to cause trouble. He simply wants to prove that he is useful. Soren shouts at him to stop acting recklessly and think clearly. She reminds him that their master has not arrived, so blindly entering the room is a terrible idea. Ignoring whatever may be hiding inside the warehouse, he lowers his guard and insists that everything is under control. For one brief moment, Soren naively believes that a level 6 superhuman might actually stand a chance against that woman. The problem is, the woman herself is standing right behind him and hearing every word. Needless to say, she is not amused at being underestimated by this kid. Because nobody knows what is coming, the entire group is caught completely unprepared. Even the first disciple struggles just to breathe. The pressure filling the room is crushing everyone beneath it. He is about to learn painfully that sharing his master's level does not make him equal to his master's skill. Seeing Woojin suffer, the girls cry out and rush to force the monster away from him. They are absolutely enraged by what has happened. They had clearly ordered him to wait for Kim, and now his recklessness has made everything worse. As Woojin remains on the ground recovering and ignores their warnings, the girls move past him to confront the enemy themselves. The Empress is surprised to see that the girls can actually resist her curse. For a brief time, they manage to battle the vile woman evenly, but there is a reason she holds the title of Empress. The moment the fight becomes a true sword clash, the girl's lack of strength is exposed. Seo Woojin realizes that merely resisting the curse is nowhere near enough to beat her. She was never an opponent he should have dared to challenge. With terrifying ease, the Empress overwhelms and subdues Soren. The young disciple desperately tells Soren to escape. He insists that this disaster is his fault and that he will fix it himself. At that moment, the Empress raises her weapon to finish off the little rat. Kim witnesses the danger and immediately steps in to rescue his disciple. Kim casually greets the Empress, remarking that it has been quite a while since their last meeting. His relaxed attitude makes one thing obvious. He intends to collect interest for every cruel thing she has done. The disciple, who nearly died by the enemy's blade, is incredibly relieved that Kim arrived in time. The Empress tells Kim not to bother delaying the inevitable, since she plans to kill every one of them. From a distance, the disciple starts wondering whether even his master can handle such a monster. Then, right before him, the entire situation begins to turn around. He realizes that Kim is matching the Empress blow for blow. Every attack she launches is answered at the same speed and intensity. That equal exchange visibly thrills the Empress. She has not enjoyed a genuinely even fight in a very long time. Standing back, the disciple finally understands what he is witnessing. He realizes that trying to play the protagonist for one day was a terrible mistake. In this battle, only one person can truly stand toe-to-toe with that woman, and that person is his master. Drawing his weapon, Kim tells the arrogant woman that she is the only one destined to die here. He aims his hammer at her and delivers a clear warning. She must never lay a finger on his friends again. Kim came to avenge the attack on the director, and he will not leave until this villain has been completely defeated. The enraged Empress tells him that firing that weapon repeatedly will never make a difference. He is already well aware of that fact. Back during the city incident, he learned the hard way just how terrifying invincibility could be. He had personally endured the passive ability belonging to the Slaughter Empress. That invincible state makes her completely immune to his attacks. This time, however, he has stronger gear and far more battle experience. Just to keep up with him, the Empress unleashes every powerful ability in her arsenal. Even then, she realizes he has improved enormously in barely any time, meaning she can no longer afford to underestimate him. He displays perfect control over tidal swordsmanship, releasing a technique powerful enough to annihilate heaven and earth. No matter how often he witnesses that technique, its sheer destruction still scares him. Still, survival comes first, so he has no choice but to defend. A sturdy shield is his safest option. Even after all his progress, her non-stop attacks remain dangerous, especially when she announces that she is ending the fight for good. The impact is so overwhelming that he can barely keep the shield in place. She boasts that even the tiger sword's owner cannot challenge her, until she realizes he has already pulled off his little trick. Buried inside her chest is Mistletoe, the weapon more famously known as the God Killer. The moment he realizes this, he gets excited because the crazy woman is finally finished. She suddenly realizes she has been struck, yet she cannot even figure out how it happened. The effects immediately begin appearing on her body. After being pierced by the God Killer, her invincibility has been completely cancelled out. His defensive stance is only a setup, allowing him to close the distance and rip her arm away with his own hands. He understands that any extreme move against her will trigger the release of her power almost instantly. Once he pours that overwhelming force into her, all he needs to do is sit back and watch the consequences. The once invincible snake is now being consumed by the very flames she unleashed. That was his entire plan from the beginning. Defend patiently until the perfect opening appeared. She dismisses it as nothing more than a weak attack from some level 6 superhuman. Unfortunately for her, that supposedly harmless attack tears away both of her arms. His flawless swordplay is so spectacular that every disciple can only stare in stunned disbelief. The woman who injured their director and crossed every line is now being carved apart by his blade. This fight has gone far beyond anything that could be called ordinary. Following that devastating blow, all he wants is to put some distance between himself and that monster. Having delivered the punishment she earned, he looks down at her fallen body and finally feels the weight of revenge lift. She made a deadly error by acting like the villain against someone who was never beneath her in the first place. And just like that, he takes down the boss from the very first episode. He drives his sword through her, making sure she will never rise again. By the end, the mighty Slaughter Empress has been reduced to nothing more than a stain on the floor. It is almost unbelievable that this same woman once defeated the world's greatest martial artists. The moment his disciples witness the warrior's victory, they rush together to celebrate. Everyone joins in except one disciple, who is still crushed by guilt over the entire incident. The first disciple nervously apologizes, admitting that his recklessness destroyed their plan. The warrior simply brushes it off as though nothing went wrong. He lightly pats his student and assures him that everything is fine now that she has been defeated. Next, he retrieves Masamune, the Empress's legendary phantom sword. He knows the weapon comes with an exceptionally high attack stat. On top of that, every strike lands and applies a random curse to the target. Noticing how fascinated she is by the weapon, he decides to hand it over to her as a present. He tells her to keep it, since the sword matches her perfectly. He can already imagine how terrifyingly impressive the heaven-destroying star would look paired with that phantom sword. Back in front of the doors, he says it is finally time to discover what the Slaughter Empress guarded so desperately. With a completely unhinged grin, he decides the moment to collect his rewards has arrived. The instant the door swings open, blinding light floods the whole room. The mountain of gold drives not only him, but the girls completely wild. Within seconds, they start behaving like little kids, rolling around and playing in the pile of treasure. As the warrior fixates on the treasure, the priest wonders what he plans to do with all those jewels. He ignores everyone completely, focused instead on finding the final weapon from the Deason series. Once he finds it, the Deason collection is finally complete. The gold, meanwhile, will go toward repairing the enormous destruction caused by the villain's attacks. Meanwhile, Seo Woo-jin, the warrior's first disciple, decides he wants to formalize their master-student relationship. He admits that talent alone is useless when you cannot recognize the right moment to attack. He confesses that throughout the entire battle, he failed to land even one sword swing. The protagonist realizes that this explains why Woo-jin had looked so defeated at the time. Everyone had praised him endlessly, but an actual battle taught him that increasing his level alone could not fix every weakness. He says his clan's instructors were highly skilled, yet they failed to teach him the one thing that mattered most. The girls listen intently, curious about what he is about to announce. Finally, he finds the courage to say that his real dream is to become a warrior. The protagonist is delighted, because he teaches the survival instincts of a weed battling through the wilderness, and this boy has come to the perfect teacher. He agrees to take him in, leaving the young man overjoyed. There is only one rule. No matter how savage or exhausting the training becomes, he must never quit. Soon enough, the girls begin playfully hitting him and treating the first disciple like an absolute beginner. One of them gladly agrees to train with him, especially because she is the same girl who keeps smacking him and calling him a rookie. The two immediately start a heated fight over who encountered the master first, while Kaylee and Jeanette watch the chaos unfold. Meanwhile, Kaylee and Jeanette slip away to a corner and start secretly badmouthing their friend. Their peaceful gossip does not last, because their superior soon chases them down and forces everyone into savage training. Jeanette may be the smallest of them all, but she is also the quickest and most agile. Unfortunately, she keeps her eyes off the path and crashes headfirst into someone. To her shock, the stranger recognizes her immediately and calls her by name. The stranger is a hooded man who claims he has finally located her, adding that tracking her down was incredibly difficult. He roughly seizes her arm and orders her to come with him at once. Naturally, the man has no clue whose territory he has entered, and the protagonist disables him in an instant. The protagonist hates anyone who touches his disciples, so he clamps down on the lunatic's arm and demands an explanation. The man claims Jeanette has to go back because she belongs to them, making the protagonist wonder if he really heard someone disrespect his disciple that badly. To support his claim, he produces a contract that supposedly labels the girl as their property. Now the protagonist realizes these are the scumbags who destroyed Jeanette's parents and sold her after leaving her alone in the world. They belong to the mages of the Ilyang Magic Tower. The protagonist makes it clear that their rules mean nothing here. Jeanette is his disciple, and nobody is taking her away. The man continues repeating that the contract proves Jeanette belongs to him. If the contract is the only thing standing in his way, the protagonist has an easy answer. He draws his sword and cuts the document apart, and then he delivers a warning. He tells them that, as far as he is concerned, the contract is just useless paper. He adds that if this damned document says Jeanette must be taken to the magic tower, then he will accompany her there himself. His eyes turn noticeably colder as he says this. He understands that this is a journey Jeanette must face for herself. At the end of it, she will finally inherit the Nephilim's sword. Before long, they arrive at the magic tower. Inside, countless types of experiments are being carried out. Some researchers work with water magic, while others experiment with flames. As the protagonist walks through the facility with his disciples, he realizes it is built for biological experiments. The facility exposes humanity's most disgusting form of greed. He immediately sees how disturbed Jeanette is by returning to this place. Her expression reveals that she fears being too weak to put an end to these horrifying experiments. Soren notices her friend's pain and is deeply affected by it. The protagonist quickly steps in with a few words. He assures her that once she obtains the Nephilim sword, she will be capable of anything. She wants to begin the search right away, but one more task must come first. Before that, she has to avenge her parents, and even thinking about it fills her with uncontrollable fury. With a chilling stare, she admits that life had become so peaceful lately that she nearly forgot a truth she was never supposed to forget. Documents lie scattered across the entire area. One of the men suddenly calls Jeanette's name. He pleads with her to forgive him while bringing up her parents. Jeanette shoots him a furious glare and demands to know how a filthy insect like him dares mention her parents. The man frantically attempts to justify his actions. She tells him to go straight to hell and calmly drives her blade through him. The man collapses immediately, bleeding across the floor. Jeanette starts shaking uncontrollably. Anger and grief overwhelm her because she had to stain her hands just to eliminate such garbage. As the reality of her actions sinks in, the sword slips from her hand. The protagonist then notices another disciple sprinting toward Jeanette in tears. The young girl anxiously asks Jeanette whether she is all right. The protagonist praises Jeanette, recognizing how painful and difficult that moment must have been for her. He understands that Jeanette's purpose is larger than simple revenge. The protagonist discovers that secret biological magitech experiments have been conducted throughout Sol Arcana. Curiosity takes over, so he grabs a portfolio and begins scanning its pages. He suspects the pages contain the final product of these magitech experiments. That is when he finally discovers the thing he has been searching for. The file describes the Nephilim, a hybrid born from both human and angel. The protagonist decides that everyone involved in this project must die. But to accomplish that, he believes he first needs to learn its true name. He tells Jeanette that their next destination is the underground area. The half-angel waiting below looks far more demonic than divine. The protagonist announces that they are heading below to claim the sword. The warrior identifies the creature as a Nephilim and realizes the researchers had been studying something just like it. The protagonist acknowledges their effort, but tells them they cannot possibly defeat that monster. He chooses to fight it alone, prompting the boy to ask whether that is not far too risky. The boy has a point, since this creature normally demands several level 7 fighters, but under these conditions, the protagonist can win if he sticks to his strategy. The moment the protagonist says the crucial words, the monster awakens and starts wrecking the entire place. In the same moment, the surrounding glass explodes into fragments. The half-angel lifts its sword, releasing pink energy that overwhelms the entire area. A powerful pulse spreads out, inflicting fear while weakening everyone's attributes. Still, an attack from above may not be enough to bring it down. Despite that uncertainty, the warrior rushes straight at the creature. The situation is completely chaotic, yet he attacks with a huge grin. The protagonist swaps out his current traits and equips a different set. Planning to land his most powerful blow, he deliberately provokes the monster. The warrior studies it carefully, waiting for even the smallest opening. The instant a gap appears, the protagonist hurls his hammer directly at the creature's leg. The blow makes the creature howl, and the protagonist confirms that it pierced through the monster's defenses. Enraged by the hit, the the creature responds with a barrage of wild attacks. To avoid the assault, the protagonist activates 2 skills and gets out of range. The protagonist can hardly believe what he is seeing. He deliberately aimed for the leg, yet somehow the limb is still perfectly intact. Since he knows every attack pattern, he decides to keep striking until the damage finally sticks. He has also activated Giant Blood. While active, repeated applications of it deal damage to giants. The protagonist smiles as the strategy comes together in his mind. If he lands the hits correctly, the damage against this giant can continue scaling without limit. Its glowing red eyes make it look completely determined to kill him. The protagonist knows he cannot afford to underestimate the Nephilim's sword. The monster activates another ability, sending black smoke billowing around its body. The smoke morphs into a tentacle and reaches to drag him away, but he keeps dodging the non-stop assault. The mass of dark tentacles repeatedly thrusts toward him, trying to impale him. One tentacle finally slips through and smashes into his face. One disciple fears the plan is failing, but another reminds him that panicking will not help. The female disciple tries to rush in, but the protagonist orders her to hold back. At that exact moment, the protagonist lands a savage blow on the giant, but the real highlight is still coming. Smiling, the warrior prepares to make sure his finishing blow cannot miss. He remembers that the dark attribute causes damage over time. In his mind, he sees a white flower blooming right before him. After locating the giant's weak point, he drives his sword into it again. The monster lets out a horrifying scream as unbearable pain tears through it. The protagonist understands that the real phase of the battle has finally started. A huge wave of sword aura begins pouring out, confirming that everything is unfolding as planned. The warrior orders the beast to go back to the underworld. The next moment, the monster is sliced cleanly into 2 halves. As its body splits apart, the monster cries and protests against its supposedly unfair fate. The protagonist shows no mercy and delivers the final blow. All 3 disciples stare at their master in stunned silence. The sword is the only object still radiating pure mana. He targets that exact spot and brings his hammer down with all his strength. A deep fracture spreads through the surface, eventually exposing a stunning blade beneath it. It turns out to be the Hi Sat Inus Grade Sword of Total Darkness. The protagonist smiles, knowing he has finally obtained the Sword of Total Darkness. Warrior Kim turns around after hearing someone praise the incredible battle. The young man says they have learned an enormous amount, while the protagonist calls Jeanette over. He tells Jeanette to attempt wielding the blade. Only Jeanette, who endured life as a laboratory test subject, can awaken the weapon's full potential. This is a necessary step toward completing his mission. Jeanette has absolutely no clue what is going on. The protagonist tells her to stay calm and obey his instructions precisely. The young woman shuts her eyes and concentrates completely. Suddenly, her eyes become completely black. She points the blade at herself and declares that she will obey whatever the sword orders. The other 2 disciples watch the horrifying scene, completely frozen in shock. They scream Jeanette's name as she drives the blade into her own stomach. Everyone stares in horror, but the protagonist orders them not to panic. He explains that the process has begun, and immediately after her strange act, the situation starts changing rapidly. The Sword of Total Darkness awakens its innate energy as its traits resonate with the hidden power within Jeanette. A gigantic magic circle forms, and Jeanette finally appears ready for what comes next. Watching their friends suffer is unbearable, especially when she appears completely possessed by some dark force. Slowly, the disciples begin to understand the truth behind the scene. This is actually one of the most powerful arcana traits. People often mistake it for total darkness, but it eventually reveals itself to be nothing more than an arrow of light. Once the sword is mastered, it obeys its wielder, and the darkness energy reaches completion. Back at the renovated building, everyone sees that the place has become far more advanced. A new armory, shooting range, and obstacle course have been built, sending his students into total excitement. Among the excited disciples, Jeanette is more interested in learning about the Nephilim sword. She still cannot figure out how to transfer the sword to him, but he explains that this is normal because the weapon responds only to her innate traits. He tells her not to worry, explaining that he will learn energy cultivation first and then train with the Wujin sword. He has watched it so often that he can reproduce the technique using nothing but his body. For now, though, they are heading to the shooting range for some additional training. There, they can practice their aim freely for as long as they like. To raise the difficulty, they turn the protagonist into the target while he dodges every shot coming his way. When training begins, the girls are anything but casual about it. Naturally, that turns their practice sessions into a seriously heated competition. But the rivalry disappears when several bullets actually start striking their master, leaving everyone concerned. Ignoring their desperate shouts, he orders them to continue firing together. His goal is to follow the path of every bullet aimed at him. At last, the breakthrough appears within reach as he adjusts his posture and gets ready. The light in his eyes shifts, proving that he can finally read the movement and trajectory of everything flying toward him. Once he reaches that level, cutting the bullets in two is practically effortless. Just like always, he leaves his disciples completely stunned. During the process, he unlocks oneness with the sword, a trait he has wanted for quite some time. Still, this achievement does not put him right beside his final objective, because plenty of stages are left to clear. Even so, it is a promising beginning, and that alone fills him with excitement. With the last piece finally acquired, his trait panel is now fully filled. His students realize that he has finally gained the warrior class's ultimate official trait. By then, he has also gained the ability to wield an aura blade. This is the payoff for all that brutal training. He finally unlocks the Swordmaster trait, and with that, an extraordinary level 6 swordsman is born. Once the intense training ends, he speaks with Jeanette and tells her that before studying seriously, she must first connect with the flow of Kai and describe its nature in her own words. She describes it as a form of soul light, separate from sword aura, and far more than condensed mana. Her body works with mana, while her soul, which represents her mind, exists almost like a separate being within her. In a way, it resembles creating a second avatar of herself. She carefully searches for the clearest explanation she can give her teacher. Her teacher then asks whether it is simply energy becoming physical. He even questions whether the same thing could be called an aura blade. His questions leave her thinking for a long while as she tries to form the perfect conclusion. He clarifies that Kai is not merely power gathered into one place. Instead, it should be understood as a road toward transcendence. It means moving beyond something that can merely be seen and turning it into something completely real and tangible. In other words, the physical nature of the power undergoes a massive change. She slowly begins to understand his point. She asks whether using Kai is what allows his class to evolve. It appears she has actually caught the basic principle he is trying to teach. The Nephilim polish and develop their Kai in order to make their souls stronger. Their ultimate aim is to raise their existence to the level of divinity. That is also why the Nephilim are not classified as half-angels. Mastering Kai comes to them naturally from birth. He hears the students explain that they control it instinctively, just as effortlessly as they breathe. He points out that she activates the trait deliberately, whereas he must maintain it passively. She instructs him to grip the sword and shut his eyes. As he follows her instructions, she warns him not to activate sword aura the way he usually would. Instead, she tells him to focus only on breathing, and every breath must be slow and steady. He needs to sense a calming warmth, as though something is trying to comfort him. Nothing more is required than breathing in and breathing out. He follows the rhythm so flawlessly that reality seems to fade, and he is carried somewhere else. He has entered the realm of the Nephilim, beings who aspire to become gods. That realization is the heart of the entire lesson. As starlight spreads across his vision, he finally understands what they desire. Before him lies a stairway toward the constellations, the very light of his soul. The experience sends scorching heat and overwhelming exaltation through his whole body, almost as if it might consume him. Only at this moment does he finally experience it for real. The sensation becomes so real that it feels touchable, almost identical to the sword in his hand. Once he grasps the principle, he starts bringing that power into existence. Janet lights up with excitement when he successfully masters the technique. The warrior has now gained another trait, Sword of the Nephilim. After witnessing the result, everyone is thoroughly satisfied. He actually pulled it off. The warrior credits Janet completely, admitting that she explained the essence exceptionally well. Everything remains peaceful until the exhausted director rushes in with a warning that something serious has occurred. The emergency concerns the president of the Kumo group. Her condition has become critical. Even as a level 7 warrior, she has been poisoned, and none of the healing elixirs are having any effect. The moment he hears that no elixir can save her, one specific poison immediately comes to mind. It can only be blood poison. In the game, that poison was used only a single time. That thought seriously alarms him, because this poison is far from harmless. Elsewhere, the president is suffering through the most dangerous moments of her life. The poison has already raced through her entire body. When they notice her heart beginning to fail, the medical team immediately prepares to resuscitate her. The doctors throw everything they have at the problem, yet her condition keeps collapsing after briefly appearing stable. Desperate for an answer, the doctor wonders what could have caused such a drastic decline in so little time. At that exact moment, the warrior storms in and orders the medical team to stop. Nobody understands why Warrior Kim has arrived, especially since he is telling them to stop the resuscitation. He declares that this is not an illness the doctors can treat. Knowing the precise antidote required, he gives it to her without wasting a second. Slowly but surely, the woman's condition begins to improve. The moment her personal assistant sees her wake up, she rushes over to her bedside. Although she has only just regained consciousness, she is delighted to see her secretary and warrior friend nearby. She thanks him for saving her once again, but he says she can treat it as repayment for all the times she helped him. Sitting at the bedside, she admits that she has no idea what happened. She suddenly felt ill and blacked out. He cuts straight to the point and says it was probably an assassination attempt. The possibility scares her, but he first asks whether she recently came into contact with any animals. She then remembers only one animal, a cat she touched on the street before losing consciousness. He reveals that the creature was never a cat. It was a shapeshifter disguised as one. The real issue is that someone had ordered the shapeshifter to kill her. Since he knows all of this already, she assumes he must have captured the attacker as well. He laughs and confirms that he did, adding that he already figured out the creature's method. He describes it as a disgusting creature that lurks among the darkness and vegetation. He caught the beast by surprise, and now it has no choice but to reveal the truth. During the interrogation, the protagonist asks whether the Black Jaguar Order was behind the order to eliminate her. Realizing the shapeshifter will keep denying everything, he orders it to recite an anti-Black Jaguar mantra. The creature cannot repeat it no matter how hard it tries, and that reaction alone gives the protagonist all the confirmation he needs. To make the threat perfectly clear, he warns that refusing to hand over the antidote will end the shapeshifter's life on the spot. He reminds the shapeshifter that he has no reason whatsoever to spare it. But the crafty bastard produces a necklace and offers it in exchange for his life. The item is the dragon necklace, and he promises to leave the country if they let him walk away safely. They appear to reach a deal, with the protagonist agreeing to let him go. But obviously, anyone who harms his friends is not escaping unharmed. The protagonist then reveals that he successfully obtained the antidote as well. As for the assassination, the command unquestionably originated from the Black Jaguar Order. He admits that, in truth, the Order of the Old Father is the real force operating behind them. They attempted to cripple the government, hid behind the evil association, and have now targeted the head of a major corporation. He knows the reason is that her company created a fund dedicated to opposing the evil association. At that thought, he can already picture how enraged the saint must have become. However, he cannot accuse the Order of the Old Father yet, since he still has no concrete proof. Even so, he reveals that he has located the Black Jaguar hideout. Hearing this, she demands that he find the culprits and make them pay brutally. After some time, the two of them find themselves standing on Han River Bridge. She tells him that everything he requested has already been arranged. She also questions why they need such extreme measures when their current goal is only to collect evidence. He admits that other methods are available. However, this situation reminds him of the second episode, the one involving the zombie apocalypse. To stop another nightmare like that from happening, only one option remains. They must make a merciless example of them and send a clear warning. The warning is meant for anyone secretly supporting the Jaguar Order as well. The woman finally begins to see his reasoning. He tells her that the full meaning will become clear once she witnesses what happens. A massive moisture evaporation spell is fired straight into the river. The glow spreading through the water exposes a hidden entrance. That entrance leads to the forbidden facility built beneath the river. His operation begins moments later, attracting plenty of attention thanks to the enormous, eye-catching vessel. His attack plan includes heavy bombardment and projectiles fired from extra dimensions. Once again, he switches on his countless traits. After all this time, the warrior has turned himself into an expert at practically everything. Now he is fully prepared to unleash attacks in every direction. Another trait awakens, granting him a skill known as command. That skill will make the explosive devastation he plans to unleash much easier to control. The traits that activate afterward make the operation even more efficient. The order skill brings structure to the entire process. Meanwhile, the presidency skill helps him understand the situation more clearly. Before long, he receives a warning that a barrier surrounds the target. The situation had looked suspiciously easy, and now the real resistance is finally appearing. This time, his targets include the Black Enforcer, blood soldiers, prophets, and even priests. The vessel asks its master for further instructions. Excited for the battle, he unleashes a storm of skills and chooses to deal with the entire situation himself. With that decision made, he leaps from the vessel, prepared for anything. A blazing storm of light can be seen rushing toward them. The Black Jaguar's servants ready themselves for the incoming battle. The clash begins almost immediately. Elsewhere, an angelic being considers the protagonist's actions dangerously reckless. In her evolved form, the president joins the fight and gives everything she has. She realizes reaching the end will not be easy, while facing the power of black magic. She is not even sure her body can endure such overwhelming power. Yet she is stunned when she sees the Black Jaguars being hunted instead. The enemies scramble desperately to escape, and she notices that the protagonist is actually enjoying the massacre. He handles the aura blade with flawless precision. She realizes that he has evolved into a level 6 master swordsman. Feeling embarrassed by the situation, she admits that she came to help, but ended up needing rescue, though they did discover the secret base. The base is located directly inside a forbidden zone. After following a strange route and walking for some time, they conclude that this place may contain proof of who controls the Black Jaguar Order. The protagonist explains that the location is abandoned because the organization's true headquarters is in Brazil. With one of his skills, he tells her that they must track down whoever caused all this chaos in their country. As they stand within the dense fog, he believes the answer is waiting somewhere ahead. Black flames cover the entire area, yet the protagonist remains capable of dealing with them. He gently places a hand on one of the wall's bricks. The surrounding black flames swell higher with every passing second. The young woman protects her face from the intense heat, while the protagonist handles the flames as promised, uncovering a hidden chamber within the forbidden zone. Inside a drawer, he discovers jewels, magical weapons, and diamonds. From across the room, he calls out that he has found the evidence. When they examine the document, they discover that it is written entirely in code. She says decoding it will take time, so she plans to bring in an expert. She suggests handing the job over to the company's security team at the Kumo Group building. The protagonist settles down, only to jolt when someone suddenly addresses him as a master swordsman. He points at himself in confusion and asks what she means, but the information has already spread everywhere. Everyone now considers him a master swordsman because he wields the Black Tiger sword. He had no clue he was this famous, or that people viewed 23-year-old warrior Kim as such a terrifying master. His mood improves even more when he is handed a bag full of presents. She explains that since he always carries a golf bag, she had a new one prepared especially for him. And naturally, the bag is only the beginning. There is also a mountain of equally expensive gifts. She says giving him all this is only reasonable after he saved her life. He wastes no time and immediately begins stuffing everything into the bag. The woman then asks what he intends to do next. Once he fills the bag with everything it can hold, he looks completely satisfied. He says his next goal is to reach level 7, just as she did. To achieve that, he must travel to the gods' world in Thessaly, Greece. Getting inside will not be simple, because a huge crowd is already lined up at the entrance. Even from a distance, he can see the place is overflowing with people, which is hardly surprising. He knows that the fall of Olympus triggered the final battle, and goddess Gaia has summoned him to meet an ancestral god and the Titans. However, to enter with his physical body still intact, he must complete a specific task first. He moves through the crowd, realizing that he must honor the deities and transform into a spiritual being. The mission expects him to ride a Pegasus, but if he gets to choose a mount, he would much rather have a wyvern. As he approaches the gates, 2 guards step in front of him. They instantly recognize him as Paladin Warrior Kim. Everyone in the area knows him by his title, Guardian of the Stigma. Nobody expected someone like him to appear in a place like this. A short while later, one of the guards takes on the role of his guide and leads him inside. As he walks, the warrior notices the elegance around him and the distinct atmosphere, so different from Thor's temple. Seeing the crest, he remarks that he is certainly putting his honorary Paladin of the Order of Gaia title to good use. The goddess's altar is equally magnificent, and they are already waiting for him there. After welcoming him warmly, the woman explains that his assignment is written on the scroll. He soon kneels at the sacred spot and retrieves a scroll, assuming it contains an ordinary random assignment. The moment he pulls it from the water, he realizes the gods expect him to complete the task as a simple favor. The woman explains that the traveler must reach Georgia Valley of the Golden Dragon, located above the gold mine. His mission is to return with the golden scar. The warrior is irritated because the assignment is extremely difficult, and the mantle is located miles away. And that is not even counting the golden dragon, another annoying creature he must deal with. He proceeds as quietly as possible, hoping not to wake the dragon too soon. Unfortunately, there is little he can do when the dragon wakes up from nothing more than Warrior Kim's faint footsteps. The moment he comes closer, the dragon roars loudly to scare off the intruder. Warrior Kim tries his best to approach the beast peacefully. Although he makes it clear that he only wants a conversation, the dragon is shocked to hear a human speaking its language. Of course, he can speak to it because he is wearing the dragon pendant. Simply wearing the pendant allows its user to understand and speak the language of dragons. Finding this human extremely unusual, the dragon demands to know why he has entered its territory. After studying the monster, he figures it should be manageable since he has already beaten it in the game. The real issue is the golden cloak. He must move incredibly carefully, or the dragon might destroy it. He asks the dragon to hear him out, secretly activating every trait he has. Sitting on the ground like he owns the place, the warrior tells the dragon that becoming the Dragon Lord is nothing but a pointless dream. That comment only pushes the dragon into an even greater rage. The invader is already shameless enough, but somehow he also knows exactly what the dragon is planning. But Junsuenos keeps running his mouth. He points out that the dragon has spent 2,000 years there without achieving anything. According to him, the dragon's condition is pathetic, to put it mildly. The dragon orders this pitiful human to stop talking so disrespectfully in front of a dragon. Unfortunately for the dragon, the impatient warrior claims he will personally teach the beast how to become an elder dragon. What truly sends the dragon over the edge is the ridiculous payment demanded for that lesson. The dragon finally understands that the human is after its golden scar. Losing all control, the dragon flares its wings and starts throwing out one threat after another. The warrior stays fearless and activates his provoke trait to make things even worse. It works perfectly because the dragon is already running out of patience. The beast answers with a burst of flame, declaring that it has heard the human's final words. Oddly enough, he Vatiet Enos. He Kim Enos doesn't even bother trying to dodge. He activates aerial attack instead, waiting for the dragon to lower its guard so he can snatch the scar. That part is easy, since impatience is the dragon's biggest weakness. The moment the dragon sees its most prized treasure being stolen, it unleashes everything it has. A mere human tricking it sends the dragon into a frenzy, yet the protagonist looks totally calm and ready. Kim has no reason to panic, because the dragon would never risk destroying its own treasure. Fully aware of that weakness, he casually starts taunting the poor dragon. The dragon is absolutely livid, but against such a crafty warrior, the dragon has very few options. It cannot strike Kim at full strength, because doing so would destroy the treasure along with him. Kim understands the situation perfectly and exploits it without hesitation, with the golden cloak providing immortality and reincarnation. Bringing down the golden dragon is no longer a serious challenge. He Jun Enos, he So Enos charges in with his hammer, warning the beast that accepting his offer would be the smarter choice. For a moment, Kim recalls Thor, who once told him to look after the hammer properly. After pounding the dragon with several crushing strikes, he feels genuinely thankful for the little hammer. Kim smashes the monster's head with the finishing strikes and declares that this battle will be its downfall. The dragon pleads for its life and pretends to surrender, but he, Junso, Enos, knows it is only bluffing. Then a sudden lightning beam shoots forward. Dragons are known to carry materials of enormous value. Keeping that in mind, the warrior puts every ounce of strength into his final assault. Once the savage battle is over, the protagonist is extremely pleased with the result. Kim reminds the beast that he had already offered it a peaceful way out. The monster's corpse contains every material he was looking for. The creature is level 7 and is carrying some extremely valuable loot. Junsu has no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Once the job is done, the warrior heads toward a temple connected by a golden road. He receives a warm welcome as soon as he arrives. The protagonist respectfully bows before them. Kim tells the deity that meeting her is a great honor. Goddess Gaia reveals that she has been observing Junsu for quite some time. She grants him the choice of receiving either a wish or an answer. Remembering what Thor told him, the warrior asks who transported him to that world. He is certain that the culprit was not a god. The goddess explains that she would have known if the summoning happened on the surface or below ground, but even she lacks the answer. The protagonist suspects that the mystery may be connected to the sky. The goddess then warns him about a place called the Shadow World. That world exists on the other side of the Higde, Enos, Heed Tip, Enos. Kim recalls the saintly woman's strange stare and asks whether the order of the old father is involved. The goddess explains that calling a soul into another world inflicts terrible damage on the summoner. Whoever performs such a spell would be completely drained, practically dying from exhaustion. Junsu concludes that the current saint is innocent. That means someone else must be behind everything. To aid the warrior, the goddess once again offers him a wish. The protagonist takes a moment to consider his choice. He requests a level 7 blueprint, and the goddess agrees without hesitation. A brilliant light begins forming around the goddess. She then places a huge, intricately detailed scroll in his hands. Instead of just one, the goddess gives him both the level 7 and level 8 blueprints. She includes all the required materials and techniques as well. The reward turns out to be far more generous than Kim imagined. Now he finally has a path toward defeating the saint someday. With these resources, he should be capable of taking her down before long. Reaching level 6 only required the mana core of a mutant, but level 7 demands the mana core of an alien species belonging to the night. For level 8, he will need a mana core from an alien species that does not belong to the night. That makes him wonder whether level 9 will require mana from some godlike species or an equivalent being. The goddess tells him not to burden himself with a future that has not come yet, even though he already knows it leads toward a dangerous turning point. Holding the scrolls tightly, he realizes that the goddess is completely correct. To beat episode 3's boss, he must reach level 8. He politely says goodbye and thanks Gaia for the incredible generosity she has shown him. Before he leaves, the goddess warns him to stay alert because the second wave is approaching. The warning catches him completely off guard. Once the second wave arrives, anyone who fails to stop it will be consumed completely. The scene then shifts, leaving that entire encounter behind. Kim has already moved on to episode 2, where a zombie apocalypse is about to begin. As he drives his red car, Kim starts thinking about the situation. He has already crushed the Black Jaguar Order, the organization at the heart of the zombie outbreak. Stepping out of the car, he suspects the cult will not surrender that easily. By now, they are probably creating episode 2's final boss, the corpse dragon. Once he shuts the door, he realizes that taking down that monster alone is impossible. While lost in thought, he he spots the team he has recently assembled. That gives him an idea for dealing with this dangerous problem. He decides that Kali's personal mission is the key. One of his disciples asks whether he managed to meet the goddess. The warrior confirms that he succeeded, though his attention is much more focused on the golden dragon. The disciples inform him that they have already taken the dragon apart. Kim still has a few things to ask one disciple, who looks more than ready to explain. The topic is the flying ship. Kim wants to hear what the disciple did in his absence. He Jin Enos explains that he upgraded the ship, naturally taking advantage of his expertise in that field. The excited girls praise their junior, saying he has enormous potential. The protagonist is clearly delighted. He feels proud that he has trained those kids properly. Every disciple lights up after receiving praise from their master. Sarim is the happiest of all, having already reached level 6. Janet raises her hand as well. She asks whether Kim has noticed any improvement in her abilities. He explains that Kaylee has developed several traits that genuinely surprise him. Patting her head, he tells her that she has improved tremendously and will reach level 5 soon. Naturally, every disciple wants to know their next destination. His answer immediately makes the disciples uneasy. Kaylee becomes particularly nervous when she hears that they are going to the Grand Rift. Noticing her fear, Kim promises to help her reach level 5 with nectar. He warns her that the process could be mentally brutal because she will have to confront her grandmother. Before proceeding, he needs to know whether she can endure it. But the young woman has already made up her mind. She declares that becoming his student was the moment she committed herself to this path. She asks him to trust her and promises to do everything she can to make him proud. Kim knows that her personal mission is to eliminate her grandmother before she transforms into an alien species. With his hands on her shoulders, he understands that this is the goddess Blood's only chance to escape that suffering. He announces that the entire team will keep training until every member reaches their target. Naturally, a wicked grin spreads across his face. His disciples steel themselves for whatever awaits them. The scene suddenly changes, and the group has already arrived at the Grand Rift. His trademark intuition immediately alerts him to the dangers waiting ahead. He warns that the Black Jaguar Order's section of the Grand Rift may contain several dangers. Then he reminds everyone where they are supposed to meet. The entire group is to regroup at the Shell Tower. The disciples grow curious about their master's destination. Kim reveals that he plans to draw the corpse dragon out of hiding. Janet is the youngest member, so she naturally worries about their master more than anyone else. The two senior girls reassure her and tell her to stop worrying so much. All of a sudden, Kaylee hears a strange ringing inside her head. The sound hits her with unbearable pain. The pain becomes so severe that she doubles over, leaving everyone around her alarmed. Watching from a distance, Kim realizes the pain is a reaction to Kali's arrival. Crouching down, the girl says the ringing is unbearably loud. There is no doubt that this is a signal from the other master of that region. Standing beside the corpse dragon is the Stellar Descendant. The Black Jaguar Order operates a branch inside the Grand Rift, keeping the entire area under strict surveillance. Live footage appears across massive screens, but for the guards standing around doing nothing, the shift feels painfully slow. Two guards casually discuss the prison, holding the corpse dragon. They mention that it has been locked away for more than 20 years. They believe that if Mana allows them to control it, the order will finally reach the heavens. That confident conversation ends the moment a strange noise reaches them. One guard turns around to investigate. Before he can react, he is knocked down. His partner is left completely baffled by what just happened. The next guard is ambushed almost immediately, leaving him no time to react. His giant strength and stealth traits make the whole ambush possible. He even takes a moment to lecture the guards before moving on. He calls them useless guards because they spend their watch standing around and gossiping. Looking at the number of level 5 enemies around him, he realizes a direct fight would be impossible, so he puts his carefully prepared plan into action. The instant he snatches an identification card, someone hits the red emergency button. The emergency siren blares, sending everyone running in every direction like startled cockroaches. As the mages pour mana into the corpse dragon to awaken it, an unexpected development occurs. One of them becomes alarmed by the commotion outside. Someone asks about the strange noise, but a disciple points overhead and questions what the guards are doing up there. Their attention turns to Warrior Kim, who is observing the entire scene from above. Junsu refuses to remain a spectator and dives down from above to attack. The young man's eyes are practically glowing with excitement. At last, he gets to test his new weapons and discover their real power. The weapons remind him of the mission he once carried out with the president. He had spotted them inside a drawer and immediately realized they were extraordinary weapons. Wanting them for himself, he soon figured out how to acquire them. Now he is ready to create absolute chaos with these seemingly unbeatable weapons. Overflowing with excitement, he opens fire in every direction. The victims have no clue how one person is firing without ever running out of ammunition. That is precisely what happens as the warrior charges straight toward the high priest. The high priest creates a barrier, hoping to defend himself without entering close combat. But his biggest concern is keeping the corpse dragon's seal intact. Realizing the mission has failed, the others abandon everything and flee. With the seal compromised, the dragon is now free to act however it pleases. Of course, the protagonist has already equipped several of his traits for this exact moment. The battlefield is unfolding, exactly according to his wishes. Now he can sit back and enjoy the chaos he personally arranged. Everything is going exactly as predicted. The episode's final boss is clearly on another level. Even then, Kim attacks it with his weapons that never run out of ammunition. Several shots find their mark, inflicting agonizing pain on the dragon. Driven into madness, the dragon starts blasting flames randomly in every direction. Warrior Kim immediately starts weaving through the attacks at top speed. Dodging is manageable because traits like aerial attack and extreme speed are already active. He turns defense into offense, circling the dragon so quickly that it cannot even locate him. Naturally, he is not finished yet. He only needs to wait a little longer. When the moment arrives, he spots his disciples calling him from near the tower. Using his active traits, he launches himself toward them at maximum speed. The moment he lands beside Kali, he tells her that they have reached the correct location. The girl says she can hear faint whispers. The protagonist tells her to stay alert, warning that the gigantic beast is approaching. As the group prepares for battle, Kali appears strangely distracted. She scans the area for something, unable to find it until a sudden attack hits the dragon. A gigantic bolt of lightning has struck it. A mysterious voice demands to know who dared attack the descendant of the sacred star's ruler. The strange entity watching everything below is the Level 7 Grand Rift boss, the stellar descendant. The descendant dismisses everyone below as nothing but walking corpses. But to reach them, it must first get past the corpse dragon. Before long, the transcendent entity and the corpse dragon begin tearing into each other. This clash is precisely the outcome Warrior Kim wanted from the beginning. With two enemies fighting each other, either one's defeat works in his favor. Taking advantage of the chaos, he hurls his hammer and announces that the real plan is finally beginning. The moment the transcendent being notices the human interfering, it threatens the insignificant worm, but taking its eyes off the main enemy allows a barrage of vicious attacks to land. The corpse dragon looks absolutely ravenous. It responds with brutal bites, pinning the enemy down in its enormous claws. Kim knows it may seem like he is aiding the corpse dragon, but his real goal is to keep the stellar descendant focused on the fight. Then all at once, his plan begins working. The entity opens its huge eyes wide and vows to sacrifice every person there. It declares that every one of them will be offered to the ruler of the sacred star. Kim's strategy works, and the person he was waiting for finally appears. It is Kaylee's grandmother, the Pentacle Lady. Kaylee instantly senses the presence and realizes that her grandmother has arrived. Two battles are now unfolding simultaneously, with every major player gathered in one location. The Pentacle Lady launches into a graceful martial dance. Her elegant movements conceal a set of lethal, venomous attacks. Without warning, she strikes. Her martial art is powerful and extremely hard to counter. Still, it cannot overcome the Mars Sword technique trait that Kim has just activated. That ability evens the odds, turning the battle into a much more exciting clash. In the middle of the chaos, Kim notices something important. He sees that, exactly as predicted, the star's descendant has already defeated the corpse dragon. To achieve transcendence, the only remaining command is to erase that cursed lizard permanently. Every command must be executed without delay. Kim realizes that the command to eliminate the corpse dragon has finally been issued. This is the ideal moment. While the Pentacle Lady keeps everyone occupied, Kim lets the others wear themselves out. Needing to kill a greater being, he rushes forward so quickly that he becomes nothing more than a blur. As Kim raises the hammer, the deity warns him not to plot against her. She orders him to surrender quietly to the ruler of the stars, then sends her tentacles toward him. The tentacles shoot directly toward the insignificant human. Glowing strands of energy race straight at the warrior. Because he planned this entire sequence in advance, the warrior knows his next move perfectly. He makes a short leap with the hammer ready, only to come face to face with a barrier. The barrier is troublesome, but the deity still has plenty of strength remaining. Even that obstacle does not stop him. As a blessed paladin, Kim has already prepared for situations exactly like this. Divine grace protects him, while the hammer in his hand crackles with lightning. Empowered by Thor's unmatched strength, he unleashes a nightmare upon his opponent. After that savage assault, Kim believes the battle should finally be nearing its conclusion. And sure enough, the corpse dragon appears too exhausted to keep resisting. That is when the Black Tiger Sword makes its entrance. This is the perfect moment to bring the entire operation to an end. To everyone's shock, the protagonist suddenly lands directly on one of the battling monsters. He has no intention of letting either creature escape without being completely torn apart. The corpse dragon is the first one to realize just how terrifyingly powerful that sword is. But because he plans to wipe them both out, the beast is not the only opponent about to experience his swordsmanship. Drawing on everything he has learned, He defeats both enemies within a handful of blows, leaving only himself and the ancestral force standing. He slides the sword back into its sheath and confidently announces that the mission has succeeded. At last, the woman who had been controlled by the star descendant returns to her senses. Unfortunately, regaining her sanity also means facing the final moments of her life. The young woman, who bears a goddess's name, is heartbroken to see her grandmother suffering so terribly. The woman twists helplessly as unbearable pain tears through her body. This suffering woman is Kali's grandmother. Once her mind clears, the warrior moves closer, hoping to lessen what she is going through. He offers her holy water, buying her a little more time alive. Soon, the body that madness had overtaken begins changing, as though powerful magic is reshaping it. Her true appearance gradually returns. Apparently, this was how old she was when she transformed into an alien species. The warrior's disciple, who is also the alien woman's granddaughter, is visibly rattled by what she sees. Even with only a fragment of sanity remaining, the woman uses it to acknowledge how much her granddaughter has grown. The most meaningful part is that the girl is finally being acknowledged by the very person she wanted recognition from. The woman explains that she is her final descendant, so recognizing her was never in doubt. The only reason she survived those mental assaults was that thoughts of her granddaughter kept her going. She tells Kaylee that the two of them are fundamentally alike. Both of them descend from the goddess herself. She warns that transferring caloratry to the girl could cost the young woman her life. When the woman asks about her son, her granddaughter immediately reassures her that he is safe and well. Although her granddaughter begs her to hold on, the woman already knows that her time is nearly over. Her vanishing hand makes the situation painfully obvious. After enduring so much misery, the woman turns to the person who saved her and requests one final favor. She wants the protagonist to burn her body and scatter the ashes across the floating island of chaos. In return for allowing her to die as a human being, she promises to leave him a gift. She takes her granddaughter's hand and announces that the moment has come to inherit her power. She insists that her granddaughter must accept the power if they want things to end properly. As her body starts shining, she warns that refusing the inheritance will leave her soul wandering endlessly. The shining object takes the form of a sword that appears to have been connected to the woman for countless years. Because this is her grandmother's last wish, Kaylee chooses to take the sword. The instant her fingers close around the blade, its overwhelming energy surges through her entire body. As the entity dissolves, she quietly says that she can finally rest. While the protagonist holds her up and her form disappears, she hears her granddaughter desperately pleading with her to stay. Sadly, nothing can stop it anymore. The final ritual has to be carried out. The hero's flames rise around the woman's body and begin consuming it. She tells her granddaughter not to mourn, reminding her that their family will always remain connected in spirit. Inside the Great Rift on the floating island of chaos, Kali finally finds peace. There, they uncover a location linked directly to the goddess. The area is perfect for developing mana, though prolonged exposure to a mysterious entity's whispers can cause dangerous mutations. The girl is already beginning to hear mysterious voices. The protagonist believes those whispers may belong to the goddess Kali. He explains that both the girl and her grandmother serve the goddess. Since the goddess has now granted her protection, hearing that voice is unavoidable. The long-haired girl confirms that the voice is reaching her. The voice sounds as though it is attempting to console her. As soon as she responds to the voice, a magical circle appears beneath them. Warrior Kim immediately feels an immense presence pressing down on the area. The young woman tells her master that the goddess wants him to put his hand over the circle. Even though the pressure is immense, this is still an essential step in the ritual. He reaches forward and presses his hand against the circle. The moment he does so, the entire situation changes. The magic circle suddenly expands until it becomes enormous. He is granted the superpower trait. He had never expected to obtain such a powerful trait with so little effort. Young Kali explains that the goddess has given it to him as a blessing. Then, moving as though something else controls her, she starts dancing while demonstrating her technique. Her movements are an invitation for him to copy and follow along. Together, they jump across the floating islands, scattered through the sky. She spins through the air with breathtaking elegance. The warrior stays close behind, hoping her movements will help him awaken more traits. One trait after another activates and begins evolving. All of this becomes possible because of the superpower trait. Several traits rapidly blossom within him, multiplying at an incredible pace. The unique mana-enhancing environment is responsible for this explosive growth. Somehow, he can already match the pace of his own disciple. It looks like the true training is only starting now. Realizing where this is heading, she tells him to brace himself because she plans to fight without restraint. As a result, numerous skills start merging into new forms with completely different names. The sword master trait combines with the dance trait and transforms into the sword dance trait. That new trait finally allows him to battle her as an equal. Their exchange no longer resembles either a battle or ordinary training. Instead, it looks like an elegant performance performed with blades. Her movements combine incredible speed and elegance with lethal precision. He can only stare at the spectacle in amazement. This has to be the goddess's power, especially with his disciple moving as though she is completely entranced. She rushes forward with elegant movements and unleashes every ounce of power at her disposal. Were those attacks not so deadly, the scene would be nothing short of beautiful. Treating the attack as a gift, he opens himself up and chooses to endure all 108 of Kaylee's sword strikes. Suddenly, he realizes that abilities such as ghost eyes and intuition have already calculated every attack's path. Using that insight, he forges a tiger sword dance of his own. This technique is clearly distinct from both Bloody Shadow and Caloratry. He has taken the original idea and reshaped it into something that fits his personal fighting style. The result is Kalaha, a technique now blazing with its own brilliant identity. He is thrilled after completing and equipping several additional traits. As if the universe is handing him bonuses, he now possesses Arcana's 3 greatest sword techniques. At this point, the only thing missing is a combination capable of containing all that power. Whether his enemies are the heavenly demon, the saint, or even the old father's highest authority no longer matters. He is convinced he can crush every one of them. The moment that thought ends, he catches himself and realizes he has gotten far too confident. The other disciples have no idea what happened, but they do notice that Kaylee looks completely worn out. He attempts to convince them that they have misunderstood the situation. He insists that the opponent he had just fought was not the Kaylee they know. Unfortunately for him, the disciples are done listening to his explanations. She draws her blade, making it obvious what she plans to do next. Soren and Jeanette's unexpected response leaves Woo Jin thoroughly puzzled. Jeanette's battle stance shows that she intends to train with the same intensity as Kali. She activates every trait she has and gets into position, just as Soren does. The two of them rush him without offering even the slightest mercy. This looks like a challenge worthy of his attention. Now that he has become stronger, he happily accepts their challenge. He promises to fight at full power too, and equips every trait available to him. Then he tells them all to attack at once, so he can measure the extent of his new strength. After an exhausting exchange, thunder and lightning explode across the battlefield. By the time the training ends, every one of his disciples is sprawled across the ground. Even after that brutal session, nobody appears to be seriously hurt. Soren remains calm and simply asks whether he used all 3 sword techniques simultaneously. After realizing what happened, she complains that he should have shown them a little more restraint. He brushes it off, saying a few potions will solve the problem. He informs the girls that he has to head out for an assignment. The others are ordered to remain there and keep training until they perfect their skills. He warns them that a major incident is about to unfold. According to him, it will resemble the previous attack to some extent. He warns that the damage could be serious enough to bring an entire capital to a standstill. While sitting inside the capsule, the protagonist receives a congratulatory message. Using the golden scroll pushes him all the way to level 7. Within the game, reaching level 5 is enough to place someone among the socially privileged. Level 7 is the recognized ceiling for superhumans, roughly equivalent to a modern human weapon. Yet despite reaching this level, he still has to survive the second episode. Even this power may not be sufficient for the disaster ahead. Knowing he needs a more powerful ally, he takes out his phone. The Magic Tower's master seems like the most reliable candidate, and unbelievably, the master calls him at that very moment. Without any unnecessary boasting, he calmly announces that his task is complete. That call reminds the protagonist of an unusual conversation they had earlier. Back then, they had compared the way a warrior solves problems with the methods of a mage. He also remembers their old wager, which came with a 2-year deadline. Now it appears they will have to settle that wager in person at the Magic Tower. Their meeting takes place soon afterward. The Tower Master appears thoroughly pleased with himself. He admits that he never imagined the Magic Tower's long-pursued objective would be achieved so soon. While casually sipping tea, the protagonist compliments the tower on its impressive accomplishments. Then he points out that they appear to have forgotten their little wager. The winner is entitled to demand one favor of their choice. Should the Tower Master win, the warrior will be forced to join the Magic Tower's security team. With the master sitting across from him, he needs a fast victory before this turns into a lifetime of corporate slavery. The Tower Master declares that witnessing the result firsthand will force him to accept defeat. Junsu suddenly comes up with a plan. He reminds the master that their wager is specifically about whose supreme flame is superior. So before naming a winner, they need to test both flames directly. Naturally, the warrior would never enter this contest without preparing thoroughly. Sometime later, the warrior and the Tower Master reunite inside the experiment center. The scientists are convinced that an ordinary warrior could never create a genuine supreme flame. Still, one scientist believes in the warrior's potential. After all, this is the same man who introduced an entirely new way of understanding fire magic. He then reveals a strange, unfamiliar flame flickering across his fingertips. The warrior explains that he reached this result by following another route. The master immediately objects that such a tiny ember hardly deserves the name Supreme Flame. The warrior says its small size is the result of his completely original design. Before arriving, he had painstakingly fused 6 materials collected through enormous effort. The first was the black flame he acquired after reaching level 2. Another ingredient was the solar flare awarded to him for assisting the mage. The third was hellfire, which he received for teaching others how to remove stigmas. He also included the Dragon King flames gained during his fight with the Golden Dragon. Then came the celestial flames gifted by Goddess Kaya, along with the chaos flame he claimed after his savage battle with the corpse dragon. Together, these ingredients became the supreme flame he personally forged. His creation is powerful enough to consume even the saint's black gold baptismal flame. The warrior recalls that the master also owns a supreme flame stronger than a solar flare, but his own supreme flame follows a different philosophy. It sacrifices brute force to minimize mana usage as much as possible. That difference is precisely why he is confident enough to test it. He boldly claims that his tiny flame can halt the master's enormous supreme flame. The tower master is not persuaded in the slightest, but the warrior is prepared to demonstrate the truth. What follows is a devastating collision between 2 supreme flames. As the battle intensifies, the tower master assumes no ordinary superhuman can withstand the pressure and tells him to give up. But then, one unbelievable sight leaves him frozen in shock. The brilliant warrior effortlessly cuts straight through the magic tower's supreme flame. It should be impossible, considering he uses only a hair-thin flame, yet that tiny line cleaves through the overwhelming attack. Realizing the gap between them is enormous, the tower master orders a halt, but the battle is already lost. Nothing can change the result anymore. The protagonist has created a long-range weapon of immense destructive power that uses very little mana and activates quickly. The result makes it clear that this dangerous wager against the magic tower has only one genuine victor. That victor is Warrior Kim, now standing as an unstoppable and seemingly indestructible force. His supreme flame finally silences every skeptical scientist by scoring an unbelievable 800+ points. The master has no choice but to acknowledge its brilliance and asks how he managed to forge such a flawless creation. The protagonist agrees to teach him, but first insists on collecting the reward he earned by winning the wager. He then lays out the conditions he wants. He knows he urgently needs allies if he's going to challenge the order of the Old Father. That is why he demands a blood alliance with the Sun Magic Tower. Once his conditions are stated, the warrior takes off into the sky again. He leaves in comfort aboard his red flying vehicle. Serious threats still require his attention, but for now everything is unfolding according to plan. Things continue perfectly until an unexpected message suddenly appears. The vehicle system informs him that Xiang He has sent over a data file. The file appears just as he begins thinking about the president. He opens it at once, hoping she has finally discovered the dark truth behind the Jaguar order. The moment he accesses it, the screen suddenly flashes with blinding light. A top-secret file concerning the Black Jaguar order appears before him, but the contents describe something completely unfamiliar to him, while chaos seems to be erupting somewhere else. What troubles him most is seeing the Eastern Corps commander's name inside the file. These are classified documents. The real issue is that the Eastern Army has been funding the Black Jaguar order's dark magic research. He doubts the commander is responsible, since that man does not seem capable of sinking so low. The discovery leaves Warrior Kim deep in thought. Before long, the Great Tower comes into view in the distance. Inside the tower, one man is absolutely enraged. The gray-haired man covered in large scars demands to know who dared to commit such a serious offense. The warrior is present, but he says that as an outsider, he would rather stay out of the army's internal disputes. At that moment, however, the Eastern Army looks no better than a possible evil organization. While speaking, he studies the reactions of the 3 division commanders, each of whom is a level 7 superhuman. He asks whether any commander has an explanation, then suggests that their silence may itself indicate guilt. One commander defends them all, insisting that none of them would ever commit an act meant to manipulate their father. Realizing he has offended them, the man bows and admits that the Eastern Army has repeatedly been involved in similar incidents. The confession lands like a bombshell, because the scarred man cannot tolerate such disgraceful acts happening under his watch. Still bowing, the man explains that they began using magic to reshape their bodies into the ideal form for Black Tiger swordsmanship. The man admits that their actions are shameful, while the warrior silently observes the exchange. The warrior notes that at least one member of the family seems to have the right principles, but the family's problems are far from over. The eye-patched man asks him to eliminate the source of the illegal activity and dark magic spreading across the region. The patriarchal leader is left confused and uncertain about his next move. After some thought, he addresses warrior Kim and congratulates him proudly on becoming a sword master. He then asks whether Kim is willing to carry out the highest level inspection across the entire Eastern Army. The protagonist wonders why he keeps getting dragged into someone else's family drama. The other commanders also feel the patriarch's response is excessive, but with the family's honor shattered, none of them can object. For that reason, he grants the swordmaster complete authority to take actions that nobody else there is permitted to take. That is how warrior Kim receives the prestigious position of Inspector General, along with the honorary rank of Major General. When someone asks whether he will take the offer, the young man lights up at the thought of holding such an honored position. A few days afterward, a progress report on the hidden magic tower investigation is presented at Inspector General Hindi. He enos Hindi, he ha enos Hindi, he enos Hindi, he na enos tik-s office. Later, while sitting with his allies, Director He Chai enos confirms that his suspicion was right. Someone has been illegally acquiring monsters and beasts. He Junsu enos then asks Steel Fist about the Gangnam Club and learns that they are secretly operating an arena. The place is filled with illegally captured monsters that are forced to battle one another for a dangerous experiment. He Vadiet enos, he Kim enos asks the director whether warrior-class superhumans commonly rely on black magic to increase their strength. That question brings the game's storyline back to him, and suddenly, he knows his next destination. He launches a deeper investigation and spends several days going through every confidential file. Among those files are Eastern Army budgets, and his traits allow him to analyze them with remarkable efficiency. The corruption is far more extensive than expected, but his traits still help him connect the most important clues. He records each violation and attaches every piece of legal evidence connected to the suspicious budget. Once arranged across the board, the evidence forms a clear trail leading straight to the Black Jaguar Order. He gathers it all into a file, documenting how genuine arena combat affects the process of leveling up. Those reports are dangerous enough that someone clearly wants them erased before they create an even bigger crisis. So an attacker fires a magical cube, hoping to destroy both the evidence and he Vadiet enos, he Kim enos along with it. From a distance, a huge blast erupts from the roof of the building. The people behind the attack remain nearby, watching the destruction unfold. They are the top commanders, ordered to remain until they are certain the intruder has been eliminated. Their mission is simple: wipe out the evidence and remove the central threat. However, the two brothers are completely blindsided by what happens next. As the smoke fades, they find warrior Kim sitting calmly in the ruins, looking completely unbothered. He glances at the fools and asks whether they honestly believed one mana bomb could take him down. In truth, he has been waiting for them, confident they will panic once the Black Jaguar Order's secret base comes crashing down. Those words enrage one of the men, who reveals that he commands the 3rd Division. The brothers immediately attack together, refusing to let anything keep them from obtaining absolute power. Despite being outnumbered, the protagonist deals with the savage assault without breaking a sweat. There is a reason he carries the Black Tiger Sword. His technique is precise, and every strike lands with terrifying brutality. The commanders are no pushovers either. As masters of the White Tiger Sword, they target only his vital organs. Their merciless strategy is to chain attacks together, so he never gets a moment to recover. The assault is vicious, yet the protagonist remains composed, helped enormously by the Black Tiger Sword's power. He releases a tremendous surge of energy and forces the fight into a new location. The two commanders immediately chase after him without letting up. They intend to finish him with their cruel tiger strike. Warrior Kim, recognizing the technique, understands that he is facing two tigers simultaneously. In answer, the color of his blade begins to shift. He makes up his mind to stop showing either commander any mercy. One commander mocks him for believing that move could stop them, unaware that he is not trying to halt them. He only needs to disable them for a brief instant. The woman stares upward in shock, unable to believe the power accumulating before her, even with both of them at level 7. His abilities are formidable, and his traits make him even more dangerous. At least one fact is undeniable: he is far more than an ordinary level 7 superhuman. He is Warrior Kim. With that reputation behind him, he unleashes everything against the pair who tried to erase the evidence. He intends to make sure their actions come with a painful cost. Then he releases a thunderous force that drives them backward again and again. This is the terrifying force known as sword energy. It is power condensed into its purest form, and it slams directly into one of the commanders. The transcendent superhuman soul shatters past its limits, sending a brutal shock through the blade and leaving the so-called commanders facing a furious warrior. The Mars sword technique proves far more devastating than expected. Several of his other traits make the technique even deadlier. As a result, surprising him becomes practically impossible. He turns even the explosion and its recoil into weapons, moving on instinct as though he can see the future. He launches a divine strike powerful enough to cleave the battlefield apart. Until now, sheer power has controlled the flow of the fight. In the warrior's eyes, anyone willing to abandon their dignity has already become worthless. Fueled by hatred, his opponent rips open his own clothes. He declares that he is about to reveal the strength granted to him by black magic. The exposed, monster-scarred body makes it obvious that he has completely given himself over to that power. Still, he throws himself forward with all his strength, desperate to display his black tiger swordsmanship. The opponent's eyes go wide when he realizes the impossible has just happened. He can think of only one question now. How did someone at that level awaken such flawless mastery of the original black tiger swordsmanship? For the protagonist, though, the explanation is perfectly simple. He can do it because he is the genuine master of the black tiger sword. The battle now becomes an escalating contest between overwhelming power and perfect swordsmanship. He showcases more than elite swordsmanship, bringing his entire collection of traits into the fight. A short while later, the great tower appears in the distance once more. The older man is pleased, knowing that his efforts helped restore order to the Eastern Army. Warrior Kim then asks what punishment was given to the people involved in the illegal operations. He learns that they were dealt with severely. However, the final decision is placed in Warrior Kim's hands. The protagonist says he must tread carefully because they belong to the general. Yet he firmly believes military law demands the harshest possible punishment. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the older man says he wishes he had a son like Warrior Kim. He admits that such a dream was impossible because he neglected his own children and now feels his short life was wasted. The protagonist immediately rejects that conclusion. He remembers the man's achievements and knows that an entire nation would have fallen during the Second War without his actions. The warrior bows respectfully, making his gratitude and loyalty unmistakable. He insists that no one should forget how everyone is alive today because of the man's legacy. The wise man suspects that Warrior Kim is merely praising him to secure a bigger reward. He is told to shut his eyes and remain perfectly motionless. After making a sudden gesture, the man declares that he is going to transfer everything he possesses to the Eastern Army. Warrior Kim soon realizes that the most powerful arcane trait is being transferred to him. That trait carries the complete life force of the unit commander. When he looks down at himself, he sees his entire body shaking. A dense, ferocious mana floods his hands, feeling as though it is being pumped straight into his veins. The old man confirms that the transfer has succeeded perfectly. Warrior Kim asks why he is receiving such an enormous gift, and the old man explains that he would have needed to pass it on eventually anyway. He regrets that Kim cannot use the power right away, but says it should awaken once he reaches level 8. As he listens, the protagonist is left speechless, unsure how anyone could repay a gift this overwhelming. The commander tells him that reaching level 9 will be thanks enough, because that achievement alone would validate this final sacrifice. The conversation leaves him stunned, and before long he is soaring through the sky. Yet he cannot shake the conversation, knowing that the unit commander is fated to die within a few years. After surrendering all that power and mana, however, the man's tragic end is bound to come much earlier. As he questions whether level 9 is possible within a year, the president suddenly calls him. She tells him to activate the dashboard screen and check the news, which is reporting a sudden zombie outbreak across several parts of Brazil. The report makes no sense to him because he believed destroying the Black Jaguar Order had already dealt with this threat. He concludes that after their original plan collapsed, they must have accelerated the Brazilian operation instead. While flying, he recognizes the location as the very place their earlier evidence had revealed during the investigation. It matches perfectly with the site of the zombie outbreak now ravaging. He pushes the engine to its limit and heads straight there without delay. That is where the lost jaguar divinity and the god of wisdom are both located, in He tears across the sky, realizing that their goal is to seize the divine seat belonging to God He. They plan to accomplish it by bringing the spectral army back to life. Moving at incredible speed, he reaches Brazil in no time. Before long, he is hovering directly above the great temple of He. The Black Jaguar Order unleashed the outbreak for one horrifying reason. They need an enormous supply of corpses. If the Mamaquilla Order does not act at once, God Hindi, He Hindi, He Hindi, He Hindi, He Tik's divinity will be stolen and the Black Jaguar will return to life. In other words, he now finds himself standing directly before the great patriarch. The man welcomes him, saying that meeting the master swordsman at last is a great honor. When the Great Rift is mentioned, the warrior casually admits that he should have visited their order much earlier. Even though he is late, he still gives them a proper formal greeting. The patriarch explains that if the Great Rift overflowed, the Mamaquilla order would dispatch a wise god to stop creatures from the other world. He then asks why someone is busy, as the warrior has come to their temple. However, the man's attitude changes the moment warrior Kim mentions the Jaguar order. The patriarch can barely believe him, yet the protagonist insists that the order is planning to summon the spectral king there. The man's disbelief quickly turns into fury. He accuses warrior Kim of talking nonsense, especially because this city is home to their god. The protagonist hands the man the chip. He asks the man to inspect the data, claiming it may reveal the truth behind the situation. The man agrees to examine it, though he warns that he cannot blindly believe a stranger's words. After calming himself, the man apologizes for his reaction. Still, he makes it clear that he will not join anything capable of disturbing his god. And just like that, the protagonist is sent outside. The whole situation leaves him deeply uneasy. With no other option, he walks restlessly from one side to the other. He understands that finding the spectral king without the order's assistance will be extremely difficult. As he wanders without direction, he comes across the one person he desperately hoped to avoid. The demonic woman approaches him casually, treating the meeting like a friendly reunion. This shameless woman is actually the saint of the Old Father order. She is the person orchestrating this entire nightmare. He tells her that everything is falling apart because of someone standing directly before him, then activates his skills. His assessment reveals that she is level 8. At his current, lower level, he knows he has no chance of defeating her. He had already struggled to kill superhumans only one level higher than himself. A level 8 being, however, exists far beyond the limits of ordinary humanity. Defeating her should be impossible. The woman says she only wants a brief conversation. She even seems excited to answer whatever questions have been troubling him. He ignores her while trying to open his car door and bluntly says he has nothing to ask. The woman refuses to let him brush her off. She violently shuts the car door, prepared to do anything necessary to force him to listen. Her plan works instantly when she calls him the savior. She captures his full attention by asking whether he came from another world. At that moment, she finally gets the reaction she was looking for. The protagonist is completely thrown off by the question. She then claims that she performed the ritual, believing he came from the same world she did. He immediately demands confirmation that she was the person behind the ritual. The woman pretends to be surprised and says she thought he had known all along. Then she erupts into wild laughter, clearly delighted by how innocent and confused he looks. Annoyed beyond patience, he strikes the car and forces the door open once more. That moment reminds him of the goddess's warning. Summoning a soul from another world causes terrible damage to the summoner's own soul. She points directly at him and finally asks her first question. She challenges him to figure out what she sacrificed in order to summon him. If such a summoning was possible at all, the price must have been unimaginable. His eyes widen as he asks whether she paid with her own future. She sacrificed everything, including her own soul. With madness shining in her eyes, she says that this was precisely the answer she expected from their savior. She had truly paid by surrendering her entire future. Standing in front of her, he demands to know why anyone would commit such madness. He asks whether she understood that this sacrifice would strip her of the chance to reincarnate. He believes they should stop wasting souls and reserve them for something meaningful when the right moment arrives. That is why she now asks him for an enormous favor. She wants him to stop resisting, then offer both his body and soul to the Heavenly Father. He asks why she is willing to go this far, pointing out that the Old Father would not be resurrected perfectly anyway. At that moment, he realizes she must be talking about the wise God, which explains why the destined disasters never occurred. There will be no explosions and no monsters commanded by bloodthirsty NPCs, Enos. She explains that the Old Father will enter that world in human form and reincarnate from generation to protect it. She looks at him and asks whether he can imagine that future, and whether he will sacrifice his body and soul beside her. As if that were not enough, she touches his face while praising him as the great holy savior. He immediately knocks her hand away from his face. His reaction makes one thing clear. He has no intention of saving the world by sacrificing himself. He recalls that when he first arrived there, he had neither friends nor family. Now, however, he has friends who mean more than family, and he is willing to risk his life protecting them. That realization steadies his heart. Still, he raises his hand in irritation and says he will not throw his life away blindly like some fool. She questions how he can abandon such a noble cause just to protect himself. He fires back that a world reduced to a human farm under a transcendent being's control sounds less like salvation and more like hell. She sadly remarks that it is unfortunate he retained memories of the other world instead of that one. The longer he listens, the more tangled and confusing everything becomes. All the clues suggest that he was born in that world, traveled to the other one, and eventually returned. A vortex forms around her once more as she tells him to uncover the truth himself before their next meeting. Before leaving, she wishes the Father's heavenly blessing would stay with him because he is their savior. His anger makes the veins in his face stand out as he curses her for talking nonsense, only for her to vanish again. As he stands there, a panicked crowd suddenly rushes past him. They shout that an emergency has begun, and everyone must assemble to protect Lord He Polka. He manages to stop one of the people running away and asks what is going on. That is when he hears the worst possible news. Zombie soldiers are attacking the villages. One fact gives him hope. The Wraith King has not reached level 9 yet, so confronting the monster may still be possible. The monster addresses Warrior Kim directly, asking whether he is the human the Black Jaguar has mentioned so often. Irritated by the comment, Warrior Kim rushes forward and asks whether he really looks weak enough for everyone to think they can take him on. Ignoring the warrior's words, the Wraith King promises to spare his soul from unbearable pain if he willingly surrenders his head. Hearing that nonsense, the warrior immediately challenges the giant to make good on his threat. The giant answers by activating several of his skills at once. A gigantic blow comes crashing down, but the warrior snatches up his shield and stops it with ease. The giant mocks him, saying it is pathetic to resist when he cannot even defend himself properly. The battle becomes savage because the Wraith King combines the abilities of a warrior, mage, and sage, despite still lacking his complete strength. To face this monstrous abomination, the warrior brings 3 additional powerful skills into play. He considers tapping into the might of the Tiger Grandfather. He recalls the warning that this power should remain sealed until level 8, and will not reach its absolute form before level 9. Still, that does not prevent him from activating 6 skills simultaneously. He goes through with it, and a dazzling golden radiance starts wrapping around his body. While the light intensifies, he quickly puts his battle plan together. Alongside his existing attributes, he activates Healing Hands and Divine Aura, gifts received from the goddesses Gaia and Kali. As his sword shines with golden light, he understands that this is his strongest possible attack against an undead being. His divine power has already overwhelmed the spectral energy surrounding the enemy. Without slowing down, he rushes straight toward his opponent. The moment he attacks, a radiant golden crown appears above him. Whether he is facing a spectral monarch or a demon straight from hell makes no difference. Either way, the warrior intends to cut him down. The savage clash settles into a razor-thin stalemate. His movements are perfectly timed as he blocks, evades, and strikes back. The non-stop pressure actually takes the Spectral King by surprise. The giant's taunts no longer have any effect on him. His resolve to erase this evil completely never wavers. The monster attempts to break his will, yet the warrior continues battling with brilliant tactical control. Every devastating skill is activated at the precise moment it can cause maximum damage. Then a notification suddenly appears, announcing that a severe penalty has been triggered. The divine power and sacred light are about to erase every attribute he currently possesses. A chilly smile slowly appears on his face. He recognizes it as the Spectral King's unique trait, the one meant to challenge the heavens themselves. The warrior understands that using such a desperate ability proves his divine attack has already caused enormous damage. He answers by equipping his final trait, determined to bring this first phase to a close. With the Thunder God's hammer appearing in his hand, he combines all his skills and storms toward the enemy. Sensing the attack's overwhelming force, the Spectral King laughs and declares that the warrior is finally worthy of becoming his meal. The atmosphere grows even more tense as the enormous monster stares him down. When the enemy slams his massive blade into the earth, the warrior quietly seeks the Black Jaguar's permission to call upon its name. He quickly realizes that the monster is preparing a huge area spell by sacrificing its own zombie troops. The dark magic tears through him, but he grits his teeth and bears the pain to bring down the Spectral King. He has to destroy the zombies immediately, otherwise healing magic will restore them. He figures that combining the fury and frenzy traits he earned in desperate battles will build 3 stacks of a pure berserker mode. All he has to do is survive a little longer. He has endured more than enough already. The skeletons around him are beginning to release their dark abilities, so he launches himself toward them at maximum speed. If this plan works, the opening phase of this hellish fight will finally be over. He checks his trait panel once again. Then he chooses the ideal combination for a devastating surprise attack. As he absorbs the brutal energy, a terrifying grimace contorts his face. The sudden flood of raw power captures the colossal enemy's full attention. The monster readies a deadly counter. He mocks the warrior, insisting that being trapped means escape is now impossible. What the monster fails to anticipate is the hero's overwhelming strength. The warrior activates a colossal barrier and completely breaks the incoming attack apart. Phantom Grip is a crowd control skill that drags its target straight toward the caster, but he knows his mana alone is enough to block the effect. The enemy is baffled by this and demands to know how the protagonist understands him so well. The warrior answers with an ominous laugh, explaining that killing someone more than 100 times teaches you a few things. Clutching his hammer, he says there is no time left to explain every action he takes. He raises his voice and declares that it is time to unleash explosive damage. Using the brief burst window available to him, he throws his entire power into the attack. The opponent is clearly losing ground and barely survives the hammer's impact. The blow sends him flying backward after a desperate struggle. Seeing this, the warrior admits that the enemy is far tougher to put down than expected. Noticing the warrior's full commitment, the opponent decides to answer with an equally powerful assault. To launch such a massive attack, he is willing to sacrifice a few things. The protagonist smiles when he recognizes the incoming move as the Phantom King's area attack. Its overwhelming force would paralyze any ordinary person. However, using it leaves the enemy's vital points completely exposed. Since Frenzy is already causing side effects, he needs to reach his skill bar immediately. The Phantom King's negative effects are piling on too, and even his skills cannot let him endure endless punishment. He tightens his grip on the sword and vows to finish the battle fast. The enemy, meanwhile, considers the protagonist an idiot for attempting to endure every attack. Watching from a distance, the warrior realizes that his opponent has activated the heaven-defying skill once again. Kim is already in pain, and losing his skills now would make everything even worse. He barely manages to withstand yet another attack from his opponent. Even the Phantom King is stunned by his endurance. As he readies another attack, he admits that this warrior is unlike every other hero he has faced. Even while declaring the warrior's end, he carelessly drops his guard. That opening gives Junsu enough time to equip the golden veil. As he rushes at the king, he notices that the object feels strangely familiar. His stats are now protected, which might make him practically invincible. The warrior leaps into the air, ready to remove this threat once and for all. He springs upward and then plunges down, driving his sword straight through the enemy's vital organ. Yet the Phantom King is not finished and refuses to accept such a defeat, so he unleashes a blow powerful enough to take them both down. After landing the attack, he warns that he will not die without dragging his opponent down with him. The impact, its effects, and the pain convince player Junsu that everything is ruined after he fails to evade it. As his eyes begin to close, the inevitable end appears to be approaching. A second burst of bright light reminds him of the narrow trait. In a hospital, he opens his eyes a little and hears someone asking whether he is awake. Confused, he cannot even figure out where he has ended up. The magnificent building turns out to be Sao Paulo Hospital, which is connected to the Mamaquilla Order. The man standing beside his bed explains that he is the Great Patriarch. He admits they were deeply worried by the long sleep and feared they might lose their savior. His expression brightens when he hears that both his equipment and the Spectral King's gear have been safely stored. The man apologizes for mistrusting him and failing to offer help right away. Knowing an apology is not enough, he has prepared a reward to show his gratitude. He is given a box containing 2 super nectars, though the gift initially looks rather underwhelming. However, the box also contains a chip packed with information about the Order of the Black Jaguar. Holding the chip, he reasons that destroying the Black Jaguar Order's main branch must have left evidence pointing toward the Order of the Old Father. With that, episode 2 finally wraps up, while the priest has no idea why the warrior looks so delighted. He is then invited to visit the Great Temple. Before long, he finds himself standing before the deity Paka. The warrior introduces himself as a level 7 superhuman. The deity is pleased, especially after escaping the fate of death. He explains that fate had marked him for death, and that the Black Jaguar Order was going to seize him by force. Junsu is shocked that such a young deity can glimpse what lies ahead. The deity studies him further and declares that his actions have changed destiny itself. He is the warrior who drove a blade straight into the Spectral King's heart. Bowing before him, the deity proclaims him the Knight of Paul, the master swordsman of East Asia. The warrior is left stunned, unable to find the right words. He saved a god, and his eyes widen when he senses an unusual link between the game and this world. The deity says expectations are high because beings capable of changing divine destiny occasionally appear in that world. Such beings are usually called heaven destroyers or god challengers, but he is something even stranger, a man from another world. She calls him extraordinary even among extraordinary beings, leaving the warrior visibly pleased by the praise. Kim straightens up proudly after hearing those words. Their bond grows stronger when the deity promises to make him an honorary paladin. Still, he has one request that could help him reach level 8. He needs a small amount of life force from the gods of volcanoes and wind. Fortunately, the deity agrees to fulfill his request. He is also gifted a supersonic jet. He thanks them sincerely, insisting that such a huge gift was unnecessary after his wish had already been granted. Hugging the jet, he thinks a normal aircraft would cost billions, yet he has somehow received a Skyheart. Without question, this is the ultimate dream jet for him. Naturally, he immediately takes it up to top speed. The jet system confirms Mach 4 and reveals that a magical landing strip can also be activated. In no time, he is soaring high above the clouds. He notices that it is considerably faster than the Red Cooper. His next stop is now set, the North Pole. At last, he can begin preparing for his final battle with the Saint. His next task is hunting non-humanoid extraterrestrial creatures. He drives through the fierce blizzard, absolutely thrilled by the journey. Despite the brutal conditions, he keeps moving forward. Unfazed by the weather, he focuses on collecting what he needs to reach level 8. Episode 2 officially concludes with the Spectral King's destruction. He still has doubts about defeating the Saint, who is already at level 8. However, the Saint's story has one final episode left, and that is where the Savage War begins. The outbreak forces every paladin into a savage war against the Order of the Old Father. Wearing a confident expression, he knows dependable allies are standing with him. The Star Descendants Mana Core made reaching level 7 easy, but level 8 will require tremendous effort and unbelievable luck. But considering who he is, this brutal process is something he has already endured dozens of times. His bloody journey begins at the unfathomable castle, but guards stop him the moment he enters the frozen region. Guard Captain Celeria demands an explanation for why a distant warrior has come to such a brutal land. He quickly identifies her as an ice elf and the merciless captain of the outpost. There is more to her future. She will eventually become the SSR unit known as the Winter Queen. He calmly says his purpose is straightforward. He is there to hunt and gather supplies. She initially cannot imagine what prey he could want, until his daring answer completely surprises her. Surely he cannot be serious about hunting the North Pole's ruler, the gigantic beast called the Arctic Emperor. She tries to change his mind, warning that the creature is so ferocious it can freeze the entire Dragon Legion in fear. What she does not realize is that he plans to hunt the Emperor before even reaching level 9. The elf is left speechless when he announces that he will take part in her deadly battle. In his mind, victory is certain as long as he receives a little assistance, so he offers to liberate the frozen Dragon Legion, presenting her with a deal she cannot turn down. The reason is personal. The Dragon Legion's knight captain, captured by the Arctic Emperor, is her elder brother. The revelation visibly rattles the elf. She asks whether he genuinely believes such a rescue is possible. He drops his backpack down and starts searching through it. He reminds her that the monster is unbelievably vicious. Pulling an item from the bag, he reveals that he can awaken the beast ahead of time by using bait. The elf becomes curious about this unusual method. He explains that the golden dragon came from Greece, while he acquired the corpse dragon in the Great Rift. The woman points out that the combined light of life and death carries the color of darkness. That combination should be more than enough to provoke the beast. Still, she insists that he must understand the Dragon Legion was defeated and captured by the Arctic Emperor. After all, the Arctic Emperor is practically the dragon's natural enemy. She adds that he casts powerful skills through prayer, freezing everything in his surroundings. He sees this as another possible opening, similar to the one he found against the spectral enemy. The plan is to watch from a distance until the Emperor reveals his weakness. Hiding behind a glacier, he asks the elf to confirm whether the enormous creature is truly the Arctic Emperor. After putting on his invisibility cloak, he quietly tells the troops that he will move in first. While closing in on the giant enemy, he reflects on how his positive traits complement the cloak's invisibility effect. He has even suppressed his mana, making detection virtually impossible. That buys him enough time to pull his little toys from the backpack. Then something goes wrong, and tension instantly flashes across his eyes. The enormous monster wakes up, apparently sensing that something or someone is nearby. But this warrior has chemical abilities and a collection of unique traits. He activates one trait that makes him appear dead. The trait removes every sign that could attract attention, causing the beast to lose interest in him. The starving beast starts devouring the food, while the warrior wishes it had shown just a little more suspicion. Though honestly, its reaction is understandable. Maybe it has been decades since the creature last tasted dragon meat. Once its hunger is fully satisfied, the beast begins displaying the trap's effects. When his prey starts stumbling, the warrior looks for the fastest way to finish the job. With the most dangerous part dealt with, the elf and the others rush over. Seeing her brother turn to ice, she is overwhelmed with emotion, but steps back when the warrior asks. He activates Supreme Flames. He steadily increases the energy in his palm until the ice melts with ease. After the ice disappears, her brother is freed, although he looks confused and unsteady. His sister's voice helps restore his awareness. The siblings share an emotional embrace. Watching from a distance, the warrior realizes that the Dragon Legion's captain has finally awakened. Now he has the dragon who can stand against the Arctic Emperor. Already mounted on his dragon, the captain says he knows what happened and expresses his gratitude to the protagonist. The warrior tells them to postpone the introductions because the Emperor is nearly awake. However, one extraordinary dragon still remains asleep, the Red Emperor. He is none other than the King of Dragons. The protagonist never expected to find a fire dragon living at the North Pole. Regardless, he has to wake the dragon. He starts wondering whether this dragon without a master could be tamed. If possible, he would gain a personal mount at last. But for now, his only option is to awaken its power. What happens after that will be up to the dragon. Through the surrounding flames, he catches a glimpse of the king's courage. As he channels his power, he discovers an outrageous amount of mana packed inside the ice. Maybe a loud enough scream could wake the dragon as well. Dragons hate humans, so hearing a human voice could easily push him into a frenzy. Everyone is stunned when they realize that a human can speak the dragon tongue. The dragon points out that even the weakest members of his kind cannot speak that language. Their questions are forgotten when a powerful tremor suddenly spreads through the air. The Arctic Emperor has finally risen. The dragon legions are immediately commanded to get ready for war. Their first task is to stop the Emperor's deadly ice spears. While all of that unfolds, the warrior keeps negotiating with the Dragon King. Cutting straight to the matter, he promises to hunt the one responsible for freezing him and proposes an alliance. Clearly, the red dragon feels indebted to this human. The dragon accepts, promising to melt everything in his path, while they set their sights on the Arctic Emperor. The red dragon already looks ready to launch the opening strike. Since he owes the human a favor, the red dragon chooses to join the fight. Together, their combined power might actually be enough to bring down the enemy. That plan begins with the dragon firing a massive blast straight at the Arctic Emperor. The explosion is so brilliant that everyone has to shield their eyes from the blinding glare. The area is buried beneath shattered ice and flying debris. Even the smallest sparks are scorching the dragon's tiny body. From a distance, the protagonist starts wondering whether the dragon has lost his mind, especially since the Emperor is visibly preparing another attack. He realizes that this dragon is useless in its childish state and must somehow be persuaded to grow up. So he tosses something into the dragon's mouth, while loudly claiming it is a huge, juicy chunk of meat. The dragon immediately admits that he loves meat and asks for more, giving the protagonist the perfect bargaining chip. They settle on a deal: more meat once the dragon helps defeat the Arctic Emperor. And the trick works exactly as planned. The moment the reward is mentioned, the dragon springs into action. The brainless little dragon moves so quickly that even the Emperor loses track of him. The red dragon then tells the clueless Emperor to look above him, revealing exactly where he is hiding. That oversized bird had better brace itself. The moment for revenge has arrived, and the protagonist knows exactly how to make it satisfying. To maximize their momentum, he activates several of his traits. One of those abilities is the Dragon Knight trait. This skill lets him ride the red dragon and transmit his commands to every other dragon present. He gives the command to begin the assault. The red dragon leads the charge, and every dragon follows with perfectly timed attacks. The immensely powerful Arctic Emperor keeps evading them, but sooner or later, one devastating blow finally connects. Even after taking that hit, the Emperor's overwhelming strength leaves everyone speechless. Above them, the aerial battle rages on. The protagonist battles from the red dragon's back, using the beast as his faithful partner. When the red dragon starts slowing down, the protagonist quietly promises more meat if they keep trusting one another. That promise instantly reinvigorates the dragon, allowing him to unleash enormous waves of pure fire. The assault is merciless, yet the Emperor keeps finding ways to strike back. He responds with telekinesis and a gigantic stalactite spell. He assures the dragon not to panic and says he will intercept as much of the flying debris as possible. For that defense, he activates a powerful trait called fortification. By merging the trait with his shield, he spreads the protective barrier over a much wider area. With multiple defensive traits equipped, his protection now covers everyone nearby instead of just himself. The result is a set of enormous spheres that seal his most important allies inside safe zones. This defensive ability is powerful enough to surpass even the celestial wall of Arcana. He commands the Dragon Legion to attack once more, but the Emperor is far from finished. The Emperor makes it obvious that this savage fight is about to become even more intense. He begins charging White Ice Soul, the Arctic Emperor's ultimate technique. To counter it, the protagonist draws out the full power of the Earth trait gifted to him by the goddess. He goes further by combining several additional traits into the most suitable defensive setup possible. The elves can only stare in amazement at the strange static lights. Still, they cannot afford to lose focus on the opening the hero is providing. The Emperor fires powerful attacks at them, but the barrier keeps every elf safe. This impenetrable defense prevents the Arctic Emperor from freezing them anymore. The protagonist is delighted to see the plan working. This is precisely the result he wanted, although one final piece is still absent. Now it is finally time to attack. Using Dragon Knight, he begins channeling the spirit of the Red Emperor. He shuts his eyes and focuses on the ultimate flame rising inside him. Before long, that swelling power begins taking physical form. The energy spreads rapidly, just like oil feeding a raging blaze. He and the dragon release their united attack toward the one target that matters. Everything depends on both attacks, hitting the Emperor at exactly the same moment. At last, through the violent storm, the protagonist spots the thing he has been searching for. He has found the Emperor's true core. The protagonist fires everything he has, pouring his entire arsenal into the attack and creating colossal flames. Against all odds, their combined assault finally destroys the Arctic Emperor. The elves celebrate wildly, having finally secured their victory. Most importantly, their long-awaited freedom has finally arrived. As the celebration continues, warrior Kim remains seated on his mount. Once everything settles down, they set off toward the grand glacial palace. The people are deeply thankful to the master swordsman and feel they owe him forever. Junsu admits he arrived with a secret objective: obtaining the monocore of the otherworldly non-human monster. He ends up leaving with more than expected after acquiring an additional trait. He now owns White Ice, the Arctic Emperor's one-of-a-kind trait. He announces that his work is complete and he is heading out, but an elf suddenly asks him to stop. She explains that the dragons do not want him to depart, and asks whether there is anything he wishes to take with him. Since they owe him a debt and want to repay it, the protagonist asks them to lend him their power in his next battle. Junsu explains that he has a deadly archenemy and would sincerely appreciate their support when the battle comes. The others gladly agree to help, but another voice suddenly calls out to him. The red dragon has regained his senses and now wants to join the effort too. When they ask what he wants in return, the dragon gives a simple answer: meat. That hungry dragon cares about only one thing: a mountain of meat. The clever hero promises to keep the dragon's stomach full if he agrees to travel with him. He asks the elves for permission to take the red dragon, though everyone knows dragons are hardly easy to tame. Still, everyone has the right to choose their own path, so they can only wish the red dragon happiness on his journey with him. To celebrate with his new partner, he pulls a huge, juicy piece of meat from his backpack. He leaves happier than ever, having gained far more from this land than he originally wanted. Soon, the elves watch from below as the pair disappears into the sky together. The fact that this human actually tamed the red dragon is nothing short of remarkable. Even if the dragon is still a little crazy, the Red Emperor must have recognized something special in that human. A human has now become the real commander of the Dragon Legion. After this wild adventure, the story moves to southern Egypt. Some kind of attack appears to be underway, throwing everyone into chaos. From the sky, the protagonist searches for a place where his enormous body can remain hidden. Suddenly, a mana mist appears ahead, revealing a zone that blocks magic sensors. Turning back would be the sensible choice, but the protagonist is pleased because he has located his destination. The river goddess and the mad spirits are waiting at Lake Nesser. An alarm announces that mana mist is expanding in front of them. The warning clearly suggests that they should retreat. Flying alongside his new ally, he seriously questions whether his mana will work inside that zone. Before proceeding, he must determine how far the mist extends. Satellite images show that the mist covers nearly 10,000 square kilometers. A major capital covers only about 600 square kilometers, meaning this restriction is affecting an area far beyond his expectations. A battle inside that zone would be reckless, so they need to organize everything somewhere with proper administration. He tells his dragon that they are changing direction and should be ready for strange changes in the weather. He now suspects that the river goddess is the reason everything has descended into chaos. Eventually, he arrives at the Egyptian prefecture. As soon as he arrives, people greet him by all three of his famous titles: Guardian of the Stigma, Knight Paul, and Master Swordsman of Asia. The warrior quickly understands that every one of those titles and code names belongs to him. He recognizes the location as a headquarters of the Order of Osiris. He had informed the airport that he was coming, but this enormous welcome is far beyond what he imagined. The enthusiastic mayor of Aswan proudly reveals that this building is the local Order of Osiris branch. The protagonist thanks them for the incredibly warm welcome and recognizes the effort behind such a reception. The mayor even offers him a drink, but the protagonist has no time to waste and gets straight to business. The man immediately guesses why he is there: to hunt the gigantic fish. After the city dam was built, the Order of Osiris entered a long conflict with the Riverkin. The Riverkin were once the terrifying rulers of that lake. The man explains that their bodies leave behind valuable materials, especially fluids that make excellent elixir ingredients. One look is enough for the protagonist to realize that the man expects him to finish the war and collect those precious ingredients. The problem is that a level 8 river goddess lives in the lake, turning the mission into an almost impossible task. He accepts the danger for now and agrees to deal with the fish, but only in exchange for a reward. He asks for a huge stockpile of elixirs, and the man instantly agrees to supply them for free. The hero receives a lamp and recognizes it as a water element artifact. The man explains that its light cancels out the mist, with the effect extending across everything it illuminates. The lake exists because of the dam, but the warrior continues looking through it anyway. After the river goddess lost her mind, Egypt's ruler and the Order of Osiris classified the whole region as extremely dangerous. No one is allowed inside unless paladins are sent to the deadly front lines to hunt the mermen. He soon comes across the very creatures he was searching for. He tells everyone to stay calm, knowing the creatures are only defending their home and do not truly threaten humans. Junsu can almost hear the tiny creatures panicking among themselves. As soon as the supreme flame appears in his hand, every creature stares at it in amazement. They soon understand that he is trying to communicate which makes them even more anxious. Noticing their fear, the protagonist quickly offers a short and peaceful greeting. After his greeting, the lake creatures gather closely and begin debating what to do. The technique bypasses their physical differences, allowing him to communicate with mermen whose mouths are built completely differently. He gets excited when a clear reply comes through and notices that the mermen are actually enjoying the conversation. That moment causes a new skill to appear. He has unlocked the language of fish. This ability allows him to communicate directly with fish. One merman swims forward and asks whether the human is frightened of them. Trying to crack a joke, he says there is nothing about them worth fearing. They are only slightly ugly, after all. The merman takes offense and angrily asks why this smart-mouthed human came searching for them. He explains that he only came to obtain a single drop of the goddess's elixir. The atmosphere turns hostile immediately. The mermen decide that he is nothing more than another cruel human. The protagonist fully understands why they are hostile toward him. The paladins have been attacking the mermen without mercy, but he cannot hesitate now. He swiftly evades the attack and resorts to a more forceful approach. Moving in an instant, he grabs hold of the merman's weapon. At the same time, he tells the creature to calm down and hear him out. The merman is shocked that a human could possess such terrifying physical power. The merman falls silent as the human clarifies that he has not come to negotiate a proposal. 100 years have passed since that cursed concrete wall was erected following Osiris's betrayal. During that entire century, they have attempted every possible solution. They cannot imagine how an ordinary human could succeed where everyone else failed. Unable to explain it properly, he gives a simple answer. He will keep ramming the wall until it breaks. Somehow, that answer says it all. Another merman concludes that this human must be totally crazy. However, he explains that the goddess was originally born from the river's spirit. She became divine after people began worshipping her. So at her very core, the river goddess is still a spirit. Unfortunately, certain spirits eventually go insane. This usually happens when a spirit is nearing complete destruction. Once he explains everything, he asks the mermen whether they understand his perspective. Following an uneasy silence, the merman finally says that he will place his trust in him, but the fish chooses a very strange way to show its support. Without warning, it blasts a stream of water straight into his face. Afterward, it casually jumps back into the lake. He was prepared for something, but the actual sensation is far more unpleasant than expected. That disgusting spit unexpectedly grants him an affinity with both the river and the merman. River affinity is an authority that lets its user breathe normally beneath the water. Thanks to it, underwater combat is no longer an issue. He still has no swimming trait, yet he never imagined that an aerial attack could function beneath the surface. After traveling deep through the underwater darkness, they finally arrive at the goddess's altar. The moment they arrive, Warrior Kim thanks the merman for leading him all the way there. Then another merman approaches with one condition. He demands a promise that the human will restore the goddess to her normal state. The protagonist promises to fulfill that request as long as everyone cooperates with him. He assures them that he possesses enough elixirs to restore her completely. Seeing the potion's glowing trail, they suspect it may have been made from one of their own. That makes them wonder whether the elixir can truly speed up the goddess's recovery. He tells them that this is only the first step. To make proper use of it, he needs complete concentration. At that moment, River Affinity and 5 additional traits activate at full power. A gigantic eruption of fire then starts consuming everything around them. Several water typhoons suddenly begin forming. The mermen freeze in terror when the goddess finally appears. This is the Great Mad Spirit. The water goddess is already consumed by rage and preparing to release a lethal power. Huge whirlpools start spiraling into existence around her. This time, she is determined to make her attack connect. Fortunately, the protagonist has already activated his aerial attack trait. He refuses to lose either precious time or his target. Just as danger peaks, the red dragon shoots forward like an arrow and catches his friend. The timing could not be better, because even a slight delay would have put the warrior in serious danger. He praises his little dragon for the rescue and proudly calls him the best. He even promises a huge meat feast once the battle is finished. The goddess unleashes her full strength, sending marine typhoons crashing toward them. This attack is far harder to survive because the water shell phase is over, and the real difficulty has begun. He orders the dragon to hold tight, while the river goddess fires relentless attacks that chase them like homing missiles. The dragon has to give everything, he has to evade them all. For the most part, he succeeds in dodging her attacks, but the barrage is so fast, accurate, and widespread that avoiding everything becomes impossible. One attack eventually catches the poor dragon, prompting the protagonist to tell him to watch out. Since some attacks cannot be avoided, he has to use every option available to protect both himself and the dragon. Then he comes up with a plan. Counter the barrage with supreme flames and evaporate the incoming water. For this strategy, he depends on his unique supreme flame skill. When paired with Dragon Knight, that skill becomes dramatically stronger. The combination lets him merge his strength with the red dragon as the beast breathes out the supreme flame. Once that attack lands, the chaos inside the lake eases slightly. He can hardly believe he survived the first attack pattern of this phase at all. Certain that she will keep coming, he checks his status window for more traits to use. Pairing multiple traits with his powerful weapon should make this battle far more manageable. He figures that matching the goddess with weapons of the same nature will improve their odds. The plan succeeds, leaving nothing behind except scattered shards of ice. Now he turns her own specialty against her by unleashing a hailstorm of his own. His weapon carries an attribute called Mountain Echo, allowing it to launch attacks made from the same element. He traps the goddess inside a flawless ice crystal with Arctic Emperor Big Bang, then immediately follows up with another burst of flame. This combination, at least, allows him to land a hit on one of her arms. From afar, he studies the result and realizes his attack landed in the wrong place. His real target had been her heart all along. The goddess quickly understands that she must cover a much wider area with her attacks. She responds by producing multiple copies of herself, officially beginning the battle's second phase. Taking on the king goddess alone is already terrifying because she exists at level 8, and dealing with all her summoned spirits on top of that is complete madness. Thankfully, he had already prepared for precisely this kind of situation. The mermen rise from the water and throw themselves into battle against the goddess's clones. Those mermen who believe in his cause join him on the battlefield. Several of them take things to a horrifying extreme by reaching into their chests and tearing out their cores. With their cores in hand, all that remains is for them to choose what comes next. Many of them reach the same conclusion and decide to give up their lives for the greater good. Together, they crush their own cores and offer themselves up as living sacrifices. Since those mana cores are basically their hearts, shattering them causes the goddess to weaken immediately. The goddess loses her focus, and her clones begin disappearing one after another. This becomes the turning point in their fight against the king goddess. That is hardly surprising, because the hatred inside her makes restraining her from here onward incredibly tough. She wraps herself in a raging typhoon, pulling an enormous amount of water into its rotation. Now he has to figure out how to cut through that wall of water and reach his target. Expecting hidden attacks during the charge, he tells the dragon to evade anything that looks dangerous. He can also see the river goddess flailing wildly, driven by pure desperation. Seeing her erratic movements, he orders the red dragon to remain sharp, because he plans to finish the fight right now. He is ridiculously small compared to that towering column of water, but he still has to find a solution. At a moment like this, the Black Tiger Sword is clearly his best option. Activating the sword along with its special traits gives him a serious edge. He starts by activating fundamental traits, such as Sword of the Nephilim and Swordmaster. To support those abilities, he layers several mana-based traits on top. For this particular strike, Thor's cultivation technique is the perfect choice. Before charging in, he merges with his blade, while the red dragon synchronizes with him. The two of them then surge forward together, like a single attack. For the final boost, he combines Swordmaster with Supreme Flame. The result is overwhelming, letting him carve through the enormous water mass as though it were paper. The furious water storm slowly starts dissolving, one drop at a time. Within seconds, the dragon, swordsman, and blade together leave behind unbelievable destruction. Their assault finally damages the goddess's vital core. The water settles into a heavier mass as the typhoon slowly loses its force. Once they are back on land, a merman asks what became of the goddess, but the truth leaves him completely stunned when he sees it for himself. He can hardly believe that the goddess is awake and that she has returned to the form they know. After everything, the goddess has finally regained consciousness. Still cautious, the protagonist asks whether she has genuinely returned to her senses. The moment he addresses her, she recognizes him as a human and asks whether he might be a paladin too. He politely introduces himself, says meeting her is an honor, and gives her his name. She senses earth and lightning power coming from him, proving that she can detect the blessings he carries. Since she remains a goddess with her powers intact despite her madness, he asks whether her memories have also returned. Her mood turns hostile the moment she recalls Osiris's selfish betrayal. His betrayal destroyed the river, so she vows to bring down the dam and take their land back. But before letting her act, he needs to know whether she is truly strong enough to win. He points out that her mana core is still a concern, which essentially means the wound in her heart has not healed. She cannot afford to sacrifice every merman simply because anger and pride are driving her forward. That is exactly why he urges her to hear him out and prioritize her recovery. The harsh truth is that her divinity cannot be restored from this point onward. If the war with humanity continues, a time will soon come when she can no longer protect her people. The goddess asks whether he expects her to stand by and watch everything she has built get destroyed. He explains that this is precisely why he has come with a solution. He begins by telling her about an earthly river as vast as the Nile, a perfect place for her people to relocate. She doubts they can transport everyone together, but he already has an answer for that problem. That is where his enormous flying ship becomes useful. Pointing up at the sky with confidence, he promises to handle everything in exchange for one favor. With a treasure like that at his disposal, the entire migration becomes far simpler. She agrees to listen, and he immediately reveals that he wants a single drop of the elixir of life. In return, she would remain aboard the ship temporarily and assist them. She accepts the deal, assuming he must have an important reason for needing her help. This is a huge win for him because he has secured another alliance, this time with the water attribute spirit. Getting the river goddess to join his side is an incredible accomplishment. After some time, the gigantic vessel is spotted sailing through the sky. Somehow, the vessel is now moving even faster. Maybe the water below is helping, or perhaps ships are simply built different. The instant the airship connected with the water spirit, the mana flowing through it began changing. The water goddess forms a river in the sky, and at this pace, they may arrive earlier than expected. He is searching for a peaceful location where he can obtain the final requirement for level 8. Meanwhile, complete chaos has broken out at the mutant village camp. The skeleton snake, clearly anxious, asks the chief what is going on. He warns her that a serious threat is approaching. Her fear grows when she learns that an immensely powerful entity is coming from the west. Everyone begins worrying that the godmother's life may be in danger. The idea of a deity heading toward their village is deeply unsettling. Then she remembers that gods were forbidden from acting openly after the War of Divine Annihilation. That immediately makes them suspect the Swordmaster may be involved. At the same time, the protagonist receives a call somewhere else. The moment he picks up, his desperate mutant friend begs for immediate assistance. He explains that a deity is about to enter the village, which is why he fears something may happen to the godmother. The protagonist quickly clears up the misunderstanding for everyone. Rushing through his words, he tells them that they have gotten the wrong idea. The so-called deity entering the village is actually him. He ends the call, realizing that this should be the final stop on his journey to level 8. When he arrives below, he finds the skeleton snake and mutant chief waiting for him. Meanwhile, the godmother tells a messenger that he has grown unbelievably powerful in only a year. The village chief assures the great tree that the Swordmaster is not facing immediate danger, so the alert can be called off. Pointing toward the sky, he explains that he brought a water spirit specifically to assist her. But the great tree is no fool. She is wise enough to see through his little scheme. She realizes he is searching for his final missing piece, which means the negotiations should go smoothly. He then asks her directly whether she wants to evolve into the world tree. The mutant village animals grow increasingly uneasy while listening to this conversation. Bear shouts that the tree being discussed has appeared only once throughout human history. Even that legendary tree failed to survive Ragnarok, and their godmother would supposedly need another 100 years before becoming the world tree. Watching from a distance, the skeleton snake tells the others to trust the warrior. After all, this is the Swordmaster they all admire and respect. Her words make the others reconsider their doubts. Even so, the ultimate decision still rests with the great tree. The protagonist starts by explaining what she stands to gain, saying that her growth requires 3 things: light, water, and nutrients. Becoming divine does not change the fact that, at her core, she is still a tree. He calls it her lucky day because he has already prepared all 3 ingredients and is ready to help. And as usual, his disciples are involved in the entire process. Soren asks where the fertilizer is supposed to go. He points out that it belongs on the roots, and soon everyone starts pitching in. Naturally, he needs premium fertilizer, and this is far from ordinary, since it was made using the golden dragon and the corpse dragon. He mixes in scales and other remains from the agile emperor as lubricant, while noticing how excited everyone has become. As for the water, that part is left to the goddess. She uses water empowered by the angel tier, further increasing its divine quality. Finally, they require refined light, carefully balanced so it is neither overpowering nor insufficient. To create it, he activates traits like Supreme Flame and Magic Brain. He then generates an extraordinary sunlight, gentle yet pure enough that he can touch it briefly. The village's great godmother tree responds by beginning a resonant song. Her melody spreads across the wind. Standing there is the first god born since the War of Divine Annihilation. The protagonist now faces her as the god created through the birth of the world tree. The great tree thanks the swordsman for his excellent work and admits that she now owes him. Pleased with the result, she says he has done her a tremendous favor, so gratitude is only natural. She adds that her mother would have been incredibly proud to witness this, meaning, of course, the very first world tree. Still, she is prepared to give him his reward, despite his awkward attempt to act uninterested. Everyone understands that nothing comes free, and with that thought, she hands over the final piece. That final piece puts him within reach of level 8. Things look so promising that the warrior himself starts radiating light. Overflowing with power, he appears ready to break through to level 8. The protagonist shines brighter and brighter as an overwhelming wave of euphoria takes hold. A tremendous feeling of freedom washes over him as the world tree reveals the world it has granted. Yet nothing happens in the end, despite Goddess Gaia's guide, claiming this method should succeed. The tree explains that he simply is not ready yet, which feels unfair after everything he has already accomplished. She tells him that a divine status beyond the superhuman realm is something only he can define. When he asks when that answer will come, she says his body is prepared, and his omnipotent soul already has a clear road to divinity. But he must answer one question. If his body and soul have already surpassed humanity, why has he not taken the final step toward divinity? Her words take him back to his old world, where he once relaxed in bed while playing a game. In the game's original rules, every character was capable of reaching level 9. Level 9 is essentially a constellation, a state that can also be described as divinity. That constellation might appear as a god in deadly armor, since every god traditionally carries a pseudonym. It could just as easily be a soldier. What truly matters is the pseudonym attached to it. That makes him think of Baek Soren, whose pseudonym is the star that destroys the sky. A trait is essentially a reflection of someone's chosen path and beliefs. Its form depends on the philosophy that person chooses to live by. Warrior Kim is harder to classify because his flexible identity allows him to change his traits whenever needed. To him, being told that he lacks something feels identical to being told he has no divinity at all. The tree confirms that assessment. She says he has never truly reflected on who he is, and without a firm sense of self in both body and soul, every other achievement means nothing. He wonders how he is supposed to deepen his understanding, and the tree answers that only experience can teach him. He struggles to understand how he is supposed to connect with the higher existence within him. The truth is, he has never seriously considered any of this before. Suddenly, a sharp pain spreads through his chest. It feels as though something inside him is beginning to transform. The power inherited from the commander appears to be responding to this change. There is no mistaking it. That reaction comes from the hero trait. What makes it strange is that he suddenly begins reliving memories from the commander's life. After witnessing the enormous explosion, he becomes unsure of his surroundings. He is shown the events that shaped the hero's entire past. The mutant village chief appears inside those memories as well. Yuzo tells the man to leave him behind and go, but the commander refuses to abandon him while he is injured. These memories clearly belong to Kyugegum, explaining why the commander's hero trait has awakened. The awakening happens when he makes the painful decision to sacrifice his comrade. He may not fit the image of a hero, but his pride is undeniable. After everything he has endured, he finally understands that his traits are what define him. Like stacking bricks into a wall, he gathers traits, combines them into stronger versions, and uses those to build even higher-ranked abilities. He also develops traits designed to work alongside others, including one that synergizes with his sword trait. Eventually, he acquires the Swordmaster trait as well. Bit by bit, he builds a fortress of abilities around himself. That is the process through which he truly grows stronger. At last, it seems he has discovered a path that belongs entirely to him. He is, by nature, an accumulator of traits. As this realization settles in, an immense light floods the entire area. From a tree branch above, the water spirit watches the Swordmaster complete his evolution. He has now stepped into the realm of the transcendent. Once the euphoric moment passes, he heads back to the capital. His students and closest companions are absolutely thrilled by what happened. Every time he reaches a new level, his friends come together to celebrate the achievement. They are all excited that he now ranks among the world's 100 strongest individuals. In that country alone, he is already ranked as the 7th strongest person. He admits that all the praise feels amazing, but he still wants to keep his achievement hidden. He knows the moment the Order of the Old Father learns the truth, they will begin mobilizing against him. Earlier, the document from Mama Quilla exposed his connection to the Order of the Old Father. That document also proves who is behind the vicious attacks seen throughout episodes 1 and 2. The culprit is none other than the Saint of the Old Father Order. Once they realize he has reached level 8, his first priority becomes training everyone else to grow stronger. Following the brutal training, Baek Soren advances to level 7. Seo Woojin also breaks through to level 7, while Janet reaches level 6. Kali, the priests, and Mage Kim all advance to level 6. His closest friend and subordinate, Iron Fist Kim, also reaches level 6 with the others. With all 6 trait slots filled, their next step is to refine and strengthen every trait they possess. He builds partnerships with numerous factions, yet one wrong move could ruin everything. Winning this merciless war against the Saint is no longer optional. 1 month earlier, at the Great Temple of the Old Father, fireworks fill the city with celebration while the Saint angrily demands an explanation for the noise, until someone informs her that a new superhuman has entered the transcendental realm. She declares that she has been waiting for his soul through countless reincarnations. Following a reading from the Old Father Oracle, he is summoned through a forced baptism. At last, he reaches level 8, the exact threshold needed for the leader of the Old Father Order to descend. After all that waiting, their sinister preparations are finally finished. The Order is now ready to put its plan into action. The Saint who set everything in motion after summoning Junsu, intends to place every person under her complete control. With madness burning in her eyes, she announces that the consecration has begun. All across the city, countless people flee in sheer panic. The news delivers terrifying reports. The entire Old Father order has vanished without warning. Every member, even the temple's religious staff, disappears as if they never existed. As episode 3 opens, the protagonist can already tell that something is seriously off. The instant he walks outside, he finds a gigantic crowd gathered specifically for him. Their behavior is bizarre, and every single one of them starts calling him their savior. They plead with him to free them from the endless suffering, tormenting every one of them. Horrified by what he sees, he has no desire to bear that burdensome savior title anymore. The entire crowd looks like a collection of puppets being controlled from somewhere else. A mysterious force sweeps through the crowd, locking everyone in place while an unseen figure manipulates them from within the chaos. At that exact moment, the police arrive at the scene. The man approaching him is none other than the Republic's president and supreme commander of the armed forces. Ever since that merciless attack on the city, the president has been watching him closely. Junsu remarks that the president must have a packed schedule, then sincerely thanks him for coming to keep him safe. The president addresses him as the Heavenly Sword and points out that the crowd's strange devotion is extremely suspicious. The warrior suspects that this behavior is one piece of their larger scheme. That makes him think they are trying to build an entire cult centered around him. The situation takes a turn when he suggests that the mana accumulation could be linked to the order disappearing underground. The warrior is convinced that they are using human sacrifices to obtain mana, yet even that amount still falls short. So he warns the president that sacrificing the whole city might finally produce the mana they need. By now, everyone has assembled inside a hidden room to discuss the crisis. Every attempt to establish communication has been rejected. The Eastern Army's Level 8 superhuman commander says their objective is no mystery at all. The Western Army commander, another Level 8 superhuman, can barely believe anyone would carry out something so horrific. The president, however, is nearly certain of the truth because she has undeniable proof. The horrifying truth comes out. Guangzhou's citizens are meant to be sacrificed. The Eastern Army commander says this outcome matches his expectations perfectly. Their ultimate objective is to resurrect the Old Father. The warrior then puts a suggestion before the president. He says the moment has come to order a full military mobilization. Before giving that order, the president says he wants to hear the general's view first. The Tower Master and the eye-patch-wearing commander both vote yes, insisting that the enemy must be crushed immediately. Kumo's president announces that she intends to enter the battle personally as well. The president acknowledges their decision and says that, with everyone in agreement, he knows what must be done. He informs the protagonist that this ruthless operation is aimed at bringing the Old Father order under control. Then he asks the protagonist whether he is prepared to lead the entire army. The moment the decision is made, everyone starts taking notice of the position handed to the hero. No one seriously objects, since they are all aware of the warrior's extraordinary ability. Xiang He-young watches with admiration and supports the decision as well. At that very moment, the protagonist unlocks the commander trait. The more powerful and plentiful his troops are, the greater his own strength becomes. The trait shines brilliantly, made even more impressive by its 4-star rank. And with that, the war officially erupts. On the ground, the Eastern and Western armies spearhead the assault. The scarred old man directs the unshakable army with merciless precision. Following their orders, explosions tear through the battlefield as one position after another is conquered. Every unit is ordered to push forward at maximum speed. The Mamaquilla orders paladins join the assault, while the orders of Thor and Gaia battle alongside them. Above the battlefield, the Dragon Legion provides aerial support. Meanwhile, the Monster Village and Sun Magic Tower eagerly climb aboard the airship. And directing this entire operation is the warrior, armed with his many abilities. He activates every useful trait at his disposal to battle the enemy. Up in the sky, an unfamiliar object begins moving toward them. The vigilant priest immediately alerts the leader. It is the battlefield's key target, carrying 8 demigods inside. The saint's aircraft has arrived, so destroying it becomes his first priority. They spend a long time tracking them down, but now a battle cannot be avoided. The warrior turns to the Tower Master and asks whether he can hit the aircraft. The Tower Master seems intrigued by the challenge. He replies that this is precisely the kind of situation that calls for a mage. The moment he releases his fire magic, a gigantic blast rips through the sky. Even from far away, the spell's overwhelming power is obvious as it starts tearing apart the enemy blockade. Next, the mage and priest take their turn. They seize control of the He Subteam Enos, He Plame Enos, He Kennen Enos, and ready it for launch. Soon, an enormous dragon-shaped stream of fire bursts forward. The whole sky glows like daylight as he keeps directing the battle. He then orders the river goddess to call the ship over to the port side. For the river goddess, accomplishing that is effortless. With mana production running at full capacity, this is the perfect opportunity to strike. The director steps in to offer additional support. Meanwhile, the Supreme Flame Cannon is loaded once again. Their plan is to fire the instant the signal arrives. Steel Fists waits for the command, ready to unleash another barrage. The order comes through, and he immediately opens fire without the slightest mercy. The enormous blast erases everything caught in its path. The enemy forces are immediately crushed beneath the attack's devastating force. Suddenly, the captain appears on the vessel and orders his allies to retreat. After all, they believe they are protected by the greatest god of them all. According to him, they need to understand nothing beyond that. The priest lifts both arms and starts performing his ritual. He pleads with the old father to show mercy to every servant under his protection. Then a gigantic explosion illuminates the whole battlefield, instantly stealing everyone's attention. The startled priest turns around to find out what caused it. He soon realizes that the savior has landed directly beside him. The moment becomes even more dramatic when the savior himself steps aboard their vessel. He expected a simple victory, but the enemy troops suddenly appear to be multiplying around him. Fortunately, he did not come here by himself. His loyal partner, the Red Dragon, is right there with him. The soldiers' courage collapses the instant they see the terrifying beast. And honestly, that reaction makes sense. It is a gigantic red dragon. Still, the situation is not completely hopeless. The priest claims to have a plan and tells everyone not to fear, insisting that the enemy is by himself. He reminds them that the Father's blessing shields them, meaning they have nothing to fear. Unfortunately for them, reality turns out very differently. The protagonist calmly reveals that arriving alone was never part of his plan. His disciples then emerge beside the red dragon. He casually adds that battles are no fun when he has to fight alone. With the disciples joining in, the battle immediately becomes far more intense. Woojin steals the spotlight by using his abilities against several enemies simultaneously. When he is done, he challenges the rest by asking who wants to be his next victim. Woojin is not the only one enjoying herself. Kaylee glides through the crowd, dropping enemies one after another. While moving through them, she offers everyone a simple choice: surrender if they want to survive. Most of them refuse to listen, leaving her with no option except separating them and wiping them out. Soren is also busy enjoying himself while dealing with them. Then Soren shows up and brings the whole exchange to an end. Kaylee immediately tells her friend to stop interfering in battles. She is handling herself. Everyone has an opponent, and one enemy even tries to surprise Kaylee. But that opportunity disappears quickly. Jeanette arrives just in time and ends the threat with a perfectly timed block. She even gives her friend a mild lecture, reminding her never to lower her guard inside enemy territory. As usual, she takes down a few paladins along the way. Within moments, the entire situation has been transformed. This no longer resembles a battle. It has become a one-sided massacre. The priest cannot understand how 1,000 soldiers were defeated so effortlessly. That thought barely forms before he himself is torn apart. Watching his forces collapse, the priest desperately calls upon the Old Father. He begs the Old Father to share its power before it is too late, but he is defeated before that can happen. The protagonist also wants a piece of the action and can no longer restrain himself. The fight in the air ends as well, while the tanks come to a complete halt. The ground battle is still raging, and those two commanders have no intention of letting it cool down. Looking around, the commander remarks that they have not encountered an enemy force this large since the colonial era. Still, there is little reason to worry now. The battlefield is burning, and victory already seems to be theirs. Even the commanders remain stunned, mainly because the protagonist and his disciples made such a spectacular entrance. The protagonist greets the old man, who congratulates him on successfully suppressing the Old Father order and returning unharmed. Meanwhile, Soren's attention is completely captured by what he sees. He never expected to witness the commander's brush of all phenomena technique in person. Now he studies the barrier, convinced that this technique ought to pierce it without difficulty. As everyone else watches in astonishment, the protagonist remains lost in serious thought. The Western Army commander's ultimate technique merges martial arts with illusion-based arts. In terms of immediate destructive power, it surpasses the Eastern Army commander's Black Tiger swordsmanship. It ranks among Arcana's deadliest piercing attacks, yet even this technique appears useless against the barrier. Woojin remains amazed, certain that such an attack must be capable of shattering the barrier. But the protagonist's expression suggests that he expects the complete opposite. Sure enough, the barrier stays completely unharmed. The protagonist feels uneasy when the brush of all phenomena simply disappears without accomplishing anything. When the commander prepares to test the attack himself, the protagonist stops him, insisting that even his attempt would fail. From a distance, the commander agrees with him, recognizing the barrier as the product of the level 9 divine art of the heavenly demon, the strongest martial art known. The general becomes excited, finally understanding the reason behind that strange sensation. The heavenly demon's divine art can be customized endlessly, Yet this version appears stronger than ever. She suggests that the heavenly demon's heart could make it possible, but the Tower Master dismisses the idea as nonsense. He asks how they could use the heavenly demon's heart when the demon is already gone. But the girl simply twirls around and insists that it can be done. The young woman spreads her angelic wings and reveals that she has just decoded the plan for the grand resurrection ritual. The message specifically refers to the heavenly demon's second disciple, the Demon Lord. With everyone growing desperate, Junsu offers a possibility. Perhaps the Old Father Order can help the Demon Lord. It is their clearest and only option, but they still need to verify the truth before acting. Staring at the enormous barrier, he decides to investigate it himself. His goal is to check what condition the heavenly demon is in on the celestial mountain. Once the decision is made, he flies toward the area with his red dragon. As he examines the barrier, he understands just how peerless the heavenly demon's divine art truly is. He informs the commanders that the barrier can only be pierced by turning that same divine art against it. After landing, he concludes that only the Divine Lord, the heavenly demon's eldest disciple, might be able to break it. Even during all this chaos, he remembers to feed his little dragon, so it continues behaving itself. His dragon has flown more than 4,000 kilometers without showing fatigue by the time they reach the heavenly demon's order. Once there, he starts making his way into the massive hall. He receives a short welcome, and everyone quickly recognizes him as the Celestial Sword of the East. The order demands to know why someone of his stature has arrived there without warning. Remaining polite, the warrior assures them that his reason for coming is simple. He has come only to meet the heavenly demon, who is supposedly in secluded training, and verify that he is still alive. The order's leader says the warrior surely already knows they will never permit such a visit. The warrior replies that their refusal is already more than enough proof that the heavenly demon's survival is questionable. They insist that no one may enter while the heavenly demon is in secluded training, but the protagonist does not believe them. The leader bristles at the accusation and says the warrior cannot seriously be suggesting that the Divine Lord or Demon Lord harmed the heavenly demon. This hall is sacred to them, so making such an accusation amounts to blasphemy. Everyone unsheathes their sword and warns him that he will not survive those words. As they prepare to attack, he merely scratches his head and tells them he is short on time. The leader shows no concern. The order has been issued, and that man must be eliminated. At once, everyone lunges forward to carry out the command. The warrior reacts as though they have just told him the funniest joke in the world, barely holding back his laughter. He springs backward with such speed that they do not even realize he has already evaded them. There is a reason he carries the title of the Eastern Heavenly Sword. The leader realizes that he is not retreating at all. He is charging directly toward the Great Elder. They recognize his intention, but by then it is too late. He has already reached his target and taken complete control of the situation. Meanwhile, the man fixes his eyes on the terrified figure before him. Warrior Kim declares that this is no ordinary person. He even possesses the heavenly demon's totem. He intends to claim the right to enter through his own strength. He openly states that he wants to confront the Great Elder himself. Once he displays the totem, he is granted permission to undergo the rite of passage. Everyone watches the man who has earned the Blood King's totem. The cult leader observes the intruder standing inside the demonic cult's training ground, created by the very first heavenly demon. The area is protected by puppets forged from countless years of cold steel, each one standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. According to the cult leader, no one can pass this place, no matter how skilled they are, even a heavenly sword. That is why he sees no point in watching a battle, whose result is supposedly obvious. But then his vassal shocks him by announcing that the intruder has already cleared the challenge. By activating specific traits, he gains an overwhelming boost in power. Using his black tiger sword, he clears the entire stage in mere seconds. He advances to the second stage, the heavenly level, and withstands its scorching flames as well. Everyone is left speechless when he survives the magical fire without using any protective aura. Apparently, he is using his magic circuits directly to counter the flames. That feat belongs at the heavenly demon's level, and he manages it only because of the traits he has activated. To him, the second level was almost ridiculously easy. Now comes the final challenge, the third stage known as the supreme level. Completing the third level supposedly grants the divine art of the heavenly demon, but that legend comes with one serious catch. The only way to pass this stage is to use the divine art of the heavenly demon in the first place. His usual traits would make this an impossible fight, but one special trait can copy every other trait. With the world trait activated, he believes clearing this challenge should be possible. The moment it begins, the two combatants collide in an endless exchange of sword strikes. Simply imitating the opponent's technique is enough to make space itself shake. Yet neither side gains an advantage. Both are fighting at precisely the same level. Matching a heavenly demon puppet blow for blow is proof of extraordinary skill. He is desperate for victory, but his opponent is wielding the level 9 divine art of the heavenly demon. If he wants to do more than imitate his opponent and actually surpass him, the world trait has to evolve even further. Once he figures that out, he starts pouring more and more power into every attack. Strangely enough, increasing his power only makes it clearer that his skill still is not good enough. There is no way he is willing to accept defeat at the hands of a simple puppet. His evolution has gone so far that he can now reproduce the heavenly demon's divine art almost flawlessly. Before he can break through the barrier protecting that massive city, he has to prove he can defeat this basic puppet. He follows that thought to its limit, reaches complete enlightenment, and finally brings the enemy down. No matter how convincingly he resembles the heavenly demon, he is still only a puppet underneath. Besides, a story where he loses to a puppet would be painfully boring. All at once, the surrounding chaos leaves the protagonist with an uneasy feeling. The situation becomes even stranger when the servants kneel before the player and announce him as the new heavenly demon. They loudly proclaim that the third heavenly demon has returned, praying for his rule to spread across the entire world. For him, this praise is way too much, because he has absolutely no interest in being labeled a heavenly demon, a savior, or anything similar. Once the dramatic worship is over, everyone settles down and starts speaking normally. The protagonist tries to clear up the misunderstanding, but the sex leader assumes they have somehow let the third heavenly demon down. Then the man points out that anyone planning to leave cannot be the successor of the demonic divine arts, meaning he would never get the chance to learn them. Hearing that, the protagonist instantly changes his stance, insisting the whole thing was a misunderstanding, and that he would be delighted to study those martial arts. He still has an urgent task to handle, but while they move, the man takes him through the heavenly demon's paths. He explains that the sword-wielding figure founded the order as its first heavenly demon, while the other statue represents the current one. As he listens, the protagonist starts wondering whether they possess the heavenly demon's sword, a tier 0 weapon in the game. Still, that mystery can wait, because he has to reach the penitentiary, where one of the 3 people able to open the heavenly demon abode is being held. The moment the doors open, the man reveals that he was locked up here after the recent duel involving the Lord Deity. Inside, the Blood King immediately senses the protagonist's newly gained skills. He even compliments him for climbing all the way to level 8 in such a short time. The warrior is just as impressed that the Blood King detected everything while his flow was sealed. He wastes no time getting to the real issue. A gigantic barrier has completely sealed away an entire city. Since that barrier was created through the heavenly demon's divine art, both of them realize it points to the Old Father's order using the heavenly demon's heart. To that disciple, this can only signify one thing: his master has reached immortality. The Blood King asks the Grand Elder whether he can somehow gain entry to the heavenly demon abode. The man admits that entering would break the rules, yet his authority allows him to make a temporary exception. He allows them exactly 30 minutes to go in, take a quick look, and return. With permission secured, the 2 of them shoot into the sky at maximum speed. Below them, the people quickly realize that the Blood King has broken out of the penitentiary. As he races ahead, the Blood King orders the warrior not to fall behind. While keeping pace, the warrior wonders how that man can move so quickly without using any magical power. As the Blood King considers the true strength of these lords, an attack suddenly erupts directly before him. The man explains that the priest had agreed to spend 3 years in prison and suspend his training. This man is the Divine Lord, the heavenly demon's very first disciple. The Blood King attempts to explain the situation and shares his doubts about what happened to the heavenly demon. Nothing gets through to the man. He refuses to listen and brushes off every explanation as foolish nonsense. He then threatens to give the Blood King an even harsher lesson if he continues creating problems. Warrior Kim steps forward and remarks that surrender is hardly surprising for someone belonging to the demonic order. In a cold voice, he says he has heard plenty about the man and warns that the master currently in power will forgive no interference. The protagonist meets that hostility head-on, declaring that martial artists should resolve this matter through a duel. To the heavenly demon's first disciple, the proposal sounds utterly absurd. Still, refusing a duel would be disgraceful, so he grants his opponent a 3-second advantage. He immediately raises a barrier modeled after the heavenly demon, though this version is clearly weaker. The man mocks the sword as sharp but useless, promising to make Kim regret ever aiming it at him. But Kim has faced defenses far greater than this, so the barrier barely impresses him. With his eyes locked on the defense, he understands that it is insignificant beside the black capsule from the great city. He drives his strike through the defense with increasing force, eventually cracking it apart. Once the shield collapses, Kim sends his blade straight toward the Divine Lord. The blow does more than reach him. It leaves a neat slash across the man's face. Kim calmly announces that the 3-second handicap now belongs to his opponent. With his swordmaster skill duplicated, He keeps the blade leveled directly at the Divine Lord. Swordmaster gives him a ridiculous boost, letting whichever trait he selects perform far beyond normal limits. Warrior Kim never lowers his weapon, keeping its point fixed on the heavenly demon's disciple. The man finally apologizes for his earlier arrogance and admits that he badly misjudged Kim. He declares that he will hold nothing back, then rushes in with the intention of crushing Kim completely. Then he releases the heavenly demonic strike, an attack powerful enough to rip through the sky. Without question, this is the most powerful offensive technique the game has to offer. With the attack racing toward him, Warrior Kim has no choice but to activate the world trait. The instant the trait comes into play, it completely surprises his opponent. A blast of this magnitude could only be stopped by Arcana's most powerful barrier technique. His opponent is not the only one stunned. Every spectator can see that Kim has gone beyond his previous limits. To everyone watching, it appears that he is holding the heavenly demon's divine rod. What none of them realize is that Kim created a copy of the rod through the world trait. Had he failed to block that strike, it would have cut him cleanly in two. But using that martial art instantly sends the disciple into a furious rage. In his eyes, nobody is allowed to wield the heavenly demon's divine art, especially not in front of the first disciple. He throws every ounce of strength into a charge meant to cleave the protagonist in half, and after landing such a brutal hit, that goal suddenly seems very close. The force of the blow launches the protagonist through the air. He understands that defeating the first disciple, while that heavenly demon art remains active, is impossible through a direct clash. So in the middle of the battle, he decides to rely on his variety of traits to beat the opponent's overwhelming experience. He switches to a new set of traits and changes his stance into the dual Mars sword style. The moment those traits change, his entire combat style transforms, immediately catching his opponent's attention. The Divine Lord watches as Kim's movements become completely different. That reaction is exactly what the protagonist wanted, so he pushes the transformation further with the dual Knight of Sacred Crowns. Every additional trait switch makes it harder for the Divine Lord to predict what comes next. He deflects the black radiance of the heavenly demon's art before firing off yet another skill. This time, he activates a skill he obtained after helping his disciple, Kaylee, finish her personal quest. The clash immediately becomes even more vicious as both sides trade blow after blow. To keep up, he feeds pure physical power into the world trait and forces it to evolve. The battlefield is already being torn apart, and every increase in Kim's attack power is answered by an equally fierce response. At that critical moment, the Divine Lord brings out the genuine divine rod of the heavenly demon. The resulting attack moves so quickly that the Divine Lord almost disappears from sight. Fortunately, the skilled warrior has prepared several traits specifically for a moment like this. He activates the space beyond starlight and triggers another evolution. That transformation turns the trait into the cosmic sword. He immediately orders the new trait to envelop his weapon. A dazzling burst of radiance explodes outward, nearly blinding everyone nearby. The opponent can feel Kim's strength increasing with every moment that passes. Each blow Kim unleashes carries enough force to tear apart both heaven and earth. Overwhelmed by that unmatched radiance, the opponent drops to his knees and admits defeat. Kim thanks him for the fight, explaining that it taught him a lot and confirmed one of his theories. The Divine Lord's power is still insufficient to break through the Black Dome encircling the city. If Kim ranks the techniques by power, the heavenly demon's divine art comes first, while the Nephilim's sword ranks last. Having won the duel, Warrior Kim orders his opponent to lead him to the heavenly demon's residence. True to his promise, the disciple escorts Kim directly into the center of the order. The moment they step inside, they prepare to greet their lord, only to freeze at the sight before them. Their master sits motionless on the throne, his heart ripped out of his body. Kneeling beside his master, the Blood King cannot understand what happened, but whoever did this is about to face a blood-soaked reckoning. The Divine Lord appears utterly broken, as though the loss has torn his heart apart 1,000 times. He cries out at the heavenly demon, demanding to know why he did not ascend and wait for them in the higher realms. The protagonist directs their attention to the floor, where the truth behind the incident is waiting to be discovered. Examining the summoning circles around the heavenly demon's throne, they recognize the work of the Old Father's order. The disciples are enraged, unable to imagine what kind of monster could commit such an atrocity. Once again, the protagonist has to connect the dots for them, reminding them that another person had access to this place. That reminder immediately makes them think of the Demon Lord, their master's third disciple. The remaining disciples erupt in fury, swearing that if they capture that wretch, she will pay dearly for harming their master. The Divine Lord orders the entire demonic order to mobilize and move toward Heavenly Mountain. He then announces that he will personally go to Brazil, where the Demon Lord is located, leaving the protagonist stunned. He believed the Polka God was safe after defending it from the Black Jaguar Order, But now another danger appears to be closing in on the sage. He suspects they may intend to use the sage as a sacrifice for the God King's birth. With the situation reaching this point, he has no option except to ride his dragon to Sao Paulo. During the journey, he contacts director Choi and asks him to secure a supply of magical weapons. He says he needs roughly 100 weapons and promises to forward the necessary files. As he travels, he realizes that the world trait is fundamentally powered by achievements. The more accomplishments he earns through it, the further he can evolve his other traits. Restoring the world trait requires him to collect every common trait available in Arcana. The only problem is that time is running out, so he has to complete this process immediately. The moment he reaches the Grand Temple, he can tell that something has gone terribly wrong. The sage is barely holding on, reduced to a completely weakened state. Despite his condition, he still tries to evolve, blaming himself for once again failing to awaken the sage god. That is when the protagonist arrives and points out that the sage appears to have been poisoned. The priest caring for the deity has no idea what he means, but the warrior cannot waste time explaining. He examines the sage and senses something leaking through the cracks. As expected, the poison from the heavenly demon's art has already taken root. Although the poisoning happened recently, its roots run frighteningly deep. He wonders what kind of divine power could combine darkness with light and evil with innocence, because this is clearly unnatural. He then tells the deity that a martial art carrying curse elements has embedded itself inside him. He explains that they must locate whoever cast the curse, because anyone trying to interrupt the sage's awakening should still be nearby. He activates God's Eye and scans every possible place where the culprit might be concealed. His suspicion proves correct when the eye detects the demon lord disguised among the soldiers. Once her identity is exposed, continuing to pose as a paladin becomes pointless. For a moment, she says nothing and silently prepares to act. Then she removes the helmet that had been hiding who she really was. With pride, she announces that she has discarded the name the god of the old world once gave her. Before she can say anything else, he activates the traits he will need for their inevitable battle. She fiercely declares that she has taken a new name, the Queen of the Night, not the Demon Lord. She has abandoned the title of Demon Lord and remade herself as the Queen of the Night. The warrior identifies what happened at once. She has traded away her soul. Luckily, he had already persuaded the Blood King and the Divine Lord to go toward the barrier. The woman explains that she sacrificed her soul to build a new world where order could survive the coming extinction. She argues that she deserves to succeed their master instead of the eldest disciple. But the warrior laughs it off as nonsense and says she could never defeat the Divine Lord. His warning only irritates her further, especially when he insists that challenging the Divine Lord would guarantee her defeat. She releases an unnatural power and vows to present him as the perfect vessel for the old father. He refuses to wait around, fully aware that a brutal fight is unavoidable, and declares that losing to her is not an option. She claims that a steel blade forged through 10,000 refinements will inevitably cut through an iron sword made without care. Certain of her victory, she promises that the old father will be grateful for this body and rushes straight at the protagonist. This battle may be difficult, but Kim has no intention of letting it end in defeat. He takes an aggressive stance, prepared to absorb her attacks and meet her directly. Her movements combine the old father's power with the heavenly demon's precise footwork. That combination makes her frighteningly quick and gives her a small edge. Even while she attacks from all sides, the two fighters remain evenly matched. Some of the figures advancing from the front are genuine, while the rest are illusions, forcing him to activate Swordmaster. But the moment he duplicates that trait, it evolves instantly into Sword God. The evolution gives him perfect control and accuracy over every movement. Her attacks were hard to follow at first, but his enhanced senses now let him control even his wildest instincts. As the savage battle continues, he keeps evolving at an incredible rate and gains new skills every second. Realizing he must counter quickly, he changes his rhythm and throws her off with an entirely new fighting style. It looks like he can read every move she makes, and that is exactly what is happening. Being read so easily humiliates the powerful woman, driving her to unleash her deadliest attack. Kim charges ahead and recognizes that she has completely mastered the heavenly demon's divine art. She may also be drawing directly on the old father's power, judging by how much sharper and heavier her attacks have become. She boasts that this technique perfectly combines the heavenly demon's divine arts with the demonic arts of mystic ice. The demon lady gathers herself and prepares to release the attack. She fires it straight at the warrior, completely convinced that this strike will guarantee her victory. Yet despite its terrifying strength, the attack does nothing to put her in control. In the next moment, her overwhelming attack is nullified completely. Still convinced she has won, she starts celebrating before the battle is even over. Then she realizes the attack never connected, and a sinister expression spreads across her face. The hero, with countless abilities, responds by activating Lightning Charge. There is no value in collecting endless traits if you never use them at the right moment. His insult sends the woman into an even greater rage when he dismisses her as nothing more than weak. To make matters worse, he compares her with the Divine Lord and points out that the man's power is vastly greater. Those words earn him another furious assault, forcing him to dodge several more attacks. She finds the whole situation ridiculous, especially because he never misses a chance to call her weak. To him, this is nothing unusual at all. The Divine Lord specializes purely in combat, whereas the Demon Lady combines an assassin's methods with a warrior's strength. If they fought head-on, the Divine Lord would overwhelm her without much trouble. The savage battle continues, and every moment brings the woman another unexpected problem. Then she realizes that her enemy is reproducing the very technique she uses herself. So apparently, he has mastered the celestial demon's martial arts as well. For a moment, she is convinced that she has caught him and is ready to finish the battle right there. But a second later, she discovers that her hands are gripping nothing but air. She has walked straight into his setup. The person she thought she had caught was merely an illusion. That trick comes from another combination of traits, which produce astonishing results whenever they are activated together. Here, the key ability he relies on is the colorimetry trait. It leaves him looking as though he is casually out for a walk and having the time of his life. His leisurely amusement, however, feels like pure insanity from her perspective. She can hardly process how rapidly he keeps evolving in front of her. And once again, the battle itself pushes one of his skills to the next level. That immediately raises his power even further. His monstrous strike spreads across a massive section of the battlefield. At that point, victory is practically guaranteed. While crushing her completely, he makes sure his parting message is the same. She was simply too weak. Once the fight ends, he heads back toward the ruined remains of the temple. His next priority is making sure the sage is safe. The deity thanks him sincerely, admitting that this is the second time the hero has rescued his life. After defeating the demon lady, he applies the Kopid celestial demonic divine art to remove the poison's source from the sage's body. Hearing the deity's gratitude, the hero points out that he has received plenty of help from him too. He remembers requesting an essential ingredient for his evolution and getting it almost at once. He declares that they now stand as equals, and he will protect the deity whenever the need arises. Now that the battle is finished, he fears the world's destiny may descend into chaos because the deity has lost the ability to see what comes next. The warrior already has a fairly clear suspicion about the reason. He considers that a positive sign, since it means the future is no longer fixed. With that in mind, he asks the deity for guidance. The wise sage explains that the old father has summoned an enormous force, then asks whether the hero wants a way to break through a powerful, corrupted barrier. The protagonist replies that the divine lord of the celestial demon order had promised assistance, yet failed in the end. The deity knows precisely what caused that failure. A normal human, acting alone, simply cannot attain the heavenly demon's divine art. That is exactly why he needs another means to break through it. His answer lies in finding the heavenly demon's sword. According to the game's data, the most powerful blade ever recorded is the heavenly demon's divine sword. The deity tells him that finding this weapon must be his next objective. If he follows the heavenly demon's bloodline, he may eventually encounter the weapon's destiny. The protagonist pauses, wondering exactly which lineage the deity means. He has no information about the present heavenly demon, but he does know the descendant of the very first one. That realization sends his fate in an entirely new direction. He sets out to find the descendants connected to the ice palace of the Northern Sea. He meets the Dragon Legion's captain and the guard captain, though neither has much useful information. Still, they explain that anything connected to the ancestor must be hidden within the ice palace. Satisfied with that lead, the protagonist takes it. He resolves to investigate the ice palace himself. Unfortunately, the dragons are the only ones who can lead him there. He discovers that the ice palace can only be found by its guardian, the ancient dragon. The catch is that this ancient dragon happens to be his own red dragon, who spends most of his time acting completely senile. Still, the protagonist has a solution. As a last resort, he loads a huge portion of meat with medicine, hoping it will bring the little dragon back to his senses. After devouring a ridiculous amount of the drugged meat, the dragon finally starts acting a little more normally. The medicine begins working far sooner than he expected. At first, the dragon only stares at him blankly. He appears to be struggling to remember who the protagonist is. The dragon studies him for a little longer, then falls completely silent. Then he finally says a name that freezes the protagonist in place. Dakuchin, that was the name of the very first heavenly demon. But after examining him more carefully, the dragon realizes that he is not the person from his memory. For a brief moment, the protagonist lets his imagination run wild. After hearing the same comparison from so many people, he nearly starts believing it too. The dragon warns him that he has very little time left to ask whatever he needs to know. Elsewhere, the two siblings keep their eyes on the Red Emperor. Neither of them is convinced that he has genuinely regained his sanity. The hero promises him a handsome reward once everything is over. That reward is apparently going to be a meatloaf. That single offer turns the terrifying red dragon into an absolute idiot. He struts off with ridiculous confidence, leaving the elves even more doubtful of his mental state. The group hurries toward the ice castle as quickly as possible, but the sight waiting for them is almost impossible to believe. The entire place has been reduced to ruins. The red dragon explains that the white ice soul has completely lost control. He adds that the surrounding dimensions are warped beyond recognition, making the area nearly impossible to enter. Fortunately, the protagonist already knows how to handle a situation like this. For an ordinary superhuman, crossing this place would be like attempting to pass over the river Styx. To accomplish something this extreme, the warrior simply boosts his traits. That upgrade allows him to transform into a mutant. He enters a transcendent form that breaks through the boundaries of both body and magic. As this violent transformation unfolds, the dragon and the elves can only stand back and watch. Now transformed, Kim gets ready to confront this latest challenge in the way he enjoys most. At the same time, the protagonist's allies are gathered elsewhere, attempting to destroy the barrier. Unfortunately, the barrier proves extremely difficult for anyone to break. Even the Divine Lord and Blood Demon Lords make repeated attempts, only to fail each time. The Master's disciples fear that the situation will become disastrous if he does not show up soon. Their anxiety intensifies because the Divine Lord is barely holding on, and the hero's disciples have been unable to reach him for days. Even the scarred commander starts losing hope, until one disciple spots their answer descending from the sky. Junsu appears overhead, riding on his red dragon. Seeing their master return fills the disciples with relief and excitement. Everyone present has already exhausted themselves trying to bring down the barrier. Some remain deeply concerned after coming face to face with the guardian of the sacred mark. Others are thrilled beyond measure and immediately start preparing for another fight. To the warrior, seeing all the connections he forged come together like this is genuinely moving. But the biggest shock is still waiting for the heavenly demon's disciples. Their attention is fixed on the heavenly demon's divine sword. With such a weapon in his grasp, the saint's expression says everything as he prepares to erase the barrier permanently. His confidence is justified because the right weapon alone is enough to shatter it. Once everyone enters the barrier, the objective becomes straightforward: push forward and wipe out the enemy forces. The armies on both sides then collide in a massive battlefield clash. Meanwhile, the protagonist walks alone through the Shadow Temple toward the saint, looking casual even as the mana grows heavier with every step. He knows that any ordinary human entering this temple would have their body mutate within seconds. The scene before him is deeply unpleasant, yet he still hears her remark that he arrived sooner than anticipated. From beneath that ancient, wrinkled face, she greets him as the savior. The saint of the Old Father's order looks even more aged than before, and the protagonist cannot resist teasing her about the extra wrinkles. He realizes she has transcended into a demigod, meaning this fight will be far from easy. As she removes her equipment, she declares that everything must be taken back to the day it all began. He finds her unwavering devotion almost touching, even though she firmly believes serving the Old Father was her finest choice. After studying the powerful young man before her, the saint declares that his body and soul are worthy of a divine king. Convinced of that, she stops wasting time and launches herself at him with every ounce of power available. As she attacks, she announces that the offering is finally about to begin. His recent battles have repeatedly evolved his traits, and this fight is no exception. A defensive barrier instantly surrounds him. When she reaches for him, she complains that such a transcendent body should not be wasted. Their abilities crash together, sending violent explosions across the area. Instead of stopping her, the clash only deepens her obsession with sacrificing his body. Once again, his traits start breaking through to higher stages. They activate one after another, gradually strengthening his entire body. Eventually, he needs a moment to breathe and process all the new skills flooding into him. By then, every trait he possesses has evolved into a superior form. The saint sees this transformation as the perfect way for him to appear before her. From the man destined to save the world, she demands nothing less than an all-out battle. While she keeps rambling, he responds with relentless attacks and counters at full strength. He is only waiting for the perfect opening, one she cannot answer, not even with the black gold baptismal flame. She may lock onto him repeatedly, trying every possible angle to bring him down. But defeating him is not that simple, because he is using an invisible weapon that combines 6 attributes in a single attack. His traits keep evolving, and he forces himself to bring every one of them into play. Every time he asserts control over the fight, the saint becomes even more eager to present his soul to the Old Father. She attacks while staring at him with fanatical devotion. Then she activates the annihilation skill that she had previously reserved for Phase 2. Stopping it is nearly impossible, because this supreme annihilation skill can overwhelm even level 9s. It is the same draining skill he has attempted to master countless times. This is the irritating ability that kept blocking his progress again and again. Back when he played the game, the support ability drove him absolutely crazy. Now, winning means overcoming that very support skill. Still, everything suggests that he is about to eliminate even this final obstacle. The warrior continues to smash through every limit placed before him. The saint begins questioning how much of this battle he had already anticipated before arriving. He changes weapons, brings out the hammer, and attacks with total determination. Each exchange grows heavier as his attacks intensify, and her defenses are forced to absorb them. Laughing like a madwoman, she announces that she intends to finish the fight immediately. He has no interest in prolonging things either, so he activates practical combat and Fistmaster. The saint who has tormented him for so long is now forced to witness his Fistmaster trait being born. Armed with this new ability, he gets ready to give her a lesson she will never forget. He pours every ounce of frustration she caused into one perfectly aimed, devastating strike. The impact is so destructive that its aftermath can be seen from an enormous distance. The entire area disappears beneath a cloud of smoke and dust. According to the saint, there is no possible way for him to escape that attack. Or at least, that is what the saint confidently claims. She approaches the protagonist as he lies on the ground, violently hammering his fists into it. The woman tells him that continuing to resist would be completely pointless. To the warrior, the attack is merely a minor setback, and he rises to keep fighting. Seeing him stand against her once more, she insists that copying the heavenly demon's divine art will never be enough to defeat her. He concludes that only one option remains and calls upon the red dragon's power. This is the second hidden technique that completes the heavenly demon's divine art. By combining his draconic traits with the heavenly demon's divine art, he fuses his body with the beast. Fortunately, this trait evolves along with the transformation. He becomes the heavenly demon dragon king, fully bringing forth the heavenly demon's divine art. The protagonist now possesses wings, horns, and enough destructive potential to annihilate his enemies. With this new strength, he looks ready to tear into the heavens themselves if the battle demands it. He pushes beyond his limits, yet again, by activating traits such as the heavenly demon's true words and demonic eyes. His showcase of power keeps escalating, with every move more spectacular than the last. Every new trait makes him stronger and brings him closer to the dragon's genuine power. He truly becomes something frighteningly close to the heavenly demon, completely surpassing the saint's expectations. The two collide once more, and at that precise instant, every one of his senses synchronizes. Through this perfect synchronization, the heavenly demonic divine art is born anew. Even after witnessing it firsthand, the saint can hardly accept the truth. He really is her savior. The resulting strike is catastrophic, leaving almost nothing of the saint behind. The woman soon collapses, and with that battle concluded, he must continue onward. Even while lying defeated on the ground, she starts laughing, remaining disturbing right up to the end. Her mad laughter grows louder as she raves about the one who nourishes a supreme civilization and rules over the stars. It sounds like her final act is an attempt to worship the old father. The protagonist treats her as an equal and calmly does what must be done. Her strange behavior throughout the fight, followed by the disappearance of all her brothers, proves she is far more than a simple game character. Now the mana starts fluctuating violently, revealing a desert stained completely black. The barren space contains nothing except gray earth, but he immediately recognizes it. This is the afterlife created by the old father. Sure enough, an apparition is waiting for him while seated comfortably on a throne. The voice greets him casually, saying that a long time has passed. The speaker is the old father, who continues talking without pause. He is the vessel of a fusion between an outer god from another world and a native god born on Earth. The man keeps playing his warped game, hoping the protagonist will approach him by choice. The old father declares that he will personally destroy the authority the protagonist earned through the divine throne. He plans to unleash the morning star and the abyss, expecting every one of them to respond to his summons. Junsu immediately realizes that Phase 3's opening attack is about to start. The scene becomes even more extravagant when the enemy summons his third, divine throne. This throne unleashes the instant death technique called Stellar Roar. The protagonist instantly activates his lightning dash traits in dual mode. At this stage, even the smallest advantage could mean the difference between survival and defeat. The old father's terrifying presence makes it clear that minor tricks will not save the protagonist. He follows it with Shadow of the Abyss, and the patterns appear exactly as they did in the game, just as Junsu predicted. That means Junsu can rely on the same strategy as before. His goal is to drain the old father's health before the timer runs out. To achieve that, he finally performs the move he has always dreamed of: a triple fusion surpassing heterogeneous double fusion. The fusion combines Mars's sword technique, the Nephilim sword trait, and caloratry into one seamless sequence. Together, these minor evolutionary traits become an utterly unstoppable sword. Now that he possesses such overwhelming power, he only needs the right opening to unleash it. The demonic entity announces that this exhausting battle is finally over. He immediately rushes the protagonist, confident that one assault will deal tremendous damage. The reddish explosion makes it obvious that something unexpected has occurred. Something is clearly wrong, because the old father neutralizes a flawless attack almost immediately. He even reprimands the boy, ordering him to stop wasting time with pointless moves. The brutal impact sends the protagonist flying far across the battlefield. After crashing to the ground, he assumes his strongest defensive skill must have blocked most of the attack. He relies on techniques such as Celestial Wall and the powerful Fortress of the Heavenly Demon to withstand the force. Those layered defenses then merge into an even greater ability, known as the Transcendent Barrier. He uses that barrier to reduce the collateral damage caused by the fragments of the old father's attack. Even after protecting himself and limiting the damage, he is still in dreadful shape. The challenge ahead looks nearly impossible, but giving up is not an option because he has no time to waste. Once again, he turns to the traits he trusts most. The traits answer his call perfectly, and 3 of his strongest abilities combine into the God-Killer throne. With that power behind him, he can finally counterattack with force. A new possibility occurs to him. Combining every trait he owns could create abilities far beyond his current level. His plan starts falling perfectly into place when he realizes that he has unlocked Celestial Thunder Extinction. Golden wings spread behind him in response to the new power. As he grips the hammer and prepares to launch it, he starts believing that even a monstrous god like this could fall in one blow. He hurls the hammer at the old father, but the creature considers his confidence nothing more than pathetic arrogance. The old father continues addressing him as a vessel, accusing him of destroying everything accumulated over thousands of years. He questions whether any human could possibly possess karma on such an unfathomable scale. Ignoring the words of those insignificant creatures, the warrior gathers every new and increasingly destructive trait at his disposal. The battle is nowhere near finished, and surrender will not even cross his mind until he has used everything. And once again, he throws himself into danger without thinking of his own safety. But this time, the old father sends him flying, making it clear that he has no interest in playing around. The truth is, the old father still has no idea who he is challenging, despite appearing to control the battle for now. Warrior Kim is completely stunned that the game's most powerful sword was halted by nothing more than one finger. Flat on the ground, he hears that terrifying voice once again demand his heart while calling him a vessel. The old father promises him a painless death if he obeys, but warns that continued resistance will condemn his soul to eternal torment. His vision is fading, and he can only wonder how his life reached such a complete and miserable failure. Then, without warning, hallucinations begin to overtake him. A mysterious figure appears, taunting him by name and asking whether becoming a reborn god feels comfortable. She claims that across this life and all his previous ones, he has been refining his soul until it reached an omnipotent state. After so many reincarnations, she says he has every right to finally collect his reward. None of it makes sense to him, because he cannot remember a single one of those supposed past lives. His eyelids grow heavier by the second. He convinces himself that whoever he used to be, that person has already lost, and nothing beyond that matters anymore. At that very moment, a lesson from the great tree suddenly returns to his mind. He recalls the river goddess questioning whether he had been using his ability incorrectly. She had intended to teach him the truth behind it. Her explanation revealed that his ability meant far more than merely copying and combining things. What he truly needs is to grasp the ability's deepest nature. The world tree's power allows the most basic forces of existence to be woven together. The memories flood back in a strange rush, and after a brief moment of thought, he recognizes one trait he has never truly mastered. That missing piece is the proper way to draw out the world trait's genuine power. He overlooked it in the past, yet the answer suddenly seems obvious to him now. It feels as though he is finally staring directly at his authentic self. At last, every world and every lifetime connected to him is ready to converge. Now the time has come to merge them into a single whole. The world trait is not describing an actual physical dimension. Its real meaning is the idea that a human is a microcosm, and the world is a macrocosm. He finally understands the connection. If a person contains a universe and a lifetime forms a world, then his own life is that world. Ever since he entered that doomed world, his whole existence has revolved around collecting traits. That is precisely why the world trait exists as a power inseparable from all his other traits. This is the very world the world tree bestowed upon him. After all, gathering traits has become the foundation of his entire being. For ages, he has perfected this process while endlessly improving every technique he possesses. Eventually, every ability became part of his essence, causing his senses to erupt with overwhelming intensity. Time itself becomes indistinct, yet the ultimate truth is finally clear to him. He is not merely wielding the power. The power has always existed within him. From the opponent's perspective, it appears to be nothing but outrageous arrogance. With all 5 senses pushed beyond their limits, he tracks every incoming attack in a world where time seems frozen. The memories of warrior Kim, the orphan who fought simply to stay alive, begin surfacing. Those memories rise up in the middle of the battle. Then come the memories of Kim Junsu, once rich but eventually stripped of everything. His mind contains the experiences of several different existences. All those identities begin converging, shaping something far greater than any one of them. Every thought and memory from his former lives fuses together just as he reaches his 3rd memory, and the resulting radiance becomes so intense that he seems ready to disappear inside it. He recalls the blood demon remarking that his personality strangely matched that of his master. Back then, he had even wondered whether the blood demon meant the celestial demon. He next recalls Thor asking whether he had ever encountered another omnipotent existence like himself. There are also the dragon's memories, especially the moment it recognized the name of the first celestial demon. At last, the answer becomes undeniable. He abandoned the pursuit of ascension and immortality long ago. For the sake of the family group, he truly chose reincarnation instead. He is none other than the celestial demon. With those crucial memories restored, he unleashes everything he has against the old father. Within a strange parallel world, he hears the saint say that preserving his original memories would have allowed him to stop them. Those words from the saint are precisely why the black barrier permitted him to pass through. Every one of these fragments is tied to his previous existence. All of it belongs to his primordial ability, the world. The world trait represents complete and absolute harmony. It unites 3 distinct lives across space and flesh: Warrior Kim's body, Kim Junsu's mind, and the celestial demon's soul. The world contains all 3 of these realms within itself. Beginning with his very first trait, wound recovery, every ability receives a higher form. Wound recovery evolves into wound restoration. Vitality upgrades into greater vitality. The hundreds upon hundreds of traits he collected are empowered and set ablaze. One after another, they combine into a single force. The compressed energy erupts as Genesis light, allowing him to forge an entirely new world. This is the complete result of a life shaped by traits, a miniature world carved into his own microcosm. Traits are life itself, and life is a world. Within this circle of enlightenment, the traits become an entire world of their own. A monocircuit emerges, running through and controlling his entire existence. This moment represents the absolute peak of his life. His entire journey has finally reached a complete and flawless form. As this transformation unfolds within him, his outer form changes, and he calmly rises before his opponent. The old father stares at him, unable to comprehend such a drastic transformation. The same warrior who entered the fight nearly hopeless is now controlling the entire battlefield. He declares that the world created by the old father has already failed. But the demonic entity keeps warning its vessel that every effort he makes will ultimately be meaningless. Eventually, everything will collapse. He will become just like the old father, and he will come looking for him. The creature claims it is merely giving the warrior a chance to understand that fate in advance. It insists that he should create a new world and ascend into another dimension. After a long silence, the protagonist finally says that he will merge with the old father. Then he clarifies exactly what he means. He means that he will consume the old father in his entirety. The moment those words leave his mouth, the 2 impossible forces crash into each other. Kim Junsu watches the confrontation develop before him. The old father fights desperately, insisting that an ordinary human could never defeat him. Yet that impossible outcome is unfolding right in front of him. The old father can no longer muster enough strength to bring him under control. The protagonist realizes that killing him directly will be difficult because chaos power keeps replenishing his strength. That leaves him with only one option: destroy the entire divine realm. The old father responds with another mocking laugh. He sneers that carrying an ancient scrap of metal does not magically turn it into a sword. As every trait gathers together, the light responds as though it had been waiting for this exact moment. Even the enemy goes quiet, mainly because he cannot make sense of the phenomenon unfolding before him. What appears before them is either the universe or reality itself, containing transcendence and the light of superpolarity. The warrior now orders his enemy to surrender the divine fragment. The awkward creature tries to pull back, but the chance to escape is already gone. The light has already swallowed the darkness completely. Through the chaos and blinding radiance, he finally locates the divine fragment. With it, he can finally reach level 9 and stand as Earth's strongest superhuman. At last, he attains true divinity. The blinding light spreads across the sky and clears it completely, making it seem as though the battle has finally ended. The warrior can finally go back to his disciples and companions. They have been waiting outside the whole time, growing increasingly anxious about his fate. Naturally, they all want to hear what took place inside. They eagerly wait for their master to speak, only to hear him announce that the old father has been defeated. Even his disciples are too shocked to say a word. Of course, he still has to explain how the whole thing actually happened. His closest companions immediately ask how he pulled off such a feat. The people who stood beside him from the start cannot hide how proud they are. Even those who joined him later are celebrating with equal excitement. Somehow, watching him destroy a god leaves everyone feeling incredibly inspired. Everyone is curious whether he absorbed the old father's divinity after defeating him. The scarred old man asks the question on everyone's mind: did he reach level 9? If that is true, then he says he can finally die without regrets. Priest Kim adds that his own god is thrilled as well and offers his congratulations. Before long, everyone starts referring to him as the third heavenly demon. Even though the title is accurate, he is clearly not comfortable with it. The entire place soon erupts into a huge celebration. Everyone raises their voices to wish the level 9 heavenly sword a long and glorious life. With that, Arcana's first 3 episodes officially come to an end. The Old Father arc has finally reached its conclusion, but the major storyline involving the apocalypse threatening that world is still waiting ahead. He still carries the responsibility of protecting every friend and ally around him. Once the apocalypse arrives, almost nothing may be left of that world. That is why he understands that reaching level 9 is only another milestone, not the finish line. A long road still lies ahead, and he will need to collect even more traits. Since he is the world's unique hope, gathering more traits is the only way he can eliminate its remaining threats. No matter what comes next, he will always be the warrior and the ultimate collector of traits.